He sacrificed his life to save others and traversed into the world of Naruto, unexpectedly becoming the leader of Isekai'd, Hanzo of the Salamander. This eternally reigning nation is merely a chessboard for the grand strategies of powerful nations. Yet this time, he arrives wielding the Zanpakuto, Raijin Jaka. The toxic venom of the salamander within him mysteriously vanishes, and all his ninjutsu transforms into a terrifying fire technique. As Konoha, Tsunagakure, and Iwagakure engage in a reckless war upon his territory, he chooses not to remain silent any longer. From this day forth, the land of rain shall be governed by me. The weeping sky will be dried by my flames. Chapter 1. The Ever-Crying Nation. Yang Chi, an orphan, lost his parents at a young age, with his greatest passion being history and anime. He excelled in his studies and, supported by various state subsidies and scholarships, attended university, majoring in history and taking art as an elective due to his fondness for both fields. One day, after returning to his shabby rental room, he opened his notebook, purchased with money earned from tutoring, to revisit Naruto and Bleach. This is so ridiculous. When the plot becomes unmanageable, they just resort to plot armor, he lamented while munching on cold noodles. That old man Yamamoto is so stubborn. He'll take damage without dodging, relying solely on his straightforwardness, making him an easy target for schemes. Before Yang Chi could finish his complaints, he heard a cry for help, accompanied by the acrid smell of burning plastic. Oh no, is there a fire? He hurriedly opened the door to investigate and saw smoke billowing from the cracks of a nearby room. If memory serves me right, that room belongs to a newlywed couple who just had twins, Yang Chi thought, uncertain. He rushed over and shouted towards the door, emitting black smoke. Is everything all right in there? Can you open the door? I can't. The lock won't budge for some reason, and the cabinet at the entrance is on fire. I can't get past. A woman's voice responded from within. Can't open it. What do we do? Should I ram the door? I probably lack the strength for that. Pry it open? Yes, prying sounds good. Yang Chi dashed back to his room to search for suitable tools. There's nothing useful here. Huh, where did that come from? He spotted a crowbar lying beside his bed. Be careful. I'm going to pry the door open from the outside, Yang Chi shouted. With a few swift motions, the door, possibly weakened by the fire, yielded to his efforts. Quick, get out! As he burst through the door, he saw a woman cradling two infants. Just as he felt a sense of relief, a cabinet at the doorway came crashing toward them. Instinctively, he pushed the mother and her children out of the way. Where am I? Wasn't I supposed to? Yang Chi stared in bewilderment at his surroundings, lying on the muddy ground, a sudden sharp pain piercing his head. Ah, I've traversed into the world of Naruto, and I become Hanzo of the Salamander? What a perplexing turn of events, he muttered to himself as he stood up. Lord Hanzo, war has broken out between Konoha and Tsunagakure. Though Iwagakure has yet to join, given the personality of the third Tsuchikage, they will undoubtedly enter the conflict. With the devastation caused by the fighting between Konoha and Tsunagakure, what should our next step be? As Yang Chi regained his footing, a voice came from behind him. Understood. Instruct our personnel to return to the village, except for essential scouts. We need to prepare to shelter the civilians displaced by the war. For now, we must focus on fortifying the village. But Lord Hanzo, let be for now. I know what you wish to say, but the time is not right. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Even without turning around, Yang Chi could sense the dissatisfaction from behind him. Not from the original Hanzo, but from the discontent regarding Konoha, Tsunagakure, and Iwagakure. What is this? A battle among gods while mortals suffer? It is decidedly unfair. Yet, this is reality. Why haven't the small nations disappeared amidst the grand conflicts of the powerful? It is precisely for moments like these. In times of peace, they serve as buffers, and in times of war, they become battlegrounds. Hanzo, you are indeed a notable figure. From a young age, you were implanted with the toxin of the salamander, leading to a life of being shunned and abandoned. Yet you have managed the land of rain commendably for 2 decades. Although you lack the title of Kage, you wield the power of one. What I find most commendable is that the land of rain has no daimyo, only a singular voice. I shall assist you in completing the path you did not travel, creating a distinct land of rain. From now on, I shall be Hanzo. Yang Chi gazed up at the eternally weeping sky, filled with contemplation. The traversal system is at your service. A grand gift package is now available. Please choose one of 3 options. As expected, the standard package for traversals comes equipped with a system. Pray tell, what are the three options? First, Zanpakuto, Raijin Jaka. Second, Zanpakuto, Kyoka, Sujetsu. Third, Zanpakuto, Daiguren Hyarinru. The host has only one opportunity to choose. Once made, it cannot be altered. Please decide wisely. Upon completion, the system will self-destruct. Upon hearing the emotionless voice of the system, Hanzo felt somewhat bewildered. It differed from the systems he had previously encountered in novels, which were supposed to issue various chaotic tasks, threatening annihilation upon failure. Pondering this, Hanzo inquired, "Isn't your system supposed to issue tasks? Why does it self-destruct right from the start? Please make your choice." Clearly, the system chose not to answer his question, indicating that it may not be particularly intelligent, but merely a program left behind by a deity who sent Hanzo here. Raijin Jaka, the Zanpakuto of Yamamoto, Genryu Sai Shigekuni. Its ability is to unleash flames and manipulate them to scorch or detonate enemies. It is the oldest and most powerful fire-type Zanpakuto, reputed to possess the strongest attack power in the Soul Society. The heat released upon its initial release is sufficient to reduce everything in its path to ashes, and its Bankai generates temperatures akin to that of the sun's core. Hyarinru, the blade of Toshiro Hitsugaya, IT is the strongest ice-type Zanpakuto in the Soul Society, with a wide attack range. Its spiritual pressure can freeze the moisture in the air to form ice dragons, and it can even control the weather, adding ice damage. Kyoka Sujetsu, the Zanpakuto of Sosuke Aizen. Its power is complete hypnosis, though its Bankai is never showcased. I choose Raijin Jaka. Hanzo decided after contemplation to opt for Yamamoto's blade. This sword has nearly no limits. Coming into this predatory ninja world, especially with the emergence of various formidable beings during the Fourth Great Ninja War, Hanzo felt the necessity of selecting a sword. Capable of upheaval, the host has made a choice. Raijin Jaka will be affixed to the host's original weapon, transforming it into the form of a katana. The spiritual pressure required by Raijin Jaka has been converted into chakra and will coalesce with the host, allowing for Bankai without the need for communication. Only fulfilling conditions will suffice. Raijin Jaka will now be divided into 3 stages. First stage, initial release. Second stage, complete initial release. Third stage, Bankai. Best of luck. The system will self-destruct in 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Hanzo stood in bewilderment. Is it really self-destructing now? Surely, it should provide a clearer explanation. The conditions for achieving Bankai without the need for communication. What are those conditions? The system is rather straightforward, giving him the sword and then vanishing without a trace of sentiment. Hanzo lowered his gaze upon the scythe, now transformed into the blazing blade of Ryu Junruhi, and bent down to grasp it. Yet, the moment his hand brushed against the hilt, the chakra within him began to surge towards the fiery weapon. In an instant, waves of heat radiated outward from the training ground, causing the rain above Amigakure to cease as if it had evaporated. Such power is indeed formidable, yet the burden it carries is equally great. Can I truly only unleash a single attack after fully awakening it? Though it was but a fleeting moment, Hanzo managed to regain control over his chakra, and the Ryu Junri settled into tranquility. However, in that brief instant, a significant portion of his chakra was siphoned away. Due to being an orphan, he was uncertain of his age, but he surmised he was approximately 10 years younger than the 3rd Hokage of Konohagakure, which would place him around 35. This was the pinnacle of a ninja's career, implying that his chakra reserves were nearing their limits. From his earlier experience of channeling chakra into the Ryu Junri, Hanzo deduced that the unmentioned prerequisite was a sufficient amount of chakra. As long as he possessed an ample supply, he could freely wield the abilities of the Ryu Junri. Something is amiss. Where has my poison gone? To swiftly adapt to this new body, Hanzo decided to test the original abilities it possessed, only to discover that he could no longer sense the poison within him. Spluttered, he sliced his palm, watching the crimson blood flow. This is not right. Due to the poison, my blood should be purple. It was not that Hanzo harbored any particular thoughts about poison. While it was a double-edged sword, he had to acknowledge that the original Hanzo's prowess was significantly tied to it. Though the upper limits of poison were low, its lower limits were high, making it a devastating weapon, especially during wartime. Hanzo's water release techniques should be quite formidable. I recall reading in the Book of Legends that no one could surpass his water release abilities. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Immediately, Hanzo felt the chakra within him circulate, yet the expected water dragon failed to materialize. Did I misform the hand seals? Why is there no response at all? I could distinctly feel the chakra moving within me. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Chakra surged within Hanzo as he opened his mouth to unleash a massive fireball. This cannot be right. Hanzo's fire release is this potent? I recall from the manga that his fire techniques were primarily linked to explosive tags, suggesting his fire release should not be this strong. Subsequently, Hanzo attempted every ninjutsu he knew and was astonished to find that, aside from fire release techniques, none of his other techniques manifested. Moreover, his fire techniques seemed to have undergone a mutation, their power magnified regardless of rank. Is it possible that Ryu Jinruhi has altered all my abilities aside from fire release? Has the high temperature eradicated the poison? Has water release been entirely consumed? Chapter 2. Adaptation. Hanzo-sama, do you know what has transpired? Just now, no. It's Shinda. It's nothing. Merely the development of a new jutsu. Worry not. Shinda, whose full name was Yamajiro Shinda, shared the surname with Hanzo, yet both were commoners without a true clan name. They were dubbed Yamajiro Hanzo due to Hanzo's summon being a Yamajiro fish and the poison sac embedded within him. In contrast, Shinda and his companions adopted the surname out of admiration for Hanzo. Shinda was known as Hanzo's right hand in the Land of Rain, while his left hand, Hirokazu, had perished early in the manga, only to be resurrected once as a test subject by Kabuto. After Hanzo's death, Shinda turned to a life of banditry, but was ultimately subdued by the protagonist, rendering him a tragic figure. As Hanzo responded, he discreetly observed Shinda and pondered. Has Hirokazu returned? Hanzo inquired. Yes, Hanzo-sama. Hirokazu has just returned and is currently organizing personnel to receive the refugees as per your instructions. Excellent. Summon Hirokazu as well. You two are my right and left hands. It has been a long time since we exchanged insights on ninjutsu. In these times of war, the strength of a ninja is paramount. With strength, we can realize our aspirations. Understood. Hanzo-sama. I shall summon him at once. Shinda responded with enthusiasm. Secretly contemplating, Hanzo-sama has advanced his power yet again, just moments ago halting the rain over the entirety of Amage Cure. This is a splendid opportunity. I must ensure to impress Hanzo-sama when Hirokazu arrives. Hanzo regarded the two before him and spoke. You two are now vital assets to the Land of Rain. Set aside all else. Only your training must remain a priority. From this moment, attack me with the resolve to kill. Yes, Hanzo-sama. They replied in unison. Hanzo-sama, forgive me. Water release. Black rain technique. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Hanzo observed their techniques and nodded approvingly. Despite the Land of Rain's backwardness, there was a silver lining. Unity. Unlike the 5 great ninja villages, there were no internal power struggles. The first wave of their attacks revealed that they had likely trained together frequently, coordinating seamlessly with their combined ninjutsu. While their prowess is a facade, I am eager to ascertain the authenticity of my own strength. Let us begin. Ryu Jinruhi. As his words fell, a blazing katana materialized in his hand as he commanded, "Be wary, cutting slash." With a mere draw of his sword, Hanzo effortlessly shattered their ninjutsu and instantaneously appeared behind them. Though he had already achieved victory, he felt compelled to test his ninjutsu against his subordinates. Fire release. Great fireball technique. The same jutsu, yet its potency was vastly different. As Shinda and Hirokazu distanced themselves, they exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in their eyes. While they were aware of Hanzo's strength, they had never before experienced such a sense of despair regarding his might. Hirokazu, use water release. We must combine our efforts. Hanzo-sama's fire release is overwhelming. Water release. Water surge wave. Right. Water release. Water surge wave. Together, they extinguished the great fireball, creating a cloud of steam. For a time, Hanzo continued to wield Ryu Jinruhi, delivering ordinary slashes, yet the flames it produced remained insurmountable, no matter what they attempted. Enough. This concludes our session. Return to rest. I shall bestow upon you a new technique. Both of you possess commendable chakra reserves, allowing you to endure this long, yet your martial arts skills are lacking in ninjutsu. Of course, this is a predicament for our Land of Rain, as we are but a small nation. Also, Summon all Jonin for a meeting tomorrow at 10, that having observed their arduous struggle and feeling more acclimated to this body, Hanzo spoke once more. Yes, Hanzo-sama. We are grateful for your mercy and apologize for any disappointment. And oh, you two have performed admirably. Here is a ninjutsu scroll containing the A-rank water dragon bullet technique, along with several C-rank techniques. You may teach these water dragon techniques to your subordinates as needed, but remember one thing. Loyalty. As he spoke, Hanzo produced a scroll from within his robe and handed it to them. Yes, Hanzo-sama, we understand. The two knelt to accept the scroll from Hanzo's hands. Now, go forth and learn swiftly. War is imminent. Additionally, arrange for some animals to be brought over. As the two figures exited the courtyard, their expressions brimming with excitement, Hanzo suddenly perceived the frailty of the land of rain. Shinda and Heiji, aside from himself, were the two strongest individuals in the realm, yet they merely possessed the prowess of elite Jonin. He contemplated sending them to retrieve animals, eager to test whether he could remove the mask from his face without consequence. Although the sensation of the poison pouch within him had faded, Hanzo remained hesitant to discard it, for he feared the unforeseen. His current strength sufficed, particularly during the Second Great Ninja War, when he had not yet summoned the might of his formidable beasts. The adversaries were scarcely more than unrefined versions of the legendary Sannin. Chiyo of Sunagakure could be regarded as a top-tier combatant within the context of the war. Moreover, due to the existence of the sword, Keegan, he found no necessity to master numerous ninjutsu. The path of taijutsu was his only option. It appeared he would need to devise a method to enhance his chakra reserves. Nevertheless, as a taijutsu-oriented ninja, Hanzo's swordsmanship and chakra control were commendable, likely rivaling that of the esteemed White Fang of Konoha. The Second Great Ninja War was instigated by Hanzo's declaration of war against the three great ninja villages, triggered by the prior conflict between Sunagakure and Konohagakure, on the territory of the Land of Rain. Notably, Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, perished before Hanzo's declaration, a clear indication that hostilities had escalated significantly between the two villages. However, the veracity of Nawaki's death at the hands of Sunagakure remains uncertain. Hanzo speculated that it might have been orchestrated by the F4 of Konoha. He harbored a particular suspicion towards Danzo, believing it crucial to regard him with utmost animosity. In the original narrative, Hanzo may have acted impulsively, challenging the great ninja villages, which retaliated by swiftly subduing the Land of Rain. Following his defeat, Hanzo adopted a reckless demeanor, indulging himself by eliminating dissenters, until Nagato, wielding the power of pain, arrived at his doorstep. Even then, Hanzo continued to revel in music and dance. Lord Leader, this is the animal sent by Lord Shinda, his subordinate announced as Hanzo observed the sparrows, rabbits, and mice presented before him. Inform everyone to leave. I wish to conduct a test of the toxin, Hanzo commanded. Once all had vacated, Hanzo gradually removed the heavy, unsightly gas mask, revealing his resolute visage, marked by a scar on his right cheek that accentuated his intimidating presence. Exhaling slowly, he regarded the lively creatures beside him and remarked, "Indeed, it has completely vanished." Chapter 3. Resolution ****. The following day, Hanzo awoke from slumber, undisturbed by the unfamiliarity of his surroundings. Lord Leader, the meeting is approaching. Would you prefer to go now or have a meal first? A soft voice from the maid outside inquired. Understood, Hanzo replied, noticing the cleverness of the young maid who, sensing urgency, opted to frame her reminder in the guise of a meal invitation. Intrigued, he decided he wished to meet this previously unnoticed maid and added, "Bring the meal in." "Yes, Lord Leader," she responded softly. Before long, the maid entered, head bowed, and announced, "Lord Leader, the meal is ready." "Yes, what is your name? How long have you been here? Do you have family?" Hanzo asked casually, having noticed her striking resemblance to someone from his memories, albeit at a younger age. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the maid's eyes flickered slightly, and she responded, "I am called Niu, an orphan who, due to the war, lost my memory and was discovered and rescued by a ninja brought to the Land of Rain. Lacking suitable candidates, I was sent here to assist with your daily life. I have been with you for almost a year." "No surname?" Hanzo inquired, continuing to eat the sushi she had brought without raising his gaze. "None, Lord," she replied. "Understood. You may rest for now. Return later to tidy up, Hanzo said, finally looking at her, as Neiyu bowed slightly and exited. Danzo, I must admit, I cannot underestimate you. You have managed to place a spy directly in my midst, Hanzo mused, convinced that the maid was indeed Danzo's informant. Neiyu? Her true name must be Yakushi Neiyu. It seemed Konoha harbored significant concerns regarding my leadership in the Land of Rain. Not long after Hanzo departed for the meeting, the maid discreetly released a pigeon. Hanzo's shadow clone watched the scene unfold from shadows. Lord Leader, your mask? It is no longer necessary. I have mastered the situation. Rest assured, Fuji, Lord Leader, Konoha and Sunagakure have gone too far, launching an assault within our territory. We should not cower in our village. We must take the initiative and demonstrate our strength, exclaimed a jonin named Yuyuki as Hanzo entered the meeting room. Yuyuki, silence. Are you questioning Lord Hanzo's orders? Shinda interjected, incensed that someone would dare challenge his steadfast belief. Meanwhile, Heiji had silently risen, his hand inching toward his weapon pouch. And no, I'm not questioning the Lord Leader. I'm merely enough. Everyone, take your seats. Shinda, Heiji, sit down as well, Hanzo commanded, surveying the assembly before him. These were his foundational supporters, albeit somewhat lacking in strength. Although the Land of Rain boasted a reputation comparable to the 5 great villages, such claims were mere exaggeration. The assembly was oblivious to the terrifying depths of those 5 villages, and Hanzo was acutely aware. Once war officially commenced, the 5 great villages would swiftly reveal to them the folly of their arrogance. The current skirmishes were merely minor disturbances preceding the storm. Indeed, I issued the order to fortify our defenses. I am more acutely aware of the Land of Rain's predicament than any of you. I understand your frustrations, believing it more honorable to perish on the battlefield than to capitulate. However, I must convey that a fist can only strike harder when it is drawn back. I hereby issue new orders, Hanzo declared calmly. The ninjas before him exhibited expressions of shame. They should have placed their trust in Lord Hanzo, for the current state of the Land of Rain was entirely attributable to his efforts. Hanzo continued, addressing the now subdued crowd. I am issuing new orders. The room fell silent, then erupted in unison. Yes, Shinda, take a team to reinforce the Sunagakure forces. Heiji, lead a team to bolster the Konoha forces. Fuji, assemble a team for reconnaissance against Awagakure. No need for defensive positions, simply monitor and provide early warning. Yuyuki, patrol within the Land of Rain and manage the reception and relocation of homeless refugees. That I will remain here with the remaining forces, ready to provide support at a moment's notice. Shinda, Heiji, Fuji, your teams must not initiate hostilities while stationed. If approached for negotiations, relay the message. However, if attacked, retaliate fiercely. If overwhelmed, retreat and await reinforcements. Yuyuki, while patrolling, you may engage any enemies within 30 miles of the village. Eliminate them if possible. Should you encounter insurmountable odds, signal for assistance, and I shall come to your aid. Your paramount duty is to safeguard all refugees arriving at the village. Esteemed colleagues, the Land of Rain is frail and thus subject to the oppression of greater nations. A weak nation lacks diplomacy. Stagnation invites conflict. This is an immutable truth, and the foremost step toward the empowerment of a Land of Rain lies in its populace. A larger population will inevitably lead to an increase in our shinobi, and with more shinobi, our territory shall naturally expand. Therefore, safeguarding our civilians equates to safeguarding the Land of Rain. I, Hanzo, implore you all for your support. Moreover, I shall erect a monument. The names of those who perish in battle will be inscribed upon it, and should I fall, my name shall be included as well. I will decree that every year we shall honor our fallen comrades, that if they are descendants, they shall be nurtured to adulthood in the Land of Rain. Thus, I urge you all to have faith. I believe we shall navigate this crisis together. Let us strive for a splendid future for our beloved Land of Rain. Fellow colleagues, upon concluding his speech, Hanzo bowed deeply. Indeed, for Lord Hanzo, for our Land of Rain, and for our future, we shall fight. The assembly of shinobi knelt before Hanzo, raising their voices in unison. Konoha Village. My lord, we have received news from the witch. Very well, present it. Hokage Building. Lord Hiruzen, we have reports from our spies in the Land of Rain. They're undergoing an extensive withdrawal. The reasons remain unclear. Just days ago, an unusual phenomenon occurred in the Hidden Rain Village, with waves of heat emanating from an unknown source, even causing the rain to cease momentarily. Furthermore, Hanzo has now removed his gas mask. Drip, drop. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, inhaled deeply from his pipe and looked up. This implies that Hanzo is no longer the unpredictable toxin he once was. That appears to be the case. Then this is certainly not good news that Hanzo's audacity in removing his mask in front of everyone signifies that he has gained control over his poison, making him an even more formidable adversary, for no one would anticipate the disappearance of his toxic threat. Relay orders to our frontline troops. All Konoha forces are to refrain from provoking the Hidden Rain village. As soon as the third Hokage's words left his lips, a figure sped away. Hiruzen, this also presents a splendid opportunity. Our frontline forces have largely penetrated the borders of the Land of Rain. We should seize more territory. Even if we must eventually retreat, we can leverage the land to barter for resources and funds with the Land of Rain. You cannot let this opportunity slip away. Are you suggesting we force the Land of Rain into an alliance with the Sand Village? Should the Land of Rain and the Sand Village unite, will not the Cloud and Rock villages join in their assault against us? He would not dare. Even if the Land of Rain were to ally with the Sand Village, we would eradicate them both. Konoha's strength is unparalleled. Enough. Danzo, the risks are too great. Hiruzen, you shall come to regret this. Danzo, I am the Hokage Bang. Root. Hiruzen is far too weak. Konoha will perish under his command. Convey a message to the witch. We must ascertain Hanzo's strategies and capabilities. Danzo spoke with a sinister countenance that my lord, but the witch's position is highly precarious. Enough. If she is exposed, so be it. It matters not. She is but a mere girl, and I never expected her to be of significant utility. It is a fortunate twist of fate that she has found herself near Hanzo. If she can uncover vital information, splendid. If not, her exposure will only serve to incite chaos among their ranks. The more disorder, the better. She should feel honored to sacrifice herself for such a cause. All of this is for the sake of Konoha. Understood? Yes, my lord. Chapter 4. Frightening. After the meeting, Hanzo walked along the path leading to the Hidden Rain village, with the sky persistently pouring rain. Shinda and Heiji followed closely behind him. As Hanzo ambled along, he took in the surroundings of the village, which could almost be described as a steel city composed of towers and drainage pipes. The streets were eerily deserted due to the ongoing war, with civilians tightly securing their doors and windows. How are the supplies faring lately? Hanzo inquired. My lord Hanzo. Shinda replied with a furrowed brow. Due to the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure, the Land of Rivers has begun to refuse the sale of provisions. Furthermore, regarding the weaponry we previously procured from the Land of Iron, we can now only sustain 2 full-scale battles. Upon hearing Shinda's response, Hanzo contemplated the plight of the Land of Rivers, caught between 2 great nations, faring even worse than the Land of Rain. Although the Land of Rain was a battlefield, its circumstances were not as dire. The land was not arable enough to yield crops, thus rendering it a mere buffer zone in the war. In contrast, the Land of Rivers possessed ample land and agricultural output, yet it suffered immensely from the conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure. The situation had grown so dire that even the daimyo of the Land of Rivers had fled to the capital of the Fire Country. With a heavy sigh, Hanzo lamented the inherent sin of weakness. While the Land of Rain was also feeble, at least it had the means to endure. The Land of Rivers, however, had yet to establish its own shinobi village. After all, both Konoha and Sunagakure treated it as their own backyard, free to strike and then impose their will upon it. Very well, Hanzo said, please send someone to contact the leader of the grass village. They need only sell us grain, and we shall purchase it at double the market price. Alternatively, should they find themselves in need of military support in the future, the Land of Rain shall stand by their side. Present these 2 conditions for them to choose from. Suddenly, a thought struck Hanzo, and he turned back to continue. Commence a discreet search for the child with crimson hair. This matter is of the utmost secrecy. Do not harm him or anyone near him. It would be best if we could bring him in. Since yesterday, Hanzo had scarcely had time to ponder anything else. Now that arrangements were in place, he recalled the destruction of the Land of Whirlpools and the ongoing conflict between Konoha and Sunagakure within the borders of the Land of Rain. It occurred to him that Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko had likely become refugees by now. Yahiko, an idealist, was often described as having the aspirations of a protagonist without the fortune to match, seeking peace without reliance on force, only to meet a tragic end. Conan was undoubtedly a prodigy in internal affairs, possessing formidable abilities in paper techniques, and nearly vanquished Obito with her golden tears. After Yahiko's demise, Nagato's faith crumbled, consumed by a desire to inflict suffering upon others, leaving the governance of the Land of Rain to Conan. While Nagato was powerful, he was primarily a simple shinobi. In essence, a shinobi is merely a tool. Lacking a core ideology, Nagato ultimately fulfilled the desires of others at the time of his demise. Such a person is ill-suited for leadership. However, as a pure shinobi, he would be a perfect fit. Moreover, acquiring Nagato would provide a rationale for taking action against the Grass Village, claiming one of our own for the sake of our kin. As for my own exit from there, that would entail a different price altogether. The presence of Madara and Kaguya indeed posed a significant dilemma. To date, Hanzo had yet to devise a suitable solution. Surely, he could not allow the delectable cake that was Nagato to go uneaten simply because Madara and Kaguya stood guard. Though this cake was fraught with thorns, its allure was undeniable. While Hanzo was lost in thought, an information ninja approached from the distance. "Leader, we intercepted a message intended for a Konoha spy. Strangely, it appears that Konoha is not apprehensive about being discovered. In fact, they seem to desire it." The recipient is, before Hanzo could interject, Shinda, standing behind him, had already begun to speak. "Who is the spy? Damn Konoha, I knew it." "Shinda, remain calm. Please provide me with the details. We must keep this under wraps to avoid unnecessary turmoil," Hanzo instructed, glancing at the intelligence he held in his hands. The situation had shifted, ascertain Hanzo's strength and intentions. The moment he finished reading, the document in his hand turned to ash. "All right, Shinda, Heiji, follow me. After all, we are to head to the battlefield tomorrow, and there are matters I must discuss with you. Heiji, you have seen the intelligence, correct?" "Yes, leader." They both replied in unison. "Do not be anxious. Come here shortly. We will talk at my residence," Hanzo declared, proceeding toward his tower without waiting for the two. "Yes, my lord," they echoed. "Heiji, why do you think Hanzo burned the intelligence? Was it erroneous? And why did he summon Heiji to his home?" "Hanzo's fire techniques are truly formidable," Shinda pondered aloud. "I'm not certain. Hanzo indeed possesses great strength," Heiji replied. "Come on, Heiji, you're too dull. It's rather uninteresting. Wait for me. We can discuss the deployment of troops after visiting Hanzo." The two companions whispered as they trailed behind him. "Leader, welcome home. Are you ready to eat?" Hanzo looked at the demure young girl before him and asked, "Neiyu, how old are you this year?" "Forgive me, leader. Due to memory loss, I cannot recall, but the ninja said I should be around 7 or 8 years old," she replied. "Ah, I see. Do you miss your family?" Hanzo inquired, not waiting for a response as he strode into the dining room. "Serve the food." Observing the flustered girl bustling about, Hanzo felt a surge of compassion. She had been cast out as a child to serve as a spy and had tragically lost her adoptive son due to a misunderstanding. It was all because she had known too much and had become uncontrollable. "Neiyu, would you like to follow me from now on?" he asked. The moment the words left his lips, the girl trembled, quickly kneeling to respond, "Leader, I have already chosen to follow you." The medic, Neiyu, was uncertain whether she had exposed herself. Though she did not raise her gaze, she could sense that this shinobi, capable of determining her fate, was now suspicious of her. If she misspoke, her life could be forfeit. What had she done wrong? Trained from a young age to be a spy, her survival thus far had relied on luck and innate talent. As Hanzo observed the quivering girl before him, he acknowledged that, despite her potential, she was merely a child of less than 10 years. "Enough, little one. There is no need for further testing. I am already aware. You may come in now." The moment Neiyu saw the two individuals entering, she understood that she had been exposed. Shinda and Heiji were Hanzo's most trusted companions, and now they had arrived, coinciding with the orders issued during the meeting, causing the entire Hidden Rain village to stir. The sound of ninjas treading upon the muddy ground heightened her anxiety. Hanzo, however, casually took a bite of the meal presented by the girl and remarked, "Listen, the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village are beginning to mobilize. When ninjas move, it signifies that lives will be lost, and with loss comes sorrow. When sorrow arises, truths are spoken. Speak, for you have at least 3 statements to share with me." "I do not go by the name Neiyu. That is not the phrase. The intelligence I convey belongs to you, my lord. Nor is that the phrase." Just after these 2 sentences were spoken, Chinon approached quietly and whispered something in Hanzo's ear. Meanwhile, the young medic, Yao Shiyi Neiyu, grew increasingly anxious. Shinon, please say it again loudly. I did not hear you. Chapter 5. Dreams within the heart. Shinon, please repeat. I did not hear you. Yes, my lord. Our intelligence team has intercepted messages from Konoha directed towards spies lurking within the village, and the recipient of these messages is rather telling. Understood. You may leave. Since Shinon entered to deliver the news, Hanzo had been observing the young girl before him. Clearly, this wandering which appeared quite tender and was trembling like a leaf. Little girl, it seems you have been forsaken. It is understandable. Using the life of such a young child to incite my suspicions regarding the village would deter my eagerness to deploy troops. This way, Konoha's frontline forces can claim more spoils of war. Your Konoha is indeed ruthless. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, Shinda and Pingji, standing behind the little maid, finally grasped the situation. This girl was a spy? How could she have infiltrated so close to Lord Hanzo, even without the ability to perceive memories in the land of rain? Such a mistake should not have occurred. My lord, may I be laid to rest in the land of rain after my death. I have a deep affection for this land, and although I may not deserve it, I wish not to live in deceit nor die without a place to rest. I do not wish to become carrion for wild beasts. I long for a home of my own, even if it is merely a grave. Hanzo regarded the young girl thoughtfully. Indeed, being cast out as a spy from such a young age would evoke resentment in anyone. Regardless of whether her feelings were genuine or feigned, it was imperative for him to probe deeper into her grievances against Konoha. I have heard that when the first Hokage, Hashirama, founded the village, his motto was to cease mutual aggression and to protect the growth of the next generation. Both the first and second Hokage accomplished this, with the latter even sacrificing himself to protect his disciples. Thus, while I respect these two predecessors, I feel despair. If the upper echelons of Konoha are so, what future do we, the small nations caught between great powers, possess? Yet, I now feel shame for my earlier concerns. Even a child as young as you is sent out as a spy. Judging by your experience, I assume this is not your first encounter. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, Yaoshi Yinayu lifted her gaze. Perhaps realizing her fate was sealed, she gradually calmed and responded, I am an orphan. I was sealed at the age of 5 and sent out as a spy. I am now 10 years old. The years of espionage have left me malnourished, which is why I appear younger than my age. Please do not blame the ninja who brought me to you. My selection as your maid was merely coincidental. This past year serving you has been the happiest time of my short life. Upon hearing such sentiments from Yaoshi Yinayu, Hanzo reflected on his past treatment of her. He had not been particularly kind to the girl. They were practically strangers. After all, Hanzo had once been an ambitious, dream-driven ninja, treating his subordinates well, never resorting to oppression of his maids. Ironically, it was this very disregard that perhaps afforded the young spy a semblance of safety. Little girl, have you learned about me? My lord, you have spent 20 years transforming the land of rain from a desolate state to one capable of standing alongside the 5 great nations. You are a remarkable ninja. It appears you know something of me, but your knowledge is limited. Would you care to hear of my early life? It would be my honor, my lord. I was born in this land, perpetually steeped in sorrow. My ninja talent was commendable, and from a young age, I was trained as a ninja. I was fortunate to be attuned to the venomous summoning beast, the salamander. This was both my fortune and my misfortune. The blessing was that the salamander quickly accepted me, and we trained together. Then came a day when your first Hokage, Hashirama, sought to establish a balance of power through the distribution of tailed beasts, aiming to avert wars, at least to prevent conflicts from arising easily. However, the land of rain was too weak at that time to afford such powerful creatures. Consequently, the village leaders decided to develop a similar ability on their own, marking the beginning of my misfortune. They infused the venom of the salamander into our bodies, and I alone survived. My companions, my friends, were all lost. From that day forth, my blood became toxic. Even my breath turned lethal, forcing me to wear a heavy, unsightly gas mask. As a result of the poison, no one dared approach me. Some even began to bully and isolate me. I bear no ill will towards them. They were merely fearful, much like how other villages oppressed the Jinchuriki of tailed beasts. Though they were heroes of the village, they suffered insults, beatings, and isolation. These individuals, terrified of the sealed beasts, dared to oppress the ones who bore them. I only find them pitiable. After the first Hokage's death, war erupted, revealing a profound truth. It was not the tailed beasts that brought peace, but rather the first Hokage who suppressed the entire ninja world. Thus, I dedicated myself to training. spending 20 years cultivating the land of rain into its current form. I will not allow anyone to destroy my nation. No one shall have that power. Why should great nations wield control over the lives of small nations? That is inherently unjust. I do not deny that I am a dictator. A great dictatorship is preferable to a hypocritical democracy. Henceforth, I shall lead the land of rain to quell all dissent against me. Just as I once suppressed those who opposed me within my own nation. There exist numerous nations, large and small, upon this land. Is this not a betrayal of the Sage of Six Paths? Thus, I aim to unify all nations. If we endure the pain of amalgamation into a single state, wars will cease, and children will no longer be sent to battle. Ninjas will not merely be tools for killing, and ninjutsu will no longer be employed solely for murder. I shall erect a magnificent and prosperous nation upon the ruins of all former states, ensuring that every individual can lead a happy life. Yao Shinayu gazed at the impassioned man before her, momentarily struck dumb. His thoughts were terrifying, his ambitions vast. Was he sharing so much with her because he feared for his life? Yet, she could not deny that, at this moment. She longed to witness the nation he spoke of. Alas, she feared she might not live to see it. My lord, your vision is indeed formidable. But I must acknowledge that the future you describe is undeniably beautiful. However, your path will be fraught with difficulties. Nevertheless, I support you and will watch over you from the realm of the dead as you pursue your aspirations. As she spoke, Yao Shinayu bowed her head once more. Hanzo, having transitioned from confusion yesterday to clarity today, finally understood his desires. Unification. It is inscribed in the very bones of every descendant of Huaxia. As a student of history, Hanzo comprehended that since the time of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, every ruler has strived for the unification of the nation. Even in ancient times, a ruler who did not pursue unification would face rebellion from their subordinates, leading to further unification. I have shared all this with you not to vent, nor to justify your demise. The nation I envision requires like-minded individuals to assist in its realization. Will you join me? The eyes of the pharmacist Yano suddenly glistened with tears as she spoke. But I am a spy, a traitor against you. Do you truly wish to trust me and surrender yourself to my dictatorial command? Hanzo gazed at the young girl before him, extending his hand. My lord, I am willing to serve you as my master. I shall dedicate everything to you. Yano deeply bowed her head and slowly placed her hand into Hanzo's. In that moment, she appeared to have genuinely found herself. From now on, just like Shinda, I shall call you Lord Hanzo. At that moment, Shinda and Hinji trembled, kneeling as they proclaimed, we too shall dedicate all, including our lives, to your dream. Chapter 6. A fateful meeting. Yano, send a message to Shimura Danzo. We must arrange a meeting. At that time, we shall lift the seal on your tongue, and you will be free. Hanzo gently patted Yano's little head. Very well, thank you, Lord Hanzo. I shall go now. Yano quietly nuzzled against his large hand, bowed, and closed the door to convey the message. As she departed, Hanzo wore an odd expression. Could she be turning into a Yandere? Indeed. The ninja profession demands a psychological evaluation, for nearly all ninjas possess troubled minds. They grow stronger through their beliefs, but abandon them at their peril, leading them down a path of despair. Consequently, ninjas often become rather eccentric. Take Naruto, the protagonist of the Hokage series. He forgives Obito, who killed his parents, and Nagato, who took his teacher's life. Even if one could extend forgiveness, should they really befriend them and call them cool? That is pure folly. As Hanzo pondered, he manipulated the water orb in his hand with chakra. Clearly, he was developing the Rasengan, as he could currently only utilize fire release, while the Rasengan, being non-elemental, was more suitable for him. Knock, knock. Come in. Lord Hanzo, the message has been sent. We should expect a reply within 2 days. Additionally, Lord Shinda has sent word that the red-haired child you requested has been found. Hanzo looked at Yano, her eyes sparkling with anticipation, and said, Shall we go see her together, little Yano? Yes, Lord Hanzo. A refugee camp? Indeed, my lord. According to Lord Shinda's instructions, the child will be brought directly to you upon returning to the village. However, she is reluctant to leave her companions. Lord Shinda specifically instructed against using force, so we have arranged for her to stay in the refugee camp until we inform you. Very well, lead me there. As Hanzo observed the impoverished residents of the refugee camp, he noted their gaunt faces and frail bodies. Truly, it is better to be a peaceful dog than a wandering soul. Yet, has there ever been true peace in the ninja world? Perhaps sensing the shift in Hanzo's mood from joy to silence upon entering the camp, Unyielding spoke, "My lord, you have done enough. Without your acceptance of these refugees, many would have perished. Therefore, please hold your head high. You are the hope of the land of rain." Upon hearing this, Hanzo placed his hand on Unyielding's head, stroking her gently as he replied, "Haha, I must thank you, little Unyielding, for believing in me. I carry the hopes of the entire land of rain upon my shoulders, so rest assured, I shall not lose my way." As Hanzo and Unyielding conversed while walking, the leading ninja halted and announced, "My lord, this tent is the one. The 3 children are inside. Thank you for your hard work. You may return to your duties." After dismissing the leading ninja, Hanzo lifted the tent flap and saw the 3 children gathered inside. Fate had indeed brought them together. "This is Lord Hanzo, the leader of the land of rain. You may address him as my lord." Unyielding cheerfully introduced Hanzo to the trio. "Greetings, my lord," they chorused, with Yahiko speaking up. Conan, hiding behind Nagato and Yahiko, secretly observed the man who had provided them with a tent and food. Yahiko, aware that in the ninja world, kindness is rarely without ulterior motives, cautiously inquired, "May I ask, Lord Hanzo, what business do you have with Nagato?" Hanzo regarded the yellow-haired boy attempting to maintain his composure and pondered the possibility that Indra and Ashura had not reincarnated together until their deaths. Seeing Yahiko, Hanzo wondered if Ashura had grown bored in the afterlife and decided to venture out for a while. "From your tone, it seems you know of me. Why do you presume I would feel compelled to explain myself to you?" As Hanzo spoke, he utilized his sensory abilities to scan for any suspicious chakra in the vicinity, fully aware that Nagato's eyes were being monitored by the white Zetsu. Unfortunately, he detected nothing amiss. Yahiko was momentarily taken aback by Hanzo's words. Indeed, he had heard tales of the infamous Hanzo, a man who could kill without a second thought, whose very breath was said to be toxic, leading to agonizing deaths. "Well, little one, do you feel your own frailty? You possess the desire to protect your friends, yet your strength does not align with your intentions. The only reason you are alive is due to my mercy. Do not harbor resentment towards me. Rather, reflect on who is responsible for your family's demise. I am, after all, your savior, am I not?" With that, Hanzo concluded the small talk and summoned the red-haired child. Looking down at Nagato, he inquired, "Are you Nagato?" "Yes, my lord." "And your parents?" "Slain by the ninjas of Konoha." "Are you aware of your surname?" "Surname? I seem to have none." "You should indeed have the surname Uzumaki. Being a survivor of the Uzumaki clan that was annihilated a few years ago." As Nagato grappled with this revelation, Hanzo continued, "Your clan shares a bloodline with the Senju clan, the founders of Konoha, making you distant relatives and natural allies. The symbol of your Uzumaki clan is even represented in the Konoha headband, signifying a long-standing friendship between the two clans." Upon hearing that he belonged to a lineage and had a homeland, Nagato initially felt a spark of joy, only to be met with the harsh reality of its destruction. Hesitantly, he asked, "Then, my lord, why was the Uzumaki clan wiped out? Who did this?" Hanzo paused to consider his words before responding. "Your clan was too powerful, but not powerful enough." In that moment, not only Nagato but also Yahiko, Conan, and Unyielding were left perplexed. Your clan was known for its vitality, unparalleled sealing techniques, and generous nature. You established the Uzumaki village, living in self-sufficiency, with the ability to subdue the ferocious-tailed beasts and even harness their powers. You were indeed strong, yet not strong enough to dominate all. Furthermore, you were natural allies with Konoha, existing as a thorn in their side. Thus, after the deaths of the first and second Hokage, it was only a matter of time before the 4 great nations, lightning, water, earth, and wind, along with various minor nations, banded together to annihilate you. Oh, and by the way, the greatest beneficiaries of this clan's destruction were your allies, the village of Konoha. They acquired nearly all the Uzumaki clan's techniques, along with a pure-blooded Uzumaki Jinchuriki capable of suppressing the 9 tails. Nagato found this hard to believe and hurriedly asked, "But isn't the Hidden Leaf allied with the Land of Whirlpools? Why would they allow it to be annihilated?" "Humph. During the era of the Senju clan, when they held the position of Hokage, the Hidden Leaf was indeed an ally of the Land of Whirlpools. However, do not forget that the current leader of the Hidden Leaf bears the name Sarutobi, possessing no ties to your clan. Young one, this is the harsh reality. As for why I seek the surviving members of the Uzumaki clan, it is because I was once favored by your clan in my youth. favors must be repaid. While I cannot intervene in the annihilation of your nation, I can certainly seek out the survivors of your clan and protect my own Hanzo." With that, Konoha's Yamanaka left. Hanzo turned to the entrance of the tent, halting briefly before continuing. "Stay by my side and learn the skills necessary for survival. None of you three can endure in this chaotic world as you are. My lord, will you really let Nagato go with him? It's fine. He will inevitably witness the darkness of this Shinobi world. Our primary objective now is to swiftly locate an Uchiha with the potential to awaken their Sharingan. My time is limited." Chapter 7. Schemes. The Hokage's office. Konoha Sarutobi Hiruzen, in the prime of his life, raised his gaze to the one-eyed man before him while holding a pipe. "We can meet to ascertain his intentions. Reports from the front indicate that Pain from the Hidden Rain village has arrived with a large contingent to establish defensive fortifications." The one-eyed man, known as Shimura Danzo, whose singular I was wrapped in bandages, contemplated seriously. "Understood. Pain is the one referred to as Hanzo's left hand, correct? I shall head to the front lines in the next couple of days to replace Shikumo, as his recent prominence poses a threat to the village's balance." Taking a deep drag from his pipe, Sarutobi seemed to disregard the remark. Danzo, upon reaching the office door, recalled something and returned. "We have failed again. All have turned to trees, with no survivors. I believe that is enough. My clan has nearly no able-bodied men left. Cease this matter at once. Hurry to the front." The once serious expression on Danzo's face twisted into something more sinister. "Humph, I understand. I will set out in the next few days." "Damn, Sarutobi. I was merely a moment too slow. Thus you became the light of Konoha, while I was cast into darkness. But you are far too weak. Only I possess the capability to lead Konoha." With this thought, Danzo declared, "Number 1, that boy is naive and reckless. If he cannot be retrieved, proceed with the plan. Understood?" "Yes, my lord. Just because the clan cannot be involved does not preclude direct relatives from doing so, even if he cannot be brought back. That boy's talent is beginning to surface. Should he grow smoothly, he will garner far too much support, which is detrimental to Konoha's development. Everything must serve Konoha's interests." "Lord Hanzo, may I enter?" Hanzo, hearing the voice of the medic Yamanaka Nonai at the door, felt a twinge of helplessness. Recently, Nonai had changed significantly. Though she remained polite and respectful, the infatuation on the face of a mere 10-year-old girl felt somewhat off, especially since Hanzo was nearing 40. Yet, despite this thought, he spoke. "Come in, Yamanaka Nonai." Upon hearing Hanzo's voice, Nonai smiled brightly, swiftly pushing the door open and bowing. "Lord Hanzo, Konoha has responded, requesting you to meet 5 days hence at the troops' encampment to discuss matters." Hanzo felt a wave of relief upon hearing Konoha's reply, fearing the chaos Danzo might stir, which could lead to unforeseen complications. The Land of Rain, entrenched in the Fourth War, found it exceedingly difficult to emerge, necessitating the need to cling to a powerful ally. Currently, Konoha was that desirable leg, plump and tender. However, would circumstances change by the time of his arrival? Hanzo's objective for the Land of Rain was to demonstrate sufficient strength early on, creating opportunities to secure the greatest spoils of victory. Aiming to seize a grain base for the Land of Rain before the war concluded, especially with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, still in his prime. He would not permit the Land of Rain to rise. The Second World War would make the Land of Rain known to all, while the Third World War would herald its ascendance. Konoha's troop encampment, how dull. I wonder how long this war will last. What do you think, Orochimaru? Do not meddle with your trivial pursuits just yet. I have brought Tsunade along. Let us converse for a while. The carefree voice belonged to Jiraiya, who, while speaking, cast a lecherous glance at Tsunade beside him. However, upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, Orochimaru did not turn, remaining focused on the test tube in his hand. After a considerable time, even Tsunade began to grow impatient before Orochimaru finally spoke. "What I hold is the truth, the secret of this world. You, fool, cannot comprehend it." Before Jiraiya could respond, Orochimaru continued, "Have you not heard? Danzo has arrived. Do not forget his nature. This war is likely to escalate. And do not overlook the fact that the Hidden Rain village has always been vigilant against us. This war will not conclude anytime soon. Can you not deduce such a simple matter?" Jiraiya, taken aback, exclaimed in frustration, "What? How could I possibly overlook something so obvious?" Just as Jiraiya was about to retort against Orochimaru's doubt, Tsunade interjected, "The command on the battlefield has shifted from Mito Minjo to Shimura Danzo. And Shikomo's vice commander has also been replaced. I worry about the old man's reasoning. Why would he bring Danzo out at this time? I was hoping to conclude this swiftly to return for a grand gamble. I haven't rolled the dice in ages. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Orochimaru's eyes narrowed. He had anticipated Danzo's replacement of Mito Menjo, but the removal of Shikomo's vice commander, a critical asset in this war, raised concerns. Could it be? Orochimaru's political acumen was not to be underestimated. After all, he was being groomed as a future Hokage. At present, he did not exude the cold, sinister aura associated with him later on. Although his aloofness made him hard to approach, it also lent him a unique charm. As the three engaged in idle chatter, they suddenly fell silent. Lord Orochimaru, Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya, please report to the command center immediately. Once the ninja outside left, the three exchanged glances. Ha. Let us see what task that old man Danzo has assigned us, summoning all three of us. Shut up, fool. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly at the antics of Jiraiya and the irate Tsunade. Upon entering the command center, the oppressive atmosphere cast a chill over them, as they were met with Danzo's grim visage. Commander, Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru reporting. Danzo addressed the three. In 3 days, the leader of the Land of Rain, Hanzo the Salamander, will come here to negotiate, so I require all three of you to lead a team to ambush and eliminate him. Upon hearing this, not only Tsunade and Jiraiya, but even Orochimaru was taken aback, setting aside the question of whether they could succeed in the assassination. To ambush someone who was scheduled for negotiations? Both parties had restrained themselves thus far, avoiding conflict. This would only provoke a confrontation with Konoha. I am aware of your thoughts, but we are Konoha, the foremost shinobi village in the shinobi world. His desire to negotiate is merely a ploy for us to withdraw from the Land of Rain or to gain concessions. Does he truly believe he is worthy of negotiating with Konoha? After Danzo's explanation, Jiraiya asked, does the Hokage know about this? Upon hearing Jiraiya mention the third Hokage, Danzo's expression darkened as he coldly remarked, Humph, I will explain this to Hizen. What you all need to do is obey my commands as the leader, rather than oppose me here. Now prepare yourselves. Jiraiya attempted to voice his thoughts, but before he could, Orochimaru interjected, Yes, Lord Danzo. We three shall make the necessary arrangements. As they exited the command tent, Jiraiya could no longer contain himself and turned to Tsunade and Orochimaru, saying, Orochimaru, how could you agree to this? It will provoke a backlash from the Land of Rain, don't you understand? Tsunade, say something. Aren't you usually so domineering? Why are you silent now? Tsunade, looking at her comrade, sighed and explained, although I often call you an idiot, you can't truly be that naive, can you? Clearly, Danzo intends to deal with the Land of Rain before we confront the hidden sand. It makes sense. We can't allow the Land of Rain to just sit back and watch while our two nations clash, only to benefit from it later. Before Jiraiya could respond, Tsunade turned to leave, stating, I need to inform Shoshin that I will be out of the camp for a few days. I'll take my leave now, Orochimaru. You handle the rest. This is the training task for my disciple over the next few days. Make sure he completes it. I will check upon his progress upon my return. Orochimaru tossed a scroll to Tsunade before departing, for he was quite busy managing the ninja for their upcoming mission. Watching his two companions leave, Jiraiya murmured to himself, as long as we eliminate Hanzo, the Land of Rain will no longer pose a threat. Then we can focus entirely on battling the hidden sand. Victory over the sand will yield immense spoils for us. But what if we fail? Chapter 8. Training a few days ago, I had already instructed you on chakra cultivation. Now I intend to teach you something different. By channeling your chakra into the test paper before you, you will discern your elemental affinity. Hanzo handed each of them a piece of test paper. Indeed, Nagato displayed an affinity for all elements, Yahiko for fire, wind, and water, while Konan exhibited wind, earth, and water. Hanzo was surprised to discover that both Yahiko and Konan possessed 3 affinities. Nagato, your chakra is of all elements, and it is quite substantial. I suggest you pursue the development of combined ninjutsu in the future. Hanzo had aspirations of nurturing Nagato into a formidable artillery-type ninja. A member of the Uzumaki clan with such vast chakra could provide overwhelming firepower. However, Nagato still seemed hesitant to trust Hanzo fully, as he had yet to reveal the issue with his eyes. Thus, Hanzo decided to play the fool for the time being. After arranging Nagato's training, Hanzo turned to Konan and said, Konan, your chakra is rather typical. Not everyone can be of the Uzumaki clan, which is a talent that cannot be envied. Therefore, I recommend you choose one of your 3 affinities to focus on. Once you have made your decision, let me know. As for you, Yahiko, let us train in taijutsu together, shall we? All right, you 3 youngsters, go climb trees and walk on water. Yamanaka Nozomi will guide you. Much appreciated. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Follow me. Just as Yamanaka Nozomi was about to take the 3 for their training, Konan seemed to have made a decision and said, Lord Hanzo, may I have a moment of your time? Of course. Have you decided on your affinity? Hanzo assumed she had chosen her main element, and he instructed Nagato and Yahiko to proceed with their training. Due to Hanzo's guidance, Konan and her companions now had a place to stay, enough food to eat, and the opportunity to learn ninjutsu. For this, Konan felt immense gratitude. However, facing Hanzo alone made her somewhat nervous. She took a deep breath and said, Lord Hanzo, may I offer you a flower as a token of my appreciation for sheltering us and teaching us ninjutsu? With that, she used her chakra to fold a piece of paper into a flower and presented it to Hanzo. Hanzo gazed at the paper flower in his hand. Had she already developed the ability to manipulate paper? Although the flower's design was simple, it was understandable given that this was Konan's first encounter with chakra. It is quite beautiful. I shall accept it. I believe you have discovered a suitable ninjutsu for yourself, have you not? Now, go and develop your paper manipulation abilities. Thank you, Lord Hanzo. Is this the path you are guiding me towards? I will not disappoint you, Lord Hanzo. Next, Yamanaka Nozomi led the trio to begin their training, while Hanzo himself settled beneath a tree, glancing at his own blade, the Shikutten. The Shikutten possessed immense power and could easily cause indiscriminate damage once released. However, Hanzo's current chakra levels could not sustain prolonged combat with it. He planned to utilize the unreleased Shikutten in conjunction with his fire-release ninjutsu and Rasengan. For even the unreleased Shikutten was not an entity to be trifled with in the ninja world. He would only unleash the Shikutten when faced with particularly troublesome foes or when swift resolution was necessary. Speaking of the Rasengan, Hanzo had successfully developed it, as the manga had clearly depicted the training methods. Now, he merely needed to infuse his fire chakra into the Rasengan, yet he had not achieved success thus far. He observed the Rasengan in his hand and slowly began to channel fire chakra into it. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, the tree he leaned against collapsed, propelling him away. Ah, Lord Hanzo, are you all right? Please be cautious. Shaking his slightly dazed head, Hanzo heard Yamanaka Nozomi chattering beside him, applying healing ninjutsu to his injured right hand. Watching Nozomi as he healed, Hanzo inquired, Did you learn your healing ninjutsu in Konoha? Or? At this, Nozomi's expression became somewhat awkward, and his earlier chatter ceased. He replied in a subdued tone, My teacher said that as a spy, one will inevitably sustain injuries, and basic medical ninjutsu could save my life. Noticing the melancholy in Nozomi's demeanor regarding the spy issue, Hanzo gently patted the boy's head. Let bygones be bygones. It seems your talent for medical ninjutsu is quite promising. Unfortunately, there are not many qualified medical ninjas in the Land of Rain, so I cannot provide much assistance. However, in a few days when you meet with Danzo, there may be a chance for you. Hanzo rose and glanced at the 3 who had been drawn by the sound of the explosion, then looked back at Yamanaka Nozomi. The reason Hanzo chose to teach Yahiko and the others ninjutsu without allowing them to formally apprentice under him was primarily due to Yahiko's overly idealistic mindset, which starkly contrasted with Hanzo's approach of forceful suppression for unity. Nagato and Konan would undoubtedly refuse to abandon their companion. Hanzo even foresaw that once he began to encroach upon neighboring small nations, Yahiko would certainly lead Nagato and Konan away. Thus, whether they became his apprentices was of little consequence. Moreover, Hanzo believed Yahiko was doomed to perish, not only because Obito needed to draw Nagato into darkness, but also due to Yahiko's naive ideals, which would ultimately lead to his demise. Once Yahiko fell, Nagato would succumb to darkness, making him a prime target. Thus, Yahiko's fate was sealed. Not even the Sage of Six Paths could save him. His doom was already preordained. Of course, Hanzo did not acknowledge the existence of a tradition of master slaughtering within the Naruto world. Absolutely not. Just look at the legacy of the third Hokage. Master slaughtering has become a graduation ceremony. Orochimaru killed his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Nagato killed his teacher, Jiraiya. Obito killed his teacher, Minato. The master-disciple relationships in the Naruto world are truly terrifying. Hanzo quickly shook his head to dispel these thoughts. Yahiko, come here. Upon hearing Hanzo call his name, Yahiko rushed over, exclaiming, "Master, I'm here." Hanzo promptly interrupted, "What master? I have not taken you as my disciple. You are merely my subordinates. I have told you many times that I advocate for the suppression of dissent through force. Our ideologies differ, so refrain from calling me master." Yahiko, with a look of defiance, replied, "Only through mutual understanding can peace be achieved. Your perspective is too terrifying. It will only breed greater hatred and resistance. In my heart, you are our master, right, Nagato and Konan?" Yahiko was correct. "Nagato, do not follow Yahiko's lead. That will only trouble Lord Hanzo." Observing this exchange, Hanzo concluded that Konan was the more sensible one. Before he could ponder further, he heard Konan say, "However, I still acknowledge you as our master." Damn Yahiko. He has led Konan astray. Hanzo gazed at Yahiko, who passionately proclaimed the need for mutual understanding to achieve peace, and felt a headache coming on. Although he knew any advice would likely be in vain, he still wished to try. "Do you know who the last person to advocate for such ideas was?" Yahiko, surprised, pondered if there was indeed someone who shared his beliefs. That person was Hashirama Senju, known as the god of shinobi, the first Hokage of Konohagakure. His wish was to achieve world peace through understanding. Yet, reality has proven his ideals to be misguided. Will you continue down this path? But he did bring peace. Did he not? Yahiko's spirits fell. Indeed, if someone as powerful as Hashirama failed, how can I succeed? Hanzo regarded Yahiko and continued. You know that Konoha was founded by the Senju and Uchiha clans, right? The leader of the Uchiha clan at that time is now a taboo in the ninja world. A name rarely mentioned. His ideology was conquest through power. Unfortunately, he was not trusted, perhaps blinded by the current peace. His friend, Hashirama, failed to understand him. And even his own clan abandoned him. What I wish to convey is that reality has already spoken, has it not? The peace Hashirama brought was not due to mutual understanding, but rather his might. After his death, the conflicts escalated from clan battles to wars between nations. Yahiko abruptly looked up at Hanzo, speaking earnestly, "I cannot accept your ideology. War only breeds hatred, and hatred transforms into war. I still believe that understanding is the sole path to peace, and I will strive for this goal. That is my ninja way." Damn it, I truly cannot persuade him. He is as stubborn as a rock in a latrine, foul and unyielding. Hanzo, having nearly given up on reasoning with Yahiko, decided to change the subject. "All right, enough of this. I will teach you a sword drawing technique. Watch closely, as I will only demonstrate once." Hanzo crouched slightly, placing his hand on the sword's hilt. With a swift motion, he vanished from his spot, reappearing in the training ground, drawing his sword in an instant before sheathing it. The entire process took less than a second. Several thick wooden posts were severed, the cut surfaces smooth yet charred, showcasing Hanzo's formidable prowess. Observing the broken wood, Hanzo realized that his chakra inherently possessed a fire attribute. Yahiko rushed over, staring incredulously at the wooden posts, exclaiming, "Master, I want to learn this. I call this technique blade stroke. By utilizing the body flicker technique to close the distance and swiftly swing the blade, the edge is imbued with chakra. However, this is still too advanced for you. Start by practicing 1,000 sword swings daily." He said that? Ha ha ha. No wonder he transformed a backward, impoverished nation into one capable of standing toe-to-toe with the 5 great nations in just 20 years. Yet, he remains unaware that was merely my original intention. Now I have a more expedient method for peace. I will consider an attempt at persuasion. If it fails, so be it. What is most crucial at this stage? I still have not found it. I will continue to observe. It will reveal itself in due time. Chapter 9. Ambusha group was hastily traversing the rain, making their way to the front lines, led by Hanzo. Noticing that the 4 young ones were struggling to keep up, he spoke. "We are nearing the front lines. Let us take a brief rest. We will resume in 30 minutes. Hanzo originally intended to bring only the medical nin, no but changed his mind at the last moment, wishing to expose the others to the realities of the ninja world and shatter their illusions. He added, "The war in the land of rain will soon commence. Prepare yourselves mentally. You four are still too weak. After a quick tour at the front lines, you will return with the relief team to continue your training. Although the land of rain is weak, it is not so feeble as to send 10-year-olds to battle. Ninja tend to mature early, and at the age of 10, they are already capable of participating in combat, albeit often relegated to the role of cannon fodder. The 3, excluding Nonai, had only recently begun to engage with chakra, and even the most talented among them would require time to grow. Listening to Hanzo's words, his stature seemed to grow larger in the eyes of the young ones. My lord Orochimaru, I have observed with my Byakugan that a team is approaching, moving at a leisurely pace. They should reach the ambush site in approximately 10 minutes. The chakra of the leader is immensely powerful and radiant, so much so that my Byakugan cannot bear to gaze directly at him. The only one in Amigakure with such strength must be their leader, Hanzo of the Salamander, while the rest range from Chunin to Special Jonin. A Hyuga clan ninja accompanying Orochimaru squinted, discomfort by Hanzo's blinding chakra. Thank you for your hard work, Iwakaikuin. Please take a moment to rest. Meanwhile, Hanzo, who was on the move, suddenly sensed something amiss but could not pinpoint it. Just then, he bellowed, "Stop! Everyone, retreat immediately." Summoning technique. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the forest was filled with ignited explosive tags, and the young ones were left paralyzed with fear, unsure of how to escape. When the dust cleared from the explosions, Hanzo summoned the salamander to shield the four youngsters and surveyed their surroundings, realizing they were surrounded. Thankfully, his timely warning had prevented severe casualties, and he then declared, "Come out. Only you from Konoha could orchestrate such a grand scheme with explosive tags. And only you could have calculated my arrival at the front lines. Ha ha ha. It seems one cannot underestimate the long-renowned ninja. I, Orochimaru, elite Jonin of Konoha, have arrived. And I, Jiraiya, elite Jonin of Konoha, am here. Not to mention, Tsunade, elite Jonin of Konoha, has arrived." Hanzo gazed at the trio, who were beginning to reveal their prowess. Though netizens in his previous life mocked them as the three of debauchery, they were actually known as Jiraiya, the immortal, Tsunade, the legendary sucker, and Orochimaru, the undying. Is this what Konoha calls peace negotiations? Does this signify Konoha's declaration of war against the Land of Rain? Orochimaru, observing Hanzo's calm demeanor, stated, "Lord Hanzo, you are aware of the truth, are you not? Should you fall here, the Land of Rain will be no different from any other small nation. Konoha does not care whether war is declared. The only reason the 5 great shinobi villages regard the Land of Rain with caution is due to your presence." This condescending feeling was indeed uncomfortable. Such was the tragedy of a small nation. At the same time, Hanzo realized that this was also an opportunity for him. If he displayed formidable strength, the subsequent plans would unfold much more smoothly. "Yano, you four are moving too slowly. Let Jofa take you. The rest will follow him on a detour to the front lines. I will meet up with you before dusk." As soon as Hanzo finished speaking, the guard team began to shout, "Leader, we can fight alongside you. Trust us. Lord Hanzo, I will await your return. I have yet to witness the future you speak of. I long for you to show me." Yahi, Nagato, and Konan expressed their faith in Hanzo. "We are merely a burden now," Yano, the medic, whispered, aware that staying behind only made her a liability. Hearing her words, Hanzo smiled at her and then issued a command. "As the leader of the Land of Rain, I order everyone to retreat swiftly. Jofu, I entrust you with these 4 young ones to bring them to safety." Jofu nodded in acknowledgement of Hanzo's words. Observing this scene, Orochimaru gestured, and the Konoha ninjas, including Tsunade and Jiraiya, paused for a moment but ultimately allowed a passage. Standing atop Jofu, Yahi looked at the encircled Hanzo with resentment, saying, "Why does Konoha have knowledge of the timing of our leaderess movements? That shouldn't be." Meanwhile, Yano made a shocking revelation. "Because I am a spy for Konoha. Lord Hanzo transmitted messages through me. I am a wretched being, only spared by Lord Hanzo's mercy. If anything were to happen to him, I would follow him." As the rain ninjas gradually departed, Jiraiya remarked to Tsunade, "The intelligence indicated that Hanzo should be inherently cruel, yet he does not appear to be so. He sacrificed his own safety to ensure his subordinates' escape, even releasing his summon for those 4 children. Being ninjas, they possessed keen hearing, and Jiraiya had not spoken softly. I've heard that among the disciples of the 3rd Hokage, there is one who enjoys peeping. Surely it's not you?" Although Hanzo claimed otherwise, his expression indicated otherwise. Tsunade subtly shifted away, while Jiraiya, embarrassed, waved his hands dismissively, exclaiming, "Impossible, impossible. Lord Hanzo, do you believe that you cannot escape, thus sacrificing yourself for your subordinates? Everyone thinks you no longer need to wear a gas mask because you have controlled the toxins within you. Yet, through my experiments over the past few days, I have learned that the toxins within you should be symbiotic. I have exhausted all methods and still have not found an answer. Could you enlighten me on how you purge the toxins from your body?" Although this was on the battlefield, I still risked the charge of treason by allowing your subordinates to go free. Might you also answer my inquiry? Orochimaru articulated his conjecture smoothly. Though he had released Hanzo's subordinates, they were ultimately inconsequential, as Hanzo remained the primary target. Furthermore, Orochimaru was curious about the means by which Hanzo had expelled the toxins that coexisted with him. Hanzo regarded Orochimaru, acknowledging his grasp of core technology capable of such experiments. You are correct. The poison within me has indeed been eliminated, and I now fear no toxin. Are you certain you wish to know the answer? As Hanzo initiated his transformation, the temperature around began to rise, waves of heat washing over them, especially as the raindrops surrounding Hanzo evaporated into steam with a hissing sound. Orochimaru observed the flaming blade that had suddenly appeared in Hanzo's hand and inquired, "Is this your answer, Lord Hanzo? High temperatures? Is this your newly developed bloodline? Regrettably, you have not yet reached your peak. I shall spare your lives, but the negotiations with Konoha will continue tomorrow." Hanzo still hesitated to engage directly with the encircling Konoha ninjas. Having experienced the first and second Hokages, he knew that Konoha remained too formidable. The Land of Rain could only rise by aligning with Konoha, a reality that displeased Hanzo but was inescapable. Before Orochimaru could respond to Hanzo's declaration of mercy, Tsunade charged forward. "Stop underestimating us." Painful heaven kick. "Tsunade, wait," Jiraiya exclaimed, but he had no choice but to unleash a fire release technique to cover her advance. Meanwhile, Orochimaru signaled for everyone to withdraw. As the smoke cleared, Hanzo stood atop a tree, looking down at the three. "You merely commanded your subordinates to retreat. Yet you wish to challenge me? Then have it your way." Orochimaru observed as Hanzo vanished, only to be cut in half moments later, transforming into mud. Oh, a mud clone? Emerging from the shadows of the tree, a figure stepped forward, serious in expression, extending his tongue to lick his lips, stating in that unique voice, "Tsunade. Jiraiya, be cautious. This may be the strongest opponent we have ever encountered since our debut." Orochimaru, witnessing Hanzo's effortless dispatch of his mud clone, realized that he could only rely on instinct to react. Perhaps only the Uchiha clan's Sharingan could perceive such speed. Shadow Snake Hands. "Tsunade, you take the lead," while Jiraiya holds him back. With that, Orochimaru summoned numerous snakes from his sleeve to bind Hanzo, instructing Tsunade and Jiraiya, "Fire release, great fireball technique. Wind release, great breakthrough." The flames unleashed by Jiraiya, combined with Orochimaru's wind technique, created a destructive force that engulfed the bound Hanzo, while Tsunade leapt high, delivering a powerful punch. Did we succeed? As the smoke dissipated, they saw Hanzo blocking Tsunade's punch with one hand, the flaming blade piercing her shoulder. Seeing this, Jiraiya rushed in to restrain Hanzo and rescue Tsunade. Hanzo first withdrew the blade from Tsunade's shoulder, then turned and kicked the approaching Jiraiya away, subsequently forming seals for the fire release, great fireball technique. Wounded, Tsunade took advantage of Jiraiya's distraction to quickly withdraw. A massive fireball surged towards the airborne Jiraiya. Earth release. Earth wall. Orochimaru blocked the fireball and began forming seals for a summoning technique. This time, summon 100 sacrifices. The figure of the 10,000 snakes had yet to emerge from the smoke of the summoning, but was already calling out. 10,000 snakes. We are at war now. Sacrifices abound. But it will depend on you as well, won't it? The enemy before us is formidable. A careless mistake could spell disaster." Orochimaru, not offended by his summoned's lack of respect, chuckled as he explained, That hurts. Tsunade, are you alright?" Jiraiya, rising from the mud, grinned and leaped back into battle, glancing at the already injured Tsunade, warning, "Be careful. Hanzo's flaming blade is suspicious. My medical ninjutsu cannot heal rapidly." Orochimaru had summoned 10,000 snakes. They should join in, for one should not allow him to steal the spotlight at such a moment. As Jiraiya's words faded, two colossal clouds of smoke erupted, resembling small mountains in the forest. "Lady Tsunade, you are injured?" The wound surprisingly slows down cellular regeneration. As soon as it appeared, the slug that noticed Tsunade's injury immediately produced a small clone that crawled onto her shoulder, only to discover that its healing effects were significantly diminished, something that had never happened before. Another colossal beast emerged from the dissipating smoke, revealing a giant red toad with a massive pipe in its mouth, bandages around its waist, and a short sword protruding from its side. I had wondered why there was a foul odor upon its arrival. Indeed, it was you wretched snake. Shall we engage in battle? Enough. Wentai, do not provoke. The true enemy is Hanzo, who is observing the three summoned beasts from a distance. I must admit, it is indeed quite astonishing. He spoke, your strength is commendable. Since this is the case, I shall now display my own power. This force is something I cannot entirely wield myself. I will strike once. And if you survive that blow, I shall bestow upon you a title. All things, reduced to ashes, the flowing blade descends into fire. With Hanzo's complete release, the temperature around surged rapidly once more. This technique, known as torches, envelopes the enemy in a swirling inferno upon the instant of drawing the blade, incinerating them until they are reduced to ashes. Everyone, be cautious. Use water release. Quickly, Orochimaru declared, 100 sacrifices are insufficient this time. I require 1,000. Jiraiya warned. I may not withstand the automatic jutsu of the summoning. Be careful. Lady Tsunade, allow me to shield you. The flames are too fierce. As they gazed at the roaring fire vortex, the three great summoned beasts could only brace themselves. Once the flames subsided, the area within a 3-kilometer radius around Hanzo was nearly entirely scorched. The flowing blade had also regained its tranquility, having nearly drained Hanzo of all his chakra with that single torch's attack. Except for the three prostrate figures on the ground, all the other leaf ninjas had been reduced to ashes. Though Hanzo had intentionally held back, Orochimaru and his companions still suffered grievous injuries. The three struggled to lift their heads and faced Hanzo. Unable to utter a single word, the summoned beasts had vanished, leaving them devoid of any capacity for resistance. Hanzo pondered whether this would be his one and only opportunity to eliminate Orochimaru. However, he would not engage in such a foolish act of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Orochimaru's research capabilities rivaled those of the second Hokage. He had secrets of his own and was confident that Orochimaru would take the bait. What is this technique called? It is known as direct hook fishing. You have earned my acknowledgement. I, Hanzo, confer upon you the title of the legendary Three Ninjas of the Leaf, and from this day forth, the name of the legendary Three Ninjas shall spread throughout the entire Shinobi World starting from the Land of Rain. Lady Tsunade, please accompany me to my encampment in the Land of Rain as a guest. And you too. Please convey a message to your commander to arrange a time for us to discuss matters of cooperation. Tsunade gazed at the man who had lifted her, momentarily transported back to her childhood when her great-uncle would carry her home after her training, his chakra so warm. Lord Danzo, Orochimaru and the others have failed. We only found Orochimaru and Jiraiya. What of them? When we reached the battlefield, they were already unconscious. Orochimaru left a message through the summoned snake, stating that Tsunade had been taken by Hanzo and that he would discuss matters with us again in the coming days. Since returning to the camp, the medical ninja have been treating them, but the results have been far from ideal, and their recovery is exceedingly slow. Moreover, all those they took have vanished without a trace, likely. Hanzo certainly knows who is important. Notify me once they awaken. Chapter 11, Tsunade Today. The Land of Rain experienced an unusual cessation of rainfall. Hanzo stepped out of his tent, momentarily taken aback by the appearance of the sun. Since arriving in this world, he realized he had never encountered the sun before. In that instant, Hanzo understood why all nations sought to attack the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire, nestled in a hilly region, boasted a mild climate and abundant sunlight. Its fertile lands fostered a prosperous economy and a large population. Being situated at the center of the continent, it also served as a vital trade route for communication between nations. In contrast, the Land of Rain was perpetually drenched, its reputation as a battleground deterring visitors from its impoverished borders. The combination of poverty and the exploitation by those in power led to significant population decline, giving rise to various heinous crimes. It was only after Hanzo matured and enacted a thorough cleansing with an iron fist that the Land of Rain was transformed into its current state. Originally, the anime protagonist Naruto had managed to persuade Nagato with his words, claiming he would alter the living conditions in the Land of Rain. But in the end, what had changed? Everyone returned to their own homes, and the Land of Rain continued to weep, while the Land of Fire remained the foremost power in the Shinobi world. Had anything truly changed? Never. Hanzo would never place his hopes in anyone, not even in the supposed protagonist of this world. Lord Hanzo, Lady Tsunade has awakened. Will you go to her now? Due to the medical ninja, Nanoyu, possessing basic healing techniques, she had been assisting the medical team at the front lines since her arrival 2 days ago, and Hanzo had heard that she was integrating well. Yes, let us go now. On the way to the medical unit, every ninja under Hanzo's command displayed excitement upon seeing him, and he greeted them in turn. Suddenly, Hanzo paused as if struck by a thought, and said, "Nanu, do not visit Tsunade just yet. Summon Heiji here." The medic responded with a quick acknowledgement and departed. Upon arriving at the command post, Heiji observed Hanzo engrossed in administrative duties, his admiration evident as he knelt partially. "Lord Hanzo," Heiji reporting. Hanzo regarded Heiji before him. Though his strength was somewhat lacking, he was loyal and possessed potential as a commander. Thinking this, he spoke. "Rise, Heiji. My primary purpose in coming here is to negotiate cooperation with the Leaf. If we can reach an agreement, our focus will shift to the Sand and Earth villages. If negotiations fail, we shall immediately engage in war with the Leaf. As long as we dare to fight, the Sand village will come like sharks sensing blood, joining us to take a vicious bite out of the Leaf. Do not be anxious. We hold the ace in the form of Lady Tsunade, significantly increasing our chances of collaboration with the Leaf. If we can secure this agreement, the pressure on our side will lessen considerably, so I will withdraw half of our forces. You must undertake 2 tasks. First, begin searching for a rogue ninja named Kakazu from the Waterfall Village, who frequently hunts ninjas to exchange for money. He is powerful yet greedy. If you locate him, inform him that the leader of the Land of Rain has a task for him, along with an unimaginable reward. If locating him proves impossible, simply post a mission at the exchange for bounty. Second, and most importantly, remain vigilant against the Leaf's ninja forces at all times. We may retract our front lines, but we must maintain caution. Any unusual movements must be reported to me immediately." Hanzo's intent in seeking Kakazu was to establish a financial overseer for the future of the Land of Rain, while vigilance against the Leaf was primarily due to the untrustworthy Danzo, who could strike from behind at any moment. Upon hearing Hanzo's instructions, Heiji responded, "Yes, Lord Hanzo. I have noted both tasks and will make immediate arrangements." Hanzo surveyed the command post's exceedingly rudimentary environment and discerned Heiji's practicality, which pleased him. He then jested, "Do not be so tense every time you see me. Also, the design of this command post is quite simplistic. While the Land of Rain may not rival the 5 great ninja villages, we should not be so impoverished that we cannot afford a few flowers or plants. At the very least, having taken up enough of your time, I must now seek out Princess Tsunade of the Land of Fire for a conversation. She is known for her fiery temperament." As Hanzo stepped into the tent, suffused with the scent of medicine, he spotted a youthful female medical ninja engaged in animated conversation with Tsunade. The medical ninja, suddenly aware of a shadow blocking the sunlight, looked up to voice her complaints, only to be met by Hanzo. "My apologies, Lord Leader. I was preoccupied with changing the patient's bandages and did not notice your entrance." Upon witnessing this scene, Tsunade teased, "Mia-chan, just moments ago you were extolling the virtues of the Rain Country's leader, professing your admiration for him. Why are you so intimidated in his presence now?" Given Tsunade's secretive identity, not all were privy to the fact that Hanzo had brought her back, and it was evident that Mia was unaware of Tsunade's true status. Hearing Tsunade's words, the girl named Mia flushed crimson and hurriedly placed her hand over Tsunade's mouth to silence her. "Forgive me, Lord Leader. I promise I shall not speak out of turn while working in the future." Hanzo, observing the near embarrassment of the girl on the verge of tears from Tsunade's teasing, said, "Enough, you have done nothing wrong. Go rest for a while and return later to care for the patients." The apothecary, Nanami, who had been following Hanzo, gently took Mia's hand and said, "Come, Mia. Lord Hanzo does not hold it against you. Let us step outside for a moment." The 2 young girls bowed deeply to Hanzo before exiting the tent, leaving it in silence. After a considerable pause, Tsunade remarked, "It seems your subordinates harbor quite the fear of you. Your leadership leaves much to be desired." Her words were laced with aggression, clearly indicating her dissatisfaction with being captured by Hanzo. Meanwhile, Hanzo admired Tsunade, lying on the bed, her vibrant youth evident. Indeed, even with ninjutsu preserving one's youth. What of the heart? This girl was also a tragic figure, having endured a lifetime of loss. Tsunade, gazing at Hanzo, was taken aback by the shift from admiration to pity, unable to comprehend it. "I'm speaking to you, old man," she exclaimed. Hanzo chuckled softly at her words and replied, "You are 26 this year, are you not? I have yet to reach 40, so perhaps old man is not quite fitting." "Not yet 40? Have you lost your wits, forgetting your own age? My medical ninjutsu is quite proficient. Would you care for my assistance? Hanzo surveyed the surroundings before sitting down to address Tsunade, Lady Tsunade, granddaughter of the god of ninja and princess of the whirlpool. The sole female disciple of the third Hokage, endowed with medical talents beyond the reach of ordinary mortals, and yet, I was raised as a mere tool from birth, never knowing my parents. As a child, I was confined with a few dogs in a cage, merely to amuse the so-called great men. To survive, I had to fight them for food, and ultimately, to escape that cage, I used a dagger gifted by those same great men to slay the starving dogs. Although I nearly perished in the process, it was that act that freed me from the cage, hence my apologies. I truly do not know my exact age. I only remember the day I crawled out of that cage, February 12th, which I have since considered my birthday. Tsunade trembled at Hanzo's words, her disbelief evident. Sensing her reaction, Hanzo thought to himself, indeed, I am quite the storyteller. What a poignant tale. At that moment, Tsunade had yet to endure the loss of her brother and lover, remaining blissfully unaware of the darker realities of life, having been raised as a princess. She was still remarkably naive. Apologies? Listen to yourself. You still feel sorry for me? Truly a foolish girl. No, a genuinely innocent soul. Chapter 12. Seeds. Hanzo's tragic childhood left Tsunade at a loss. As a princess of the Land of Fire, she had been shielded well from the world's suffering and had never witnessed much hardship. However, at this moment, Tsunade felt her heartstrings tugged by Hanzo's story. Observing the shift in Tsunade's expression, Hanzo pressed on. Why should we, the small nations, bear the burden of the wars instigated by your 5 great nations? Is this truly what your grandfather, revered as the god of ninja, envisioned? Have you not realized that the actions of your 5 great nations mirror those of the adults who once oppressed me for their amusement? Tsunade quickly retorted. Konoha has never initiated a war. Do not wrongfully accuse us. That is because you lack for nothing. You can afford to stand upon your moral high ground. While we in the rain country endure constant rain, rendering our fields barren, we are forced to purchase our food, and now, due to the war, we must pay double for what little we can acquire. The conflict between Konoha and Shinobi has nearly obliterated the land of rivers. Had it not been for my efforts in sustaining the rain country, I shudder to think of how dire our situation would be. Do not forget, we are the battleground of 4 wars. Hanzo continued, and is Konoha truly as magnificent as you claim? Do not forget the ambush you orchestrated against me just 2 days ago. You lost. I was left with no choice but to bring you, the princess of the Land of Fire, back here to be treated lavishly, all the while hoping for peace between our nations. Hanzo's tone turned stern as he observed Tsunade's silence. Though I have borne the poison of the mountain pepper fish since childhood, causing all to fear me, my love for this land runs deep. The day I became a ninja, I vowed to change the dire circumstances of the rain country. I have dedicated 20 years to eradicating all reactionary factions within our borders, binding the rain country together so that your 5 great nations would think twice before provoking us. Given our limited land caught between larger nations, this is the extent of what I can achieve. Thus, I seek to negotiate with Konoha. You possess wealth. I am even willing to act as your vanguard, bringing the entirety of the rain country to your service in exchange for our survival. This is the resolve with which I approach you. Yet is this the measure of a great nation? Upon hearing Hanzo express his willingness to serve as Konoha's vanguard for the future of the rain country, Tsunade's expression hardened. Konoha's actions were indeed questionable. And although she did not agree with the ambush against Hanzo, she had been complicit. Your position is perilous, Princess Tsunade, or rather, your brother's is. After all, you are but a woman. Hanzo began to lay the groundwork for his argument. Tsunade's brows furrowed, emanating an air of danger. What do you mean? Is someone plotting against Shosuke? Or do you intend to retaliate for my ambush? Hanzo was taken aback, puzzled by her thoughts. Surely, even if Tsunade was still naive, she should possess some political awareness. Princess Tsunade, what is this notion? Why would I harbor such thoughts? If Shosuke were to fall into my hands, I would ensure he is treated with the utmost care. His status is too significant for us small nations to challenge. Just as you are currently in my custody, the entirety of the rain country would not dare to lay a finger on you. When I say your situation is precarious, I mean that if I were the one in power in Konoha, I would be wary of the last leader's descendants. Just because we small nations do not dare to challenge him does not mean the other great nations share the same restraint. Consider Shinobi, for instance. After all, he is a direct descendant of the god of ninja, and no one can predict the heights he may reach in the future. I must share with you a daunting reality. when I successfully seized power in the Land of Rain. The descendants of the former leader had already been eliminated by my subordinates. My intention was never to kill them, for I feared no revenge. However, my subordinates were afraid, and thus their disappearance was deemed beneficial for all. I merely wish to remind you that your grandmother is still alive. The current rulers dare not act against you openly, but in private, how long can your grandmother continue to protect you? The Senju clan is deeply entrenched in Konoha, possessing a substantial share of its interests. Human nature is inherently selfish. Who can guarantee that none of the ruling figures covet what you possess? Therefore, Princess Tsunade, prepare yourself, it may not be too late. In truth, Hanzo's lengthy discourse with Tsunade was merely an attempt to plant a seed of forewarning in her mind. Should his predictions come to fruition, it would be a moment of triumph for him, a chance to seize his proverbial lamb. Additionally, Hanzo harbored unspoken thoughts regarding Shoto and Yahiko, who were destined for demise. Far too many wished for their downfall, and the accumulation of such ill will was insurmountable. Even if they survived this second great ninja war due to Hanzo's caution, he felt that fate would claim him in a future mission. Upon hearing Hanzo's explanations, Tsunade comprehended the gravity of the situation. Her earlier moment of panic did not signify foolishness. After all, she was destined to be the first female Hokage in the ninja world. Pondering deeply, she momentarily fell silent, murmuring, "But Shoto's talent is rather mediocre, even inferior to mine. He merely inherited the Senju clan's chakra reserves, while the rest is quite ordinary. Even my grandmother dissolved the clan. Neither Shoto nor I bear the Senju surname. Yet, who dares to gamble? What if another Hashirama were to emerge? There is no second Madara Uchiha in this ninja world. Moreover, is it truly as simple as your grandmother dissolving the Senju clan? Perhaps it is a grand gamble? What do you mean? The first and second Hokages, who once shielded the Senju clan, have passed. Now, the Senju represent a prime target, a tempting morsel for all. How long can your grandmother, now advanced in years, sustain this protection? Since the Senju clan is fated to vanish, might it not be wiser to integrate into the common populace? When you or Shoto eventually reclaim the Hokage title, the Senju clan could be reborn within Konoha. Thus, I assert that your grandmother is indeed placing a colossal bet. She is undoubtedly aware of your precarious situation, yet her choice to remain indifferent signifies her impotence. After all, she did not intervene when the Uzumaki clan was annihilated, did she? My sharing of these thoughts is but my conjecture, shaped by a childhood environment that instilled in me the necessity for the most pessimistic outlook. I do not relish killing. Yet I orchestrated a bloodbath throughout the Land of Rain during my ascent to power. I am not enamored with authority, yet I stand as the autocrat of the Land of Rain. I have a passion for art, yet I have never created a single piece that I can deem worthy. Such is the lamentable state of the ninja world. Ultimately, my primary purpose in sharing all this is to earn your favor, so that when the time for negotiation arrives, you might speak on behalf of the Land of Rain, nothing more. In my youth, I once asked an elder who taught me ninjutsu whether life would always be so arduous or if it was merely a childhood phenomenon. The elder replied that it was always thus. I was skeptical. I believed that mastering ninjutsu would enable me to alter the plight of the Land of Rain. However, upon gaining power, I realized the world is fraught with helplessness and compromise. Princess Tsunade, you are like a solitary flower blossoming on the edge of a precipice. I hope you will never grasp the meaning of my final words. With that, Hanzo rose to depart. Tsunade gazed at Hanzo's retreating figure, an inexplicable urge to embrace him welling within her. He must truly be exhausted. As she exited the tent, she was met by the exuberant embrace of Yakushi Nono. Hanzo's expression turned slightly awkward, realizing that the young girl had overheard his conversation with Tsunade. Lord Hanzo, I will always accompany you, she declared. Very well. Chapter 13. Departure. Since the last conversation with Tsunade, 3 days had elapsed without their meeting. Hanzo was exceedingly busy at the front lines, immersed in the command center. Even though the Land of Rain had yet to engage in battle, stretching his limbs, Hanzo prepared to rise and stroll through the camp, intending to check on the 3 young ones accompanying him. Before Hanzo could approach, he overheard Yahiko's voice grumbling. Our teacher has forgotten us, hasn't he? It's been ages since he last visited. Yahiko was correct. Stop saying such things about our teacher. He must be quite busy, after all. Sister Nono visits us daily to oversee our training. One was a master of complaints, another a nodding machine, and then there was my gentle little Nono. In that moment, Hanzo pondered whether he might personally handle any issues regarding his disciples. Handle my disciples? Curse you. Yahiko, you've led me astray. Returning to the matter at hand. Hanzo realized he hadn't seen Nono fluttering around him in recent days. Ahem. Hearing Hanzo's voice, Yahiko sprang up from the ground, shouting, Teacher, witness my training progress, Fusatsu. As Yahiko charged towards him, Hanzo deftly seized him by the scruff of his neck and, with a swift kick, sent Yahiko flying backward as if under a spell. Nagato and Nono exchanged glances, swallowing nervously as they pointed to the tent behind them. Lord Hanzo, do you have any instructions for us? Our tent is right here. Please come inside to discuss. Nah, Nagato, Nono, don't be anxious. Haha, it has been days since I last saw you. I thought I would check in on you all. Judging by Yahiko's antics, it seems you are settling in well. Continue your training. I shall take my leave. Hanzo observed the tents not far off and realized that, although he had never formally acknowledged the three as his disciples, those around him had accepted it as a given, as evidenced by the size of the tent. By the way, do you know where Nono is? She has been quite mysterious these past few days. Sister Nono seems to be studying in the medical unit. Oh, splendid. Please continue your training. Once I complete my current tasks, I will teach you new ninjutsu. When Hanzo arrived at the medical unit, he was greeted by an unexpected sight. Princess Tsunade, what brings you here? Tsunade's spirits had lifted, and her physical injuries had healed considerably. Bored during her captivity, she had opted to play the role of a doctor in the medical unit. Upon hearing Hanzo's inquiry, she rolled her eyes dramatically, responding with a hint of pride. Hanzo, what do you mean? It is an honor for you to have the illustrious Tsunade in your medical unit providing guidance. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Princess Tsunade. In a moment, I shall have someone fetch some fine wine for your highness to enjoy. Upon hearing the mention of wine, Tsunade's eyes sparkled with excitement. Do you have dice? It has been ages since I last rolled. Forget the dice. It's not fun anymore. I always lose. Drinking is far more enjoyable. Clearly a bit inebriated, Tsunade carelessly tossed the dice aside, lifting her cup to down another drink. Hanzo watched her, resting his chin on his hand, feeling a wave of relaxation wash over him as a gentle smile graced his face. Hey, how did you get that scar on your face? Was it from childhood? As Hanzo attempted to recall the memory, he realized he had no recollection of it, frowning slightly. Perhaps? I cannot recall it clearly. That period of my childhood was indeed challenging. I had to wear a gas mask due to the toxicity around me, thus neglecting the scar it left behind. Now that I have finally removed the mask I wore for half my life, the scar remains exposed. Does it look frightening? Tsunade blushed slightly and replied, Not at all. Your face is quite handsome. It was a pity to hide it behind that mask. She then inquired, By the way, as the leader of the Land of Rain, haven't you married yet? Who would dare? You? Hanzo replied in a deep voice. Upon hearing his words, Tsunade's already flushed cheeks turned even redder. She then playfully spat. You are quite the rogue. Without waiting for Hanzo to respond, she swiftly changed the subject. I heard from that little medic girl that you plan to assign a medical ninja to each team in the future. Indeed, the mortality rate among ninjas is alarmingly high. The Rain Village cannot compare to your Konoha. We are too few to withstand such losses and must seek reinforcements from elsewhere. If each team had a medical ninja, their survival rate would significantly increase. However, training medical ninjas is quite troublesome. It is time-consuming, labor-intensive, and may even fail. You must consider this carefully. Tsunade, who had not experienced the loss of Rope Tree, was not burdened by that obsession now. While she was not opposed to the idea, she did not fully support it either, as she was well aware of the complexities involved in training medical ninjas. Hanzo observed Tsunade, who had poured herself another glass of wine, and quietly watched her until she began to feel uneasy under his gaze, prompting him to speak. Some things must be done by someone, mustn't they, Princess Tsunade? Please, refrain from calling me princess. I suspect you don't care for that title at all, she replied. Hanzo took a sip from his cup, but remained silent. Their conversation meandered for an indeterminate time when suddenly, a voice called from outside the tent. Lord Hanzo. May I enter? Come in, little Yano-yu. I have told you many times that you do not need to ask before entering. You may come and go as you please in my room. Upon entering, the young medic Yano-yu blushed slightly at Hanzo's words and responded, Yes, my lord. I will remember that. Hanzo nodded and casually offered her a piece of beef. To his surprise, Yano-yu paused for a moment, leaned forward, and playfully licked the fingers that were offering her the meat. This left Hanzo momentarily stunned. He had merely intended to hand her the meat. Nevertheless, he smiled and gently shook his head, asking, "Is there something you need?" The little girl, still savoring the moment, quickly replied, "Konoha's Jonin, Kakashi Hitaki, requests an audience with you outside the camp. What do you think?" Hanzo glanced towards Tsunade and remarked, "It seems Princess Tsunade is set to return home." Tsunade did not refute Hanzo's use of her title, feeling a flutter of disbelief and excitement within her. With a hint of pride, she said, "Are you reluctant to part with me?" Hearing her words, Hanzo chuckled softly and replied, "Please bring the guest in. There is no need to go to the conference room. Yanoyu, you may do it personally." "Yes, my lord." As Yanoyu slowly exited the tent, Hanzo addressed Tsunade, "Princess Tsunade, I would like you to mentor this little medic, Yanoyu. Oh, and by the way, she is a spy placed beside me by your Konoha." Tsunade looked at Hanzo in disbelief, momentarily at a loss for words. "Do not look at me like that. The girl bears a curse mark from your Hokage's advisor on her tongue. It cannot be a fabrication. She is also a pitiable soul, cast out as a spy at the tender age of 5 or 6, and recently abandoned, merely hoping to provoke my suspicions about the internal affairs. However, I have chosen to keep her, and one of the terms of this negotiation will be to lift her seal. The girl possesses considerable medical talent, and I hope you can guide her." Hanzo added, "Consider this a personal favor owed to you." Tsunade felt a heavy weight in her heart. Konoha's castaway. "Lord Hanzo, I am Konoha's Jonin, Kakashi Hitaki, and I have come at the behest of the third Hokage to escort Jonin Tsunade back to the village." Hanzo gazed at the man before him, who bowed slightly, resembling a sword freshly drawn from the earth. Yet regrettably, this sword was not mine to wield. After the Second Great Ninja War, it seemed this sword would meet an untimely end. Tsunade, who had been somewhat coherent, suddenly felt drowsy and asked the newly arrived Kakashi, "Kakashi, why are you here? Did the old man send you?" Before Kakashi could respond, Tsunade reclined back in her seat and fell into a deep slumber. Witnessing this, even the typically serious Kakashi exhaled a sigh of resignation, his expression tinged with helplessness. Hanzo intervened. "It appears that Princess Tsunade will not be leaving today. We shall wait until tomorrow." "Alas, it must be so. I apologize for the disturbance, Lord Hanzo. By the way, this is a scroll from our frontline commander for you," Kakashi said, producing a small scroll from his robe and handing it to Hanzo. Upon receiving it, Hanzo opened it in Kakashi's presence, revealing only a single line. 3 days hence, a meeting will occur 10 miles from both camps. The meeting is finally upon us. In the deep of night, oh, Lady Tsunade, may I inquire what you need? Let me see your tongue. This is a method of mastering sage art, which he sought for you. Thank you, Lady Tsunade. May I ask what cost Lord Hanzo incurred? No cost at all. Consider it compensation from Konoha. Lastly, I am grateful for all you have done for Konoha. I hope you do not harbor resentment towards us, though my request may seem rather absurd. How could I? In fact, I am somewhat thankful that Konoha sent me to the Rain Village. It led me to encounter Lord Hanzo, a man I would willingly devote my life to following." Tsunade exited Yanoyu's tent, exhaling softly as she gazed at Hanzo's tent. Hanzo, accompanied by Pain and Yanoyu, personally escorted Tsunade and Kakashi to the camp's entrance, saying, "Until we meet again, Princess Tsunade, here is a keepsake for you." Hanzo then produced a folded piece of paper from his robe and handed it to Tsunade. She looked puzzled and murmured, "You can't possibly be reluctant to part with me, can you? What is this?" The paper revealed a slightly tipsy image of herself. Her cheeks flushed, gazing thoughtfully at something. Alongside it were the words, "Looking forward to our next encounter, the beautiful Princess Tsunade." Tsunade's face turned crimson, and she quickly folded the paper and tucked it away, casting a glance at Hanzo, who was watching her with a gentle smile. She thought, "He truly is quite the rogue." With a haughty toss of her head, she declared, "I'm leaving." Chapter 14. Kakazu. It has been 2 days since Tsunade left. During this time, Hanzo fared reasonably well. When feeling gloomy, he would spar with Yahiko, and when in high spirits, he would tease Konan. As for Yahiko, Hanzo had little hope left. One would think that orphans who lost their parents and loved ones in war would easily accept the notion of peace through warfare. Yet Yahiko seemed as if he had been implanted with an ideology, relentlessly charging down the path of love and understanding to create peace. Hanzo observed from a distance as Yanoyu led Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan through their training. Although their paths were destined to diverge in the future, it was undeniable that during this time, these 4 youngsters had forged profound friendships. What pleased Hanzo the most was that, aside from Yahiko's inability to accept his ideology. Nagato and Konan were not averse to the idea of using war to achieve peace. This can be attributed to the incessant ideologies instilled by Kaguya. Therefore, it remains a certainty that Yahiko is doomed, and even the Sage of Six Paths cannot save him. As Hanzo observed the four training, Peiji approached from a distance. First bowing respectfully to Hanzo before speaking. Lord Hanzo, we have located Kakuzu. The person I dispatched encountered him at the exchange, where he was attempting to trade a corpse for money. The ninja I sent merely informed him of a significant task, offering an irresistible reward, and he agreed to come along. Although Peiji would not oppose Hanzo's orders, he had already taken a distant glance at Kakuzu prior to seeking Hanzo. This man seemed unremarkable. Shrouded in clothing that concealed his appearance, primarily identified as a rogue from the Takigakure, which, while weak, was affluent enough to have once acquired a tailed beast. The tailed beast from Takigakure could be strategically leveraged in the future. Oh, he has arrived? Quite swiftly. Lead the way, Hanzo responded, his mood elevated by the news of Kakuzu's capture. If he could bring Kakuzu into his fold, the Land of Rain would gain a formidable strength of a shadow level. Hanzo had departed without informing the four, leaving only the two girls to notice. They exchanged glances and smiles before continuing their training. As Hanzo followed Peiji, he scrutinized Kaku, who was nearly entirely cloaked, revealing only his eerie green eyes, which glimmered unsettlingly in broad daylight. Lord Hanzo of the Land of Rain, your subordinate has informed me you have a task for me. As long as the remuneration is sufficient, I shall undertake it, Kakuzu stated. Upon hearing this, Hanzo gestured for everyone to exit and continued. You, Kakuzu, a rogue from Takigakure, were once tasked by your village to assassinate the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. After failing and fearing retribution from Konoha, they sacrificed you as a scapegoat. You were unwilling to meet your demise in such a manner, so you seized the forbidden techniques of Takigakure. Though they label you a village-destroying demon, my knowledge suggests you only eliminated a number of high-ranking officials, sparing the lower-ranked shinobi and civilians. According to intelligence, you should be around 50 or 60 years of age now. Has the forbidden technique granted you immortality? Kakuzu's gaze intensified, the green glow of his eyes becoming increasingly menacing as he regarded the leader of the Land of Rain, who had divulged so much about him. Hanzo circled Kakuzu, then inquired, May I ask why you are so avaricious? It is my understanding that you are not one to indulge in pleasures. This question pertains to the reward for your upcoming task, so please respond with caution, for money will not betray me. Kakuzu had indeed slain many high-ranking officials during his time in Takigakure, yet after all these years, he had not sought revenge. Hanzo perceived Kakuzu's greed as a reflection of his lost faith. Accepting a fatal mission against the first Hokage indicated he was a typical shinobi willing to sacrifice everything for his village. However, with the village's betrayal, his faith had crumbled. And having mastered the forbidden technique that granted him eternal life, he found solace only in amassing wealth. Hanzo felt he had struck gold. The emptiness in Kakuzu's heart, devoid of faith, was a challenge he could address. Alas, it was not yet the right moment to indoctrinate Kakuzu with his ideals. He would have to find another opportunity. Sensing something amiss, Kakuzu glanced around but found nothing unusual, yet an unsettling chill gripped him, prompting him to hasten his departure. Let us discuss the task. How about becoming the financial overseer of the Land of Rain? Hanzo proposed. You crave wealth, but are limited to earning it through hunting shinobi. Why not join me? And we can amass riches from the 5 great nations? Kakuzu turned to leave, mentally cursing, Damn, this is madness. I should have never come. Initially, he had heard that the leader of the Land of Rain was a formidable figure, but now he saw only a madman. He hastened to depart, fearing what this eccentric might do next. Hey, don't leave yet. Hear me out. Hanzo quickly intercepted him and continued. What does the Land of Rain have in abundance? Rain? Well, that's true. We have water. The Land of Rain is not lacking in water, but many nations are in desperate need of it. If we could transport the water from the Land of Rain. Kakuzu's interest piqued at the notion, realizing that the neighboring Land of Wind was indeed parched and could be a lucrative market. However, he pondered how this would affect him personally. Lord Hanzo, how would we accomplish this? Let us not forget we are in a time of war, and the condition of the Land of Rain is precarious. Hanzo smirked slightly as he replied, Indeed, we are in a time of war. But wars inevitably come to an end, do they not? The Land of Rain, caught amidst the great nations, may be unfortunate. Yet this very circumstance ensures that regardless of the war's outcome, the land of rain will endure. You cannot deny this, can you? Furthermore, if the land of rain emerges victorious while the land of wind is defeated, Kakuzu was no fool, if Hanzo's claims held true, and the land of rain stood victorious while the land of wind fell, there would indeed be opportunities aplenty. However, he still felt detached from the situation. I would like to request your allegiance to the land of rain, to assist me in securing victory in this war. In return, we could sell the land of rain's water to the land of wind, a risk-free venture, and one that promises continuous profit. Moreover, upon your agreement to join the land of rain, you would become our financial overseer. No one, not even I, could demand money from you without your consent. And my ambitions extend far beyond this. What do you think of such remuneration? Managing the finances of an entire nation is surely preferable to the arduous task of hunting shinobi. Kakuzu scrutinized Hanzo for a moment before lowering his gaze in contemplation. After a lengthy silence, he exhaled deeply and declared, I will agree to join the land of rain, but the management of finances shall be at my discretion alone. Even you, should I find your reasoning lacking, I reserve the right to reject it. Finally, I must maintain the option to leave at any time, provided you fulfill your promises. Hanzo extended his hand, and after a brief hesitation, Kakuzu reciprocated, sealing their agreement with a handshake. But why me? Kakuzu inquired. Because you are oblivious to just how miserly you truly are. And what is the current wealth of the land of rain? Hanzo replied, only 300 million. Yet we must allocate 200 million for grain purchases. Hanzo. Chapter 15, Spending Money? Lord Hokage of Konoha, Kakashi Hitaki has returned to report. Tsunade indicated that she needed to return home to see Lord Mito before coming back. The third Hokage observed the kneeling Kakashi, seemingly unperturbed by Tsunade's absence, and smiled, saying, You've worked hard. I hear that Huizi will be giving birth soon. Have you chosen a name? A faint smile appeared on Kakashi's serious face as he replied, To the third Hokage, it will be Kakashi, Hitaki Kakashi. A splendid name. I hope he inherits your swordsmanship. Now, hurry home and do not waste time with this old man. The third Hokage watched Kakashi exit after performing his bow, his smile gradually fading as he turned his gaze toward the Senju clan, pondering their current state. At this moment, the Senju clan had long since lost its former glory, left only with an endless decline. Grandma, I'm back. I missed you so much. Upon entering the clan's territory, Tsunade exclaimed with a loud voice, startling an elderly woman who was arranging flowers. A hint of helplessness appeared on her face as she casually instructed, Bring that girl over here. After Tsunade entered, she noticed the elderly woman, who could no longer maintain her youthful appearance, and immediately fell silent. She softly inquired, Grandma, have you lost the chakra to sustain your youth? The woman addressed as Grandma was none other than Uzumaki Mito, the princess of the Uzumaki clan and the first host of the Nine Tails. Observing Tsunade's slightly downcast demeanor, Mito gently patted her head and reassured her, Do not worry, my dear. I can still accompany you for a few more years. There is no need to fret over me. I heard you were captured? Tsunade's face grew somewhat awkward at her grandmother's teasing. Humph, I indeed didn't win. But I will train diligently, and I shall reclaim my honor. Mito, hearing this, felt a mix of exasperation and amusement. Well then, tell me, what exactly happened? Tsunade recounted. It was that old man Danzo who sent me to ambush him along with Orochimaru and Jiraiya, but in the end, upon hearing Tsunade's unique reference, Mito paused, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. That fellow? It seems you have formed quite the connection with him. Is his name Hanzo? Realizing her slip of tongue, Tsunade was about to offer an explanation when she heard her grandmother refer to Hanzo as that fellow, her eyes narrowing in delight, resembling a mischievous little fox. Do tell me more about him? Tsunade quickly sidestepped. Oh, Grandma, I'm hungry. All right, let us have a meal first. Tsunade replied, I will wash up before we eat. Watching her granddaughter depart, Mito, with the wisdom of experience, understood that Tsunade was akin to a young lover caught in a parental gaze. Yet, the object of her affection was not from Konohagakure. It seemed she would have to intervene in this peace talk to secure a retreat for Tsunade. With that thought, she softly commanded, Inform Sarutobi Hiruzen to come by tonight. Meanwhile, Hanzo scrutinized the scroll in his hands, his brow furrowed deeply. Why has the peace talk with Konoha been postponed for another 5 days? What are they plotting? He passed the scroll to Hira, who was seated nearby. And even the usually composed Hira spoke with urgency. Konoha is clearly not treating us with the respect we deserve. First, they ambushed us, and now this delay. Are we even still negotiating? Hanzo shared the same confusion. The negotiation was supposed to occur tomorrow, yet it had been postponed again. He could not fathom the underlying motives. Although Tsunade had been captured, his actions were not overly aggressive. He had allowed her to leave without hindrance. Jonin? Hanzo called out, noticing Jonin, who appeared to be lost in thought. What are you doing? After being drawn into the Rain Country against his will, Jonin had spent the night untangling the financial accounts of the Rain Country. Though its assets were not vast, they were stable. He was just dreaming of lounging in the treasury when he was interrupted. Hanzo addressed his new subordinate, while I ordered Shinda to procure food while in Amage cure. His impulsiveness makes him ill-suited for such tasks. You, as the financial officer, should take a team to the neighboring small countries. Jonin, mistaken in the intent, felt a thrill at the idea of raiding, eagerly replied, All right, I'll take a team to bring some back. Hanzo quickly interjected, No, it is to buy, not to pillage. We cannot afford to create chaos in the Rain Country at this time. Threats and intimidation are acceptable, but outright theft is off the table. If we must take action, it cannot be attributed to the Rain Country. I have two targets. We will take action against the Land of Birds and the Land of Grass. The Land of Birds will become our new grain base. Suddenly enlightened, Jonin grinned and stood, proclaiming, Understood. I have 9 methods to acquire food. 9. How about you entrust your personal guard to me? Go ahead. But I must remind you to keep the identity of the Rain Country concealed. Hira, observing the exchange, quietly inquired, Lord Jonin, may I ask how many of your 9 methods involve spending money? Both Hanzo and Jonin were momentarily taken aback, Hanzo turning his head away while Jonin retorted, That's none of your concern. As long as we secure food, what does it matter? Spending money? Huh, young man. You don't know the value of resources until you've managed them yourself. In the dead of night, Sarutobi Hiruzen walked alone through the Senju clan's territory, his pace slow, almost languid. Earlier that day, he had received a message from Lady Mito summoning him to this place at midnight. Since witnessing the demise of the Uzumaki clan, he had not set foot here again. No matter how slowly he walked, he would eventually arrive. As he gazed at the house before him, once a place of countless visits during his teacher's time, he sighed heavily. Little monkey, come in. Hiruzen gently opened the door to find Mito, whom he had once revered immensely, now a figure he struggled to face. After kneeling properly, he greeted her, Lady Mito. I hope you are well. Mito, also kneeling across from him, observed Hiruzen. Noticing he did not lift his head, she spoke. I did not summon you at this late hour for anything of great importance. Please have someone deliver this scroll to the negotiation site for Hanzo. It is merely a gesture of gratitude for his leniency towards Tsunade. Hiruzen carefully tucked the scroll into his robe, responding earnestly, Understood, Lady Mito. After arranging this matter, Mito gazed at the aging Hiruzen and continued, You have reached a certain age yourself, haven't you? I can no longer contain the 9 tails. Once this war concludes, I shall transfer the 9 tails to Kushina. I will take these last few years to guide her. She possesses a fiery spirit, and you must be more patient with her in the future. That will be all for now. You should return to your duties and rest. Hiruzen looked at the elderly Mito, momentarily at a loss for words before finally responding. Lady Mito, I understand. I shall take my leave. Chapter 16. Peace Talks 1. After a 5-day wait, Hanzo finally received the long-awaited opportunity for peace talks. If it were not for the need to lift the curse seal on the young medic, Yakushi Nono, Hanzo would have preferred to attend alone. After all, with the capabilities of his subordinates, it was uncertain who would be protecting whom. Their combat strength was woefully inadequate. This time, there was no need for direct confrontation. And while bringing along his newly recruited subordinate, Jonin, was acceptable, he had vanished for the past 5 or 6 days after mentioning the need for food, leaving no sign of his whereabouts. As Hanzo glanced back at his retinue, he felt a sense of helplessness, particularly regarding Hira, who usually exhibited great composure. He had to exert considerable effort to convince Hira to agree to accompany a young girl to the negotiations. Turning to his followers, Hanzo declared, All right, everyone. After this negotiation concludes, regardless of the outcome, the Rain Country will enter the war. Let us cherish these final days of peace. Hira, remember my instructions. Return and ensure adequate defensive preparations. His followers immediately knelt, exclaiming, May all go well for you, Lord. In the Konoha camp, Danzo, seated in the main position, addressed the assembly. The time has come for negotiations with the Rain Country. This time, Kakashi and Jiraiya will accompany me. Until my return, Mito will assume the role of commander, assisted by Tsunade and Orochimaru. Be especially vigilant concerning the Sand Village. Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru shall remain here, while the rest are dismissed. Once everyone had exited, Hanzo spoke again. This negotiation should pose little danger. We shall depart swiftly and return just as quickly. After this, I shall need to head to the Land of Lightning, while Jiraiya will prepare for potential threats from the Rock Village. As for Orochimaru, he will go to the Mist Village, leaving Kakashi and Tsunade here. Tsunade will assist Kakashi in neutralizing Chiyo's poison. This appointment will be communicated to the village soon, so prepare yourselves. Orochimaru and Tsunade, you may leave first, he commanded. Tsunade seemed to want to voice something, but ultimately remained silent. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, seated beside her, noticed her hesitation. Since the ambush on Hanzo, they had not had the opportunity for proper conversation and were unaware of the turmoil within Tsunade. As Tsunade departed with Orochimaru, she remarked, "Why won't Danzo let us accompany him? It's so dull here in the camp." Orochimaru, licking his lips with an eerie smile, replied, "Tsunade, I find myself curious about what transpires in the Rain Village. Are you hoping to see Lord Hanzo? That doesn't seem like you. Be quiet." Tsunade snapped, her irritation evident as she stormed off towards the tent where Shinosuke was stationed. After a short while, Jiraiya emerged from the command tent and headed towards his own quarters to gather his gear. However, upon nearing his tent, he noticed Shinosuke waiting for him. Curiously, Jiraiya inquired, "Shinosuke, what brings you here? Do you have something to discuss?" Shinosuke replied, "My sister asked me to tell you that during the negotiations, if possible, you should say a few favorable words on behalf of the Rain Country. She mentioned that since Lord Hanzo spared us and even granted us a title, we should seize the opportunity." Jiraiya was taken aback. "What? Speak well of the Rain Country? My mind is struggling to comprehend this. Should I approach them?" No. That would mean I am seeking confrontation, especially since Tsunade sent you to relay this message." He decided he would consult Orochimaru instead. "Yes, Orochimaru is reliable." Understood. "You may return and inform your sister that I shall not bid her farewell," Jiraiya concluded. "All right," Shinosuke replied cheerfully before bounding away. Left alone, Jiraiya lost interest in packing his gear and turned to find Orochimaru instead. "You mean Tsunade wants you to speak positively for the Rain Country?" Orochimaru asked. "Yes, I'm baffled. So I came to consult you. What do you think this means?" "I'm not certain. Perhaps we should heed Tsunade's advice. After all, she has no intention of causing you harm." With that, Orochimaru returned to his experiments, leaving Jiraiya to mutter his discontent as he walked away. Just as he exited, Orochimaru paused in his work and murmured, "Hanzo, huh? Who would have thought that the one who has captured Tsunade's heart is not from Konoha?" Nevertheless, Hanzo is formidable, at least in terms of strength. I wonder if this negotiation will yield unexpected outcomes. A person who has risen from orphanhood to seize control of a nation is not to be underestimated. Moreover, Hanzo harbors many secrets, especially concerning that fiery attack. We had no means to defend against it. Is it a new bloodline limit? After a moment of contemplation, Orochimaru resumed his observations of the test tube in his hand. As the negotiations commenced, Hanzo and the medic, Nonai, arrived ahead of the Konoha delegation. The chosen location was a small hill, offering a clear vantage point and minimizing the possibility of ambush. Before long, the Konoha delegation arrived, comprising Danzo, Kakashi, Jiraiya, and several masked Umbu. Observing them, Hanzo noted their modest appearance in stark contrast to his own. While Hanzo scrutinized the Konoha representatives, they were equally evaluating him and Nonai, as both sides stood in silence. It was Nonai who broke the ice. "Lord Danzo, I trust you are well. This is Lord Hanzo, the leader of the Rain Country." Danzo, a seasoned diplomat, responded, "It is an honor to meet you at last. Indeed, seeing you in person is far more impactful than mere hearsay. My incompetent subordinate seems to have caused you some trouble. Would you be so kind as to approach?" Clearly, Danzo assumed Nonai was brought here to serve as a show of power from Hanzo. "Does Lord Danzo harbor any intentions of parting with this young lady?" "She piques my interest," Hanzo remarked with a sly smile. Danzo shot him a sharp glance. "Are you suggesting treachery against Konoha?" Quickly, Hanzo interjected, laughing heartily. "Surely, Lord Danzo is jesting. My purpose today is to discuss the future of our nations. How about we make this young lady a bridge of communication between us?" Danzo maintained an impassive demeanor. Oh, I would be most eager to hear more. With a penetrating gaze, Hanzo elaborated. I propose an alliance between our two nations to jointly confront the threats posed by other forces. While Konoha is prosperous, the Rain country is impoverished. However, Konoha is bound by many constraints, whereas we in the Rain country can act freely for our survival. After a moment of silence, Danzo realized Hanzo sought an alliance and responded, an alliance? This is indeed a significant matter that requires careful deliberation. At this juncture, Jiraiya interjected, Lord Hanzo's proposal is commendable. We could initiate cooperation through smaller projects to foster understanding and build trust. Hanzo nodded in agreement. Indeed, let us first establish a cooperation agreement, perhaps concerning the sharing of intelligence and resources. Would the Hokage's advisor be willing to represent Konoha in this matter? Chapter 17. Negotiations. Danzo pondered for a long moment before finally acquiescing to Hanzo's proposal. Ultimately, it was Hanzo's last statement that struck a chord with Danzo. Konoha's agreement was essential. However, mere agreement was insufficient. Many details still needed clarification. Danzo cast a sidelong glance at Jiraiya, sensing something amiss with him today. While fostering this cooperation held no detriment for Konoha, the feeling of lacking control was unsettling. After some deliberation, Danzo resumed. In our collaboration, your ninjas on the battlefield must heed Konoha's commands. Hanzo, staring at Danzo's aged visage, felt a surge of frustration. Following your orders would merely turn our ninjas into cannon fodder. Why not suggest that the Rain country simply merge into the Fire country? Unfortunately, he was not in a position of strength. He was the one seeking cooperation. Realizing this, Hanzo replied, it is impractical for our ninjas to follow Konoha's commands, as we are too few. However, I can agree that whenever the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha are on the battlefield, I will lead the ninjas of the Rain country in coordinated combat. How does that sound? The reputation of Konoha's legendary 3 had begun to permeate the ninja world, and even Konoha acknowledged it. This signified that beyond the famed Konoha White Fang, 3 formidable young ninjas had emerged, all disciples of the 3rd Hokage, which was indeed noteworthy. Everyone now remarked, Konoha truly is the cradle of genius. Although Danzo harbored selfish intentions, he did not wish for Konoha to suffer. He inquired, what is your land of rain desire? Hanzo replied with a slight smile, our land of rain cannot cultivate food, thus during the war, Konoha must provide us with both food and weaponry. Furthermore, when the war concludes, I require a piece of land capable of sustaining agriculture. At that time, I hope Konoha will stand on the side of the land of rain, without the need to dispatch ninjas, merely to acknowledge the territorial expanse of the land of rain. Upon hearing this, Danzo's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Hanzo. Was he intent on invading the lands of neighboring smaller nations? Or perhaps instigating a war of annihilation? Such domineering thoughts coincided with Danzo's own clandestine ambitions. With this in mind, he gestured for everyone to retreat 100 meters, stating, I have matters to discuss privately with Lord Hanzo. The ninjas, known for their rapid mobility, soon left only the 2 principal figures of the negotiations atop the mountain. It was Danzo who spoke first. Food and weapons can be provided, but you must procure them at your own expense, calculated at pre-war prices. Moreover, which nation do you intend to annihilate? Are you not concerned about potential backlash? Hanzo, gazing into the distance, refrained from answering directly and instead remarked, I have heard that Shimura Danzo is a hawkish figure, advocating for hardline measures both domestically and abroad. Is this not precisely the policy I have implemented in the Land of Rain? Look at how the Land of Rain has grown stronger under my guidance. Alas, if only you were the supreme leader, our Land of Rain would surely flourish. Hanzo's words were designed to evoke the deeper desires that Danzo harbored within. The Land of Rain had become formidable due to its own despotism, as it lacked powerful ninja clans and bloodline limit ninjas. Should Konoha attempt to adopt such a policy now, it would undoubtedly lead to internal strife the very next day. Hanzo's objective was to entice Danzo, for the chaos in Konoha held no concern for him. Rather, it was an opportunity for him to benefit from the turmoil. To think of eliminating Danzo upon crossing over was absurd. Had he found himself in Konoha, perhaps such an act would have crossed his mind. Yet now, as the leader of the Land of Rain, Danzo was merely a useful pawn, one he must protect rather than eliminate. The combination of him and Sarutobi Hiruzen could potentially destabilize Hanzo's own precarious position. Meanwhile, Danzo, upon hearing Hanzo's words, fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, he finally uttered, "A pleasant cooperation." "Indeed, a pleasant cooperation, my lord. Oh, by the way, could you assist in lifting the curse mark from that young girl? For the sake of our future friendship." "Certainly, for the sake of our future friendship." The two exchanged smiles, yet the true thoughts within their hearts remained inscrutable. "Shinju, look at me. Open your eyes and see me." "Tsunade, Shinju has already perished. This is the reality of war." Due to Hanzo's warning, Tsunade was initially opposed to allowing Shinju on the battlefield. Despite Shinju's repeated pleas and her belief that the battle was coming to an end, coupled with the presence of Orochimaru by her side, Tsunade eventually relented. However, Hanzo's caution did not save Shinju, it merely hastened her demise. Such is the unpredictable nature of life and fate. On the other side, Hanzo remained oblivious to the happenings at the Konoha camp. Even if he were aware, he would only lament the loss, for Shinju's survival was not only crucial for the other major ninja villages, but also a matter of personal concern for Hanzo himself. After the parties concluded their discussions regarding various details, they prepared to depart. Given that they remained in a state of war, it was prudent to remain within their respective camps. The curse mark on the young girl had been lifted, now serving as a discreet messenger for private communications between Hanzo and Danzo. "Take care, Danzo. Should you require anything from the land of rain, do not hesitate to ask." "Yes, Hanzo, take care as well." At this moment, Kakashi Hatake, who had been silent since arriving, stepped forward, presenting a scroll and stating, "This is a message from our third Hokage to be opened privately upon your return to camp." Hanzo regarded Kakashi with a peculiar expression before glancing at the taciturn and brooding Danzo. Accepting the scroll, he replied, "Understood, thank you." Meanwhile, Danzo felt a surge of indignation at this display. Was his trust in question? Why must someone else convey messages, all while claiming to be in command? Yet, he remained ignorant of the contents of the scroll. With a hardened tone, he ordered, "Let us move." From atop the mountain, Hanzo observed the swift retreat of the Konoha delegation, silently concluding that he had sown a seed of ambition in Danzo's heart. Perhaps that seed already existed, and he simply needed to water it occasionally. Once Hanzo initiated his war of annexation, it was certain that Danzo would turn to Sarutobi Hiruzen, leading to a dialogue of regret and confrontation. Too bad he would not witness the scene. In due time, he would subtly express his approval of Danzo's hardline measures through Konoha's own shinobi. "Let us return, Yuya. Our endeavors have gone remarkably well." "Yes, Lord Hanzo. Thank you for everything you have done for me." Upon returning to camp, Hanzo surveyed the bountiful supplies of food and various resources, momentarily questioning whether Kakuzu had indeed led an assault on a small nation. As he tallied the provisions, Peiji, wearing a foolish grin, looked up and exclaimed, "My lord, you have returned. Splendid. By the way, these are the supplies brought back by Lord Kakuzu. Enough for our land of rain for an entire year." Initially, Peiji had held a degree of disdain for the newly appointed financial overseer, but now he was singing a different tune. Hanzo, taken aback by this display of joy from the typically solemn Peiji, mused over the unfortunate predicament of some small neighboring nation. "Where's Kakuzu?" "Lord Kakuzu has gone to rest." Well, so now he is addressed as Lord. "Yuya, you may rest for now. I will find Kakuzu to discuss matters." "Understood, my lord." As Peiji watched Yuya depart, he quietly inquired, "My lord, how did the negotiations with Konoha go? Also, considering her background as a spy, do you not trust her too much?" Hanzo interrupted Peiji's concerns with a wave of his hand, casually asserting, "She is completely trustworthy, just as you and Shinda are. You will always be my trusted subordinates. The negotiations with Konoha have been finalized. It is straightforward, we will strike wherever they do. However, that does not concern you greatly. Your primary task remains to be vigilant against Konoha. Should they betray us, you will serve as our first line of defense. Rest assured, my lord, I will diligently safeguard this line." Hanzo fell into silence, contemplating the tree hollow before him. He hesitantly asked Peiji, "Are you certain Kakuzu resides here?" "Indeed. I intended to arrange a new tent for Lord Kakuzu, but he declined, citing wastefulness." Hanzo knew Kakuzu to be miserly, yet he had not anticipated such reluctance, preferring a tree hollow over a new tent. "Very well. You may return to tally the supplies." Upon hearing this, Peiji's face flickered with a hint of embarrassment as he spoke. "Lord Hanzo, Lord Kakuzu has already accounted for all the supplies before he took his rest. He insisted that no one should touch anything until he has had a moment to recuperate, not even you." Hanzo pressed his forehead in resignation, replying, I understand. You go ahead and keep an eye on Kakuzu for now. If someone inadvertently disturbs him, he might truly lose his mind. After Heiji departed, Hanzo found himself at a loss, staring at the tree hollow before him. He turned to the ninja stationed nearby to keep watch for Kakuzu and instructed, once Kakuzu has rested, come to my tent. Upon leaving Kakuzu's side, Hanzo did not wander aimlessly but returned directly to his own tent. He addressed the chief of his guard at the entrance, saying, I shall take a brief rest. Inform any visitors to refrain from disturbing me. Of course, Hanzo had no intention of sleeping. His recent negotiations with the Hidden Leaf, even with the presence of the medic Nanao, had been concluded swiftly within half a day. He merely sought a pretext to avoid interruptions as he pondered over the scroll that the third Hokage had provided him, gazing at the open scroll before him. Although not particularly adept in sealing techniques, Hanzo was capable of performing this simple form of it. He promptly formed the necessary hand signs and uttered the release command. As he did so, a malevolent chakra began to emanate from the scroll. This chakra gradually coalesced into a humanoid figure, prompting Hanzo to exclaim in surprise, Kushina Uzumaki? The figure materializing was indeed Kushina Uzumaki. She surveyed her surroundings before fixing her gaze upon Hanzo and spoke. Oh, you recognize me? It seems you possess considerable knowledge. First, I must express my gratitude for your mercy towards Tsunade. Hanzo regarded the woman before him. Despite her youthful appearance, seemingly in her 30s, he was well aware that she was actually in her 60s or 70s and was the host of the Nine Tails. Moreover, her ability to seal away her excess chakra was something Hanzo deeply envied. He mused that if he could master such a skill, perhaps he too could achieve a form of liberation. While he contemplated these thoughts, he was still somewhat uncertain regarding Kushina's intentions and directly asked, Lady Uzumaki, is there something you wish to discuss by approaching me in this manner? Not only was Hanzo observing Kushina, but she too was utilizing her limited tail beast chakra to sense him. Your chakra is exceedingly fervent. This is quite unusual. Moreover, I cannot discern the nature of your heart, whether it leans towards good or evil. Although I am unaware of what has transpired within you, it seems to be a positive development. However, this clone formed from the Nine Tails chakra will dissipate swiftly. There is no need for you to speculate on my purpose. I merely wish to see who had managed to penetrate Tsunade's heart. After all, my time is limited, so consider this a minor indulgence of mine as a dying person. Kushina's cryptic words caused Hanzo to feel a pang of anxiety. It appeared that his heart was safeguarded by an intense flame, and her demeanor suggested she was akin to a grandmother observing her granddaughter's suitor, which left him feeling somewhat insecure. Hanzo remained silent, prompting Kushina to continue. Your name is Hanzo, is it not? Tsunade has spoken to me at length about you upon her return and has inquired about many matters. You are quite remarkable. It seems you have seen through nearly all my thoughts. I cannot tell if this is a blessing or a curse. Although you are not from the Hidden Leaf, I trust you young ones to resolve your own affairs. The Hidden Leaf is no longer what it once was, and the Senju clan has vanished. So, child, do you have any requests? Consider it a token of gratitude for your kindness. Hanzo found himself at a loss as to whether he should speak. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to voice his thoughts, recalling that she had indeed mentioned a reward. Lady Uzumaki, I have heard that you possess a sealing technique for storing chakra. I wonder if, in sealing, it is not suitable for you. She interrupted. From its very name, you should be able to deduce that it is designed exclusively for women. Why would you desire such a technique? While it is indeed useful, it is not particularly powerful. And from my observations, your chakra does not seem lacking. Kushina regarded him with a puzzled expression. Princess Tsunade must have informed you that I have awakened a certain power. However, my chakra cannot fully sustain its use, which is why I seek. Understanding dawned upon Kushina. Hanzo might have awakened a unique bloodline or developed a special technique. Yet his chakra was limiting its potential. She then suggested, very well, I shall teach you a basic sealing technique for chakra. This was developed during my creation of the Ein sealing and can be considered its precursor. While it may not restore one's injuries like the Ein sealing, it will serve as a simple chakra sealing method. Will this suffice? A glimmer of hope ignited within Hanzo, and he expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I am immensely thankful. Lady Uzumaki, now, I must take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you. As their conversation drew to a close, she casually etched a few symbols onto the sealing scroll. As Kushina began to dissipate, Hanzo called out once more, Lady Uzumaki. Should there ever come a day when Tsunade and I are united, I vow to protect her without fail. You can rest assured of that. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, a faint smile graced Kushina's lips as she nodded gently before vanishing completely. Hanzo watched as Kushina completely faded away, realizing that after the Second War, she would transfer the Nine Tails and depart from this world. This thought filled him with a sense of melancholy. In the Hidden Leaf encampment, Tsunade sat dazed within her tent, lifting her hand to observe the necklace she held. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she retrieved the painting that Hanzo had gifted her, weeping as she gazed at these two cherished items, lost in her thoughts. Lord Danzo, we only managed to bring back some internal organs. Orochimaru and Lady Tsunade were too closely tied, leaving no time to relocate the body. Moreover, we did not immediately consider killing him. He was rash enough to dive into an explosive tag formation without hesitation. Danzo surveyed the kneeling ninjas before him and exchanged a glance with his subordinate. In an instant, a swarm of insects lunged toward the group. You know too much. Let your demise nourish the Hidden Leaf. With that, he disregarded the agonized cries of the individuals and rose, taking the sealing scroll in hand as he departed without a backward glance. Chapter 19. Encampment, my lord. Kakuzu requests an audience. Come in. As Kakuzu entered the tent, Hanzo smiled faintly, unable to resist making a jest. Ah, Kakuzu. You could certainly be considered the god of wealth in our land of rain. All the riches of this nation are in your grasp. Why then? Do you choose to dwell in a tree hollow? If others were to witness this, they might mistakenly think I, Hanzo, have wronged you by withholding your provisions. Ha ha. Hanzo's words carried a playful tone, yet Kakuzu remained unamused, standing there with an impassive expression. Kakuzu was a man of pragmatic interests, placing little value on living conditions. To him, residing in a tree hollow allowed for cost savings and the avoidance of unnecessary complications. Moreover, with his formidable strength, he could ensure his safety even in a humble environment. In response to Hanzo's lighthearted banter, Kakuzu simply stated, money should be utilized wisely, and refrained from further comment. Hanzo was not surprised by Kakuzu's response. Despite their contrasting personalities, they shared a common goal in safeguarding the interests of the land of rain. Though Kakuzu might be somewhat miserly, Hanzo placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and smiled, saying, all right, I understand your perspective. However, it is essential to occasionally enhance our quality of life. So, where did you acquire these supplies? Kakuzu appeared slightly uncomfortable at this query. To be honest, I find it hard to believe myself. Upon arriving in the land of birds with my escort, I witnessed the transportation of these grains and supplies. I overheard that the land of birds is shipping provisions. Hanzo instantly grasped the implication. Was this a protection fee for Sunagakure? Or was there a gamble being placed on both sides? After all, the land of birds is weak and can only afford to buy peace. Anyone could come and beat them up to seize their possessions. It would be wiser for them to simply hand over the goods themselves to avoid further conflict. Hanzo continued. This time, we haven't been exposed, right? After all, the time for invasion has not yet come. Kakuzu smirked ominously. Rest assured, no one will know it was us. I merely utilized Earth Jutsu. Even if they deduced that the land of rain was involved, they would have no evidence. Suddenly, Hanzo inquired, wait a moment. The ninjas from the land of birds are rather weak. Why are they transporting such an abundance of supplies? Kakuzu, though slightly awkward, pondered for a moment before replying. Actually, the ones transporting the supplies were Sunagakure ninjas, and they were accompanied by a special girl with a unique bloodline. As for the Sunagakure ninjas, it was inevitable they would cross paths eventually. The special girl Kakuzu referred to was a certain Yakura, a tragic soul indeed. All right, Kakuzu. Let us head to the command post and make arrangements for our advance towards Sunagakure's battlefield. Once we secure victory there, we can take control of the land of birds and then proceed to the land of grass. Upon their arrival, the jonin in the camp were already waiting for them. Although Hanzo and Kakuzu had delayed slightly, no one expressed dissatisfaction. Hanzo walked directly to the main seat and commanded, ladies and gentlemen, our land of rain has formed an alliance with Konoha. Next, we shall head to the battlefield at Sunagakure. I will be taking half of our forces with me. After I depart, Heiji will continue as commander. Heiji, remember what I instructed you. Yes, my lord. Heiji will not disappoint you. Heiji instructed the ninjas departing with him to gather at the camp the following morning. Kakuzu, you will continue to escort the supplies you acquired back to the Hidden Rain village. Heiji, remain here with Kakuzu. Everyone else, you are dismissed. Hanzo's meetings were always succinct. Matters that could be conveyed in a sentence did not require unnecessary elaboration. Once the others departed, Hanzo turned to the two remaining individuals and continued, Heiji, you will not participate in this war against Shinobi, but if you keep an eye on Konoha, you will become a hero of the Hidden Rain village, understood? Heiji knelt, replying, rest assured, Lord Hanzo, I will keep a vigilant watch on Konoha. Kakuzu, I retain you for personal reasons. Please bring those 4 younglings back to the Hidden Rain village. They are still quite young and need to grow. Merely experiencing the world will suffice. Kakuzu, puzzled, thought to himself that he had never heard Hanzo mention any children since joining the Land of Rain. Unable to contain his curiosity, he directly asked, what younglings? I am not suited for child-rearing. Although Hanzo was unaware of Kakuzu's thoughts, he could sense the mischief in his eyes and promptly replied, come with me to see them. I haven't seen them in a few days. As Kakuzu followed Hanzo, he noticed the 4 children training in the distance and remarked, one is chopping wood. Another is folding paper, one is tending the fire, and the last is cutting fish. Are they preparing a meal? Are you suggesting it is abstract? Yes. That is quite an apt description. What do you mean by apt description? It does look somewhat abstract indeed. Hanzo did not elaborate further, simply calling out, you 4, come here. Upon hearing his voice, the 4 turned to see Hanzo and were instantly filled with excitement, especially Yahiko, who exclaimed, teacher, witness my prowess. Blade dance. Meanwhile, Kakuzu was not only twitching at the corner of his eye, but also grimacing at the audacity of this young lad wielding a weapon. Just as Kakuzu was marveling at the vitality of the youth, he saw Yahiko swiftly retreat, and he glanced at Hanzo, who remained calm while interacting with the other 3 children. Surely, that boy would be fine. Kakuzu, do not stand there in a daze. This is Nagato, this is Conan. And you must have met Hanzo. Hanzo introduced them, and this will be our future finance chief of the Land of Rain. His word will be law regarding our finances. Greetings, Lord Kakuzu. Ahem, greetings to all of you. From a distance, Yahiko came sprinting back, shouting, teacher, and me too. The future leader of the Land of Rain. The successor after you pass. Hearing Yahiko's declaration, Kakuzu was taken aback. This was too bold. Hanzo, on the other hand, bore a frown. For he did not care who succeeded him as the leader of the Land of Rain. But wait, when did he become so morbidly inclined? Yahiko, not only leading Conan astray, but nearly leading him astray as well. Kakuzu, when you return to the Hidden Rain village tomorrow, remember to take them with you. You have worked hard procuring supplies these past few days. Rest well, for your tasks are far from over. I have some personal matters to attend to. As Hanzo spoke, he lifted Yahiko away. Lord Kakuzu, do not worry. Lord Hanzo will exercise discretion. Yahiko is simply spirited, and he holds much respect for Lord Hanzo. As Kakuzu watched Hanzo and Yahiko depart, he found himself at a loss for words, until Yakushi Nono intervened. Ah, very well. I shall return to rest. The 3 of them respectfully bowed to Kakuzu before heading in the direction of Hanzo and Yahiko. Kakuzu silently observed the occasional explosions and cries for mercy in the distance. Muttering, it is no small feat for that child to have survived to this age. Chapter 20. Shinobi once again standing at the entrance of the camp. Hanzo turned to look back at his followers, who placed their unwavering trust in him. Though their numbers were few, each pair of eyes reflected steadfast resolve. Taking a deep breath, Hanzo understood that some would not return from this endeavor. He turned to face the crowd, raising his weapon high. His voice resonant and powerful. We are about to embark on the battlefield of Shinobi. Remember, this battle represents the future of the Land of Rain. The assembly erupted in a unified cheer, their spirits soaring. Hanzo cast a glance at the 4 children stationed at the back of the line, nodding slightly in their direction. With a wave of his hand, all present gradually vanished into the forest. At the Shinobi camp, a group was gathered, watching a kneeling ninja as their leader spoke. Are you saying that someone has stolen the supplies? And that they killed everyone except you? They did not pursue you? The kneeling figure was Yukura, who had escaped from Kakuzu's grasp, now in a dire state, with blood dripping from one hand. Yes, my lord. They truly did not pursue me, Yukura replied weakly. The leader furrowed his brow, deep in contemplation. The grain in question is of paramount importance to them, yet it has been seized, escalating the situation into a dire state. Can we discern which faction is responsible? He inquired. Yitsong shook his head, noting that while their faces were obscured, their skills indicated a well-trained unit, exhibiting a remarkable level of coordination. Leading them was the wind shadow of Isekai'd, who at that moment was beset by an ominous premonition. He could not believe this was an unplanned act. It was far too coincidental. Regardless, we must swiftly ascertain the whereabouts of the grain. Notify the other teams to enhance their patrols and vigilance. Additionally, dispatch individuals to investigate the nearby villages and outposts for any leads, he commanded. Yitsong gritted his teeth, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. My lord, I am willing to lead a team in search of clues. At this moment, a figure stepped forward from behind the wind shadow, saying, Allow me to go instead, my lord. Setting aside Yitsong's ambush, he is currently injured. The speaker was Rasha, the disciple most favored by the wind shadow. Though still in his 20s, he was beginning to demonstrate his burgeoning abilities. His mastery of magnetic sand earning the admiration of all in Isekai'd for his promising future. The leader regarded the injured Yitsong, hesitating for a moment before nodding. Very well, Rasha, you may go. Exercise utmost caution. Report immediately upon encountering any suspicious activity. Rasha accepted the order and departed. Yitsong, wishing to voice his concerns, was interrupted by Chiyo, who stood nearby. Yitsong, enough. This matter is not your fault. You should retreat to recover and rest. All of you go as well. Reluctantly, Yitsong followed the other ninjas out, leaving only the wind shadow, Chiyo, and Hozuki in the tent, enveloped in silence. Chiyo broke the stillness first. Wind shadow. Perhaps we should have Hozuki lead the intelligence unit to investigate. Our supplies are dwindling. Hozuki, who had remained silent until now, added. The infiltrators in Konohagakure have reported that the Land of Rain has allied with them. Soon, Hanzo of the Salamander will bring his forces to this battlefield. The terms of cooperation are still unknown, and Hanzo's strength is formidable. He is said to have defeated the 3 disciples of Sarutobi Hiruzen, bestowing upon them the title of 3 ninjas. While the veracity of this claim is uncertain, we must prepare accordingly. The wind shadow felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The grain's location remained unknown, and with the alliance between the Land of Rain and Konohagakure, his own ally, the Wagakure, was still observing the situation. Though they had promised to join the assault on Konohagakure, their words were loud but actions minimal, rendering them ineffective. Meanwhile, Kumogakure and Kirigakure were also watching, displaying no urgency. Yet Isekai'd could scarcely endure any longer. In a hoarse voice, the wind shadow spoke. Elder Chiyo, if we cannot recover the grain, how much longer can we sustain ourselves? Chiyo exchanged glances with Hozuki, contemplating the wind shadow's possible retreat. Although they understood his predicament, they had no viable solutions. At most, half a month, Chiyo replied. If we cannot secure grain within that time, we will have to withdraw. Furthermore, the daimyo believes we are making no progress and is reluctant to send supplies to the front lines. Hearing the daimyo's words, the wind shadow felt helpless. The daimyo, in his wisdom, failed to grasp the realities of warfare. Depriving troops of supplies was tantamount to courting defeat. He often found himself perplexed by the daimyo's reasoning. In contrast, the daimyo of the Land of Fire unconditionally supported Konohagakure, especially during wartime. The daimyo of the Land of Earth resided in Iwagakure, and the daimyo of the Land of Lightning was practically a blood brother to the Reikage. Kirigakure functioned independently, needing no support from their daimyo, while Isekai'd struggled and was compelled to seek assistance from the capital of the Land of Wind. Wasn't the purpose of their war to seize a region with promise for the future? At times, he contemplated defection. After internalizing his frustrations, he realized life must go on. Squinting at Chiyo, he instructed, send for Bunkyu and notify Konohagakure. Let us determine the outcome of this conflict in one decisive battle. We shall not delay. It is time to conclude this war swiftly. Chiyo and Hozuki sighed, fully aware of the wind shadow's desperation, yet recognizing their limited options. The Land of Wind was starkly lacking in resources, leaving them with no choice but to resort to war. If only they could adopt a more peaceful stance like the Land of Fire. Understood. I will dispatch someone immediately, Chiyo affirmed. You may attend to your matters. I shall remain for a while. Meanwhile, Hanzo and his entourage, having journeyed for an entire day, finally arrived at Isekai'd's encampment as twilight descended. Thanks to scouts, Hanzo and his group were met at the camp entrance by Shinda, who awaited their arrival with anticipation. Upon seeing Hanzo, excitement spread among the gathered individuals. Shinda stepped forward, saying, Lord Hanzo, you have arrived. The entire camp is prepared to engage in battle at your command, for you and the Land of Rain. Hanzo placed a reassuring hand on Shinda's shoulder. Thank you for your efforts, Shinda. Dismiss everyone to rest. I require all squad leaders to assemble at the command center. I have crucial matters to discuss. Yes, my lord. In the command center, Hanzo took his seat at the head of the table, addressing those present. We have allied with Konohagakure and will soon launch an offensive against Sunagakure. I expect everyone to give their utmost to ensure a decisive victory. The crowd responded with fervor. Hanzo continued, I will personally lead this operation. I assign all squad leaders a task. During the conflict, gravitate toward the forces of Konohagakure. Having their support is invaluable, and we must exploit this opportunity. However, do not fully trust the ninjas of Konohagakure. Maintain a degree of caution. I do not require you to achieve great feats. Protect yourself and your subordinates. Lastly, inform everyone to keep their distance from the battlefield. I am still mastering my newfound abilities. Understood, my lord. After the meeting adjourned, Hanzo beckoned Shinda, entrusting him with a special task to safeguard the camp and remain vigilant for any unusual occurrences. Meanwhile, Hanzo stood outside the command center, gazing into the distance, contemplating the imminent confrontation. In the Konohagakure camp, Lord Tsukumo, this is the declaration of war submitted by Sunagakure. What are your thoughts? After a moment of reflection, Tsukumo replied, send a copy of this intelligence to Lord Third and also to the Land of Rain, as they are our allies. Finally, summon everyone to a meeting with me. Yes, Lord Tsukumo. Chapter 21. Farewell, Tsunade. It had been 3 days since Hanzo received the intelligence from Konohagakure. He understood that Akatsuki had seized the grain supplies from Sunagakure, prompting the advancement of the decisive battle. Historically, Sunagakure initiated hostilities only to capitulate before anyone could react. A pattern that persisted. Of course, Hanzo comprehended the rationale behind it. The Land of Wind was sorely lacking in resources. To develop, they felt compelled to wage war, swiftly seizing what they could before surrendering. As long as they surrendered quickly enough, they could avoid punishment. Regarding the issue of reparations for defeat, that was a joke. He could barely afford to eat, let alone incur more debt. His immediate concern was securing sustenance, and the future could wait. Now, he simply needed to await the offensive from Konohagakure, trailing behind with his forces to reap the rewards without exerting excessive effort. After all, Konohagakure had no intention of demanding too much from him. Their negotiations stemmed from a desire to prevent the Land of Rain from siding with Sunagakure, which would pose a significant problem. Engaging Sunagakure was a straightforward endeavor for Konohagakure. Of course, he was not opposed to contributing, provided the price was right. Everything was negotiable. However, he doubted that an engagement with Sunagakure would require his direct involvement. As Hanzo found himself lost in thought, a voice from outside announced, Lord Hanzo, Tsunade from Konoha has arrived with a team. What shall we do? Tsunade, allow her entry. I suppose I shall accompany you there. Soon. Hanzo arrived at the camp's entrance to greet Tsunade, who appeared somewhat subdued compared to her vibrant self during her last visit. Though Hanzo was unaware of the circumstances, he swiftly approached, saying, Welcome, esteemed guests from Konoha and Princess Tsunade. Shinda, please prepare accommodations for our Konoha guests. Princess Tsunade, may I have a moment alone with you? Tsunade nodded and addressed her fellow ninjas. Everyone, please maintain decorum. We are here as guests. Let us not jeopardize our cooperation. I wish to speak with Lord Hanzo privately. Inside Hanzo's tent, he observed the weary Tsunade and inquired, Princess Tsunade, what has transpired? With reddened eyes, she responded, on the verge of tears, you've guessed it. Shinjitsu has died. Hanzo paused, acknowledging that Shinjitsu's fate was inevitable, yet it felt premature. It seemed that his presence had altered the course of events. He composed himself and said, Princess Tsunade, please accept my condolences. War invariably brings loss. Shinjitsu sacrificed himself to protect the village, and I believe he would not have regretted his choice. Tsunade bit her lip, striving to rein in her emotions. I understand, but I cannot accept his departure. Hanzo, aside from our collaboration, I wish to inquire about a personal matter. Hanzo furrowed his brow. What question do you have? Tsunade took a deep breath. Shinjitsu died outside the camp, where there was an explosive tag formation. This is highly unusual. In my investigations over the past few days, I made a new discovery. The explosive tag shows signs of insects. Hanzo fell silent upon hearing this. Shinjitsu's death was indeed orchestrated by Danzo. The clan that employed insects in battle was none other than Konoha's Aburame clan. Moreover, Hanzo suspected that either Aburame Shirhai or his son, Aburame Torigane, had already infiltrated the vicinity. Princess Tsunade, only your clan employs insects in combat, Hanzo reminded her. I am aware. I have questioned the Aburame clan, and as of now, they have remained in Iwagakure. No clan ninja has come to Sunagakure, she replied. Furthermore, Konoha has attributed Shinjitsu's death to an accident within the explosive tag formation, especially with the impending battle against Sunagakure. They have forbidden further investigation, claiming it will be revisited after the war. However, I fear that time will render it impossible to uncover the truth. Tsunade doubted that Hanzo could overlook this point. Ever since his previous warning, she had been reluctant to accept it, but the indications pointed towards Konoha's higher-ups. Hanzo contemplated the implications of Tsunade's mention of the Aburame clan. Their absence did not preclude other ninjas from entering the Root Division. Realizing he could not evade the situation, he sighed. Alas, Princess Tsunade, please continue. What is it you wish to ask me? Although we share a good rapport, I must apologize if this concerns the interests of the Land of Rain. I wish to know if you have any idea who is responsible. As I mentioned, no one in the ninja world wishes for Shinjitsu to remain alive. I regret, Princess Tsunade, but I do not know who the murderer is, or perhaps everyone is complicit. Do you believe there was a chance to avert this? I merely wish to know. While I grieve for Shinjitsu's loss, I have resolved to gather my strength and not lose my reason. Hanzo observed the woman before him. Her demeanor suggested she had not truly regained her composure. Rather, she seemed to fear confronting the truth, seeking to avoid acknowledgement. Princess Tsunade, the answer is already apparent. And Shinjitsu would not wish for you to be in such a state. Hanzo, just tell me. Stepping closer to the visibly unraveling Tsunade, Hanzo reached out, gently wiping her tears, and embraced her. You already know the answer. You merely wish to evade it. But what follows after I reveal it? Seeking vengeance? Avoiding it? That is not a practical solution. Life is often filled with disappointments. So, grant yourself mercy. Overcome with grief, Tsunade wept openly in Hanzo's embrace, her cries gradually subsiding until she fell asleep. Hanzo held her, wiping her tears, then looked out the tent's window, gazing far into the distance. In her dreams, Tsunade seemed to see Shinjitsu, smiling and waving goodbye. She reached out to grasp him, but only held onto an arm. Slowly, she opened her eyes to see the man who held her, seemingly unaware of her awakening, lost in thought as he gazed outside. Awake? Feeling better? Would you like something to eat? I had porridge prepared for you. Upon noticing that Tsunade had awakened, Hanzo naturally assisted her into a sitting position as if nothing had transpired moments earlier. Seeing Tsunade regain some color, he remarked, Do you think me unreasonable? After all, it is not my own brother who has perished in battle. To me, your family's loss is something I cannot fully empathize with. Have you witnessed too many deaths to feel? No, it is because I have never possessed what you have. What is the concept of loss when one has never truly owned something? Family is a distant term, a luxury. Tsunade abruptly lifted her gaze to the man before her. He held a bowl, gently blowing on the porridge before bringing the spoon to his lips. Tsunade quickly finished the porridge, and Hanzo set the bowl down and rose. You should stay here tonight. I must return to the command center. Your current condition is not ideal, and it would be unwise for others to see you like this. Watching Hanzo exit the tent, Tsunade did not object, but turned back to the empty bowl, lost in thought. Chapter 22. The Gathering Storm. Tsunade had been at the Rain Village's camp with the Konoha team for 3 days. The battlefield had remained eerily calm. While there had been no large-scale battles, minor skirmishes had occurred. However, in recent days, even the small clashes had subsided, creating a palpable sense of impending turmoil. Following their previous conversation, the bond between Hanzo and Tsunade seemed to have deepened, yet neither dared to break the unspoken barrier between them. Tsunade had taken to residing in Hanzo's tent, and he found it inappropriate to send her away, so he remained in the command center. Yesterday, Kakuzu had arrived at the battlefield, a welcome development. Although he valued his life, he was a formidable force, and his presence greatly pleased Hanzo. Seated in the command center, Hanzo studied the Ninja World map, contemplating the need to push Konoha back after dealing with Sunagakure. He must not allow the flames of war to encroach upon the Land of Rain. To instill fear in others, he needed to demonstrate his true strength in this conflict. Perhaps by utilizing the forbidden techniques he had learned from Uzumaki Mido. If he could sustain himself long enough for a single powerful strike, it would be worth it. If his deductions were correct, once the war commenced, that Tsuchikage would formally enter the fray, and the Cloud Village would surely follow suit. The third Raikage was likely the strongest ninja in the realm at this point. As Hanzo was lost in thought, the voice of Tsunade reached him from outside, leaving him feeling somewhat helpless. Tsunade, with her striking beauty and impressive figure, had a personality that could be quite vexing. After spending a few days with Hanzo, she seemed to have truly emerged from her shell. Previously restrained in his presence, she was now revealing her true self. "Is your leader around? I need to speak with him," Tsunade called out to the guards from a distance. Beside Hanzo, Shinda cast a furtive glance at him, uncertain about the relationship between the princess of Konoha and his leader. It was hard to believe they were merely acquaintances, especially since she was allowed to stay in his tent. However, if there were indeed something between them, Shinda wholeheartedly supported it, as it posed no detriment to the land of Rain. Before Tsunade could enter, Shinda stood up and said, "Lord Hanzo, there are other matters in the camp that require my attention." Over the past few days, Shinda had discerned Tsunade's temperament. Although she inquired about her leader's whereabouts, she would not wait for an announcement but would enter directly. It was best for him to make a swift exit. In the command center of the Konoha camp, Shikaku and Mito were deliberating a sensitive issue. Following Danzo's departure to another battlefield, Shikaku had been promoted to commander in the war against Sunagakure. As a strong commander was vital for morale, Mito had taken on the role of deputy commander. For a while, neither spoke, until Mito finally broke the silence. "Reliable intelligence indicates that the one-tailed Jinchuriki has arrived at the front lines, and Lord Vortex Mito can no longer engage in battle. I dispatched someone back to Konoha to consult with Hayashi, and after discussions, we have decided that if the one-tail appears, Tsunade will be sent in to confront it. Your task will be to deal with the high-ranking officers from Sunagakure that appear on the battlefield." Shikaku frowned slightly upon hearing that the information had been relayed back to Konoha without his prior knowledge, but he said nothing. He understood why he had been appointed commander. Due to the impending decisive battle, a powerful ninja was necessary to bolster confidence. However, he couldn't help but protest. "Isn't that essentially sending Tsunade to her death?" "Shouldn't I?" Mito, aware of his intentions, interrupted. "First and foremost, your strength lies in assassination, not large-scale attacks. Sending Tsunade is not a death sentence. This decision was made after careful consideration." Shikaku was acutely aware of his own limitations. He lacked powerful area of effect attacks, particularly against tailed beasts, and was only suited for single-target assassinations or small skirmishes. Watching others risk their lives while he remained behind was not in line with his ninja way. He would prefer to go into battle himself. Mito continued, "You know Tsunade has gone to the Rain Village camp, right?" Shikaku replied, somewhat confused, "Yes. She mentioned it before leaving. After all, they are allies, and she can bring the Rain Village ninjas into battle." "Are you also aware that she has been residing in Hanzo's tent?" Mito inquired. Shikaku was taken aback. "What?" "Yes, you heard correctly, in Hanzo's tent. Thus, we plan to have Tsunade confront the One-Tail. When she can no longer hold her ground, do you think Hanzo will refrain from intervening? As soon as he does, our Konoha ninjas will withdraw and launch a surprise attack on Sunagakure's camp. Even if he doesn't act, we will have personnel ready to extract Tsunade. Rest assured." Despite Mito's clarity, Shikaku found it hard to accept. If this plan unfolded smoothly, the burden of confronting the tailed beast would fall on the Rain Village, while he merely needed to gather the spoils. However, it felt deeply unethical to use his own people as pawns against others. Shikaku intended to refuse but found himself at a loss for words. After all, he was a Konoha ninja, and this plan had the approval of the third Hokage. He had no choice but to proceed. In a moment of reflection, he let out a heavy sigh. "Tsunade, tomorrow marks the day of our decisive battle. Please take care," Hanzo said, looking back at the mischievous Tsunade with a hint of resignation. Due to his presence in the command center, Hanzo had not tended to his hair, which was left loose behind him. Tsunade, upon noticing, was like a child discovering a new toy and eagerly began to braid his hair. "Hanzo, do you think once the war with Sunagakure concludes, the fighting will truly end? Also, your hair is golden, just like mine." As Tsunade chattered away, Hanzo felt a slight headache coming on. He knew he had to respond. If he remained silent, she would surely cry and throw a tantrum. It caught him off guard. Was Tsunade truly acting like a child, throwing a fit? But then again, it was her nature. Who knows? Perhaps, he replied nonchalantly. "Indeed. It seems we share a fateful connection with our similar hair color." Tsunade rolled her eyes, fully aware that Hanzo was merely humoring her. She understood that her interruptions were somewhat bothersome, yet she couldn't help but want to tease Hanzo. He never seemed angry, even when exasperated. He would simply pat her head and treat her like a child, affectionately calling her princess, which made her feel as though she had returned to her childhood. Hanzo, you take care too. I don't want to lose you, she said earnestly. Hanzo paused, turning to look at Tsunade without speaking. Not hearing his response, she lifted her gaze, preparing to confront him about his silence. Did he dare ignore her? Do you want me to cry? She threatened. Upon looking up, Tsunade found Hanzo staring at her, leaving her momentarily flustered, and she recalled that her previous words had sounded somewhat like a confession. Hanzo offered her a faint smile, reached out to stroke her hair, and said, "Let's wait until the war concludes." As Tsunade dashed out of the tent, she turned back, spat in the direction of the tent, her cheeks flushed, muttering, "How inappropriate. He clearly wants to woo me." Though her words were sharp, anyone observing her at that moment would have noticed the barely concealed excitement on her face. Chapter 23. The battle commences. Hanzo and Tsunade, with their subordinates, swiftly traversed the spaces between trees, gazing at the desert that lay ahead. Hanzo sighed internally, understanding why war had been initiated. As far as the eye could see, there was only sand, and upon looking up, the contrast with the nearby forest was stark. Observing the Konoha forces and the Sunagakure troops in close proximity, Hanzo realized that the conflict with Sunagakure would reach its conclusion today. It was rare for ninjas to engage in such a direct confrontation, issuing a declaration of war and assembling all forces for a showdown. This was reminiscent of the old ways of the samurai. With the land of rain joining the battlefield, the already tense atmosphere grew even more charged, with everyone waiting for orders to launch their attacks. The Isekai'd had relayed the message that once we commenced battle, they would launch an offensive against the Konoha forces stationed in Kusagakure. Thus, we could afford to lose, but we must not suffer a catastrophic defeat. Moreover, I suspect that even though the land of rain has allied with Konoha, they will not exert themselves significantly. We will proceed as previously discussed. Elder Chiyo will divert the attention of the salamander Hanzo. If Sunagakure cannot withstand the pressure, we will have that individual intervene. The speaker is the third Kazekage, who gazes at the recently arrived Hanzo and remarks on his presence. Meanwhile, the Leaf Village has also taken note of Hanzo's forces, particularly Kakashi Hatake, who, despite the distance, nods in acknowledgement. Chiyo, observing Hanzo, advises, "Old man knows, Kazekage, you must prioritize your safety. If circumstances become dire, retreat swiftly to preserve the future of the Sand Village. For the future of the land of wind and Sunagakure, let us advance." With the command of the third Kazekage, the Sunagakure ninjas charge forward, unleashing a barrage of ninjutsu. The Leaf Village, witnessing this offensive, reciprocates without hesitation. With a wave of Kakashi's hand, combat erupts. Sunagakure's attack is strategic, leaving only a few to follow Chiyo in monitoring Hanzo while the majority engage in the melee with the Leaf Village. Tsunade, seeing her comrades join the fray, glances at Hanzo but says nothing, instead preparing to enter the battle. "Princess Tsunade, please be cautious," calls a voice behind her. Without looking back, she merely smirks before joining the conflict. Thus, only Chiyo remains with a portion of the puppet troops, facing Hanzo's forces, yet neither side initiates an attack. Chiyo then states, "I have heard that the leader of the Rain Country is quite a figure, yet it is unfortunate he has become a pawn of Konoha." Before Hanzo can respond, his subordinates shout their intent to make Sunagakure pay. Hanzo simply smiles faintly and gestures, addressing Chiyo, "Elder Chiyo, ultimately, we are all striving to fortify our own nations. Are we not? This war has already sealed Sunagakure's fate. Your current offensive is merely a means to maximize your national interests, is it not? Perhaps after the conflict, we can discuss cooperation." Listening to Hanzo, Chiyo acknowledges the truth in his words, but is resolute in preventing Hanzo from joining the primary battle, as his strength could alter the tide significantly. "A silver-tongued fellow, let me see what the leader of the Rain Country is capable of." Puppet Jutsu. As Chiyo prepares to act, Hanzo swiftly warns, "Everyone, be cautious. The puppets are laced with poison. Do not let their weapons harm you. Chiyo will handle this. Kakuzu Shindai, lead the charge." With Hanzo's command, Chiyo's puppets advance toward him. Hanzo draws his sword to parry, having no intention of killing Chiyo, as he remains concerned for her grandson. Sasori, standing with sword drawn, Hanzo refrains from launching an attack, merely blocking. As Chiyo observes Kakuzu and Shindai's troops clashing with their opponents, particularly Kikuzu, who lunges at the enemy like a ravenous wolf among sheep, she grows anxious. Yet, recognizing Hanzo's indifferent defense, she retrieves a scroll, and with a loud pop, proclaims, "Secret technique, 10 puppets of Chiyo." 10 puppets suddenly materialize around her, prompting Hanzo to set aside his playful demeanor. 3 treasures of puppet technique, absorb, Chiyo commands, and 3 puppets marked with Buddhist symbols swiftly encircle Hanzo, activating a powerful suction that pulls him in. With a swift draw of his sword and a Rasengan, Hanzo easily destroys 2 of the encircling puppets. He then strikes at Chiyo, who uses a puppet to block his assault, resulting in a back-and-forth exchange of offense and defense. While onlookers perceive their battle as fierce, Chiyo understands that Hanzo is merely putting on a performance for the Leaf Village. Recognizing Hanzo's lack of intent to support the Leaf side, Chiyo calls out, "Everyone, join the front line. I will handle this." Upon hearing her command, Hanzo exchanges glances with Kakuzu and Shindai, and suddenly, the previously beleaguered puppet troops break through as if rejuvenated. "Kakuzu, Shindai, the enemy is fleeing. Why are you not pursuing?" Hanzo chastises, realizing that if they do not chase now, it would be too blatant an act of leniency. The belatedly aware Kakuzu and Shindai share a glance before hastily pursuing, the spectacle almost comical. Chiyo lets out a sigh of relief and addresses Hanzo, "Hanzo, we acknowledge this favor. Do not say such things. Your puppet troops merely took us by surprise." Hanzo interrupts, knowing he cannot accept responsibility, especially not while allied with Konoha. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Kakashi Hatake, bloodied and fierce, resembles a harbinger of death, unstoppable in his advance. The third Kazekage attempts to intervene but is halted by Tsunade, who, despite being less powerful, proves to be as resilient as ever. Observing the surrounding chaos, the Kazekage realizes that Tsunagekyu's defenses are faltering. Internally lamenting the irony of being unable to contend with just one division of Konoha, he decides against further sacrifice of his remaining forces, raising his hand to declare, "All Tsunagekyo personnel, retreat." He signals for the division of Fuku to regroup at the front line. As Tsunagekyo withdraws, Kakashi gestures for his team to cease their pursuit. His eyes narrow. Indeed, the one-tail approaches. "Quickly retreat." He starts forward, but his arm is seized. Turning to admonish, he sees Mito Menju shaking her head, having arrived on the battlefield unbeknownst to him. As Kakashi is restrained, Tsunade, ever reckless, perceives the unusual chakra emanating from the newly summoned figure of Shikaku and decisively intervenes. "Ah, I have finally emerged. You pests, I shall eliminate you all." With Shikaku's manifestation, several unprepared ninjas are caught in the chaos. The summoned slug, being a combat-type summon, soon collapses under the strain, leaving Tsunade to evade the one-tail's onslaught. Gradually, she realizes the absence of reinforcements, lifting her gaze to find everyone retreating, leaving her to fend for herself. With a bitter smile, Tsunade acknowledges the truth in the words spoken earlier. Konoha can no longer accommodate her. As Shikaku's colossal hand descends upon her, she resigns herself to her fate. Perhaps this is her destiny. She had not yet properly bid farewell to that irreverent individual. How she longs to curl up in his embrace and drift into slumber. With a decisive strike, the one-tail's hand is severed. In that moment, Tsunade, still with her eyes closed, feels herself lifted and slowly opens them to see Hanzo cradling her. Indeed, he has saved her once more. "Princess Tsunade, conceding is not your style," he teases, and like a child meeting a parent, she begins to weep. Spiritual art as Hanzo emerged from the depths of the well. He cradled Tsunade in his arms, standing atop the well's edge. "Princess Tsunade," he addressed her, "allow my summoned beast to escort you back. Leave this to me." After enduring a series of fierce battles, Tsunade, having exhausted her chakra to evade the one-tail, felt a wave of relief wash over her upon seeing Hanzo. Her strength waned, and she found herself on the brink of unconsciousness, unable to utter a single word. Gently, Hanzo set Tsunade down, smoothing her disheveled hair from the chaos of battle. He then turned to the well, saying, "Old friend, I must trouble you once more to take her to the Leaf Ninja. I can handle things here." Moments ago, Hanzo had been engaged in a fierce struggle with Chiyo, exchanging blows and puppets. Suddenly, a surge of formidable chakra surged forth, and soon only Tsunade remained in the fray. Without a moment to spare, Hanzo swiftly freed himself from Chiyo and rushed to save her. Casting a glance at the departing well, he addressed the now-reformed one-tail. "It seems Tsunagekyo can no longer hold their ground. You've been released." The severed hand that Hanzo had struck was already reassembling itself. For Shikaku, the one-tail, was nearly indestructible upon the sands. At that moment, Shikaku fixed its gaze upon Hanzo, sensing the danger that his blade had posed. Yet the beast would not retreat without a fight. With a mighty roar, Shikaku expelled a colossal sphere of wind, infused with chakra, hurtling towards Hanzo. "All creation shall turn to ash," he declared, igniting his blade in flames as the temperature around him began to rise. Hanzo deftly evaded the massive wind ball and launched his counterattack. Each stroke of his blade, as it sliced through Shikaku's sandy form, transformed it into shards of glass. Observers from a distance were left in awe as Hanzo overpowered the One-Tail, a creature that represented the pinnacle of strength in the ninja world, now appearing as fragile as porcelain beneath his blade. Although Shikaku could rapidly reform, Hanzo's speed rendered it impotent, driving the beast into a frenzy. It unleashed a vast area of ninjutsu, desert layer, great burial seal. As the words escaped Shikaku's beak, the sand beneath Hanzo's feet began to coalesce with a life of its own, rapidly forming a monumental sealing dune. Hanzo found himself unable to escape immediately, though he had no desire to flee. Gradually, the sand morphed into a colossal sealing mound as Shikaku launched a tailed beast bomb towards it. "Ha! The little insect is finished." Shikaku's laughter abruptly ceased. Not only Shikaku, but all present felt parched as a figure emerged from the ruins of the sealing dune. Utilizing a sealing technique infused with chakra, Hanzo, having unleashed his Bankai, flames engulfed his body, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell, instilling fear with a mere glance. In the instant Hanzo was sealed, he immediately broke free from the sealing technique, activating his Bankai and employing the flame blade of the west to shield himself. He advanced slowly towards Shikaku, each step transforming the sand beneath him into pure glass. Scorched by flames, Hanzo did not wish for such an ostentatious display. He was at the end of his strength. The power of his flowing blade like fire demanding an immense amount of chakra. He had exhausted all his chakra reserves in the sealing technique, and his act of maintaining the fiery garment was merely a facade. "Shikaku, return to your host. This conflict must end." Shikaku gazed at the fiery figure before him, sensing the terror emanating from the flames. Though impulsive, the beast was not foolish. It recognized the futility of continuing this battle, especially as the time for its shared power was nearing its conclusion. With a huff, Shikaku slowly retreated into its Jinchuriki. Observing Shikaku's compliance, Hanzo dispelled his Bankai, utterly drained of chakra, fatigue overwhelming him. The arid desert, long devoid of rain, transformed into a torrential downpour, a consequence of Hanzo's earlier unleashing of his power. Kakuzu and Shin arrived promptly at Hanzo's side to protect him. Hanzo, gathering his remaining strength, uttered, "We must take the Jinchuriki and leave swiftly for our camp." The leaf and sand shinobi watched in astonishment as the rain ninja departed hastily, particularly the sand, who lacked the courage to reclaim their Jinchuriki. Suddenly, Tsunade awoke with a start, finding herself wrapped in bandages, momentarily bewildered. Then she remembered Hanzo's rescue attempt and tried to rise from her bed, only to find her body unresponsive. After several failed attempts, she called out, "Someone, anyone." Before long, Shikamaru entered, and upon seeing Tsunade's face, a flicker of shame crossed his countenance. "How do you feel now? Where is Hanzo?" "I do not know. He was taken by his subordinates, along with the Jinchuriki from Sunagakure. We have dispatched inquiries, and I believe news will arrive shortly." Tsunade sighed in relief upon hearing that Hanzo had been taken by his men, then lay back against her pillow, staring at the tense ceiling. "Was I abandoned?" Shikamaru took a deep breath and revealed the truth. "I received orders to use you as bait. Your impulsive nature meant you would confront the Jinchuriki as soon as he appeared. When you faltered, Hanzo would intervene, allowing us to eliminate the remaining sand ninja. We did not anticipate Hanzo's strength exceeding expectations, commanding respect from all present. I was also informed that if Hanzo did not act, someone would come to your aid." Tsunade's expression turned bitter as she responded, "Aid? I was on the verge of death, and no one came to rescue me. If it weren't for Hanzo, I would have perished. Were they planning to recover my corpse?" Shikamaru lowered his head in shame. "I am truly sorry, Tsunade," with a dismissive wave of her hand. Tsunade interrupted Shikamaru's apology. "I wish to rest now. I shall take my leave then." "My apologies, Tsunade," he replied before exiting. As Shikamaru departed, Tsunade silently wept, gazing at the artwork she had adorned. Meanwhile, Shin carried Hanzo on his back, while Kakuzu handled the Jinchuriki, finally arriving at the village. They exchanged relieved glances, both exhaling deeply. Although Hanzo had requested to be taken to the camp, after conferring, they deemed it prudent to return to the village. Thus, they hurried back without delay, dispersing their subordinates along the way. Should pursuers arise, they would sacrifice their lives for time. Quickly, summon the medical ninjas. Did you say a certain fire-based bloodline has awakened? Indeed, even the white Zetsu hiding underground was scorched. I sense he is yet to reveal his true power, as he only used a defensive technique earlier. This is becoming quite intriguing. A village long bereft of rain has birthed a fire bloodline of limitless potential. Alas, it is not from my era. We must engage with him soon. Chapter 25. Awakening Konoha. So, Hanzo can now suppress the tailed beasts? Indeed, everyone on the battlefield witnessed it firsthand. According to Lord Shikamaru and the advisors, he was merely drained of chakra. After the battle, his subordinates swiftly departed, returning to the village, leaving only a handful at the front lines. Understood. You may return to rest now. The remaining tasks will be delegated to others. You have worked hard on the front lines. Yes, Lord Hokage. After the others exited, the third Hokage sat in silence for a while before suddenly rapping the table 3 times and stating, "Transmit this intelligence to Danzo. Have him investigate the situation of the Jinchuriki and Tsunagakure." Although the third's words were somewhat vague, he trusted that Danzo would comprehend his intent, for their collaboration had spanned many years. In the Rain Village, Hanzo, in his dream, witnessed many scenes. The mother and daughter he had saved, Tsunade, and even himself engulfed in flames. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice repeatedly calling his name. Lord Hanzo, Lord Hanzo, please wake up. Gradually, Hanzo opened his eyes to find himself lying in bed, with Yakushi Nanoyu standing by his side, concern etched on her face. Attempting to sit up, he felt a wave of dizziness and took a moment to gather his thoughts, realizing he had returned to the village. How long have I been asleep? Hanzo asked, his excitement palpable as he noticed Nanoyu's anxious expression. You have been unconscious for 3 days and nights, she replied, handing him a cup of water. Drink this. Lord Hanzo. He accepted the cup and took a few sips, feeling a slight resurgence of strength. He looked at Nanoyu and asked, what of the others? Nanoyu's demeanor grew calmer as she softly replied, I do not know. I only know that Lord Kakazu and Lord Shinda were already unconscious when they brought you back. I have been caring for you these past few days, so I am unaware of the others' conditions. I see. Thank you for your efforts. Please summon Shinda and Kakazu, and then take some rest yourself. You must be weary after these days. Not at all. I will go fetch them, she said, reaching out to gently pat Nanoyu's small head, her eyes narrowing with delight. All right, go quickly. As Hanzo watched her blush and leave, he assessed his condition. Although he had successfully achieved his full transformation, it had taken a toll on him, relying solely on sheer willpower to endure. He felt excruciating pain throughout his body. Shortly thereafter, Shinda and Kakuzu arrived at Hanzo's sick room. Hanzo inquired about the outcome of the battle and the status of their comrades. Relieved to learn that his subordinates were unharmed, he let out a sigh. Through this conflict, Hanzo had recognized that the Rain country's resources were severely lacking, particularly in terms of bloodlines. It seemed imperative to seek opportunities to bring some bloodline clans to settle in the Rain country. The Kirigakure region would be ideal, as its environment resembled that of the Rain village, abundant in water. Lord Hanzo, Tsunagakure has sent word that they can ransom the old monk for money. However, you were still unconscious at that time, so I instructed them to return in a few days, Shinda gently remarked. Hanzo nodded. Although the old man was not crucial to his collaboration with Tsunagakure, he served as a convenient excuse. Well done. What is his current state? Shinda exchanged glances with Kakuzu before responding. The old man is well-fed and well-rested, friendly to everyone, and as long as questions do not pertain to Tsunagakure's secrets, he is forthcoming with answers. Upon hearing this, Hanzo said, there is no need for an excessive guard. After all, he is a Jinchuriki. If he wished to resist, you would not be able to contain him while I was unconscious. Therefore, grant him some freedom. He may wander the periphery of the village and interact with the orphans, but do not reveal his identity. Jinchuriki are inherently lonely. Let us extend some kindness. After remaining silent throughout the discussion, Kakuzu finally spoke. Are you planning to use that old monk as a pretext for a meeting to discuss cooperation? Upon seeing Hanzo nod, he quickly added, we can use him for negotiations. But if Tsunagakure desires his return, it will require a payment of no less than 50 million. Otherwise, Let him remain a guest in the village. I will personally handle the negotiations. Before Hanzo could respond, a familiar voice rang from outside the door. Teacher, I heard you awakened. We came to see you. How is your health? Hanzo turned to Kakazu and said, please check if Yahiko has been slacking off lately and ensure he receives proper guidance. As for your suggestion, I agree. Kakuzu nodded and approached the now entering Yahiko, who was caught off guard and whisked away before he could comprehend the situation. Shinda's eye twitched slightly, silently praying for Yahiko to endure fewer beatings, then turned to Hanzo, saying, Lord Hanzo, I shall take my leave now. Please rest well, and Nanoyu. If you see Lord Hanzo, inform me immediately. Rest assured, Lord Shinda. I will take good care of Lord Hanzo, Nanoyu affirmed. Shinda bowed to Hanzo and gave a gentle nod to Nanoyu. Having earned Shinda's recognition, Nanoyu had remained steadfastly at Hanzo's side during his 3-day slumber, even defying orders to keep watch over him. How are you feeling now, Lord Hanzo? Asked Konan, who had followed Nanoyu into the room. Do not worry, I am fine. Have you both been practicing diligently? Hanzo replied. Once I recover further, I shall observe your training. Should you fail to meet my standards, I will impose punishment. Upon hearing that Hanzo would evaluate their progress, Konan and Nagato first felt a surge of excitement, quickly followed by anxiety. Konan immediately said, then, Lord Hanzo, please rest well. Nagato and I will go train first. With that, Konan pulled Nagato and bowed before hastening out. Nagato, who had remained silent since entering, opened his mouth to speak, but ultimately said nothing as he followed Konan out. Only Hanzo and Yakushi Nanoyu remained in the room. You should return to your room and rest as well. I will call for you if needed. Do not worry, Hanzo said. Very well, I will take my leave now. Lord Hanzo, she replied. Once again, silence enveloped the room. Hanzo lay on his bed, gazing at the ceiling, and began to focus on refining his chakra. His eyes widened as he murmured, has the chakra stored within me increased? Is it due to my body being pushed to its limits, allowing my technique to replenish me? Hanzo was perplexed by the occurrence, and the dormant technique beside him offered no answers. Chapter 26. Speculations of Sunigakure and Sunigakure. Aside from the essential personnel on the front lines, the remaining members had returned to the village, including the Kazekage Chiyo and others. At this moment, the third Kazekage and Chiyo sat in silence within the conference room. After a long while, Chiyo finally spoke. This failure can be attributed to my misjudgment, and I will resign from my position as elder. The public will need an outlet for their frustrations, and I will bear the responsibility. Hearing Chiyo's words, the third Kazekage furrowed his brow slightly but sighed. I understand. It is a pity for Elder Chiyo. There is no need to resign from your position, though it may require some sacrifice on your part. Chiyo waved her hand dismissively. After all, someone had to shoulder the blame for the war's failure, and the third Kazekage could not afford to take that responsibility, especially in the current circumstances. Furthermore, Chiyo did not hold power in high regard, given that her son and daughter-in-law had been slain by Konoha's White Fang during the final battle, leaving only her little grandson Sasori. She found solace in retreating to the sidelines and spending time with him. However, in the future, I must avenge Konoha's White Fang, Hiki Sakumo. After the third Hokage addressed the resolution of the war's failures, he continued, Elder Hozuki, what of the situation in the Land of Rain? Upon hearing the third Tsuchikage's words, Hozuki, who had been in deep contemplation, slightly shook his head and replied, the Rain Village has refused our requests under the pretext of Hanzo's numerous troubles. We should revisit the matter in a few days. However, I suspect Hanzo has sustained injuries. Reports indicate he has not made an appearance for several days, and it is likely that only that deity, Shinda, is handling matters in his stead. Even if he is injured, we must not underestimate the Land of Rain. Given Hanzo's demonstrated power, he stands at the pinnacle of the ninja world. Elder Chiyo, what was your impression when you faced Hanzo? The third Tsuchikage felt a headache coming on. Initially, he believed that only the third Raikage and the third Tsuchikage could potentially overpower him. He considered the rest incapable of defeating him. Even the third Hokage seemed merely a facade. Yet now, a new variable emerged, and it was the leader of a neighboring nation, causing considerable constraints. The current Sunigakure, or rather the Wind Country, could easily descend into irretrievable ruin. It is certain that Hanzo is stronger than I am, but I remain uncertain of the extent of his power. After all, he has not taken the offensive, merely defending passively. At that time, it appeared he had no desire to engage in direct combat. I suspect that had we not drawn Fukufuku out, we might have overlooked a crucial point. Why would Hanzo, who had not exerted his full strength, risk injury or even death in confronting Shikaku? Tsunade. It must be due to that girl. Surely, there is some vested interest between Tsunade and Hanzo, or perhaps the two have a connection. Chiyo pondered the encounter with Hanzo with a sense of helplessness. She had not even forced him to unleash his full strength. Just as she mentioned Fukufuku, a sudden realization struck her. Tsunade. Everything became clear in an instant. This possibility cannot be dismissed. The third Isekai'd, not one to be easily deceived, contemplated deeply. I have heard that after Konoha's collaboration with the Rain Village, Tsunade led a team to their camp. We should dispatch personnel to investigate. Elder Hozuki. This matter falls under your intelligence department's jurisdiction. Furthermore, regarding our missing supplies, could this be the work of the Land of Rain? As per protocol, whether or not the Land of Rain is involved, we must accept the situation. Hozuki replied with some reluctance. The third Isekai'd, upon hearing Hozuki's agreement, continued. Let us refrain from communicating with the Rain Village directly and instead negotiate with Konoha. How about we ask them to relay our message? That sounds feasible. I will personally go, and I will bring Yakumo along. Beautiful young female ninjas are not exclusive to Konoha. Besides, both are skilled in fire techniques. Should this union come to fruition, their offspring. The third Isekai'd hastily interrupted Chiyo, clearing his throat. Elder Chiyo, we must respect Yakumo's choices and avoid coercion. After all, she is a candidate for the next fourth Hokage, is she not? Understood, understood. Chiyo waved her hand dismissively, her demeanor revealing she had not truly absorbed his words. The Isekai'd and Hozuki exchanged knowing glances, then sighed deeply, both aware of Chiyo's urgency. Although Sunagakure is one of the 5 great ninja villages, the recent war losses, compounded by the Wind Country's arid conditions, have limited the number of ninjas we can sustain, leading us to adopt an elite education model. If Yakumo were to unite with Hanzo, could we not potentially bring the Land of Rain into our fold? Even if that does not come to pass, within a few generations, a new bloodline could emerge, making it exceedingly tempting for Sunagakure to have 2 children with such lineage. In the Land of Rain, after several days of recuperation, Hanzo had nearly recovered. His condition was merely a result of chakra exhaustion, and he felt considerable improvement in his chakra reserves after the battle. At the very least, he believed he could engage in combat without issue. However, for techniques demanding significant chakra, he would still rely on sealing jutsu. As soon as Hanzo felt his health returning, he attempted to exhaust his limited chakra reserves to see if he could further enhance his abilities. Unfortunately, apart from merely suffering from the strain, he noted no significant changes. This suggested that unless he was forced to push his body in battle, he might only experience this singular enhancement. Lord Hanzo, we have the latest news. Came Shinda's voice from outside. Hanzo gestured to the pharmacist, Nanoyu, to step aside. Shinda, please enter. Once Shinda entered, he swiftly handed Hanzo the intelligence scroll. Lord Hanzo, 3 days hence, you are requested to attend a truce meeting in Kikyo City with Sunagakure. The content of the scroll was evidently a message from Konoha. Hanzo was not surprised that Sunagakure was negotiating directly with Konoha, bypassing the Land of Rain, as it was not the Rain Village that had defeated Sunagakure. Thank you for your efforts. I understand, Hanzo replied. I am nearly recovered, but I must trouble you to remain vigilant on the front lines against Sunagakure. Should they harbor any ulterior motives, we must be prepared to respond immediately. Before you depart, I also ask you to inform Konoha that we wish for Tozai to represent us in the negotiations. That will be all. You may leave. Yes, Lord Hanzo. I shall convey your message immediately. Upon hearing Shinda's response, Hanzo nodded and added, in that case, be cautious on the front lines. You and Heiji are my right hands. I cannot afford to lose either of you. Understood. Shinda left, visibly excited. After he departed, Hanzo turned to Nanoyu and instructed, convey to Tozai that we hope for him to represent us in the negotiations with Sunagakure. After all, we are both hardliners, and our communication will be more seamless. Together, we can secure greater benefits for our nation. Additionally, we propose to the third Hokage that you take on the role of our representative in the talks. Ensure your tone conveys respect, as Tozai is a man who values such sentiments. Showing him respect will not cost us anything, but may foster goodwill. However, Hanzo doubted that Sarutobi Hiruzen would continue to send Tozai. Given that his recent achievements in negotiations with both the Land of Rain and in guarding the borders against the Land of Lightning had raised concerns about maintaining balance and stability. Lord, We have received word from Hanzo requesting you to represent us in the negotiations with Shinobi. Let me see. Tozai grinned slightly as he examined the intelligence in his hand. From now on, inform my subordinates that Hanzo, as the leader of the Land of Rain and an ally of Konoha, must not be referred to by name. Also, relay to Hiruzen that I intend to attend the negotiations. I am confident he will acquiesce. Understood. Should I send a reply to Lord Hanzo? There's no need. I comprehend his intentions, and I am certain he understands mine as well. Understood. As a fellow hardliner, Tozai felt as though he had found a kindred spirit. With many of his ideas affirmed by Hanzo as feasible, Hanzo's assertive consolidation of the Land of Rain was evident to Tozai, and he increasingly believed that only he could lead Konoha to greatness once more, akin to its founding era. Chapter 27. Negotiations. Hanzo, accompanied by Kakuzu and members of his guard, gazed upon Kikyo City, a town near the borders of the Land of Fire. This was the very location where Shinobi had reached during the Third Great Ninja War, and it was here that Orochimaru had been discovered. Do is undoubtedly a genius, a master of espionage, intelligence, research, medicine, mystical arts, and even village management, truly a multifaceted warrior. Regrettably, it will be another 5 or 6 years before I can see him again. I'll send someone ahead to await his arrival, secretly bringing him back for training. Do is a person who will never betray you if you treat him well. With sufficient education, he could become a remarkable leader. After observing Kikyo City for a while, Hanzo was interrupted by a teasing voice from behind. Oh, Hanzo, you arrived so swiftly. Turning around, he saw Chiyo from Shinobi, and he retorted without hesitation, Ah, Elder Chiyo. It seems you are quite familiar with victory. Naturally, one must be proactive. But what brings you here so quickly? I assume you have prepared the compensation? Chiyo, taken aback, retorted sharply, Humph, silver-tongued. Hanzo remained unfazed. After all, Chiyo was here to discuss reparations, and such spirited exchanges were to be expected. He was there to reap rewards and should be magnanimous. Accompanying Chiyo was Yakumo, who discreetly observed Hanzo. Back in the village, Chiyo had already advised her to establish a good rapport with Hanzo. Though her words were subtle, Yakumo understood her intent. Sensing scrutiny, Hanzo scanned the surroundings and caught sight of Yakumo, who was a pitiful figure, sold to Kirigakure by the future 4th Kazekage for the sake of peace negotiations. Hanzo speculated that the 4th Kazekage must have perceived Yakumo as a threat to his own status, for politics are indeed sordid. Furthermore, the future 4th Kazekage was a master of yielding outwardly while striking fiercely within, betraying Yakumo while continually attempting to assassinate his own son, Gaara, the Jinchuriki. If he succeeded, it would indicate that Gaara was a failed creation. Such twisted thoughts were beyond comprehension, even leading to Gaara's uncle being sent to eliminate him. It was truly a dubious affair. Ultimately, Hanzo was left to excavate gold daily for reparations, while his subordinate, Orochimaru, dispatched Kunimitsu to assassinate. Ah, Kunimitsu, what a talent! But he likely hadn't been born yet. I shall keep a watchful eye for him and see if I can persuade him to join my ranks during the Third Great Ninja War. Surely, he would be preferable to Orochimaru. All these thoughts flitted through Hanzo's mind in an instant, and he merely nodded at Yakumo, deciding not to engage further with her, for she was not yet ripe for seduction. On the other hand, Yakumo, upon receiving Hanzo's nod, realized she had been noticed. As a young girl, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She had been watching him during his battle with Shikaku, feeling an undeniable sense of pressure from his fiery presence. As the two groups settled into silence, Tsunade emerged from Kikyo City. After only a few days apart since the battlefield, Hanzo could distinctly sense her aura of despondency upon seeing her again. Tsunade approached the gathered crowd and addressed Chiyo. Elder Chiyo, please enter. Elder Monyen has been waiting within for quite some time. With that, Tsunade turned her attention away from the Shinobi delegation and faced Hanzo, silently observing him. Several times she opened her mouth to speak, but could not find the words. Should she thank him for saving her? Or confess that he had been manipulated? Would he think of her as merely another piece in the game? At that moment, Tsunade felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Noticing her troubled expression, Hanzo, though uncertain of her thoughts, since they were not good, he gently patted her head and said, Princess Tsunade, shall we not invite our guests inside? Tsunade, already wavering, became even more flustered and quickly replied, Please, follow me. Without waiting for anyone, she hurriedly departed. Chiyo, having observed the two for some time, mused to herself, indeed, there is something between them. Yet, Being someone who had experienced similar situations, she understood that they had not yet expressed their thoughts. She then glanced at Yakumo, thinking, the chase is on. Even if they were to marry, what of it? The world of shinobi does not dictate that a man may only have one wife. Upon entering Kikyo City, the group marveled at the architecture, distinct from their own homeland. Shortly thereafter, Monyen, representing Kanahagakure, approached and said, I would ask that Lord Hanzo and Elder Chiyo accompany me to discuss our future relations. Hanzo promptly instructed his guards to remain on standby, taking only Kakuzu with him to follow Monyen, while Chiyo ordered her group to wait behind, bringing only herself along. Once in the conference room, an uncomfortable silence enveloped them until Monyen cleared his throat and said, the conflict between Sunagakure, Kanahagakure, and the Land of Rain has come to an end. I hope we can arrive at mutually satisfactory terms. Shall we begin? Lord Hanzo, would you kindly present your conditions? Hanzo gestured towards Kakuzu, who confidently spoke up. 300 million. We will return your Jinchuriki. Both Chiyo and Monyen were taken aback. 300 million? Sunagakure had not even spent that much to acquire Shikaku. Chiyo's eyes reddened as she exclaimed, Hanzo, is this your country's sincerity? 300 million? Why don't you go rob a bank instead? Before Hanzo could respond, Kakuzu interjected. Our leader has made significant sacrifices to defeat your tailed beast. Even now, his wounds have not fully healed. Besides, our Land of Rain is impoverished, and you ravage our territory, not fully healed, and we are the ones pillaging your land. Chiyo was left speechless. Hanzo showed no signs of injury, and if they were to seize anything from the Land of Rain, it would have to be water, which they could not carry back. Absurd. Such a sum is impossible. 30 million is excessive. 250 million, Kakuzu countered. 350 million. 200 million. 45 million at most. Or we shall continue our conflict with the Land of Rain. Chiyo asserted, exasperated. 60 million, and I will personally escort your Jinchuriki home, she said, locking eyes with Kakuzu. Then, she slumped back in her chair. 55 million is my limit. Sunagakure is not wealthy. Agreed. As long as the funds are secured, our leader will personally escort them, and our two nations will establish formal relations. Hanzo, momentarily dazed, thought, I will personally escort them? But recognizing the moment wasn't right to undermine his subordinate, he replied, yes, I shall personally see to it. I will come to Sunagakure, and I hope your village will graciously host me. Chiyo felt relieved that an agreement could be reached. After all, the Land of Fire lacked nothing, and the reparations would not be burdensome. However, the Land of Rain holding Sunagakure's Jinchuriki felt like grasping at a lifeline, which worried her. Monyen, seeing that both parties had come to an agreement, spoke. Then, Lord Hanzo, I shall have Tsunade show you around. This is your first visit. I believe the Land of Fire is truly beautiful. Indeed, I am eager to explore the Land of Fire, the foremost nation in the Shinobi world. Hanzo could undoubtedly discern that this negotiation between the two nations intended to exclude him. However, it mattered little, for his purpose was solely to acquire funds and explore the possibility of establishing a rapport with Chiyo to discuss future collaborations. The irksome Sarutobi Hiruzen had insisted that he remain vigilant due to the unrest in the Land of Lightning, merely to deprive him of the glory from this conflict. How pitiable. Chapter 28. The city of Kikyo. Upon exiting the conference room, both Hanzo and Kakuzu were in relatively high spirits, especially evident from Kakuzu's buoyant gait. He reflected on how arduous it had once been to hunt down ninjas for monetary gain. Now, merely engaging in negotiations sufficed. Although the funds were not his own, he was entrusted with their safekeeping. Their initial intention was to reunite with their troops and seek an opportunity to engage with the Sunagakure faction. Yet, upon reaching the hall, they spotted Tsunade waiting, clearly having been there for some time. Kakuzu, you go ahead and scout the situation in Sunagakure. Have someone approach them after Chiyo and Konoha conclude their discussions. I believe Chiyo will be amenable to this request. After a brief nod in acknowledgement of Tsunade, Kakuzu departed. Tsunade then approached Hanzo, stating, come with me. I'll show you around. Though Kikyo may not rival Konoha in splendor, its architecture bears a striking resemblance. And I know a place with stunning scenery. Without waiting for Hanzo's response, she strode away, prompting Hanzo to follow her, unable to suppress a resigned smile as he admired her graceful figure. Their exploration of the city was brief, and soon they found themselves atop a vantage point. Gazing into the distance, Tsunade turned to him, saying, you shouldn't have saved me. Your village still needs you. Hanzo interrupted her with a wave of his hand, continuing to gaze into the horizon. Indeed, this place is breathtaking. The land of rain has been shrouded in gloom for so long that I had forgotten the beauty of such sights. Do not trouble yourself. I acted of my own volition. However, you must reconsider your demeanor, for I cannot always be at your side. Tsunade contemplated revealing that this was, in fact, a trap. But she hesitated, fearing that doing so would tarnish Hanzo's perception of Konoha and, by extension, herself. She mustered the courage several times, but remained silent. Noticing her inner turmoil, Hanzo stepped closer, teasingly remarking, "There's no need for such burdens. Who knows, you may find yourself rescuing me someday, as you are the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world." Feeling his presence beside her, Tsunade's cheeks flushed, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. After a long pause, she composed herself and asked, "What does war truly bring? Why does it persist?" "Ultimately, it all comes down to self-interest," he replied. "And what of you? Will you one day wage war against the land of fire or Konoha for the sake of gain?" Tsunade's voice dipped as she posed this question, a topic she had long feared to broach, worried that addressing it would alter their current rapport. After all, they belonged to two disparate nations, and conflicts of interest were inevitable, particularly given their precarious positions. At times, Tsunade wondered if they resided within the same nation, whether they might have already begun a different chapter together. Hanzo gently tucked a strand of her golden hair behind her ear and remarked, "This is precisely the dilemma. I do not wish to deceive you. I can state unequivocally that the land of rain and Konoha will inevitably clash. Initially, it may be a matter of trading interests, but it will ultimately culminate in warfare. This holds true not only for your village, but for all the 5 great nations. The land of rain's development will inevitably encroach upon their interests, while they merely desire to maintain us as a buffer zone. Of course, exceptions exist, like a figure akin to your grandfather or Uchiha Madara emerging from either Konoha or the land of rain to suppress all dissent. At that juncture, those who disobey would face annihilation, resolving all issues effortlessly. From your inquiry, it is evident that you remain unaware of the true reasons behind the alliance between the land of rain and Konoha. Despite Tsunade's mental preparation, Hanzo's candid words left her feeling despondent. Witnessing her distress, he pulled her into his embrace and continued, "The conditions of our alliance entail that we assist you in securing victory against Shinobi, after which the land of rain shall launch an assault on the land of birds. In return, Konoha must lead the acknowledgement of our actions." As they remained close, Hanzo gently caressed her hair, occasionally lifting it to his nose, leaving Tsunade both shy and motionless, entirely ensnared in his embrace. They stood together, silently gazing into the distance. Eventually, Hanzo released her and stood, looking down at Tsunade, who remained seated. He bent down, smiling as he caressed her cheek, saying, "Princess Tsunade, it is nearly time for me to rejoin my subordinates. I cannot predict when we shall meet again, so please take care. Do not dwell excessively on the future. I shall handle everything." Tsunade, feeling somewhat flustered, listened as Hanzo continued, "Thank you for bringing me to this beautiful place today, but you outshine the scenery. Until we meet again, Princess Tsunade." Hearing Hanzo's forthright compliments and witnessing his wave of farewell, as if he had made a resolute decision, she responded, "You mentioned that after this war concludes, regardless of the outcome of the war, I shall visit Lord Mito in Konoha." Having turned away, Hanzo paused, glancing back at Tsunade, who remained seated. After parting ways with her, he refrained from lingering and quickly rejoined his subordinates. Upon his return, Kakazu, seated nearby with his eyes closed in contemplation, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Everyone, prepare to return to the village. The negotiations have concluded in our favor. The immediate threat from Shinobi has been alleviated, although the land of earth and the land of lightning remain potential adversaries. Nonetheless, seeing my subordinates so elated, I choose not to dampen their spirits. After all, we have triumphed over the 5 great nations." Once their excitement subsided, Hanzo gestured, and they all set forth towards the horizon. Shortly after Hanzo led his subordinates away, Chiyo emerged from the conference room. Her expression darkened, and swiftly joined her own team to depart. "Elder Chiyo, the land of rain has sent word, requesting your presence to discuss certain matters at our border. What are your thoughts?" A shadow of inscrutability crossed Chiyo's face before she replied, "Yasokura, accompany me. The rest of you shall proceed with the original plan and return to the village. Inform the wind shadow that all matters will be deliberated upon my return." Chiyo and Yasukura soon arrived at the designated location, where they found Hanzo grilling meat, and upon closer inspection, they realized he was using a blade for the task. Lord Hanzo, such exquisite taste. May I inquire what brings you to summon me? Hanzo handed the grilled meat to Kakazu and remarked, Elder Chiyo, how about we engage in a business venture between our two nations? Chapter 29. Cooperation. Elder Chiyo, you must be aware that although we have requested 55 million in compensation, this sum merely serves as the ransom for your tailed beasts. We have not demanded a single penny for the reparations due to our victory, Hanzo observed, gazing steadily at Chiyo before him. Upon hearing this, Chiyo furrowed her brow. She had indeed overlooked the fact that the Land of Rain, as the victor, could rightfully demand compensation. Reflecting on it now, she found herself somewhat perplexed. Why did Lord Hanzo refrain from mentioning this earlier? Was his sudden appearance at the border a sign of distrust towards Kanehagakure, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Unable to decipher the situation, Chiyo resolved to take the initiative. Elder Chiyo, and this lady as well, are you truly not tempted? Hanzo inquired, first gesturing towards the skewers of grilled meat prepared by Kakazu. Noticing their silence, he took a bite before continuing. To put it plainly, I wish to engage in a business transaction with you. Business? Are you seeking or? Chiyo's initial response was that the Land of Rain required minerals, but she knew that or was not in short supply, as the underground resources of the Land of Rain were quite substantial. Ores? No. While we may lack certain resources, ores are not among them. The business I propose concerns water resources, Hanzo stated, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the elder who remained silent, contemplating. We provide you with water, and in return, you offer us currency or some other form of compensation. What do you think? How would you provide us with water? What exactly do you desire? Chiyo pressed, her curiosity piqued by Hanzo's urgent tone. Rising slowly, he discarded the skewer in his hand and continued, Very well, Elder Chiyo. Please return to speak with the Wind Shadow and ensure that the ransom is delivered to our Land of Rain promptly. I shall personally liaise with the Wind Shadow once it arrives. Farewell. Watching Hanzo depart, Chiyo felt a wave of frustration wash over her. His words had left her in a state of irritation, especially since they hinted at a significant temptation. Yakura, what do you think of Hanzo? He is quite a deep thinker, Yakura replied hastily, caught off guard by Chiyo's question. Indeed, a profound thinker with formidable strength, Chiyo mused, a thought lingering unspoken. Having such an adversary so close to the Land of Wind was both a blessing and a curse. As they departed, Chiyo and Yakura hurried to inform the Wind Shadow about the meeting. Will they agree? Yakura asked, having remained silent beside Hanzo throughout their encounter. Of course, they will agree. They will soon come bearing money to ransom their people and invite us to visit. In the past, they had no options. Now we have presented them with a choice they will grasp with desperation, Hanzo assured, as a tremendous noise erupted from the Konoha camp stationed in the Land of Grass, signaling the official entry of the Land of Earth into the Second World War. Meanwhile, the Land of Lightning commenced an offensive against the Land of Frost, leaving only the independent overseas Land of Rain yet to engage in the conflict. However, it was widely understood that they were merely biding their time for a suitable opportunity. Since returning from the battle at Kikyo Castle, Hanzo had been receiving a steady stream of war intelligence from various nations. Whether it was due to the previous confrontation with Shohiki or other factors, no nation dared to provoke the Land of Rain, which was a welcome development. Isekai'd had also been sending frequent messages, primarily requesting Hanzo's assistance in securing victory over the Land of Lightning. Upon receiving this request, Hanzo promptly replied, indicating that preparations were underway and that he planned a circuitous route, as several small nations lay between the Land of Rain and Isekai'd's forces near the Land of Frost. Though Hanzo intended to depart imminently, he awaited correspondence from the third Hokage, as the latter was the true authority in Konoha. Thus, for several days, Hanzo remained in the village, unable to distinguish whether he was waiting for news or the messenger. Finally, Konoha sent someone, though it was not the individual Hanzo had hoped for. Instead, a team of Umbu operatives arrived, leaving Hanzo somewhat disappointed yet amused at how deeply he had become ensnared in these affairs. He accepted the letter from his subordinate, which ultimately conveyed a singular message. Konoha sought the Land of Rain's military aid to assist Jiraiya in repelling the invasion from the Land of Earth, with all supplies to be provided by Konoha and a remuneration of 100 million promised. This demonstrated Konoha's considerable wealth. They were willing to fund the endeavor without hesitation. After a moment of contemplation, Hanzo rose and addressed the Umbu. I commend your efforts. The Land of Rain accepts these terms and will dispatch support tomorrow. The Umbu bowed respectfully and departed without uttering a word. Summon Yakushi Nono, Hanzo instructed. Shortly thereafter, Yakushi Nono arrived at Hanzo's side, inquiring softly, Lord Hanzo, do you require anything? Hanzo regarded the gentle Nono and replied, draft a letter to Isekai'd, informing him that we had already intended to take a detour to his battlefield. However, the Hokage of Konoha has requested our involvement in the conflict against the Land of Earth. We cannot refuse this request, so we must express our apologies. Follow the route through the route, ensuring Konoha remains unaware. Go now? Yes, my lord, I shall do so immediately. Can he truly manage to procure water? An incredulous voice echoed in the Wind Shadow's office, where the excited Wind Shadow stood before Chiyo and Yakura, who had just returned. Upon hearing Chiyo's mention of compensation, the Wind Shadow's expression had darkened, but he could no longer contain himself upon hearing Chiyo's final words. Indeed, Wind Shadow, he did say so. And Yakura was present at the time, Chiyo confirmed, rubbing her temples in frustration. Immediately arrange for someone to deliver the initial payment to the Land of Rain. No, bring the full amount at once and ensure he is invited to visit, the Wind Shadow commanded, somewhat flustered. This was a crucial opportunity for the resurgence of the Land of Wind. Wind Shadow, I believe it would be prudent to send Yakura along to escort him. What do you think? Chiyo suggested, giving the Wind Shadow a knowing look, which he readily understood. Chiyo had not abandoned her plans from that day. Very well, Yakura. I grant you permission to select personnel from the village to accompany you in retrieving Hanzo. Additionally, please extend our invitation for him to visit Shinobi, the Wind Shadow declared. Yes, Wind Shadow. I am grateful for your trust. I shall assemble the team and depart at once. Yakura responded, fully aware of the current dynamics. The village was earnestly seeking Hanzo's presence. Once your team is assembled, come to me for the funds. Be swift in your return. It is imperative that Hanzo accompanies you back, Chiyo remarked, observing the excitement of the man before her, feeling a gentle sigh escape her lips. The state of the village was clearly driving the Wind Shadow to the brink of madness. Chapter 30. The arrival from Shinobi since receiving the correspondence from Konoha. Hanzo had summoned Kakuzu. You were suggesting I lead a team to the Land of Grass. Yes, I will be visiting Shinobi. Regardless of whether our collaboration succeeds, I will initiate an offensive against the Land of Birds. The Land of Earth is not the Land of Wind. This war will not conclude in a year or two. Thus, I will remain in the village for the foreseeable future, and I must entrust the front lines to you. Remember to conserve your strength, understood? Hanzo, having no other choice, was reluctant to send Kakuzu to the front lines. With Shindai and Heiji stationed at the border, there were truly no available hands. While others could serve in subordinate roles, leading the entire operation would be an overwhelming responsibility. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Kakuzu calmly accepted the command but soon inquired, how do you intend to negotiate with Shinobi? I plan to use the next 3 years without charge to secure their support after we conquer the Land of Birds. The formal negotiations will only commence once we have firmly established ourselves, at which point it will depend on your negotiation skills. By then, we shall not be the ones seeking their cooperation. Rather, they will be the ones seeking ours. Understood. Will you be going alone then? No. I will take Yahiko and Yakushi Nanoyu with me. Yahiko will present himself as my disciple and the future leader of the Land of Rain. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu was momentarily taken aback. Had a successor for the future Land of Rain already been chosen? He pondered the implications but quickly dismissed those thoughts and replied, you must know that while the young lad is commendable, he does not seem to endorse some of your methods, particularly regarding the invasion of the Land of Birds. Do not concern yourself with that. I shall be prepared. You should focus on your own preparations and take the entire leader's guard with you. A ninja who has never faced life and death will never grow. The guard has not seen blood in quite some time. Kakuzu agreed with this sentiment. Having long held a low opinion of the guard members, though out of respect for Hanzo, he had refrained from voicing his thoughts. As for Yahiko, Hanzo had a deep affection for him, even considering him akin to family. However, they ultimately walked different paths. After Kakuzu departed, Hanzo remained seated for a considerable time until he was informed that a delegation from Shinobi had arrived. Yasukuro, Jonin, and others, please follow me. Your Jinchuriki is currently at our orphanage assisting the children of the Land of Rain. Ha ha ha. The Shinobi ninjas gazed at the man laughing heartily before them. secretly admiring his audacity to let the Jinchuriki play with the children. However, reality soon contradicted their expectations, as they witnessed a group of children surrounding Fu, eagerly requesting him to create various objects from sand. Fu's face radiated genuine joy, resembling not a Jinchuriki, but a mere child at play. Fu sensed their approach before they arrived and let out a soft sigh. Since becoming a Jinchuriki, the only time he felt truly free was during his captivity, allowing him to feel like a living person rather than a mere vessel. Sometimes, he wished the villagers would delay their arrival just a bit longer, especially as he watched the children fall asleep in his arms after playing. However, contemplating his mission would reaffirm his resolve. All right, children, it's time to end today's activities. You may go play elsewhere. We have guests arriving. Initially reluctant, the children acquiesced upon seeing Hanzo, bowing nervously before Fu and bidding him farewell as they ran off. Once the children dispersed, Yasukuro stepped forward, bowing slightly to Fu. Lord Fu, we are here to escort you. Thank you. I appreciate your efforts and apologize for the trouble. He then stood and deeply bowed to Hanzo, continuing, Lord Hanzo, I am immensely grateful for your hospitality during my stay in your esteemed country. Though reluctant, I must return now. Hanzo returned the gesture and waved his hand, saying, Do not mention it, Master Fu. As it happens, I too need to visit your village to discuss some matters. Let us go together. Seeing that everything was in order, Yasukuro prepared to lead the way back, saying, Lord Hanzo, may your journey be smooth. Our Kazekage has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Is that so? Very well. However, let us dine here at noon. The fish of the land of rain is unparalleled. I have some matters to arrange as well. As you wish, Lord Hanzo. Hanzo, pleased with Yasukuro's agreement, instructed the others to prepare for their meal before heading to the training grounds of the three young ones. You three, come here. Gazing at the trio, Hanzo continued, Konan, please find Yakushi Nanoyu and accompany her to the restaurant to host our guests from Sunagakure. I shall join you shortly. Yes, Lord Hanzo. Though Konan did not understand why she was tasked with dining with guests, she made no objections and signaled her two companions before departing. Once Konan had left, Hanzo spoke directly to Yahiko, Prepare yourself. We shall visit Sunagakure this afternoon. Upon hearing this, Yahiko leaped with excitement, exclaiming, All right, sensei, I will get ready right away. However, after taking a few steps, he returned to ask, Are all three of us going with you? No. Only you will accompany me as my disciple and the future leader of the Land of Rain. Nagato and Konan have other arrangements. Yahiko and Nagato were taken aback by Hanzo's words, their mouths agape in disbelief. Now, hurry and prepare. We must not be late. After sending Yahiko off, Hanzo added, Nagato, you and Konan must train diligently. In the future, assist Yahiko. His gifts are not as pronounced as yours, so you must support him, understood? Additionally, he is quite naive. Encourage him when the opportunity arises. After imparting this advice, Hanzo patted Nagato's head and turned to leave, uncertain of why he had spoken those words. In the midst of this, the usually silent Nagato quietly lifted his head, revealing his eyes. Lord Hanzo, my eyes hearing this, Hanzo turned back, realizing the trust had been expressed aloud. Yet, he feigned surprise, asking, The legendary eyes of the Sage of Six Paths? The Rinnegan? I am unsure if that is the case. Ever since I witnessed my parents being slain by a Konoha ninja, they have appeared this way. Do you feel any different? Nagato pondered and realized that, while he sensed untapped potential within his eyes, he could not discern any alterations. He shook his head, saying, There is no difference. But I can feel abilities that have yet to be uncovered. Have they not awakened? Perhaps it is due to your involvement that the three have not encountered peril. Preventing activation? Let it be for now. I am uncertain how to develop it. That is something you will have to strive for on your own. Moreover, you must be cautious with your eyes. Do not reveal them indiscriminately. Focus on mastering the 5 elemental jutsu and chakra. This will be your foundation. When the day comes that you unlock the secrets of your eyes, you may continue your training then. Your potential is great. There is no need for concern. Nagato nodded silently, covering his eyes with his hair once more. However, Hanzo felt a momentary daze in the ninja world. It took only a few years for a ninja to reach their peak. Young heroes like Naruto and Sasuke were only 15 or 16 during their climactic battles, while Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko could become competent and formidable ninjas in just 3 to 4 years. As Hanzo remained lost in thought, Yahiko returned, backpack slung over his shoulder. Sensei, I am ready. Let us go. Konan, Nagato, do not leave the village. Focus on your training. We will return shortly. Nagato also returned to his previous demeanor and softly said, Yahiko, please be cautious with Lord Hanzo. Chapter 31. Water Pipeline. As the group continued their journey, they gradually approached a distinctive village, resembling mushrooms and lacking aesthetic appeal. Lord Hanzo, this is our Sunagakure, Yakura remarked, a smile spreading across his face as he gazed at the emerging village. Observing Yakura's genuine smile, Hanzo felt a pang of nostalgia, reflecting on the tragic fate of someone so devoted to their village, who fell victim to its own schemes. Indeed, a village with character, Hanzo remarked as he followed Yakura into the village, while the villagers curiously observed the trio. Shortly thereafter, the third Kazekage approached, extending his hand towards Hanzo and stating, Ah, Lord Hanzo, our Sunagakure is quite splendid. Shall I show you around? Hanzo, equally smiling, shook hands with the Kazekage and replied, Perhaps we should discuss matters first? I would love to experience the culture of Sunagakure afterward. The Kazekage, unable to contain his excitement, beamed even brighter upon hearing Hanzo's words. Guiding Hanzo to the conference room, Hanzo noticed Chiyo already waiting. He bowed slightly in respect, and Chiyo reciprocated the gesture. The Kazekage, seated at the head of the table, looked at Hanzo's two companions and inquired, Lord Hanzo, who are these two? Oh, this is Yahiko, the future leader of the Land of Rain, and this is Yakushi Nono, who will serve as his advisor or elder. I brought them here mainly to broaden their horizons, as the future belongs to them. Upon hearing this, Yahiko and Yakushi Nono slightly bowed towards the Kazekage. Although Yahiko appeared calm on the surface, his heart was tumultuous. He had known prior to their arrival that Hanzo had stated he would become the future leader of the Land of Rain, but that had been a private assurance. Now, with Hanzo's words to the Kazekage, the entire ninja world would soon be aware of this claim. The Kazekage, momentarily taken aback by Hanzo's revelation, quickly regained composure and said, Yes, indeed, the future belongs to these young individuals. Please summon Yakura and Rasha. Chiyo then interjected, Kazekage, if possible, could you also call for my unaccomplished grandson? Certainly. Elder Chiyo, your grandson is a true genius, and if he weren't so young, I would almost wish to announce him as our future Kazekage right away. Chiyo hastily interrupted, aware that while her grandson was indeed a prodigious ninja, he was still quite young, and revealing such information prematurely could lead to dire consequences. Ah, my apologies, Lord Hanzo. I got a bit carried away, Chiyo said, sensing the excitement of the elder and the slight awkwardness of the Kazekage. Hanzo mused to himself, realizing why this man would eventually fall to Scorpion. He was truly fond of that fellow, albeit regrettably. Before long, Yakura, Rasha, and Scorpion entered the room. Yakura and Rasha respectfully greeted the Kazekage and Chiyo, while Scorpion appeared somewhat rebellious, merely nodding before standing behind his grandmother. The Kazekage, unperturbed, welcomed Rasha and Yakura to stand behind him, stating, This is Lord Yakura, whom you have met before, and this is my disciple Rasha. The one beside me is Chiyo's grandson, Scorpion. These three are all geniuses and the future of Sunagakure. We should encourage more exchanges between the youth of our two villages. Though the Kazekage did not elaborate, everyone present understood the implication, especially Rasha and Yakura, who felt a surge of excitement. Of course, we have some areas in the Land of Rain that are still quite backward, especially in terms of education, Yakura began. Chiyo, noticing Hanzo's lengthy discourse without addressing the matter at hand, promptly interrupted, Lord Hanzo, let us discuss the water issue. The water issue? Certainly, Hanzo affirmed. Hearing this, even Scorpion lifted his gaze towards the esteemed figure whom his grandmother often spoke of. Kazekage, what do you believe ninjutsu represents? Is it a manifestation of strength? Hanzo waved his hand dismissively. To put it plainly, the current state of ninjutsu is merely a means of killing. Even ninjas are but tools, would you not agree? The Kazekage frowned slightly, not fully grasping Hanzo's intent, but ultimately nodded in agreement. Seeing the Kazekage's acknowledgement, Hanzo continued, I have long pondered whether ninjas are destined to use their jutsu solely for the purpose of killing. Imagine if ninjutsu were employed for production instead. The efficiency would be monumental. The Kazekage felt overwhelmed, struggling to comprehend Hanzo's lengthy exposition, and subtly signaled to Chiyo. Chiyo, instantly understanding, interjected, Lord Hanzo, please be straightforward. What methods can we employ to ensure our village has water? With a slight sigh, Hanzo realized the persistent misconception that ninjutsu was only for killing. In the Land of Rain, we have an abundance of fresh water due to our perpetual rainfall. Conversely, your wind country suffers from a lack of water, even in the capital. Therefore, my proposition is to redirect our water supply to your country. The Kazekage and Chiyo exchanged glances, eager to inquire, how do we achieve this? A pipeline. A pipeline? Precisely. Given that the Land of Rain is situated at a higher elevation, we can construct a conduit to channel our water to the wind country. Akin to a water supply line, your country would simply connect to our pipeline, and we, as ninjas, possess countless methods to facilitate this. The Kazekage grasped the underlying message of Hanzo's earlier remarks regarding ninjutsu not being solely for killing. However, Chiyo's grandson, Scorpion, interjected. But even if the Land of Rain is at a higher elevation, there may not be sufficient gradient to deliver water deep into the wind country's villages. Indeed, you are quite astute, Hanzo acknowledged. However, what if we constructed large underground reservoirs every few kilometers? Would that not allow the water to fill one reservoir before cascading into the next, eventually reaching the village? Are you suggesting we fill the reservoirs sequentially until the water reaches our village? That's brilliant. Chiyo and the Kazekage, realizing the feasibility of Hanzo's plan, exchanged glances yet sighed slightly. While the plan was highly suitable for Sunagakure, the question remained, what could they offer in return to the Land of Rain? After all, the wind country was surrounded only by the Land of Rain, which was abundant in fresh water. After a lengthy silence, the Kazekage decided to directly inquire, what must Sunagakure provide in return, Lord Hanzo? Hanzo smiled slightly, revealing his intentions. For the first 3 or 4 years, we will not charge you. However, as you all know, the Land of Rain lacks agricultural land. I plan to conquer the Land of Birds, and all I ask is for you to stand with us when that time comes. As for the water costs, we can discuss that later. Hearing Hanzo's words, everyone present felt a shiver run down their spines. Was he truly suggesting the annihilation of a nation? How about this? Let Yakura and Rasha take Lord Hanzo on a tour while we convene internally to deliberate before providing a response. Certainly, I have no objections. However, due to the ongoing conflict, it is rather irresponsible for me as a leader to venture out. Thus I am left with but a single night. Please ensure that by this time tomorrow, I receive your response. No matter, Yetsong and Rasha shall extend their finest hospitality to the esteemed guests of the Sand Village. Chapter 32. Agreement. Kazekage. I find myself increasingly skeptical of Hanzo's willingness to ally with Konoha, as it appears to hinge upon the acceptance of this condition. Chiyo spoke plainly. Meanwhile, Kazekage, weighing the pros and cons, scoffed. There is no need for doubt. He has certainly acquiesced. Yet it seems clear that Hanzo harbors grand ambitions. Over the years, he has evidently sought to acclimate us to the convenience of water, only to negotiate with us later. Should we refuse at that juncture, the villagers would undoubtedly oppose us. In truth, I believe we could concede to his terms. It was Scorpion who spoke, having remained silent thus far. Upon hearing his words, Kazekage refrained from interrupting, but signaled for him to continue. Our wind country is increasingly parched, and what do we possess that we cannot offer? We have lost the war. Our resources are dwindling, and we are left with naught but the title of one of the 5 great nations. Moreover, if he can conquer the bird country, might we not aspire to do the same? Before Scorpion could finish, Chiyo interjected, casting a glance at Kazekage. Scorpion had not witnessed the power Hanzo demonstrated. Yet both Chiyo and Kazekage had witnessed him force Shikaku back into its Jinchuriki, an act more terrifying than defeating the beast itself. Furthermore, why has the Earth country chosen to engage in warfare with the Grass country rather than directly confronting us? It is undoubtedly due to their apprehension of Hanzo's might. Nevertheless, Scorpion articulated a valid point. The Wind country truly has little left to lose. If we do not seize the Rain country in this generation, what of the next? And when Hanzo is no longer with us? Our concern lies with Hanzo himself, not the nation he governs. Chiyo and Kazekage exchanged knowing glances, both realizing the implications simultaneously. Elder Chiyo, your grandson is indeed remarkable, and my relationship with his parents is rather amicable. But let us set aside that discussion for now. You may take Scorpion back first, and tomorrow we shall inform Hanzo of our agreement. For today, this shall suffice. Very well, I shall escort Scorpion home. As they departed, Scorpion cast a furtive glance back at the contemplative Kazekage before hastily averting his gaze, his eyes brimming with animosity. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I knew it. I knew he would never allow me to claim glory so easily. At that moment, Danzo cast aside the scroll of intelligence in his grasp. He had come to trust Hanzo entirely. Since their last meeting, Hanzo had eliminated several spies. The reports received over the past few days indicated that even before Hanzo had mobilized his forces, the Rain Village had begun to deploy ninjas, clearly preparing to provide support. Initially, he felt elated, but now, having received intelligence directly from Hanzo, Danzo found himself increasingly agitated. Danzo surmised that the cooperation between the Rain country and Konoha stemmed from the deep alignment of their ideologies, yet he was wary of Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was striving to claim the fruits of victory for himself. The intelligence indicated that the Rain country was only aiding Jiraiya due to monetary incentives provided by Sarutobi. In this matter, Danzo harbored no resentment toward Hanzo. After all, Hanzo had to sustain his nation, and his support stemmed from their shared understanding. Yes, Danzo increasingly felt that Hanzo was indeed an ally. Bring forth a letter for the village, instructing Hanzo to lead his forces here. After defeating the Lightning Country, we shall then strike at the Earth Country. Dispatch it at once, with utmost urgency. Having regained his composure, Hanzo swiftly assigned someone to relay the message within the village. Upon returning to the inn, the trio, having feasted, Hanzo remarked, "It is time for you, Yeno Neyu, to rest. Tonight, I shall share a room with Yahiko. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to call for me." The medic, Yeno Neyu, discerned that Yahiko and Hanzo had matters to discuss and nodded in acknowledgement before retiring to his chamber. Once inside their room, neither Hanzo nor Yahiko spoke at first. After a prolonged silence, Yahiko finally inquired, "Teacher, do you truly intend to conquer the bird country?" Hanzo did not evade the question, he simply nodded. Yahiko, upon witnessing this, grew anxious. "Are you planning to eradicate the nation? Are you aware of how many lives would be lost?" Hanzo regarded the impassioned Yahiko and replied, "I shall only eliminate the high-ranking officials and resistors. The remaining civilians will be integrated into the Rain country as its citizens. But moreover, Yahiko, do you not realize that the common folk are indifferent to who governs them? Their primary concern is their ability to secure sustenance. As long as I can provide for them, they will support me and hold me in genuine respect." With that, Hanzo dismissed Yahiko from his thoughts and reclined to sleep. Meanwhile, Yahiko remained lost in contemplation, the room once again enveloped in silence. The following morning, Yahiko resumed his usual demeanor, as though the preceding night's conversation had never transpired. The trio exited the inn together, casually seeking a restaurant for a meal. While they were dining, Yetsong and Rasha approached, requesting their presence in the conference room once more. After a night's rest, they returned to the conference room, resuming their previous positions. This time, Kazekage was the first to speak. "Lord Hanzo, after our discussions, we have reached an agreement, though I wish to propose additional conditions." Hanzo, upon hearing the Sand Village's consent, felt no surprise. It would have been unexpected had they declined. "Oh, please proceed. In a few years hence, we shall pay a maximum of 80 million annually. Yet we will declare a perpetual alliance between the Sand Village and the Rain Village." 80 million? This sum surely falls short of Kakuzu's expectations. Moreover, I had promised him that I would take responsibility for this matter. The notion of a perpetual alliance is hardly credible. Regarding the financial aspect, I confess my ignorance. And we may not necessarily require payment. How about this? Once the war concludes, I shall send representatives to negotiate. Chio seized upon the opportunity and quickly interjected, "War? Are you intending to strike the bird country now?" "Of course, do not misunderstand. We in the Sand Village shall not renege once we have given our word. We merely fear that this may introduce uncertainty into our cooperation. It is not the bird country that is my target, but the Earth country. Konoha has offered us 300 million to assist them in defeating the Earth country." Hanzo had directly escalated the sum from 100 million to 300 million, challenging whether they would dare to mention 80 million again. After all, Konoha required 300 million to deploy their forces, while your entire nation seeks to pay us merely 80 million for water. That is simply unacceptable. Kazekage chuckled dryly, remarking, "Indeed, Konoha is prosperous. Please, expedite the arrival of professionals to finalize our collaboration." "Very well, that is settled. Now we must prepare to depart. You may commence your work at the freshwater lake in the Rain country. I will ensure that the civilians are evacuated." Kazekage inwardly cursed. Where are the civilians? Such pleasant rhetoric. However, he was willing to proceed with the work. Please, do not rush off just yet. Might we see a demonstration? Chio spoke up, realizing Hanzo was about to leave without completing the water tank demonstration. After a lengthy pause, a deep pit emerged in the desert, formed by Kazekage using magnet release to manipulate iron. At the bottom was an inlet for water, with an outlet above, and the pipes were sloped. Thus, as long as the freshwater lake in the rain country remained undisturbed, a steady flow of water would emerge, after which your business would no longer concern us. Hanzo observed the delighted crowd and continued, one last point. Using iron products to transport water may not be beneficial for one's health, particularly regarding Lord Wind Shadow's magnet. We are aware of this. This is merely a demonstration, so please rest assured. At that moment, the people of Sunagakure regarded Hanzo with slightly peculiar expressions. Well then, I shall take my leave, Hanzo said, somewhat embarrassed, as he hastily led Yahiko and Yakushi Nono away. His last remark had indeed slipped out a bit too quickly. Although the technological advancements in the ninja world may seem somewhat skewed, they still possess plumbing systems. Chapter 33. A fortuitous encounter. The trio swiftly traversed the desert after departing from Sunagakure, yet they found themselves in an unfamiliar town, rather than having left the land of wind. Where are we? We didn't encounter this town on our way here. Are we lost? And what about the townsfolk? Yahiko muttered as they ambled along the streets behind Hanzo. Hanzo was also scrutinizing the town, finding nothing of particular use. They had been walking for an entire afternoon, yet the air remained parched and devoid of moisture, indicating they were still deep within the land of wind, which felt decidedly amiss. With this thought, Hanzo abruptly halted and inquired, Nono, have you noticed anything unusual? At that moment, Yakushi Nono also sensed something was off. Lord Hanzo, I have not observed any discrepancies in our route. Although you were preoccupied with your thoughts earlier, we should not have deviated from our path. Even if we had, I would have noticed by now. As the trio ventured further into the heart of the town, they began to attract attention, and soon enough, a crowd surrounded them. Do not move. What brings you to the kingdom of Lulan? Hanzo looked at the leader of the group, taken aback to discover they were in Lulan. Yet he quickly responded, I am Hanzo of the Salamander, leader of the land of rain. These two are my subordinates. We were merely on our way to Sunagakure and seem to have lost our way, inadvertently arriving in your esteemed land. We harbor no ill intentions. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, the leader appeared to understand. Although he did not recognize Hanzo's name, the mention of being a leader suggested matters were beyond his authority. He then replied, Your Excellency, if that is the case, please wait a moment. Our king will be with you shortly. Hanzo nodded, acknowledging their situation. After all, they were in someone else's territory, and the crowd had not shown hostility. He thought to himself that the individuals surrounding them appeared slightly stronger than mere commoners, and he was not a madman who would resort to violence without justification. Yet, reflecting on his actions since arriving in this world, Hanzo realized that despite having taken many lives, he had reduced them to ashes, never witnessing bloodshed. Thus, he felt little remorse for his deeds. It was not long before the crowd parted, revealing a middle-aged man accompanied by a young girl, who approached with an air of authority, prompting the onlookers to bow in respect. It was evident this man was the king. Hanzo inclined his head slightly in acknowledgement, and the king returned the gesture. Lord Hanzo, I am the king of Lulan, and this is my daughter, Sarah. It is an honor to have you as our guest. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our kingdom? The king was direct, clearly aware of Hanzo's reputation. We inadvertently arrived here after departing from Sunagakure. Upon seeing this town, we decided to explore. I sincerely apologize for any intrusion, Hanzo replied. The king of Lulan sighed with relief upon hearing Hanzo's words. Since he was not an ordinary citizen and had heard of the infamous ninja Hanzo, he understood that this was not a matter he could handle alone, thus opting for a more courteous approach. We should be the ones apologizing. Due to our kingdom's vulnerability, we have established barriers around our borders, allowing some to exit while inadvertently leading others, like yourself, to our land. Hanzo understood this was due to the presence of a ley line beneath Lulan, which contained a vast amount of unclaimed chakra. However, this chakra was still sealed and could not be harnessed until the current king was overthrown and his daughter ascended to the throne. Hanzo's thoughts raced, connecting various dots, including the assassin known as Baizu and the notion of traversing worlds. Then, might I request you to guide us out? Hanzo suggested. After a brief exchange, Hanzo observed that the old king was eager to keep their conversation short, not wishing for them to linger longer than necessary. Yet he lacked the authority to dismiss them outright. The old king's face brightened at Hanzo's request, and he promptly replied, "Excellent. I shall arrange for someone to escort you out. However, I kindly ask that you do not disclose the location of our kingdom once you depart." Hanzo nodded in agreement, mindful of the significance of the location. "Father, I shall take them out," the young girl, who had been hiding behind the king, piped up. The old king attempted to decline, but Hanzo interrupted, "Thank you, Your Highness." Seeing this, the old king reluctantly nodded, allowing his daughter to lead the way, eager to see the trio depart swiftly. "Very well, Sarah, guide our esteemed guests out, and return quickly." Though concerned, the king trusted his daughter, knowing she could discern when to act with seriousness despite her playful nature. As Sarah led Hanzo and his companions away from the town, she turned back and said, "Your Excellency, continue straight ahead, and you will leave this place. I shall return now." Hanzo, observing Sarah's departure, called out, "Your Highness, we are immensely grateful for your guidance. We, the people of the Land of Rain, owe you a debt of gratitude." With that, Hanzo crouched down, scooping up a handful of sand, which he ignited with flames, transforming it into a triangular piece of glass. "Your Highness, with this token, you may seek me in the Land of Rain, and I will assist you with a matter of your choosing." Noticing Sarah hesitating to accept the gift, Hanzo gently smiled and placed the glass at her feet before departing. He contemplated that when Baizu returned to eliminate the old king and imprison the young girl, she would have no choice but to seek him out. At that point, it would not be a matter of him seizing the ley line. Rather, it would be her plea for his assistance, as they would be unable to handle it themselves. Furthermore, the sealing techniques of Lulan were quite proficient, and once he absorbed the ley line's power, he could integrate Lulan into the Land of Rain. Meanwhile, Sarah remained in place, astonished by Hanzo's ability to transmute sand into glass. She began to comprehend why her father treated him with such deference. He was not someone Lulan could contend with. Cautiously, she knelt to feel the now cool glass, finally lifting it. It was evident that her reluctance to accept Hanzo's kindness stemmed from the glass's initial heat, making it impossible for her to reach out and take it. Chapter 34. Home. The trio departed from the land of Lulan without delay, hastening back to their village through the night, arriving just as dawn began to break. Although they had only been gone for less than a month, Hanzo felt an unmistakable sense of belonging to Isekai'd, standing at the village entrance. His first thought was the simple joy of returning home. "We're back," exclaimed Yahiko. "Welcome back, sir," greeted the guard on duty. Hanzo placed a reassuring hand on the leader's shoulder and said, "You've worked hard. Please continue your patrol." "Yes, sir," the patrol team replied in unison. Since the three of them were residing in Hanzo's home, they strolled leisurely towards their abode. As they walked, Hanzo observed the tranquil Isekai'd, where silence reigned, occasionally interrupted by the sounds of the patrolling teams. The village felt remarkably desolate, despite his frequent excursions with others. The consequences of such actions meant that if any other ninja villages chose to invade the Land of Rain, they could easily sever Hanzo's retreat. However, he found himself powerless, as there were too few capable individuals to rely upon. Even Kyusuk, who had recently joined the Land of Rain, was a mere finance minister yet was burdened with the responsibilities of a battlefield commander. The dearth of managerial talent in the Land of Rain was a significant source of concern for Hanzo. Although he was the leader of Isekai'd, he essentially held the title of the Land of Rain's lord. Currently, due to the ongoing war, the Land of Rain was under military governance, compelling everyone to yield to the needs of the ninjas. However, Hanzo was well aware that this state of affairs was unsustainable. Ninjas were soldiers, not administrators, and those who became ninjas typically had little interest in managing civilians. While it was often said that ninjas were tools, civilians too were utilized as mere commodities in the hands of those in power. Lost in thought, Hanzo soon returned home and said, "You two should rest. You've both been through a lot in the past few days." Without waiting for a response, he retreated to his room. Yahiko and Nagato exchanged glances, puzzled by their leader's sudden melancholy. "Well then, I'll head to my room. You should get some rest too," Yahiko suggested to Nagato. "All right," she replied, bidding him farewell as he returned to his room. Upon hearing movement, Nagato looked up and was pleasantly surprised to see Yahiko. "Yahiko, you're back," he exclaimed. Yahiko smiled and nodded, then lay on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. After their conversation with Hanzo the previous night, Yahiko realized that he and Hanzo held fundamentally opposing views, and neither could convince the other. Nagato also sensed something was amiss with Yahiko, but chose not to inquire. Instead, quietly lying down beside him without disturbing his thoughts. After a long silence, Yahiko broke the stillness, asking, "Nagato, do you wish to leave?" Nagato was taken aback, unable to comprehend why Yahiko would ask such a thing, especially since they had been doing well in Amigakure. Although Hanzo had yet to officially acknowledge their status as disciples, he had not outright denied it either. Everyone in the village believed them to be Hanzo's apprentices, and they even expressed that Yahiko would one day become the leader of the land of Rain. Just yesterday, he had spoken with Conan about it, and she had been delighted. Why, then, would Yahiko feel this way after just a brief absence? Nagato pondered this, before softly asking, "Yahiko, has something happened?" Turning to face Nagato, Yahiko replied, "The teacher took me to Sunigakure and announced that I would become the leader of the land of Rain. And soon the entire ninja world will know. Isn't that a good thing?" However, the teacher also declared an attack on the land of birds, intending to annihilate it and incorporate it into our territory. Understanding dawned on Nagato. The clash of their ideals had emerged once more. After a moment, he exhaled slowly and said, "You are my dear friend, and I will stand by you." Nagato did not directly confront the issue, for he did not entirely oppose Hanzo's belief that peace could be achieved through warfare, and he recognized that Hanzo had treated them exceptionally well. Yahiko smiled gratefully at Nagato and responded, "Thank you, Nagato. Once this war concludes, we will leave." In the early morning, Hanzo awoke early and undisturbed, made his way to the leader's office to attend to his duties. Lacking the support of advisors or elders to assist him, he recalled that there were indeed individuals who could lend a hand. "Bring those 4 young ones to me," he instructed. Hanzo had yet to entirely shed the mindset of his past life, believing that children around the age of 10 were still just that, children. Yet, in the ninja world, 10-year-olds were far from naive. They were capable of fighting on the battlefield and undertaking numerous responsibilities. For gifted ninjas, it took only 3 or 4 years to mature into formidable warriors. After all, Naruto and Sasuke were merely around 15 or 16 during their climactic battle. Take Obito, for instance, who, after awakening his bloodline, transformed from a lackluster ninja into a formidable force in just a few short years. Although he ultimately fell short in his confrontation with his teacher, he still managed to inflict significant losses on Konoha, including the deaths of the 4th Hokage, Minato, and Kushina, as well as many other Konoha ninjas. In a sense, he had achieved a measure of revenge. Most importantly, children in the ninja world matured quickly, understanding far more than their years suggested. Having them assist in administrative matters was not merely a matter of convenience. The future belonged to the youth. This was certainly not an attempt on Hanzo's part to shirk his responsibilities. Before long, the 4 young ones arrived at the office. "Teacher, why did you call for us?" Hanzo, having grown weary of correcting Yahiko, rubbed his forehead and replied, "From this moment on, you 4 will assist me in managing all affairs of the Land of Rain. Especially you, Yahiko. You are to become the leader of the Land of Rain, and the 3 of you shall hold high positions in its governance." Yahiko, having just resolved to leave the night before, was momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Though Hanzo had declared him as his successor, Yahiko had not taken it to heart, considering Hanzo's formidable reputation as an absolute autocrat. He had never imagined that Hanzo would so decisively delegate authority to him, especially since Hanzo was still at the pinnacle of his power. As a whirlwind of thoughts raced through his mind, Yahiko grappled with the knowledge that despite their differing perspectives, Hanzo was still willing to nurture him, which filled him with guilt, as he believed that war only bred greater hatred. Meanwhile, Nagato merely cast a glance at Yahiko before lowering his head in agreement, stepping forward to assist Hanzo in managing the affairs of state. 2 pieces of news, Hanzo began. Yahiko is preparing to leave with Nagato. Why? Just a few days ago, didn't you mention that Hanzo wished to cultivate them as leaders? Same reason as before. Yahiko is unwilling to invade other nations. After returning from the Wind Country, he confided in Nagato, expressing his intention to depart once the war concludes. Foolish. Even more so than that Hashirama fellow. There's no need to concern ourselves with Hanzo now. I was initially worried about him being a variable. But with them planning to leave, we need only continue monitoring Nagato. Please, continue. Additionally, Hanzo has learned of Nagato's eyes. And it was Nagato himself who revealed this information. What did he say? Fortunately, he appears to show little interest, allowing Nagato to explore without any intentions of claiming it for himself. It seems he has not, as he went to the land of wind after learning about it, and has not mentioned the matter since, almost as if he has forgotten. Nevertheless, I believe it is prudent to remain vigilant, for those eyes, indeed hold intrigue. I need not concern myself further, as my contingency is embedded within them, rendering them untouchable. As the words faded, a strange red light flashed in the darkness. Chapter 35. Return since the last mission to Shinobi. Hanzo had not ventured beyond the village for several months. During this time, he entrusted the governance to 4 young ones in the mornings and trained with them in the afternoons, leading a fulfilling life. Over these months, Nagato and Konan gradually ceased to be tense in Hanzo's presence, while Yahiko had never known what it meant to be anxious. Hanzo had remained within the village, while Konoha had urged him multiple times to join the battlefield. Tobi, even more audacious, directly contacted him, hoping Hanzo would refrain from combat for the time being, perhaps recognizing that Hanzo was genuinely absent from the battlefield. In recent communications, Tobi had begun to describe their relationship as one of intimacy. This left Hanzo somewhat perplexed. His absence from the battlefield stemmed purely from the understanding that this war would not conclude swiftly. Going now would yield no benefits. It would be wiser to allow Kakuzu to capture some bounty ninjas on the battlefield in exchange for money, while simultaneously training the troops. Of course, Awagakure had sent its own denunciations, essentially stating that they had not provoked him, so why should he disturb them? Hanzo disregarded Awagakure's reprimands. Yet Yahiko and Hanzo found themselves at odds. Yahiko believed that aiding Konoha against Shinobi was unjust, especially as Awagakure was now skirting through the land of grass to confront Konoha. He argued that the land of rain should refrain from assisting Konoha any longer. Hanzo offered no explanations, though Nagato and Konan displayed signs of struggle with the situation. On a day following their regular training, Hanzo remarked, "In 2 days, the new year will arrive. The ongoing wars have begun to subside, and the ninjas abroad will gradually return to the village. They are the heroes of our land of rain. You 4 should organize a grand banquet for the villagers to welcome back our returning ninjas, allowing them to unwind." Being but children, the prospect of the new year thrilled them, and the notion of organizing a grand feast invigorated them. "Yes, teacher, I will begin organizing at once," Yahiko exclaimed, eagerly pulling Nagato along. Meanwhile, Konan and Yakushi Nono bowed to Hanzo before departing. Hanzo observed the snow falling as temperatures dropped, gazing into the distance. Aware that Mist Village would likely enter the fray next year, launching an assault on the land of Earth. The 2 nations held a long-standing grudge. During the First Great Ninja War, the Second Tsuchikage and the Second Mizukage perished together, a stark enmity that had not waned. Their current restraint was merely a matter of timing and interest, with Shinogakure's earlier surrender due to his influence. The impending inclusion of Mist Village would intensify pressure on Awagakure, which might very well seek peace with Konoha within a year. The Land of Lightning, meanwhile, would only engage in minor skirmishes, occupying trivial territories and seizing supplies. The optimal moment to seize the Land of Birds would be during the climactic confrontation between Konoha and Awagakure, anticipated in the latter half of next year or the spring of the following year. However, Hanzo found himself perplexed by the previous Hanzo's decision to traverse such a lengthy route to the Land of Iron. Even if victory was achieved, it would not connect to the Land of Rain, leading to potential losses. Was it due to the iron resources of the Land of Iron? That seemed implausible, as the various structures in the Land of Rain were constructed from steel, indicating that they would not lack for iron. He simply could not comprehend it. Additionally, Shinogakure's waterway project was completed in merely 2 months and was already in operation. This made Hanzo lament the misguided paths of the ninja world. Ninjas undertaking infrastructure projects was astonishingly swift. Recently, Hanzo had been in correspondence with Chiyo of Shinogaku, discussing the possibility of Yakushi Nono studying medical ninjutsu under her tutelage next year. Chiyo's response arrived days later, not only approving Nono's studies, but also mentioning that her grandson would accompany Yakushi to learn as well. Hanzo was delighted by the arrival of Sasori, but found himself puzzled by the presence of Yakumo, questioning whether the elite jonin of Shinogaku was truly so idle. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind. They were welcome to join, as it would merely mean an extra pair of chopsticks at the table. "My Lord Kakuzu, we have finally returned." Due to the New Year festivities, the ninjas of the Land of Rain had gradually returned to the village, and at this moment, standing at the gates were Kakuzu and his team, the last to arrive from their mission to support Konoha. After half a year of camaraderie, Kakuzu had earned the respect of his comrades, despite his frugal nature. For the past few days, Hanzo had positioned himself not far from the gates, welcoming returning ninjas. Upon witnessing Kakuzu and his entourage approach, Hanzo swiftly moved forward and embraced Kakuzu. He then addressed the assembled warriors, heroes of the Land of Rain. Welcome home. Please, proceed inside to partake in your welcome ceremony. Hanzo gestured toward a welcoming party composed of villagers and the families of ninjas, who stood on either side of the path, eagerly awaiting their arrival. He patted Kakuzu on the back and casually urged him to lead the way. Kakuzu walked down the middle of the path, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. He had expected casual remarks from Hanzo before being dismissed, knowing that leading such a large group for half a year could easily foster unwholesome thoughts. Yet, this unfolding scene was beyond his imagination. And those around him were calling him a hero? Kakuzu gazed around, noting the villagers fervently waving small red flags and chanting words of praise. Turning back, he found his companions equally bewildered. Just then, a voice rang out. Lift your heads and accept the villagers' blessings and gratitude. Following the voice, Kakuzu saw Hanzo standing in the sunlight, radiating brilliance. A faint smile crept across Kakuzu's face. Not only his companions, but even he, after all these years, felt an impulsive desire to serve this man to the utmost. Perhaps it was Hanzo's unique charm that inspired such loyalty. My Lord Tobi, I have received news from Lord Hanzo. As the bond between Tobi and Hanzo deepened, any messages from Hanzo were to be relayed to Tobi immediately, with no one else permitted to open them without permission. Tobi opened the letter, reading, "To my friend, wishing you a happy new year filled with success and prosperity. In accordance with your request, I have refrained from entering the battlefield. However, I anticipate that I shall not be able to hold off much longer after the new year. I apologize, but rest assured that the land of earth shall not surrender within the year prior to your resolution with the land of lightning." After perusing Hanzo's scroll, a subtle smile graced Tobi's typically stoic face, indicating his satisfaction with the current state of affairs. In a moment of spontaneity, Danzo retrieved a piece of stationery and began to compose a letter addressed to his esteemed friend. He expressed his gratitude for their friendship and extended his wishes for a joyful new year. He encouraged his friend to boldly pursue matters concerning the land of birds, assuring them that he would not let them down, just as they had never disappointed him. After sealing the letter, he entrusted it to the ninja before him, who swiftly departed to relay the message, recognizing the urgency of the correspondence, which held equal significance to that of the third Hokage of Konohagakure. Chapter 36. Transformation. Due to the New Year festivities, the majority of personnel stationed outside had returned to the village, with only a few remaining on patrol. The Land of Rain found itself in a precarious situation, allied with Konohagakure, while maintaining a cooperative relationship with Sunagakure, which was currently in a position of weakness. As a result, the entirety of the Rain village had congregated, as it was not a vast nation. Simply put, its capital was synonymous with its identity. Seizing the opportunity presented by the war, Hanzo had gathered the civilians who had been surviving outside into the safety of the Rain village. Standing upon a high platform, Hanzo surveyed the throng below, his heart swelling with emotion. As he gradually revealed himself, the crowd erupted in cheers, chanting, "Our leader has appeared." Raising his hand to silence the commotion, Hanzo proclaimed, "I am Hanzo, the leader of the Land of Rain. First and foremost, I wish to express profound respect on behalf of all citizens of the Land of Rain to the heroes who have just returned home." He bowed deeply before the assembled crowd. Furthermore, he announced the dissolution of the title Rain Village, declaring that henceforth it would simply be known as the Land of Rain, with the Rain Village serving as its capital. This was a change Hanzo had long desired. The duality of the titles had been cumbersome, and it was more efficient to eliminate the designation of Rain Village, transforming the ninjas into a cohesive military force. "I now declare that Kakuzu shall serve as the first Minister of Finance for the Land of Rain. Kakuzu, please come forth so that everyone may become acquainted with you." As Kakuzu stepped forward from the shadows, the eyes of the crowd turned upon him. Despite his experience in grand gatherings, Kakuzu felt an immense pressure as he gazed at Hanzo's beaming countenance. He slowly made his way to the stage, standing behind Hanzo. The crowd erupted in unison, chanting, "Minister Kakuzu." In that instant, Kakuzu seemed to rediscover a long-lost purpose, and as he looked upon the throng, he realized that wealth was not the sole measure of significance. Hanzo observed this moment with satisfaction, Recognizing that it was no small feat to win Kakuzu's loyalty to the Land of Rain, it appeared that this goal was nearly achieved. Shinda will be appointed as the Minister of Combat, and Hiraku will be his deputy minister. Please join us on stage. As the two ascended, their excitement was palpable, and the crowd responded enthusiastically, chanting their names in unison. Once the applause subsided, Hanzo continued, "Currently, we lack suitable candidates for the medical department, the sealing department, and the leader's guard. These positions remain vacant for the time being." While his words were diplomatically phrased, the reality was that both the medical and sealing departments were essentially non-existent at present. As for the leader's guard, Hanzo's private military, there had yet to be a fitting candidate. Originally, Shinda had been considered, but with the ongoing war, he had been promoted to commander and now served as Minister of Combat, making it impossible for him to return to the role of chief guardian. The current leader's guard was characterized by loyalty but lacked the necessary capability, and there was not a single individual suited to lead them. As Hanzo's words concluded, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, some even contemplating their options. "There are a few more individuals I would like you to meet," he said, gesturing toward the four young ones standing at the edge of the platform. The quartet hesitantly approached the stage. Even the typically boisterous Yahiko found himself momentarily paralyzed upon witnessing the sea of faces below. Unfazed, Hanzo pulled Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan closer, stating, "These three are my disciples, Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan. Among them, Yahiko will be my successor." By acknowledging their identities, Hanzo signified that they were no longer orphans, but rather apprentices to the leader of the Land of Rain and future heirs to his legacy. Hanzo did not forget to introduce Yakushi Nono, bringing her forward to face the audience. "This is Yakushi Nono, a prodigious medical ninja and the head of the Secretariat, responsible for managing administrative affairs on my behalf." Nono trembled with excitement, attempting to express her gratitude to Hanzo, but despite her efforts, words failed her. Hanzo gently ruffled her hair and whispered, "You now have no retreat. Everyone knows you belong to the Land of Rain." Nono nodded earnestly. He added, "Starting next year, the Land of Rain will establish its own school, where all citizens will have the opportunity to send their children to learn." As soon as Hanzo finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers and celebration. Lastly, Hanzo called upon everyone to join him in honoring the heroes who had sacrificed for the Land of Rain. Leading the assembly to the monument, he placed his right hand over his heart and knelt before it. The crowd, moved by his gesture, mimicked his actions in reverence. After 3 minutes of silence, Hanzo rose and declared, "Every year, on the eve of the new year, we shall come to pay homage to our heroes and inform them that we are thriving in the Land of Rain, thus honoring their sacrifices." After a prolonged moment, the crowd departed quietly, as if to ensure the peace of the fallen heroes remained undisturbed. Meanwhile, in Konohagakure, the third Hokage received intelligence from the front lines of the Land of Grass. As he carefully opened the message, it revealed that the Land of Rain had retreated, stating they would return after the new year, and noted that their efforts had been minimal prior to their withdrawal. "You may leave," he instructed. And soon the Hokage's office was filled only with the sound of Sarutobi Hiruzen's smoking pipe, as he pondered Hanzo's intentions. It was perplexing. He had not offered assistance. Yet he had ventured to the battlefield, and his subordinates were not contributing either. Did he somehow learn of Tsunade's machinations against him? "What is the situation with Danzo?" Sarutobi inquired, prompting a masked Umbu to materialize and respond. "Messages are being transmitted frequently, but their contents remain unknown." An unsettling silence enveloped the office. Even the sound of smoking ceased. "Summon Tsunade to my office." After the assembly concluded, Hanzo did not return to his office. Instead, he headed home with his newly appointed officials in tow. "Please, have a seat, esteemed guests. I shall prepare some tea." Yakushi Nono, ever perceptive, discerned the gravity of the discussions to come and promptly led the three young ones away. "In the coming year, Shinda, you need not be concerned about Sunagakure any longer. With the waterway in place, they will not pose a threat for several years. Furthermore, you should select individuals skilled in stealth to send to the Land of Birds. I shall immerse myself in the intricacies of the Land of Birds, granting myself a year for this endeavor. After a year, we shall commence preparations for the arrival of Kakuzu. You need not venture out next year, merely visiting Sunagakure to discuss the price of water for the forthcoming 4 years. Oh, and do take Yoshino with you. Chiyo has promised to teach her medical ninjutsu, and while you're at it, bring Chiyo's grandson along." Once these tasks are accomplished, it would be prudent to establish a stronghold in the land of rain. Henceforth, one of us must always remain within the country. Hayu. You must continue to remain vigilant against Konoha. Chapter 37. A reunion following the welcoming ceremony. 2 months passed in unremarkable tranquility. A month ago, Yao Shino had accompanied Kakuzu to Sunagakure to study medical ninjutsu. Kakuzu, in an unexpected turn of events, negotiated the annual water fees to a staggering 90 million, allowing for mineral trade. Initially, Hanzo believed a figure around 50 million would suffice, planning to increase the price once Sunagakure became reliant on the waterway infrastructure. The Land of Rain remains relatively prosperous, having seized resources that rightfully belong to Sunagakure, compounded by the funds for purchasing Jinchuriki. Thus, the first order of business after the new year is to commence the construction of a school in the Land of Rain. Hanzo promptly delineated a central plot for this purpose, for even in poverty, we must not deprive our children of education. As for the issue of teachers, it is easily resolved, given the number of retired ninjas who have sustained injuries on the battlefield. With Yao Shino now in Sunagakure, both Sasori and Yakumo arrived in the Land of Rain. Particularly Sasori, who had seldom left his village, now found everything around him intriguing. During this period, aside from a notable discord with Yahiko, his interactions with others have been amicable. The contrast between Yahiko's fiery enthusiasm and his own cool demeanor creates a compelling dynamic, as they each seek to breach the other's defenses first. At this moment, Hanzo was leading Sasori and Yakumo through the capital when they arrived at a bustling establishment. Sasori. Yakumo, I shall treat you to hot pot for lunch today. Both Sasori and Yakumo were taken aback by the throngs of patrons. This newly opened venue had not existed when they first arrived. Their curiosity piqued. They noted that hot pot was also available in Sunagakure, but not with the same fervor as in the Land of Rain. They even observed patrons waiting for a table. Were Hanzo privy to their thoughts, he would surely chuckle. Welcome, leader. Please, follow me. Upon entering the establishment, the staff immediately recognized Hanzo, and as a figure of authority, he enjoyed certain privileges. No need to guide me. I am aware of the room. Just bring forth the hot pot, barbecue, and grilled fish for these esteemed guests to savor. The trio settled into Hanzo's private room, where Sasori and Yakumo surveyed their surroundings, finding little that distinguished it from other dining establishments. Gradually, they discovered the uniqueness of the hot pot, spicy, with meat skewered on iron sticks, reminiscent of outdoor missions. Oh, it's so spicy. Delicious, Yakumo exclaimed, devouring her food like a hamster, while Sasori maintained a composed demeanor, though he did not falter in his eating. This restaurant was Hanzo's creation, though few were aware of it. Most attributed its establishment to Kaku, unaware of Hanzo's pivotal role. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Conan's voice echoed from outside. Since Yao Shino's departure for Sunagakure, Conan had temporarily taken her place. Teacher, the patrol team reports that Lady Tsunade has arrived, and she has left her subordinates outside to register while she approaches. Hanzo, is that you? Is this your newly opened restaurant? Tsunade interjected before Conan could finish her sentence. Hanzo, intrigued, had never relayed to his subordinates that Tsunade could bypass notifications to enter directly. Tsunade had intended to wait for the formal announcement, but her impatience led her to jest, asking to be let in. Marvelously, the person in charge pondered for a moment and then acquiesced, instructing her that others must await their turn. With a flourish, Tsunade pushed the door open, revealing the three engaged in their meal. Her keen gaze swept the room, and her brow arched as she spotted a formidable woman, threatening in every regard. She promptly seated herself beside Hanzo and began to pilfer meat from his bowl. Wow, it's so spicy. Water, quickly. Hanzo, somewhat exasperated, handed her a bottle of water and turned to Conan. You haven't eaten, have you? Please fetch a few more sets of chopsticks and call Yahiko and Nagato to join us. Also, order more hot pot meat and some sake. I believe our princess will enjoy that. After we dine, we shall discuss matters further. Hearing Hanzo's arrangements, Tsunade's eyes narrowed with delight. Conan closed the door behind her, and Hanzo proceeded to introduce the newcomers. This is Princess Tsunade, whom you should have heard of. This is Sasori, the grandson of Elder Chiyo from Sunagakure, and also my half-disciple. This is Yakumo, an elite jonin from Sunagakure. Tsunade and Yakumo exchanged nods of acknowledgement, while Sasori remained aloof, his gaze fixed downward. His parents had perished at the hands of Konoha's White Fang, and he owed his continued presence to Hanzo's rigorous training. However, The prospect of greeting anyone seemed out of the question. Tsunade dismissed his reticence, considering him merely a child, and assured herself of her own composure. Hanzo, is this your local specialty? Tsunade inquired, gesturing towards the sesame sauce in her bowl. Yes, take your time. Didn't I instruct them to prepare more? Hanzo naturally wiped Tsunade's mouth with a napkin, to which she playfully stuck her tongue out before resuming her meal. Sasori observed this exchange, casting a glance at Yakumo. Though young, he was remarkably perceptive and understood the implications of Yakumo's presence in the land of rain. Yet, the current atmosphere seemed quite delicate. I am so full. However, your sake pales in comparison to Konoha's, and it certainly does not match the offerings from the land of water. This aspect requires improvement, Tsunade remarked. Her voice slightly slurred from her indulgence. Hanzo could only shake his head in response, oblivious to the fact that he had consumed the most. In the conference room, Hanzo began, first and foremost, I extend a warm welcome to our esteemed guests from Konoha. This is Kakuzu, our Minister of Finance in the Land of Rain. He calmly regarded the Konoha delegation. The members of Konoha exchanged glances, their eyes landing on Tsunade seated beside Hanzo, a shared sense of resignation evident among them. Ahem. Lady Tsunade, would you like to join us? One of them ventured. There's no need. Hanzo won't mind, Tsunade retorted. Although her own discomfort at being separated from the highest-ranking individual in the room was palpable. At times, she contemplated relinquishing her position altogether. Very well, then. Hanzo. I am Nara Shikaku, a jonin from Konoha. These two beside me are Yamanaka Inoichi and Akimichi Choza. We have come to convey our New Year's greetings from Konoha and the third Hokage. Hanzo chuckled upon hearing this and replied, I am exceedingly grateful, third Hokage. Nara Rikuji observed Hanzo's cheerful demeanor, though he chose not to elaborate further, and then glanced at Tsunade, who appeared disinterested, inwardly lamenting, I knew I shouldn't have come. This is too troublesome. In Chapter 38, titled Financial Matters, Rikuji inquired, might I ask why you did not attend the battlefield last year, allowing your esteemed village's Kage to go in your stead? It is now nearly May, and several battles have erupted on the front lines. It appears you have no intention of departing. Before Hanzo could respond, Kakuzu interjected, you promised us 100 million as aid, yet thus far, our land of rain has seen not a single coin. Was it not stated that the war had concluded? Kakuzu swiftly produced a scroll from his robes and tossed it to Rikuji, stating, take a look. Your third Hokage never specified that the funds would be dispersed only after the war's conclusion. Furthermore, even if the full amount is not forthcoming, a deposit should be provided. As our nation is exceedingly impoverished, Rikuji examined the scroll, noting that it indeed did not stipulate that payment would be made post-conflict. He frowned and queried, what amount do you require as a deposit? 50 million, Kakuzu replied, and our leader will personally lead a contingent to the battlefield. Rikuji glanced up at Hanzo, who showed no objection to this unusual arrangement. It was rather peculiar for a subordinate to negotiate on behalf of their leader. Surely, the land of rain could not be in such dire financial straits, and given Kakuzu's reputation as a miser and a rogue nin, how had he garnered Hanzo's trust? This left Rikuji incredulous. I can relay the sum of 50 million back to Konoha, but there is a condition. Kakuzu remained silent, as the negotiations concerning funds were not his concern. If the Tsuchikage arrives on the scene, I ask that you intervene, Rikuji continued. This will be a singular occurrence. At that time, your frontline commander will determine the appropriate moment for my involvement. After this, all individuals from the land of rain will withdraw. Rikuji felt a sense of relief. This arrangement seemed feasible, as Konoha currently faced threats from both the land of earth and the land of lightning, while also needing to remain vigilant against the land of water. Should Hanzo come to learn of this, he would undoubtedly scoff, as they were unaware of their own strength. During the Third Great Ninja War, the 4 great shinobi villages had struggled to overcome Konoha. Very well, I shall convey this information, but we shall be a bother for the next few days. Hanzo waved his hand with a smile, replying, no trouble at all, please make yourselves at home. At that moment, Akimichi Choji, who had been sitting quietly as an observer, seized the opportunity to interject, Lord Hanzo, do you sell the recipe for your village's hot pot? Having already risen, Hanzo understood that he had intended to bring this matter up when they returned, but now that they had raised it, it indeed saved him some effort. After resuming his seat, he glanced at Rikuji, who was staring down, lost in thought. Hanzo surmised that during their meal, the three had already discussed this matter, or perhaps were still communicating in their minds. Hanzo was aware that whenever the three clans convened, this was their practice. We do sell, but not the recipe. We sell the finished products. Excuse me? There are two options. The first is that we open a shop in Konoha, and you manage it, with profits divided 70-30 in our favor. The second is that we solely provide the raw materials, such as the hot pot base, dipping sauces, and barbecue condiments, which we would sell to you. Of course, we will offer some guidance on your shop's establishment. You need not worry. After a lengthy pause following Hanzo's words, Choji finally spoke up. How much does a packet of seasoning cost? 388 Ryo. Hanzo replied. Each packet costs 388 Ryo. You must understand that a meal at our hot pot restaurant typically costs over 3,000 to 4,000 Ryo, so charging you 388 Ryo is quite reasonable. Kakuzu quickly remarked. That's what the finance minister is for. Silence fell once more in the room, and Rikuji stood, stating, we three clans will consider this. Our primary focus must be on resolving the issues at the front lines. These personal matters can be postponed. Having exchanged numerous thoughts in their minds, the trio ultimately decided to observe the situation for a few more days, remaining in the village until they received further news. Very well, then, please, take your rest. Hanzo replied amiably, shaking hands with each of them before their departure. Tsunade, however, like a shadow, sprang up to follow Hanzo. Lady Tsunade, you still need to relay the news to the village, Rikuji said, feeling quite helpless, as the third Hokage had not provided him with a method of communication before their arrival. Upon hearing Rikuji's words, Tsunade hesitated, reluctantly following them out. Hanzo smiled as he watched the Konoha group depart, and as he prepared to leave, he said to Kaku, engage in discussions with the Land of Water. Import some of their sake. Upon returning home, Hanzo arrived at the training grounds and found Scorpion adjusting his puppets. Noticing the noise, Scorpion looked up, greeted him briefly, and then returned to his work. Hanzo chose not to disturb him, silently watching until a smile appeared on Scorpion's face. Finished? Yes, this could be considered a new endeavor. Master, do you believe life can achieve eternity? Hanzo gazed at Scorpion, who had just been elated upon completing his adjustments, now seemingly despondent. Scorpion's parents had passed away, and lacking sufficient familial affection, he was beginning to exhibit signs of darkness. Are you referring to immortality? Scorpion tilted his head, pondering, I suppose so. Immortality is merely a beautiful aspiration of humanity, Hanzo sighed, patting Scorpion's shoulder as he continued. Life, aging, illness, and death, along with the changing of seasons, are the laws of nature. Even the most formidable shinobi cannot escape the passage of time. Scorpion listened silently, a glimmer of confusion in his eyes. Observing this, Hanzo continued. What we can do is create infinite value within our limited time. Just as you craft your puppets, though they lack life, they can exhibit astonishing power under your command. When the day comes that you depart, and your successors utilize your creations, does that not constitute a different form of eternity? Scorpion nodded slightly, seemingly contemplating Hanzo's words. One must cherish the present and remember that many care for you. Do not wait until you lose something to regret it. Moreover, one must never lose sight of their goals. Without a target, one wanders aimlessly. And what is your goal, Master? Peace in the Shinobi World. Ha ha ha. How can world peace be achieved? I cannot divulge that just yet. Do not overthink it. Clean up your puppets and practice your swordsmanship. After all, what will you do if you find yourself in close combat? I must take my leave. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, Scorpion did not pursue further inquiries, but instead gazed thoughtfully at Hanzo's departing figure. After a long while, Scorpion retracted his puppets, preparing to practice his swordsmanship when he suddenly remembered a matter of concern. There existed a forbidden technique within the village that no one was allowed to cultivate. At this moment, Hanzo, who had left, would never have imagined that after a period of guidance, Scorpion was still destined to return to his original path. As Hanzo approached the door to his room, intending to lie down for a moment, he furrowed his brow. Was someone inside? He gently opened the door, chuckled softly, then closed it again and turned to leave. Chapter 39. Departure. Hanzo did not have to wait long. Nara, Rucky, and the others soon approached him, informing him that Konoha had agreed to the terms and provided an advance of 50 million. They had also consented to the conditions for purchasing the raw materials. Hanzo decided to delegate the specifics regarding the production and transaction of the raw materials to Kaku, trusting that a professional could handle such matters efficiently. After bidding Tsunade farewell, Hanzo felt an unexpected pang of disappointment. Shaking his head, He reminded himself that this was not the time for such thoughts. He instructed Kakuzu to ensure that aside from essential personnel, all remaining villagers should accompany him to the front lines. Hanzo reflected on the fact that the Land of Rain was now composed entirely of commoners without any prominent clans, indicating a lack of exceptional combat strength, but also a unity that prioritized the nation over individual families. He was satisfied that his subordinates would heed his commands without question. Upon returning to his personal training ground, Hanzo observed Scorpion engaged in a spar with Nagato. Although they seemed evenly matched at the moment, Hanzo could clearly see that Nagato was on the verge of defeat. This was to be expected, as Nagato had only been training for less than a year and had yet to activate his Rinnegan, making his current disadvantage understandable. Moreover, Scorpion had already become a Chunin at the tender age of 8. However, watching Nagato struggle like a cannon was somewhat gratifying for Hanzo. Even though Nagato's Rinnegan was formidable, it belonged to others. Activating it would impose a significant burden on his body. While Hanzo was lost in thought, Scorpion skillfully maneuvered his puppet closer to Nagato and soon pressed a blade against his neck. Hanzo had to concede that Scorpion was indeed a prodigy, not only in puppetry but in nearly all aspects, with the exception of his slight stature. The swordsmanship Hanzo had imparted to him had not only been mastered by Scorpion, but was now being executed through his puppetry as well. This was quite remarkable, and even Hanzo was at a loss as to how it was achieved. All right, everyone gather around. Hanzo clapped his hands, summoning the younger ones. Tomorrow, I shall head to the front lines. Nagato, Konan, and Yahiko will accompany me. Scorpion, you may either stay here with Yakura or return to Sunagakure. But do not forget your daily sword training. You must not solely focus on puppetry. Physical prowess is the foremost guarantee for a ninja. Remember this well. After speaking, he presented a triangular glass shard. This is your token. Although we belong to different nations, you are nonetheless my disciple. With this, you can visit the Land of Rain in the future. Simply show it to the patrols, and they will not hinder you. Scorpion looked up at Hanzo, took the shard with a casual demeanor, and slipped it into his pocket. However, those who observed closely would note that he kept his hand pressed against the side of his pocket. Hanzo saw through Scorpion's behavior and inwardly remarked on the boy's pride. Meanwhile, Yakura felt quite awkward. During this time, there had been no opportunities for private interaction, and even their sparring sessions had been surrounded by others, particularly Yahiko, who had been quite vocal about wanting to help Tsunade manage the household. Today, however, the atmosphere made her feel like an outsider. Hanzo noticed her discomfort and, after a moment's consideration, handed her a shard as well. Yakura, you two have worked hard during this time. All right, you three should rest early tonight. We set off at dawn. Hanzo continued. The purpose of bringing Yahiko and the others to the front lines is not merely to broaden their horizons. After nearly a year of training, it is time they faced real combat, or they may never truly grow. The next morning, the assembly area was bustling with people, some preparing for the front lines, others there to bid farewell. At the forefront stood Hanzo and his companions. Kakuzu, after I depart, the Land of Rain will be entirely in your hands. You have the authority to make decisions as needed. I understand. I know what to do. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Hanzo observed Kakuzu's excitement, unable to comprehend why he was so stirred by the prospect of merely overseeing the village and managing the production of supplies. Kakuzu, indeed, felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. As a former rogue ninja who had only recently joined the Land of Rain, being tasked with leading a team to the front lines the previous year had already felt surreal. When he was informed yesterday that he would stay behind, his mind nearly short-circuited. Did Hanzo truly not fear that he would betray him? Had Hanzo been privy to Kakuzu's thoughts, he would have scoffed dismissively at his naivety. Each of them led their own teams. The Land of Rain was essentially a shell, and even if Kakuzu were to betray them, they could simply retaliate. Do you not understand that might makes right? After addressing Kakuzu, Hanzo cleared his throat and declared loudly, Everyone, let us depart. There was no grand ceremony. This was not a momentous battle, and as long as he managed the operations well, these individuals might never confront the enemy directly. Tobarama, a letter from Hanzo. Tobarama unfolded the letter, which contained only a few lines, primarily indicating that the conflict with the Land of Grass would be prolonged for a year, leaving the rest to his discretion. A year? That is ample time. He instructed his subordinates to prepare for an immediate confrontation with the Land of Lightning. During this time, Tobarama had been feeling quite unsettled as the Land of Lightning grew increasingly aggressive. The only command from Sarutobi was to delay matters as much as possible until the war with the Land of Earth concluded, at which point the Land of Lightning would naturally withdraw. While there was nothing inherently wrong with this order, Tobirama perceived it as a slight against him. His current objective was to decisively defeat the Land of Lightning and return to the village to relish in the accolades of a hero. In Konohagakure, the third Hokage was intently focused on a crystal ball, drooling slightly, when suddenly the door to his office was kicked open. It was Tsunade, followed by the bewildered Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka trio. The third Hokage discreetly covered the crystal ball, wiped his mouth, and resumed smoking his pipe, as if he had not noticed Tsunade's disdainful glare. I've told you numerous times, even if you do not knock, do not simply kick the door open. After all, I am the Hokage. The third Hokage felt somewhat helpless. Had his female disciple's temperament grown increasingly intolerable? Humph, the mission is completed. By now, Hanzo must have already joined forces with Jiraiya in the Land of Grass. Tsunade remained unconcerned by this news. The third Hokage felt a sense of satisfaction. After all, he had already provided the funds. Well done, now go and rest. Tsunade showed no respect for her teacher, turning to leave, leaving the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka trio awkwardly standing there. As staunch supporters of the Hokage, the Inuzuka, Nara, and Yamanaka clans had maintained a long-standing friendship with the Sarutobi clan since the Warring States period, and their births had always been witnessed by the Sarutobi family. Haha. Tsunade has always been this way. You all must be aware of it. After all, we are classmates. Hokage-sama, we shall take our leave now. At this moment, the trio yearned to escape this awkward setting, utterly at a loss for words. Chapter 40. Arrival upon hearing their intent to depart. The third Hokage did not respond directly, but instead remarked on an unrelated matter, stating that Ryohei had been quite restless lately. Despite being in his 30s, he still lacked composure. What should be done about this? Ryohei, the eldest son of Sarutobi Hiruzen, possessed considerable talent and had been serving in the Umbu. Nara Shikaku quickly deduced that the third Hokage intended to transition Ryohei from the shadows of the Umbu to a more visible role, allowing him to achieve merit and ultimately compete for recognition. A cold sweat broke out on Nara Shikaku as he glanced up at the third Hokage, who maintained a jovial facade, yet his eyes hinted at something deeper. Why not have Lord Ryohei teach the next generation of Inoshikicho? He proposed, also asking Ryohei to witness the next generation's oath. The third Hokage squinted slightly before bursting into laughter. No. Having that boy teach would certainly lead to misguided disciples. Nara Shikaku quickly exchanged glances with his companions, then bowed deeply. Please, Hokage-sama, grant us this favor. Akimichi Choji and Yamanaka Ino exchanged looks. While Yamanaka Ino grasped the situation, Akimichi Choji was perplexed by the sudden talk of mentorship. Nonetheless, trusting Nara Shikaku, they both joined in the request. Very well, I shall send Ryohei to your clans tomorrow, and then we shall proceed to the front lines of the Land of Grass. Upon returning, Ryohei will witness the transfer of the earrings, he concluded. Once outside the Hokage building, Akimichi Choji could no longer contain himself and whispered, Shikaku, didn't we agree to have Riku, Tenzo, and Koichi take my uncle Akimichi to Komi as their mentor? Nara Shikaku wiped the sweat from his brow, which had formed due to the tension, and explained, that is no longer feasible. Lord Ryohei's abilities are remarkable and his future is boundless. Thus, this outcome is quite favorable. With a subtle glance at Yamanaka Ino, who understood immediately, she suggested, how about we go for barbecue? After days of hot pot, I need a change of flavor. Barbecue it is. Let us hurry along. Nara Shikaku responded. He was not trying to deceive his friends. Rather, the current atmosphere was too charged for such discussions to occur openly. As they turned a corner, he cast a discreet glance back at the Hokage building, pondering if there were plans to turn Konoha into a family dynasty. After a long day of travel, Hanzo and his entourage finally arrived at the front lines. Upon entering the Land of Grass, the rain began to subside, giving way to warm sunlight that felt delightful against the skin. Jiraiya did not keep everyone waiting and swiftly led the group to welcome them. Lord Hanzo, your arrival truly alleviates my concerns. As they walked inside, Jiraiya, who had been feeling somewhat constrained lately, began to voice his thoughts. It seems you have indeed been somewhat stifled during this time. Hanzo's teasing and expression made Jiraiya feel a tad embarrassed, but such trivial discomfort would not deter him. With a swift motion, he pulled forth a young man with golden hair. This is Minato Namikaze, my sole disciple, a true prodigy among ninjas. Hanzo regarded the somewhat awkward yet bashful Minato, recognizing how much had changed due to his arrival. The early surrender of the Sand Village and the retrieval of Yahiko and his companions from the Land of Rain meant Jiraiya had not trained them for 3 years. Greetings. Lord Hanzo, I am Minato Namikaze. He introduced himself courteously despite his humble origins, leaving a favorable first impression, which undoubtedly foreshadowed his future as the 4th Hokage. And you as well. These are my 3 disciples, Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. Due to their status as orphans, they have just begun their training. Would you mind if Jiraiya instructs them for a few days? In the parlance of a bygone era, Jiraiya was indeed a true master. Having mentored both Minato and the 2 previous Hokage, and his pedagogical skills were exceptional, which caught Hanzo's interest immediately. That is not a problem, but in exchange, could you also train Minato for a few days? Jiraiya had his own intentions. Hanzo was famed for his poison and body flicker technique. Although the poison was no longer present, the body flicker technique remained, and since Minato had already surpassed him in that aspect, it was an opportune moment for an exchange. Certainly, let us commence tomorrow. Yahiko and Konan will begin their studies with Jiraiya, while Nagato will continue under my guidance. It is crucial that Nagato's Rinnegan remains concealed, especially within the confines of Konoha's camp. Ah, it's settled then. Now, let us show Lord Hanzo to his quarters, Jiraiya declared. The group arrived at a secluded tent, clearly once occupied. Before Hanzo could inquire, Jiraiya preemptively explained, "This was your camp from last year, after your departure. I ordered that no one be permitted entry. Rest assured, without your consent, our Konoha ninjas will not intrude upon your territory." After a few casual exchanges, Jiraiya tactfully suggested that Hanzo take a rest after his journey, leading Minato away. Hanzo surveyed his surroundings, realizing he would be staying here for a year. The following morning, Jiraiya brought Minato to Hanzo's tent. "Come in," Hanzo called from within. Upon entering, they found Hanzo seated in meditation, flanked by Yahiko, Konan, and Nagato. "You've arrived quite early. I was just about to send them to find you," Hanzo remarked, opening his eyes to greet Jiraiya. "These past few days have been a rare moment of tranquility. Let us seize the opportunity to train before hostilities resume," Jiraiya suggested with a smile. "Very well. I appreciate your efforts." Yahiko, Konan, be sure not to trouble Jiraiya-san, Hanzo instructed. The 2 young ones nodded in acknowledgement and bowed to Jiraiya, who responded with hearty laughter, assuring Hanzo not to worry, and he led them away without a second glance at his own disciples. With Jiraiya's departure, Minato remained awkwardly standing aside, lacking the boldness exhibited by his mentor. Hanzo quickly discerned Minato's discomfort and said, "Do not feel constrained. Is there something you wish to inquire about?" Minato, seizing the moment, replied, "Lord Hanzo, I wish to learn about the body flicker technique." "Very well. Is there a place nearby where we can train without interruption? Let us proceed there directly," Hanzo instructed. "Yes, I will lead you there now." Chapter 41. Instruction. After the recent assessment, it was clear that your body flicker technique has nearly reached perfection. I find little I can teach you in that regard. Before Minato could respond, Hanzo continued, "However, I believe you should integrate your offensive techniques with the body flicker technique, such as mist body flicker, lightning body flicker, and earth body flicker." "And what about your own techniques, Lord Hanzo?" Minato inquired, his thirst for knowledge evident. Hanzo, recognizing the eagerness in Minato's eyes, willingly shared his insights. With a focused gaze, Hanzo unleashed a series of swift movements, striking the trees before him with a barrage of slashes. Although Minato could not discern the details with his own eyes, his well-developed reflexes allowed him to clearly perceive that the recent assaults were executed in quick succession. "This is my instantaneous body technique. You should be able to sense that I launched 3 attacks, each potentially representing my true self, or perhaps none at all." While Minato struggled to see clearly, Nagato, due to his ocular abilities, could somewhat grasp the situation. Hanzo remained stationary, merely employing his clones to strike, which vanished in flames after their assault. You can combine the instantaneous body technique with the clone technique, allowing your clones to execute attacks on your behalf. However, the intricacies of this combination must be explored through your own efforts. This is a portion of my original insights into the instantaneous body technique. Feel free to peruse it. Hanzo then produced a notebook from his robes, meticulously documenting his experiences with the instantaneous body technique. I also recall that Konoha possesses a forbidden technique related to the instantaneous body technique, created by the second Hokage. You might inquire with your teacher regarding this matter, though I suspect that such forbidden techniques would require significant military merits for acquisition. Originally, Minato acquired the Flying Thunder God technique because Jiraiya voluntarily remained in the Land of Rain to instruct Yahiko and his companions. Upon returning to the village, feeling guilt towards his disciples, he exchanged his military achievements from the Second World War for the Flying Thunder God technique for Minato. Now that Jiraiya was no longer teaching Yahiko and the others, and had instead brought Minato to the front lines, it would now depend on Minato's own efforts. Of course, if Minato were to ask Jiraiya for assistance, Jiraiya would certainly oblige. Yet, based on Minato's character in the original narrative, he was portrayed as an upright individual. Such an exchange of another's military merits for personal gain, even if that person was his teacher, would be out of the question. I am immensely grateful, Lord Hanzo. This is exceedingly beneficial to me. Minato flipped through the notebook, recognizing the invaluable nature of the insights contained within, and expressed his gratitude once more. This compilation of instantaneous body technique wisdom was not the original. The original was with Yahiko, as he was indeed Hanzo's true disciple. This copy was merely transcribed by Yakushi Nanuyu as she assisted Hanzo in delivering the original to Yahiko and his companions. Thus, presenting it to Minato was most fitting. It had been several months since he last saw that young girl, and he found himself missing her. Although Conan was quite considerate, he felt as if something was amiss. Minato, I shall demonstrate a technique for you. Although our two nations are allies, we remain distinct entities, so I will only demonstrate it once. After considerable contemplation, Hanzo resolved to showcase the Rasengan to Minato. Concentrating chakra in his hand, Hanzo forcefully pressed it to the ground. Upon contact, an explosion ensued, and as the smoke cleared, a massive crater lay before the three of them. Minato was taken aback. Was this not the very technique he had yet to fully develop? However, he harbored no ulterior thoughts, and from Hanzo's demonstration, he discerned several aspects he had previously overlooked. Once again, he bowed deeply in gratitude, stating his intention to practice. After Minato departed, Hanzo chuckled as he patted Nagato's shoulder, saying, "The Rasengan involves concentrating chakra in your hand, causing it to flow chaotically in various directions while compressing it into a high-density sphere. This ninjutsu is not so simple. All three of you can learn it. The first stage is gathering chakra in the palm of your hand. The second stage is an advancement of the first, where you steadily and continuously release chakra. For instance, imagine holding a water-filled balloon in your hand, then unleashing chakra to cause the water within to move erratically until the balloon bursts. The third stage, known as the ball practice, involves maintaining the released chakra while materializing it until you can burst the balloon. Upon completing this stage, the Rasengan will be capable of causing damage, albeit only superficial harm and unable to pierce through trees. The final stage involves consolidating and releasing chakra. Combine everything learned thus far, gather high-density chakra in your hand, and maintain its release until it solidifies into a miniature typhoon, possessing considerable power capable of piercing trees and shattering rocks. This stage is quite challenging to master and thus requires ample practice. Have you noted all this? It is a technique of great potential. Following Hanzo's explanation, he continued to demonstrate for Nagato. As he infused the Rasengan with fire nature, Nagato was compelled to step back, as the tangible chakra proved perilous. Observing this, Hanzo dissipated the Rasengan and addressed the still-stunned Nagato. Have you memorized the method of training this technique? It is exceedingly dangerous and not everyone is suited to learn it. Keep this in mind. Nagato, taking his words to heart, nodded solemnly in understanding. Hanzo felt quite at ease regarding Nagato, particularly emphasizing this point so that when he encountered Yahiko, he would mention not to indiscriminately share the technique with others. Master Hanzo, why is this significant technique being taught to us? Hanzo acknowledged their status as disciples. Yet he understood that it was all too easy to miscall names in a short time frame. Not everyone possessed Yahiko's audacity. It matters not. We must offer something to compel Jiraiya to impart true knowledge to you. However, you cannot learn it directly. Your eyes remain a significant concern. Do not underestimate human greed. During this time, let Yahiko return to instruct you, and try to maintain a low profile in Konoha. Was Hanzo to reveal the full truth to Nagato? According to the original narrative, Minato would eventually become the fourth Hokage, albeit not yet wielding true power. Nevertheless, he was a Hokage and thus merited a favorable impression from Hanzo. Most importantly, Minato would ultimately develop the Rasengan himself, making it prudent to secure the rights to it beforehand, albeit lacking any actual royalties. Thank you immensely for your assistance, Master. Nagato felt his teacher was truly extraordinary, pouring his heart and soul into their trio. Hanzo, sensing the fervent admiration in Nagato's gaze, felt somewhat embarrassed. He recognized the misunderstanding but chose to let it persist. Chapter 42. Hinata Hizashi. Since handing over the notebook to Minato and demonstrating the Rasengan, Hanzo had noticeably observed Jiraiya's increasing dedication to instruction. If one were to inquire how Hanzo could ascertain this, they need only look at Yahiko, who lay there in a state of disillusionment. In the days following his return, Yahiko exhibited a thoroughly battered demeanor, and when questioned, he remained elusive, shrouded in mystery. Eventually, it was Konan who revealed that Yahiko had been incessantly referring to Tsunade as Master Tsunade before Jiraiya. Upon learning this, Hanzo's immediate reaction was one of incredulity, marveling at Yahiko's audacity. Despite the severe beatings he had received, Jiraiya remained a responsible teacher, particularly after learning of their orphan status and lack of exposure to ninja knowledge. Promptly conducting remedial lessons. One day, while instructing Nagato, Hanzo noticed Yahiko and Konan returning and called them over, saying, "Prepare yourselves, shortly. We shall embark on a journey to the land of hot water." This was not a whimsical decision made on a whim, nor was it a mere excursion. Hanzo had been contemplating the existence of a cult in the land of hot water. The organization known as the Cult of the Evil God may lack sophistication, yet, through a series of fortuitous events, it has inadvertently birthed Haydn, an almost perfect immortal being. At this juncture, Haydn should be around 10 years old, or perhaps at least 5 or 6. This age is indeed ideal for indoctrination and the imposition of beliefs. The three young ones were elated upon hearing Hanzo's words, particularly Yahiko, who had been on the verge of madness due to Jiraiya's incessant teachings. "Well, I shall inform Jiraiya to ensure he extends the necessary respect. Furthermore, we must prepare for battle during this outing," Hanzo remarked as he made his way towards the Konoha camp. The trio's initial excitement swiftly transformed into tension at the mention of combat. Lord Hanzo?" Upon exiting the command tent, Minato immediately spotted Hanzo. The citizens of the Land of Rain, under Hanzo's leadership, seldom ventured beyond their camp, especially Hanzo himself, who had never emerged before. Minato held no particular thoughts on this. His teacher had previously informed him of the trade agreements between Konoha and the Land of Rain. "Is Jiraiya present? I have a matter to discuss with him." Hanzo nodded in response to Nagato's inquiry and directly asked, "Is the teacher in?" "Indeed, I shall inform him. Please wait a moment." Hanzo, not at all perturbed, understood the importance of mutual respect. After all, he would not intrude into another's command tent without prior consent, just as Jiraiya would notify him before seeking him out. Before long, Jiraiya arrived, accompanied by Minato and a Byakugan-wielding ninja. "Lord Hanzo, what brings you here?" "It's nothing of great importance. I intend to take Yahiko and the others around to witness the world of bloodshed, and I may be away for a few days." Jiraiya nodded in understanding, acknowledging that a ninja who had never seen blood would struggle to make an impact. "That's fine. The intelligence shows no unusual activity from the rock village." With Jiraiya's approval, Hanzo felt a sense of relief, for he feared that Jiraiya might refuse to release them, which would disrupt many of Hanzo's plans. "Very well. I shall return in 3 to 5 days. Absolutely, I will ensure the safety of the Land of Rain camp. Rest assured, my lord." Hanzo smiled faintly and nodded. "Good. I appreciate your cooperation." After Hanzo departed, Jiraiya turned to the members of the Hyuga clan beside him and nodded. Suddenly, the Hyuga ninja's temples bulged with veins, appearing somewhat grotesque. "Lord Jiraiya, his chakra is indeed dazzling, akin to flames. Prolonged observation can induce a stinging sensation." Hanzo had not ventured far when he sensed a gaze directed towards him and quickly deduced that it was the handiwork of the Hyuga clan member who had recently been beside Jiraiya. With this realization, he prepared himself accordingly. Jiraiya and Minato immediately noticed something amiss with Hinata. They hurriedly inquired, "What is it, Hinata?" Rubbing his eyes to alleviate the sting, Hinata replied, "I've been discovered. He might be mobilizing his chakra to retaliate. He indeed has a significant advantage over our clan." Exchanging glances, Jiraiya and Minato reassured him, "Do not overthink it. The Land of Rain is our ally and would not engage us. Perhaps we should apologize for our impromptu probing." Jiraiya felt conflicted. He had been discussing patrols with Hinata when Hanzo arrived. prompting Hinata to express a desire to examine Hanzo's chakra. Last time, during Hanzo's ambush, a Hyuga Chunin reported Hanzo's peculiar chakra to Orochimaru, who escalated the matter. Hinata was on a familial mission, for if Orochimaru's report were valid, Hanzo posed a considerable threat to the Hyuga clan. After this investigation, Hinata confirmed the accuracy of Orochimaru's report, rendering the situation unfriendly for the Hyuga clan. Yet, considering his family and the mark on his forehead, he self-deprecatingly remarked, "No harm done, Lord Jiraiya. I shall personally apologize, claiming it was an accidental discovery during my patrol." Jiraiya understood this was the most sensible explanation. After rubbing his forehead, he said, "Very well, let Minato accompany you." "Thank you very much." Upon reaching the entrance of the camp, Hanzo did not proceed further inside but instructed someone to summon the three young ones to prepare for departure. While waiting, Minato and Hinata approached. Hinata quickly stepped forward, executing a perfect bow. "My Lord Hanzo, I sincerely apologize for inadvertently probing into your chakra during my patrol. I hope you can forgive my clumsiness." Indeed, such was the refinement instilled in the scions of noble families, their etiquette impeccable. Yet, behind that seemingly sincere apology lay the strength of the Hyuga clan. Although he had been beside Jiraiya moments ago, he deliberately chose to investigate after Hanzo's departure. Nevertheless, by apologizing, he not only expressed regret but also preserved his dignity. Such is the nature of great families. It is of no consequence. You did not act with intent. And you are? Hanzo waved his hand dismissively, indicating his lack of concern. "I am Hinata." "Hinata? A pitiable soul destined to perish for his elder brother." "Ah, Hinata-kun, I see." Just as they were conversing, the three young ones arrived, albeit a tad late. "Teacher, we apologize for our tardiness." Hanzo, hearing this, merely patted Konan, who was closest to him, indicating his indifference. "Hinata-kun, these are my three disciples. I hope you will kindly guide them in the future. Of course, as long as your disciples do not mind my modest abilities." At this moment, Minato, who had been playing the role of a mascot, spoke up. "Lord Hanzo, are you planning to depart directly?" "Indeed, since the decision has been made. We shall set forth promptly. The sooner we leave, the sooner we return. Then I wish you a smooth journey. Hinata and I shall take our leave." Hanzo nodded and addressed the three young ones. "All right, let us be on our way." Chapter 43. The land of hot water having departed from the land of grass. Hanzo and his three companions swiftly made their way, encountering no reckless souls along the journey. This was hardly surprising, for the speed they displayed while traveling was unmistakably that of ninjas, deterring ordinary bandits from provoking them. Those skilled in ninjutsu were too fearful for their lives. They might harass the weak, but would never confront the formidable. Thus, they journeyed eastward, crossing several small nations before arriving at the borders of the land of hot water. The names of the countries in the ninja world are quite literal. For instance, the land of rain perpetually experiences rainfall, the land of water is directly situated at sea, and the land of hot water derives its name from its hot springs. Although the land of hot water is a neutral country, to avoid unnecessary troubles, the four concealed their faces. Upon entering the towns of the land of hot water, Hanzo gazed in astonishment at the numerous hot spring establishments lining the streets. With so many shops, can they truly earn a profit? He pondered aloud. After inquiring at several establishments, all of which were fully booked, he sighed. There certainly are many wealthy individuals. The minds of those in the ninja world seem to have turned to mush, yet so many still indulge in leisure. After being informed once again that the establishments were full, Yahiko could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Is this entire street fully booked?" The shopkeeper observed the four individuals, seemingly weighing something in his mind. Hanzo discreetly exchanged a glance with Konan, who immediately understood and retrieved 500 ryo from her pocket, placing it into the shopkeeper's hand. After contemplating the money for a moment, the shopkeeper said, "Walk 500 meters ahead. There is a shop where some esteemed ninjas arrived yesterday. Ordinary people dare not intrude, so they are likely still dissatisfied. Such is the ninja world. Despite the formidable strength of ninjas, the aristocrats still harbor contempt for those who only know violence. Consequently, ninjas typically do not stay in the same inns as the nobility." Upon hearing this, Hanzo pondered for a moment, deciding to investigate, as it might yield information about the cult of the evil deity. Moreover, the group had nowhere to stay at the moment. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you planning to enjoy the hot springs, or stay overnight? 3 rooms with private hot springs. And please send some food over. It would be best if the rooms were adjacent." "Certainly, Please follow me. Hanzo surveyed the rooms, which were quintessentially Japanese in style, featuring tatami mats and small round tables. Once the meals were delivered, Hanzo instructed the shopkeeper to summon the three young ones for a communal meal. After satisfying their hunger and indulging in the hot springs, Hanzo issued a directive to Yahiko and the others. You three are to commence your search for an organization known as the Cult of the Evil Deity starting tomorrow. This group primarily brainwashes individuals to worship the evil god and voluntarily sacrifice their lives in exchange for blessings. If you uncover any leads, return to inform me. But do not take any action on your own. Do you understand? After giving his warning, Hanzo shot a cautionary glance at Yahiko. Yahiko, catching the warning in Hanzo's eyes, shrank back, realizing he had briefly considered proving himself during the investigation. Acknowledging the warning, he decided to wait for another opportunity. Conan and Nagato exchanged knowing smiles at this moment. Subsequently, the trio returned to their respective rooms to rest. The following morning, after a hasty breakfast, the three youngsters eagerly set out to fulfill Hanzo's task, while Hanzo dispatched two shadow clones to accompany them. Yahiko and his companions first arrived at a bustling marketplace, hoping to glean some information. Being orphans and having lived on the streets, they had dressed up that morning, but anyone who saw them would still perceive them as three little beggars. At that moment, Conan, in a pitiful tone, asked passers-by if they had heard any news about the cult of the evil deity, but people shook their heads in ignorance. By afternoon, the trio had yet to discover any useful leads. Just as they were beginning to lose hope for this initial mission, a middle-aged man approached and inquired, "What are you three little ones seeking about the cult of the evil deity?" The three exchanged glances, and Yahiko recited the pre-prepared explanation. "Our parents mentioned joining the cult, but they haven't returned for several days, so we are trying to find them." The middle-aged man stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "I heard not long ago that there is a temple a few kilometers ahead that seems to belong to that organization, though I cannot be certain." Without waiting for a response, he quickly departed. "Yahiko, we should hurry back and inform the teacher," Conan urged. Yahiko pondered for a moment before replying, "Conan, you return to the inn to find the teacher. Nagato and I will investigate first. Do not worry. We will observe from a distance and remain cautious." Seeing the determination in Yahiko's eyes, Conan understood she could not sway him and reluctantly agreed to return alone. "Be careful, and if anything happens, run quickly." "Got it. Got it." Splitting into two groups, Yahiko and Nagato headed toward the temple several kilometers away. Upon reaching their destination, they did not approach immediately but chose to observe from a distance. The temple's entrance was shrouded in cobwebs and dust, appearing as though it had long been abandoned. Yet a disquieting aura surrounded it. As they quietly scrutinized the temple, they suddenly heard a low, sinister chuckle from behind. Turning around, they found a mysterious figure in a black robe standing before them, wearing an eerie smile. "I hear you seek the cult of the evil deity. Do you wish to join and serve the Dark Lord?" The mysterious figure's voice was raspy, and his features were obscured by shadows, making it difficult to discern his identity. An unsettling feeling washed over Yahiko and Nagato. "Since you have arrived, come with me. I believe the Dark Lord will take a liking to you." At that moment, Yahiko and Nagato simultaneously unleashed their ninja techniques, attempting to thwart the mysterious figure. However, he effortlessly evaded their attacks and charged at them with astonishing speed. As he approached, Yahiko and Nagato displayed remarkable teamwork, managing to strike the figure's arm. Yet, the mysterious figure merely glanced at the injury, seemingly unfazed, even licking the blood from his arm with a curious glint in his eye. "You little brats are ninjas? Splendid. I shall capture you to offer to the Dark Lord, who will surely reward me with true immortality." With that, he launched a reckless assault, disregarding the possibility of injury. Yahiko and Nagato, taken aback, wondered how to counter such an unyielding foe, who only seemed to grow fiercer with every wound. Just as the mysterious figure was about to seize them, a figure appeared like lightning, blocking the attack. It was Hanzo, arriving just in time. Upon seeing Hanzo, the mysterious figure quickly assessed the situation. Taking on two little brats was already challenging, and now he faced a ninja capable of effortlessly countering his assaults. The mysterious figure began to seek an escape route. Sensing this, Hanzo understood the figure intended to flee. With a swift stroke of his blade, Hanzo severed the figure's leg, causing excruciating pain. "Who are you? If you kill me, the Dark Lord will not spare you." Hanzo dismissed this threat with disdain, stating, "Regardless of this so-called Dark Lord, Even the one known as the god of death has its vulnerabilities. Furthermore, I doubt this blade of mine fears any ill-conceived deities. Let us proceed with a question-and-answer format. Shall we? I will never betray the Dark Lord. The figure retorted defiantly. Then ask away. With a decisive swing, Hanzo severed the figure's right hand, silencing his bravado. Where is your organization? Below that temple. You cannot enter without the Dark Lord's blessing. Why not? As the last of his hand slipped away, the mysterious figure began to unravel. As I mentioned earlier, I will ask, and you will answer. If you dare say more. I cannot guarantee where my next strike will land. Hanzo smirked and continued. How many people are inside? Is there a brat named Haydn among them? There are 3 serving a dozen or so followers, and in the basement, there is a little one. That should be the person you're seeking. Upon hearing this, Hanzo lightly rested his blade against the figure's body before igniting it in flames. Suddenly, the mysterious figure felt an excruciating pain that penetrated his very soul, rendering him voiceless as he writhed on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames consuming him. Witnessing this scene, Yuhiko sighed and approached the enigmatic individual. Casting a glance at Hanzo, who remained indifferent, he raised his blade and plunged it into the man's heart, mercifully ending his suffering. Hanzo's torment of this individual stemmed from his awareness of the abhorrence the cult of the malignant deity evoked in the original tale, sacrificing the living and conducting grotesque experiments on them. An atrocity beyond comprehension. Where is our teacher, Conan? Yuhiko inquired. She is waiting for us at the inn. For now, let us investigate this temple. Stay close to me. Upon reaching the temple entrance, Hanzo exerted a slight force, causing the door to swing open effortlessly. Inside, it was utterly vacant, despite a thorough search. There was no sign of the basement entrance the mysterious figure had mentioned. After a considerable time, just as the 3 were on the verge of despair, Nagato spoke up. Teacher, Yuhiko, come and see if this is a button. Hanzo approached the so-called button, which turned out to be an inconspicuous little stone. I distinctly checked this place. Could it be an issue with the Rinnegan? Hanzo pondered silently. Yuhiko pressed it gently, and a narrow crack appeared in the wall. The trio moved forward to push it open and descended into the secret passage. The passage was brief, and they soon emerged to find a group of over a dozen individuals swaying on what resembled an altar, as if partaking in a ritual. While they observed, the central figure spoke. I have sensed the summoning of the dark deity. Let us now welcome him together. As his words resonated, the individuals on the altar erupted like explosive devices, a gruesome spectacle that elicited no fear amongst them, only fervor. Witnessing this horror, Yuhiko and Nagato could not contain themselves, retreating to the side to vomit. Even Hanzo, though accustomed to such sights due to inheriting Hanzo's memories, felt his stomach churn. After they regained composure, Hanzo subtly signaled to Yuhiko and Nagato, who noticed another descending passage nearby. They chose not to aid the misguided cultists on the altar, recognizing them as hopelessly brainwashed souls. Continuing down the passage, they soon heard a faint voice crying out in pain. Quickening their pace, they emerged to witness 2 middle-aged men clad in black robes performing a vivisection on a child of about 10. As they conducted their gruesome work, they indoctrinated the child with fervent zeal. This macabre scene sent chills down their spines. Overcome with rage, Yuhiko drew his blade and charged at the perpetrators with blinding speed, so swift that even Hanzo could hardly react. He struck one man, while the other retreated hastily. As Yuhiko confronted the 2, he turned to check on the dissected child, only to find the boy's abdomen hollowed out. Yet, shockingly, he continued to wail in agony. This surreal sight left Yuhiko momentarily paralyzed with fear. The 2 assailants exchanged glances and immediately counterattacked. Hanzo shielded the still-stunned Yuhiko from harm, while Nagato unleashed his ninjutsu upon the black-robed figures. Hanzo leaned down to the child restrained on the table and asked, "What is your name? Let me take you away." Meanwhile, the boy scrutinized the trio. Though he continuously cried out in pain, he had long since grown accustomed to such torment. "My name is Haydn. If you take me away, I promise to obey you. They claim I have been blessed by the dark deity with immortality." Hanzo found some satisfaction in Haydn's response. Despite his evident psychological distress, he had not been entirely brainwashed. "Yuhiko, release him and lead him out," Hanzo instructed. "You cannot take him away. You will become sacrifices for the dark deity yourselves." One of the assailants diverted Nagato, while the other approached Hanzo and his companions, speaking rudely. At this moment, Hanzo, lacking patience, swung his blade and ignited the black-robed man in flames. The figure screamed in agony as the flames enveloped him, and Hanzo swiftly dispatched one enemy. Yuhiko hurriedly untied Haiden and prepared to flee with him. The remaining black-robed figure, recognizing his disadvantage, broke free from Nagato and fled. Hanzo would not let him escape easily. With a swift maneuver, he pursued the man. Hanzo ensured the enemy would not evade justice, teleporting close and delivering a fatal blow. Though these cultists possessed nearly immortal bodies, they were powerless against the blade of the flowing flame, which could reduce them to ashes. Yuhiko carried Haiden on his back, followed closely by Nagato. Haiden continued to shout, "Wait, don't leave yet. Put my organs back inside me." Chapter 45. Haiden. Upon exiting the temple, the group appeared somewhat disheveled, with the exception of Hanzo. Haiden, perched on Yuhiko's back, wore an expression of exhilaration, as if he had not seen the sun in ages. Hanzo glanced back at the dilapidated temple, where nearly all inside had been slain. Any remaining cultists were of little concern, as they could always return later. Let us head back to the inn to clean up. Conan is likely waiting anxiously for us. After their tumultuous battle, they bore traces of blood, so to avoid unnecessary complications, they scaled the wall back to their room. "Teacher, you've returned." As soon as they entered, Conan approached, her gaze widening in disbelief at the sight of Haiden. He was clad only in tattered trousers, bloodied and marked with numerous ghastly stitches. "I am Haiden," he declared, introducing himself boldly. "All right, Yuhiko and Nagato, take Haiden to wash up first, and then come back." Before long, the group had cleaned themselves and reconvened in Hanzo's room, where he had just finished drying his hair. Haiden, now dressed, revealed a handsome visage, prompting Hanzo to concede, "Indeed, Haiden is quite striking." "Haiden, do you wish to take me as your master and follow me?" Hanzo proposed. "If you decline, you may leave at once." "Master, are you not going to use me for experiments?" Haiden replied, confusion evident on his face. He was entirely unfamiliar with the concept of apprenticeship, having been transformed into an immortal and subjected to relentless experimentation since childhood. "Indeed, I am Hanzo, the leader of the land of rain. These three beside you are my disciples. Our rescue of you was somewhat serendipitous, should you choose to follow me. They will be your senior brothers and sisters." Haiden feigned consideration, circling around Yuhiko and the others before stating, "Very well, I shall take you as my master." He promptly knelt and bowed his head, striking the floor with a resounding thud. Now it was Yuhiko and the others who felt awkward, although they too had pledged allegiance. They had never shown such profound respect. Upon witnessing such earnestness from Haiden, Hanzo promptly rose to intervene, gently touching his forehead. "All right, enough of that. From this moment on, you shall be my fourth disciple," he declared, a sense of joy washing over him as he observed his plan unfolding flawlessly. "Master," Haiden's voice rang out with exuberance. "Haha, splendid. You may converse with Yuhiko and the others. Get to know each other," Hanzo said, gazing at the four young souls before him. "I am Yuhiko. This is Nagato, and that is Conan." Yuhiko broke the silence first. "Hello, I am Haiden, and I look forward to your guidance." Haiden greeted enthusiastically, his smile radiant. The bonds of childhood friendship are often forged with ease, and Hanzo felt a swell of happiness as he watched the four gradually grow familiar with one another. Through their interactions, Hanzo noted that Haiden's psychological age seemed to hover around 5, his understanding of the world still at a rudimentary level, filled with curiosity about everything. "Well then, you all have worked hard today. Feel free to explore the land of water until dinner. Tomorrow we return to the front lines. Be back before dinner. I wish to converse with Haiden." Hanzo, cautious of allowing Yuhiko to spend time alone with Haiden, deemed it prudent to wait until Haiden's worldview was firmly established, lest he lead Haiden astray. Once Yuhiko and the others departed, only Hanzo and Haiden remained. "Do you remember how you were captured?" Hanzo inquired. Haiden furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head in confusion. "Do you understand why this is happening to you?" Hanzo continued. Haiden observed Hanzo's gestures and understood his intent. "Well, they said I received the blessing of the evil god," Haiden replied. Hanzo's brow furrowed slightly. Haiden's reverence when mentioning the evil god indicated that his thoughts had indeed been influenced. "Do you not harbor resentment towards them? They conducted numerous experiments on you." Haiden nodded, then shook his head, perplexed. "I can't quite explain it." Hanzo patted Haiden's small head, relieved that his greatest fear had not materialized. "Do you know any ninjutsu? Or anything else?" Hanzo asked. Haiden thought for a moment and replied that he knew a sacrificial ritual, as long as he acquired someone else's blood. He could inflict his wounds upon the enemy. Hanzo's eyes brightened at this revelation. Impressive. You possess such skills at such a tender age? He then drew a small cut on his hand, offering his blood to Haydn with a knowing glance. Haydn accepted Hanzo's blood, tasted it, and began to draw a ritual on the ground, subsequently slicing his own hand. Hanzo glanced at his own hand, observing a matching wound. From this day forth, you shall not only be my disciple, but also the vice-captain of my bodyguard squad. Until a captain is appointed, you will command the squad. Bodyguard squad? What does that entail? Haydn queried, somewhat bewildered. It is a team dedicated to ensuring my safety, fully obedient to my commands, even to the point of sacrificing themselves if necessary. Understanding dawned on Haydn, and he nodded in agreement, having no objection since he had no fear of death. However, master, why am I the vice-captain? Hanzo smiled but offered no answer. As he had only one candidate in mind for the position of captain, a prodigy with a unique affinity for bones, that little fellow should be arriving soon. Meanwhile, as Hanzo conversed with Haydn, Yahiko and his companions returned to the marketplace of the Land of Water. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead, prompting the trio to exchange glances and hasten forward. They witnessed a vendor being shoved to the ground, confronted by an unmistakable nobleman. The noble stood with an air of arrogance, indifferent to the surrounding crowd. You filthy commoner, you've soiled my clothing. Compensate me with your daughter as an apology. If you let her accompany me, your burdens shall be lifted, he declared. Sir, my daughter is merely 9 years old. She is far too young. Please spare us. The vendor pleaded, bowing before the noble. Witnessing this scene ignited Yahiko's fury. I will pay for your clothing. The noble turned, surprised that a mere child dared to challenge him. He raised his fan to cover his mouth, chuckling, 3 little brats, how much do you possess? This garment costs 30,000 ryo. Yahiko was taken aback. So expensive? The noble, noting Yahiko's expression, realized the trio lacked the funds. His gaze then fell upon Conan, who stood behind Yahiko. Her small eyes widened in surprise. Little girl, would you like to accompany me? I will grant you wealth and luxury. In return, I shall spare this commoner. Chapter 46. Bloodshed. Yahiko's eyes narrowed dangerously at the noble's words. Though he possessed a compassionate heart, he also had a limit. This man had crossed a line, igniting a rage within Yahiko, even stirring a desire to eliminate him. As the standoff continued, a guard whispered something into the noble's ear. The noble paused, then dismissed Yahiko and the others, departing without further ado. Though the trio was bewildered, they felt a surge of relief as the noble retreated. Are you all right, elder? Yahiko asked, helping the old man to his feet, while Nagato and Conan gathered the scattered goods. Thank you. That was Matsushita-zawa, the younger brother of our lord in the Land of Water. You have now drawn his ire. You must leave quickly. The vendor hastily loaded his belongings onto a cart, ignoring the trio as he hurried away. Yahiko felt a sense of helplessness. Those in power disregard the common folk. The noble's subordinate must have realized the trio were ninjas, hence the leniency shown. After this incident, the trio lost all desire to continue exploring and returned to their inn. Meanwhile, Matsushita-zawa, having distanced himself, turned to his guard. Are you certain those 3 are ninjas? Yes, my lord. The red-haired boy revealed his forehead protector, which belongs to the Land of Rain. You are aware that the one from the Land of Rain is truly lethal, especially in these times of war. It is best not to provoke them. Matsushita-zawa knew full well the dangers posed by the one from the Land of Rain, particularly for someone of his status. In that case, let them be. However, send someone to retrieve that old man's daughter. While we cannot provoke those 3, we cannot let an opportunity to claim his daughter pass us by. Back at the inn, the trio returned to their respective rooms, each burdened with a heavy heart. During dinner, Hanzo noticed their distracted demeanor and inquired, You 3 took a stroll. What transpired? The trio exchanged glances, and Yahiko sighed as he recounted the events to Hanzo. Hanzo said nothing in response, but urged them to eat quickly. Throughout the meal, Haydn remained engrossed in his food, not once lifting his head. Once everyone had eaten their fill, Hanzo spoke again. Pack your belongings. We must depart. The trio, fearing they had caused trouble, did not dare to ask questions and began to prepare for their journey. Upon arriving at the inn's front desk, Hanzo settled the outstanding bill from the past few days. As he was leaving, he casually inquired of the innkeeper, Might you enlighten me as to where the nobility of the land of Soup reside? The innkeeper, assuming these individuals sought to align themselves with influential figures, pointed them in the right direction. Grateful for the information, Hanzo thanked him and led his 4 young companions away. Commence your search for the noble estates. The noble you encountered today, Flygon, and I shall await your return here. Off you go. Although the 3, Yahiko and his companions, were somewhat bewildered, they complied. As they departed, Hanzo found a nearby spot to sit and meditate, while Flygon observed their surroundings under the moonlight. Before long, the trio returned to inform Hanzo of the noble's residence. Tonight is a dark and treacherous night for murder. I entrust you 4 with a task. Eradicate that so-called noble family without leaving a single soul alive. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, aside from Flygon, who wore a bloodthirsty grin, Yahiko and the others appeared incredulous. Kill them all? How can we do that? Or do you believe you can disregard my orders now that you feel emboldened? The resolute demeanor of Hanzo made it clear that they had no choice in the matter. With a heavy heart, Yahiko led his companions toward the noble's estate. Once they infiltrated the residence, they overheard some disconcerting conversations. What has become of the old man's daughter? I wonder if we'll be able to. The group engaged in vile laughter, and Yahiko exchanged incredulous glances with his companions. Only Flygon, impatient to take action, remained oblivious to the discussions concerning the old man's daughter, having tuned out earlier while eating. As they stealthily advanced further into the estate, they eventually reached the parlor, where they witnessed numerous individuals surrounding a young girl. Unable to contain his pent-up fury, Yahiko was the first to launch an attack, with the others soon following suit. After a considerable time, the estate of Matsushita Zawako returned to a state of eerie calm. At that moment, Hanzo pushed open the front door and strolled into the main hall, his gaze falling upon the bloodstains on the others. He acknowledged their success with a silent nod, noticing that Konan held a lifeless child in her arms. Is there anyone still alive? Following Yahiko's gesture, Hanzo spotted a rotund man cowering behind a pillar. He signaled to Yahiko and Flygon, who dragged the man out like a discarded rag doll. Matsushita, is it? The terrified noble stammered. Hanzo felt a flicker of impatience rising within him, as Flygon's dagger sank into the man's leg. Hanzo's eyes gleamed with approval. It seemed Flygon had potential. State your name clearly. Matsushita Zawako, brother of the Lord of the Land of Soup. You cannot kill me. I am wealthy enough to offer you riches if you spare me. I am Hanzo, leader of the Land of Rain. Surely you have heard of me? Yes, I have. This afternoon, you intended to abduct my disciple? I was unaware she was your disciple, and I left without further thought. Please, spare my life. At that moment, Konan approached Hanzo, cradling the lifeless child. A glance revealed that she was beyond saving. Only a medical expert like Tsunade or Chiyo might have had a chance. Who is she? Yahiko looked at Konan, but found himself unable to articulate his thoughts. Hanzo sighed. She cannot be saved. Help her find peace. As for this noble, you may decide his fate. I shall wait outside. Do not forget to inquire about his wealth. With that, Hanzo departed. Soon after, the 4 emerged from the estate. Even Yahiko, usually lighthearted, wore a grave expression. Did you see that? This is the world we live in. How tragic. Let us proceed. I hope this experience imparts some wisdom upon you. Hanzo did not offer them comfort, but reiterated the harsh reality of a world where the strong devour the weak. Observing Hanzo's retreating figure, Flygon glanced at Yahiko and the others before following suit. At that moment, Konan softly remarked, Yahiko, if we had not encountered our teacher, would I have ended up like that little girl? Yahiko, taken aback by her words, found himself at a loss for a response. Was his perspective truly flawed? Chapter 47. Observing from the sidelines, the master and disciples did not linger, swiftly returning to the camp in the land of grass, just as quietly as they had departed. Their journey to the land of soup had afforded them a preliminary glimpse into the shadows of the ninja world. Life resumed its tranquil rhythm, even when battles erupted. Hanzo merely instructed Yahiko and the others to take a tour, broadening their horizons. Thus, 6 months passed until Jiraiya arrived once more at the Rain Country camp. Lord Hanzo, the village hidden in the mist has launched a surprise attack on the village hidden in the rock from the sea. I believe the final battle with the rock village is imminent. Hanzo nodded in acknowledgement of the intelligence presented to him. During this time, he had either trained the young ones or imparted the philosophy of unification within the ninja world to Flygon, with remarkable results. Seeing Hanzo merely nod in response without further comment, Jiraiya felt compelled to continue. There is another piece of information. The 3rd Tsuchikage has arrived at the front lines. You need not worry about that. Since I, Hanzo, have pledged my word, I shall act accordingly. Just signal me, and I will intervene to stop Onoki. Jiraiya nodded in understanding, then exchanged farewells with the young ones before departing, for the decisive battle loomed, and his schedule was increasingly demanding. At this juncture, Jiraiya's personal visit was a significant gesture. There was also a side note. Recently, Jiraiya had been demoted to vice commander, granting him the opportunity to mentor Yahiko and Konan more thoroughly. It was said that the new commander was the son of the third Hokage. Upon hearing this, Hanzo merely chuckled and corresponded with Danzo. Now, as the latter half of the year unfolded, the weather began to cool, and news from the land of gods indicated that they had nearly grasped the situation in the land of birds, preparing for a direct assault when the time was ripe. Master, I wish to join the battlefield. At some point, Flygon had approached, having absorbed Yahiko's audacious spirit during their time together. Not this time, perhaps at the year's end. There will be an opportunity for you to lead the charge. Very well, it is settled. With a confirmed promise, Flygon left with an expression of delight. On this day, as Hanzo prepared to head to the grove to instruct his disciples and commence a beautiful day, he was met by Minato. Upon seeing Minato, Hanzo immediately understood that he was needed to lead troops to the battlefield. When? That Tsuchikage has already appeared on the front lines, but has yet to launch an attack. Our commander wishes for you to be prepared to join the battlefield at a moment's notice. Hanzo nodded, acknowledging the urgency. Very well, I shall bring my people at once. You may return to report. Thank you for your efforts, Lord Hanzo. After the departure from the Watergate, Hanzo swiftly summoned everyone, commanding them to prepare for the battlefield. From this moment onward, we shall proceed to the front lines. Just as during our skirmish with the sand-hidden village, we shall avoid conflict whenever possible. If evasion is not feasible, we will follow closely behind the Leaf Ninjas. Is that understood? The group responded in unison. Hanzo led his team to the battlefield, where they exchanged distant glances with the third Tsuchikage, Onoki. At this moment, Onoki observed the first arriving squad and inquired, "Is that Hanzo?" "Indeed, Lord Tsuchikage," came the reply. Onoki merely nodded, acknowledging the information before shifting his focus back to the Leaf forces. Based on the intelligence gathered over time, Onoki viewed Hanzo as a formidable yet opportunistic figure, seeking to gain advantage amidst the conflicts of the great nations. He did, however, hold a degree of admiration for Hanzo's dedication to his homeland and aspirations for its growth. Let us commence. We must conclude the war with the Leaf as swiftly as possible, so we can address those despicable ambushers. With Onoki's command, the battle between Iwagakure and Konoha reignited. Yet, the situation became peculiar as the forces of the Rain Country stood by, watching the fierce combat unfold. Witnessing this, Onoki felt a sense of relief. He had previously sent agents to investigate the alliance conditions between the Rain Country and the Leaf, but to no avail. Recently, while on the front lines, he received a confidential letter detailing the transactions between Konoha and the Rain Country. Though the authenticity of the letter was unverifiable, Onoki resolved to take the risk and ascertain whether Hanzo would refrain from intervening if he remained passive. Upon witnessing the reality of the situation, Onoki confirmed the letter's claims. Yet he remained skeptical about its source. Could it be that Hanzo had informed him of Konoha's dealings to avoid direct involvement? Setting aside his thoughts, Onoki refocused on the battlefield. Observing his troops gradually retreating, he sighed internally. The Leaf was indeed too powerful. It seemed that this inconclusive war would have to be postponed until a more opportune moment arose. Lord Danzo, an urgent letter has arrived. Upon opening the letter, Danzo recognized it was from Hanzo, which elicited a smile, though the contents soon soured his mood. That insufferable Sarutobi Hiruzen has truly sent his son to the battlefield. And that wretched land of lightning, neither attacking nor retreating. Infuriating. The message from Hanzo was straightforward. He informed Danzo that Sarutobi Hiruzen's son had arrived on the battlefield and urged him to prepare for a decisive conflict, as he could no longer hold back the situation. After observing the battlefield day in and day out, Hanzo returned to the camp with his team. He could not deny the impressive strength displayed by Iwagakure in this battle, as they managed to fend off the Mist Village's ambush while still holding their ground against Konoha. However, it was evident from Onoki's demeanor that the war would soon come to a close. The prolonged crisis was becoming unsustainable for Iwagakure, which could not compare to the resources of Konoha. In the following days, Hanzo maintained a watchful distance while scrutinizing Onoki's formidable dust release technique, which proved lethal to anyone who ventured too close. The war progressed under this strange atmosphere until Onoki could no longer contain himself and intervened to rescue a contingent of Awagakure forces. Noticing Hanzo's lack of response, Inoki began to act more frequently. One day, after both Awagakure and Konoha had retreated, Hanzo was preparing to return to camp when Nagato approached him, requesting his presence at the Konoha camp for discussions. Hanzo instantly recognized that Konoha could no longer withstand Inoki's sporadic dust release attacks and sought his assistance. Fugaku, come with me. Yahiko, you three lead everyone back to the camp. After giving his orders, Hanzo turned to Minato, saying, lead the way. It seems the end of this conflict is near. Certainly, please follow me. Thank you, Lord Hanzo, for your presence today. It is an honor. I am Sarutobi Raihei, the commander of the Leaf Forces, and I look forward to your guidance. Observing the approachable demeanor of Sarutobi Raihei, Hanzo couldn't help but acknowledge that despite the darkness in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, he had certainly imparted valuable lessons to his son. How could this be? I must have arrived too late and wasted everyone's time, Hanzo remarked, ensuring to maintain the cordial atmosphere. Hearing this, Ryohei's smile became even more genuine. Initially anxious about leading a team he had recently taken over, Ryohei felt reassured by Hanzo's words. If they emerged victorious, he would fulfill his father's expectations. Then, Lord Hanzo, please take a seat here, and we shall continue our meeting. Ryohei gestured invitingly. Our recent defensive strategies have successfully cornered Awagakure to the brink. They are now stretched thin across two fronts. While protracting the conflict has been advantageous for us, winter is approaching. If we do not seize this opportunity to conclude the war swiftly, it is uncertain how long it might drag on. Therefore, after several discussions, the village has decided on a full-scale assault tomorrow. Does anyone have differing opinions? With silence prevailing among the group, only Hanzo remained to speak. I have no objections, he declared, eager to conclude the conflict and return home, as he had not visited the rain country in nearly a year. He wondered if Yakushi Nanoyu had returned. It had been nearly a year since they last met, and he was curious to know how much she had grown. Seeing no dissent, Ryohei turned to Hanzo, stating, then I entrust this to you. Hanzo nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that the request was essentially to confront the Tsuchikage. Recognizing that Hanzo understood the underlying implications, Ryohei began outlining Konoha's strategies for the following day, which was beyond Hanzo's scope of involvement. During their alliance, it had been made clear that he would only engage the Tsuchikage once. After the meeting concluded, Hanzo exchanged farewells with familiar faces before stepping outside the tent, inhaling deeply. He gazed into the distance, reflecting on the grim reality that, regardless of the outcome, many lives would be lost. Yet, this was the harsh truth of war, and he had no alternative. Upon returning from the Konoha camp, Hanzo immediately returned to his quarters. Fugaku, please summon Yahiko and the others. With Fugaku dispatched to gather his comrades, Hanzo remained alone in the tent, contemplating his strategies for the impending conflict. From allying with Konoha to assisting them against the one-tailed Shikaku, and now preparing to help them confront the Tsuchikage once more, a complex web of decisions lay ahead. Rather than asserting that the Land of Rain has allied with Konoha, it is more accurate to say that Konoha has formed an alliance with Hanzo. In light of the trajectory of this war, Hanzo's only viable option for reaping the greatest rewards is to side with Konoha. An additional pivotal reason is that even if the Land of Rain were to align with other ninja villages against Konoha, the latter would likely emerge victorious. The subsequent Third Great Ninja War serves as a classic example, where even the combined might of all the great nations was insufficient to conquer Konoha, a testament to its formidable foundation. The depth of Konoha's strength is indeed terrifying. Given its current might, why not allow it to grow even more powerful, becoming a beacon that attracts attention? While others may be oblivious to the capabilities of Konoha's third Hokage, Hanzo is acutely aware, recognizing him as a quintessential defender. Albeit lacking in offensive prowess, by the time of the Third War, his external demeanor could even be deemed cowardly. It is this very cowardice that caused Konoha to falter from its position as the foremost ninja village. Ironically, his timidity in external matters contrasts sharply with his internal rigidity, as he exploits Danzo to suppress various ninja clans and the upper echelons. Master, we have arrived. Is there something you wish to convey? Hanzo gazed at Yahiko, who entered. Despite appearing close-knit to outsiders, the bond between master and disciple had significantly deteriorated. Yahiko, please inform our comrades and prepare for our return to the Land of Rain after tomorrow's battle concludes, Hanzo instructed. Haiden, you will not accompany me tomorrow. As soon as the battle commences, Lead the escort team to scout the path, ensuring a safe route for our eventual return. Conan, you will accompany Haydn tomorrow. Haydn, I have but one request. Eliminate anyone who dares obstruct our path, ensuring the safety of the returning forces. After seeing everything arranged, Yahiko felt compelled to voice his concerns, but found himself at a loss. Understood, master. Very well, go. I wish to be alone for a while. As Yahiko and the others stepped outside, they glanced back at Hanzo, who sat in silence, lost in thought, before continuing on their way. In the depths of night, following their departure from Hanzo's quarters, Yahiko and his companions were enveloped in a heavy silence, contrasting sharply with Haydn's carefree demeanor. Yahiko, after this war, are we truly going to leave? Conan inquired, unable to contain her curiosity once Haydn had succumbed to sleep. Conan, we are not on the same path as our master. His journey seems to lead only towards deeper hatred, devoid of a future. Moreover, I believe he has come to accept that we will eventually depart. Have you not noticed the changes since Haydn joined us? Although he continues to instruct us diligently, there is a discernible shift. Assigning Haydn to such a perilous scouting task signifies his greater trust in him over me. Yahiko's momentary confusion transformed into resolute conviction. And Conan, should you wish to remain? Yahiko, do not say that. Conan and I will stand by you, as we promised from the beginning, right? Additionally, what are Conan's thoughts? She has undergone significant changes since witnessing that girl's plight. Upon hearing Conan's name, Yahiko fell silent, unable to forget her poignant question, leaving him at a loss for how to comfort her. Increasingly, he questioned the validity of his own beliefs, as both Conan and Nagato began to embrace their master's ideology. Very well, Nagato, rest now. Our master has made all necessary arrangements for tomorrow, yet we must remain prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Understood. As the tent returned to tranquility, both resolved to sleep, yet neither could find solace in slumber. Chapter 49. Surprise attack. As dawn broke, Hanzo, still within the throes of sleep, was abruptly roused by a cacophony. Just as he intended to inquire with the sentinels outside the tent, Haydn burst in, exclaiming, Master, Konoha's encampment has been attacked. That Tsuchikage himself has taken action, and Konoha has sent word urging your immediate presence. Upon grasping the situation, Hanzo found it hard to believe. Had the Tsuchikage lost his senses? To strike at this hour? Was he truly so eager for a swift defeat? Nevertheless, Hanzo swiftly arose, accompanied by Haydn, making their way to Konoha's encampment. As they traversed the devastated site, Hanzo could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Upon encountering Minato, who was overseeing the troops' recovery, he relayed the news to Jiraiya. Lord Hanzo, that wretched Onoki launched a direct aerial assault, obliterating our command center, Minato reported. Hanzo's expression darkened, confusion etched on his face. What was the meaning of this? Noticing the absence of Sarutobi, Hanzo turned to Jiraiya, who merely nodded in response. This is a classic case of a premature demise. Sarutobi, having arrived at the front lines, accomplished nothing before meeting his end. Around 4 a.m., Onoki had initiated his attack, decimating the command center and leaving its occupants vanished. Hanzo frowned. What now? Shall we continue the fight, or? Jiraiya, rubbing his nose in frustration, replied. IWA retreated during Onoki's assault. Only a handful remained to cover their retreat, and Onoki is still present. Retreat? So they recognized their inability to win and opted for a hasty withdrawal? What advantage could that possibly yield? Hanzo found himself struggling to comprehend their reasoning. Lord Hanzo, I have organized a counteroffensive. I cannot allow those IWA scoundrels to escape unscathed. Hanzo nodded in acknowledgement. I shall join you in this offensive. Rest assured. Haydn, return to inform Yahiko to assemble our forces. We will advance alongside Konoha. Haydn departed on his mission, leaving Hanzo, Minato, and Jiraiya standing together. At the Hokage's side, Minato stated, I have dispatched messengers with intelligence. I believe our master can hold the line, though it will undoubtedly be a daunting task. That insufferable Onoki. This time we have indeed underestimated him, failing to adequately prepare for aerial threats. Seeing Minato's anger, Jiraiya approached to offer gentle comfort. Hanzo, observing the scene, found himself at a loss for words. Should he express condolences? Their demeanor hardly suggested profound sorrow. Perhaps congratulations were equally inappropriate. Yet, their evident frustration indicated that events had unfolded in ways he had not anticipated since his departure. Reflecting on the original narrative, aside from Asuma Sarutobi, The third Hokage had several sons, including one named Tsurutobi Shino, who did not appear in the anime but was mentioned as one of Konoha's 8 colors, known for his formidable earth release techniques that instilled terror in his enemies. His fire release techniques were only surpassed by the Uchiha clan, a testament to his exceptional prowess. Alas, he met an untimely demise, leaving behind his prodigious son, Sarutobi Konohamaru. As for why Hanzo regards Konohamaru as a genius, the reason is quite simple. He is capable of learning the Rasengan from Naruto, which speaks volumes about his potential. Hanzo momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained focus. Please hold on a moment, Hanzo-sama. I will organize our forces, and we shall attack together. Hanzo gazed enviously at the third Tsuchikage, Inoki, who floated in midair. In the world of shinobi, the ability to fly is a significant advantage. Inoki, observing Hanzo from a distance, sighed lightly. It seemed that the morning's ambush had thoroughly angered Konoha. However, he did not regret it. During this brief respite for Konoha, the ninja from the stone village had mostly retreated, leaving only a few to cover their escape. Jiraiya, shall we converse? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya's composure faltered slightly. This old man truly deserved punishment. The ambush had already granted him a chance to retreat, and now he intended to prolong the conflict further? Thus, Jiraiya ignored Inoki, merely casting a glance before gesturing for his comrades to cross the Iwagakure defensive line and pursue the retreating forces with full force. Inoki watched Jiraiya disregard him and sighed once more. His village did not lack for lower or middle-ranking ninjas, nor even high-level ones. What he truly lacked was capable leaders. Sometimes he pondered that he didn't need 3 disciples like Sarutobi Hiruzen, just one would suffice. Despite his grievances, he knew a battle was inevitable. Inoki began gathering his chakra, but just then, a fireball hurtled towards him. He had no choice but to interrupt his jutsu and glance at the fireball's origin. Hanzo-sama, although my country, the land of rain, has no intention of engaging with the Iwagakure, Konoha has offered benefits, and I must intercept you. I sincerely apologize. Hanzo, who interrupted him and slowly drew his blade, retorted, a speculator leading a weak nation into the war of the 5 great countries. Are you not afraid of your nation being annihilated afterward? Rather than perish in compromise, it is better to fight directly. Upon hearing these words, Inoki instantly regained his composure. Pausing briefly before responding, Hanzo, it is a pity you were not born in a more suitable nation. Would you care to lead the land of rain into a Iwagakure? I can assure you that you would gain far more than you do now, even a position as enticing as mine. However, I do not wish to discuss such matters at present. Be cautious, Hanzo. Hanzo initiated his assault against the floating Inoki. As Inoki observed the approaching blade, he initially tilted his head slightly, but, as the sword neared, a chill surged from his core, prompting him to retreat swiftly, gazing at the singed cuff of his garment. Inoki frowned slightly. Hanzo's strength is indeed troublesome. I must admit, among the young people I have encountered, none have made me feel such danger at your age. Yet, youth is youth. It is time for you to witness why I have attained the position of Tsuchikage. Dust release, phosphorescent particle technique. After forming a hand seal, Inoki opened a transparent cubical barrier between his palms, trapping Hanzo within and breaking him down to an atomic state, resulting in a massive explosion. Chapter 50. A half-hearted conclusion. After the explosion, Inoki remained vigilant. He was not a young ninja and maintained a high level of caution towards all enemies, especially those like Hanzo who relied on brute force to seize power. Although the dust release appeared to have contained Hanzo, he clearly saw a flash of fire as the disintegration completed. Just as Inoki was about to survey his surroundings, an ominous sensation washed over him once more. Earth release, arm of rock. Just as the summoned rocky arm shielded Inoki, a fire tornado erupted from thin air. At that moment, he began to feel increasingly hot behind the rocky protection. Earth release, rising stone technique. Hanzo, witnessing the colossal stone giant emerging from the firestorm, felt a twinge of apprehension. Inoki was indeed formidable, possessing both offensive and defensive capabilities with his dust release, along with a terrifying earth release defense. Most strikingly, he could even levitate. Wasn't that a bit overpowered? Emerging from the rocky giant, Inoki felt somewhat disheveled, his heart racing. He had been cautious, but had nearly fallen in a Hanzo-esque trap, almost getting scorched. Hearing the explosions behind him, he grew anxious about his team, realizing that he could not subdue Hanzo in a short time. Hanzo, let us negotiate. Shall we end our battle here? I can agree that the Land of Rain will not hold you accountable for your participation in pursuing Iwagakure. At this moment, Hanzo found himself conflicted. Observing Inoki's demeanor, it seemed he did not intend to fight to the death. Understandably so, as Iwagakure was still in the process of retreat. Just as Hanzo deliberated, Inoki could no longer wait. Dust release, boundary separation technique. A white cube in Inoki's hands surged towards Hanzo. Upon witnessing this, Hanzo's heart raced, and he swiftly retreated. Not pursuing the attack further, Inoki turned to leave. The moment the white cube touched the ground, it expanded rapidly, enveloping the surroundings and initiating an explosion. When the chaos subsided, Hanzo emerged from the smoke, taken aback by the scene before him, which had been reduced to rubble. Looking skyward, he noted that Inoki's figure had vanished completely. He smiled wryly to himself, since arriving in this ninja world and acquiring the Blade of Flames. It was the first time he had felt so disheveled. Of course, this was partly due to his deliberate choice not to unleash the full power of the Blade of Flames. With Inoki's departure, their confrontation concluded in a rather anticlimactic manner. Meanwhile, Jiraiya and Minato led the Konoha forces in relentless pursuit of the retreating Iwagakure ninjas. Despite their utmost efforts, the Iwagakure shinobi continued to retreat with all their might. If any were caught, they would unleash desperate, life-threatening attacks to buy time for their comrades to escape. From this point forward, they decided to disperse and pursue. Should they catch up, they would engage if able, and delay if not, awaiting reinforcements. They regrouped at the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Earth. Now scatter. Jiraiya led the charge. Although it was safe, their efficiency was lacking, prompting him to issue the order to disperse. After catching up with the main forces, Hanzo first met with Yahiko and Nagato, then guided them to Jiraiya. At that moment, Jiraiya had just dealt with a small Iwagakure team left behind to cover the retreat. Jiraiya, Inoki did not engage with me. After a few exchanges, he simply retreated. Given his ability to fly, I truly could not stop him, and for that, I apologize. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya understood that Iwagakure genuinely had no desire to contend with Konoha. They simply sought to withdraw. What do you mean? Now that the war has reached this juncture, I believe there will be no unforeseen events. Therefore, I shall return with my men and hope there will be an opportunity to collaborate again in the future. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Very well. I look forward to our next collaboration, he replied. Subsequently, the two exchanged a handshake before parting ways. Hanzo led the ninjas of the Rain Village away. Jiraiya gazed at their receding figures, his thoughts a tumultuous sea. The Cloud Village had not made any aggressive moves toward Konoha, and the Mist Village had been equally passive. If nothing unexpected occurred, the war that belonged to Konoha could be declared essentially over at this point. Although Hanzo's dealings within the village remained somewhat of a mystery, Jiraiya could surmise a reasonable understanding. Hanzo's urgent departure suggested he intended to swiftly conquer the surrounding small nations before the conclusion of the ongoing wars. After retreating from Konoha's pursuit, Hanzo did not linger but hastened directly towards the Rain Country. It was not until dusk that he called for a brief halt, allowing his companions to rest for an hour before continuing their night journey. Teacher, your meal, Yahiko offered, presenting food to Hanzo. Hanzo smiled, affectionately ruffling Yahiko's hair before accepting the meal, preparing to eat. Is there something else on your mind? Hanzo inquired, noticing Yahiko's reluctance to leave immediately. Teacher, are we returning now? Will we be attacking the bird country? Yahiko's enthusiasm was palpable. Could it just be me and Nagato going? Please, let us not bring Conan along. Hanzo swallowed his food, fixing Yahiko with a penetrating stare until the boy felt uneasy, before slowly shaking his head. Yahiko's expression shifted to one of distress, ready to protest. But Hanzo preempted him. Not just Conan. I won't be deploying either you or Nagato. The abrupt rejection left Yahiko momentarily speechless. After a restless night spent conversing with Nagato, he had finally discerned a path to repay his debts by aiding Hanzo in conquering the bird country. This would allow him to leave with peace of mind, though it strayed from his principles. Now, with Hanzo's outright dismissal, he felt lost. You three are different from Haydn. I know you do not particularly like him due to his bloodthirsty nature, but consider this. Did he choose to become this way? Hanzo paused, recalling that, in the original story, Haydn had indeed willingly embraced his fate. Nevertheless, this did not obstruct Hanzo's plans. Upon returning to the Rain Country, he would work to reshape Haydn's ideology from multiple angles. You witnessed the sacrificial scene. Those individuals surrendered their lives merely to worship that so-called evil deity. But ponder, why did they do this? Were they inherently inclined to offer their lives? I think not. They have grown utterly disillusioned with this ninja world, choosing instead to escape into belief in that malevolent entity. Hanzo regarded the stunned Yahiko and concluded, this ninja world is gravely ill. Only by excising its sick parts can we usher in renewal. Our aspirations align. We both seek peace for the ninja world, albeit via different paths. As for who is right or wrong, that will unfold in time. Chapter 51. On the journey while Hanzo battled Inoki, Haiden and Konan discreetly led their escort team away, leaving behind markers of safety for the rain country. This situation persisted until they reached the border. Beyond this river lies our rain country, Konan sighed in relief. Fatigue evident from the journey and the constant vigilance required. Safety seemed imminent once they crossed the water. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted dramatically as a kanai rigged with an explosive tag hurtled towards Konan. The scene left everyone momentarily stunned. In an instant, Haiden sprang forward, tackling Konan to the ground. An explosion ensued, and the escort team quickly regained their composure, launching a counterattack and checking on Haiden and Konan's condition. After being pulled from the crater created by the explosion, Konan appeared somewhat disheveled, while Haiden's shirt had been completely blown away. Strangely, his body was now a bizarre patchwork of black and white. Haiden, are you all right? Konan asked, observing his peculiar state. Haiden, seemingly entranced by madness, transitioned from a low chuckle to a maniacal laugh. Rising slowly, he pointed at the unseen enemies, declaring, I shall send you to serve the evil deity. He then lunged into battle, his frenzy rendering him even more bloodthirsty, disregarding his own safety in a reckless exchange of injury for injury and life for life. This unpredictable style not only astonished the enemies but also shocked his own comrades. Yet Konan quickly regained her composure, commanding, everyone follow Haiden into battle. But remember to leave a few alive. Hanzo guided his team along the safety markers left by Konan and Haiden, making their way back to the border of the grass country. Although night had fallen, the moonlight revealed signs of a significant struggle. Just then, a scouting ninja returned with news. Lady Konan and the others are just ahead, but it seems they have fallen into an ambush. Hanzo's brow furrowed. Despite his escort team being inexperienced, he did not expect them to be caught off guard so easily. Upon entering the rain country, Hanzo soon spotted Konan waiting for them. He hurried forward to check on her, relieved to find no visible injuries, but he noticed Haiden was absent. Where's Haiden? I'm sorry, teacher. I let my guard down and was ambushed. Haiden shielded me from harm, but then succumbed to some kind of madness. He collapsed from exhaustion and has yet to awaken. So we didn't proceed after crossing the river. We waited for you here. Hearing that Haiden had merely exhausted himself, Hanzo felt a wave of relief. After all, he had painstakingly recruited such a talented individual, and losing him was not an option. He comforted Konan by ruffling her hair, saying, it's all right. Just take care in the future. That boy will be fine. Now, tell me everything that happened. Konan recounted the events in detail, and as Hanzo listened, he deduced that Haiden must have experienced an overwhelming shock, causing his body to instinctively enter a curse seal mode. Additionally, an ambush had resulted in the loss of half of his escort team. This realization deeply frustrated Hanzo. He pondered whether he had been overly protective of his subordinates. He had always felt that since this was not a war of rain country's making, he should minimize casualties wherever possible. Yet, this situation delivered a harsh reality check. No matter how diligent and committed the training, without real combat experience, it proved futile. Yahiko and Nagato approached Konan after she finished speaking, whispering amongst themselves. Take me to see Haiden. After a brief examination, Hanzo noted that Haiden had fully recovered, though he lacked Tsunade's extraordinary healing abilities. Haiden's recovery rate surpassed that of ordinary individuals by a significant margin. After conquering the land of birds, he contemplated enlisting the expertise of the healer Nanoyu to instruct him in medical ninjutsu, aspiring to transform himself into a veritable perpetual motion machine. Haiden was untroubled. A brief slumber would suffice for his recovery. Yet, this matter was not solely for Konan to ponder. All present were to heed this lesson. One must remain vigilant, especially at the crucial juncture. It was best to rest for now and return home at dawn. Upon hearing her teacher affirm that Haiden was fine, Konan exhaled a sigh of relief, only to be reminded of the captured enemies. Teacher, I left a few alive. Would you like to take a look? I've inquired, but they refused to speak. Oh, there are survivors? Lead me to them, Hanzo replied, a glimmer of interest appearing in his eyes. Regardless of their allegiance, even if they bore little immediate utility, they could prove advantageous in the future. As the saying goes, sometimes the dead are more useful than the living. Gazing at the 7 individuals bound like Zongzi, Hanzo directly inquired, "Were you dispatched to attack us, or were you merely passing through?" After his query, an uneasy silence enveloped the atmosphere. In that moment, Hanzo longed for Haydn. Had he been present, a blade would have already pierced one of the captives. Regrettably, he had to undertake the task himself, as Yahiko and his companions seemed utterly oblivious. Resolutely, Hanzo unsheathed his sword, commencing with the individual on the far left. What shall I say? Observing the lack of response, he decisively slashed the throat of the man before him. Yahiko instinctively moved to intervene, but Nagato softly cautioned, "Yahiko, you may not share the same mindset as our teacher, but in pursuit of your future aspirations, we will require allies. At that time, you too shall confront adversaries. Do you intend to remain forever merciful? Moreover, these are foes who have harmed Conan." Hearing these words, Yahiko reluctantly abandoned his urge to stop Hanzo. The latter continued until the 5th captive. Just as he positioned his blade against the man's throat, the captive abruptly leaned back to evade it. "Oh, you dodged. It seems you have something to say. Yahiko, take the 2 still alive elsewhere. I shall converse with this gentleman." With a hint of relief, Yahiko complied, as he bore no aversion to killing but recognized that Hanzo's recent actions resembled execution. Though Hanzo acted in such a manner, it did not imply he relished it. As Yahiko and his companions were escorting the 2 living captives away, one of them shouted, "Oda, you cannot betray our lord. Do not be a coward." The man attempted to continue, but Nagato delivered a swift punch to his mouth, silencing him. Once the 2 were removed, Hanzo resumed, "Oda, is it? Speak. What is the situation? Do not fabricate some tale about mere coincidence. My temper is rather irritable." After posing his question, Hanzo remained patient, even untying Oda's restraints. After a prolonged silence, Oda finally spoke, "I am Inoue Oda, a ninja from the Hot Springs village. Among those you killed earlier were from the Grass Village. This mission was directly commissioned by the lord of our land. I am unaware of the reasons or the conditions promised to the Grass Country." Realizing the implications, Hanzo understood that the annihilation of the entire family of the lord's brother from the Hot Springs country had been exposed. However, it made sense. They had only donned disguises upon entering the Hot Springs country, abandoning them once they reached the inn. Clearly, their actions had been discovered. "However, I have a question. How did you know we would return at this time?" "We do not know. We have been waiting here for 2 months. Our captain described your attire, so upon seeing the girl with purple hair, we acted immediately." Hanzo nodded, the explanation aligning with his understanding. "By the way, did you encounter a red-haired woman on your journey to the Grass Country? One resembling that fiery-haired girl?" Chapter 52, the long-awaited home. At this moment, Hanzo was filled with anticipation. After a moment of contemplation, Oda shook his head, indicating ignorance. It was understandable. That woman was a treasure to the Grass Village and not known to just anyone. The red-haired woman Hanzo sought was none other than the future mother of Uzumaki Karen. As for why he had not sought her in the Grass Country, the rationale was simple. The Grass Country had aligned itself with Konoha. As an ally, Hanzo had no legitimate reason to pursue her, thus resorting to covert infiltration. Unfortunately, thus far, he had unearthed nothing. He even questioned whether Karen's mother had yet to arrive in the Grass Village. Next, Hanzo inquired further about the Hot Springs Village. Oda, feeling a sense of resignation, decided that since betrayal had already occurred, he might as well speak freely. "Very well, you may leave. However, do relay a message to the leaders of the Hot Springs Village and the Hot Springs Country. I, Hanzo, have noted this ambush. Let them await the consequences." Upon hearing Hanzo's permission to depart, Oda was momentarily incredulous. Yet, in an instant, he vanished, his speed astonishing Hanzo. After Oda's departure, Hanzo approached Yahiko and his companions, glancing at the 2 remaining captives, shaking his head in disappointment. "Eliminate them. They are of no further use." As the silhouette of the capital of the Rain Country grew clearer, Hanzo's heart raced with excitement, even bordering on impatience. Upon arriving at the capital's gates, he spotted Nanoyu and Kakuzu awaiting his return. A faint smile crept upon Hanzo's lips as he swiftly approached. "Kakuzu, your efforts this past year have been commendable." Kakuzu merely nodded, displaying little emotion, and stepped aside. After greeting all who had come to welcome him, Hanzo finally turned to Nanoyu. Observing her growth, he felt a surge of nostalgia. Nanoyu, initially composed, could no longer contain her emotions at Hanzo's words and collapsed into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Rather than push her away, Hanzo gently patted her back, offering solace. Kakuzu, I shall return home now. The remaining matters are entrusted to you. Once arranged, do visit my residence. We have work to do. After assigning all tasks to Kakuzu, Hanzo led Yahiko and Nanoyu, along with Haiden, back home. Upon entering his abode, Hanzo surveyed his surroundings, feeling as if he had never left, for everything remained unchanged. Haiden, come here and kneel. Curiously observing his surroundings, Haiden, upon hearing Hanzo's command, felt a flicker of confusion but, trusting his teacher, obediently knelt. Nanoyu, this is Haiden, my fourth disciple. You may consider him your brother. Haiden, call her sister. Hanzo's actions were deliberate, not mere whims. It was essential to recognize that Haiden harbored an inherent streak of brutality. Years of indoctrination from a malevolent cult had magnified this violent trait. Thus, establishing a bond for Haiden was undoubtedly the most prudent choice. Sister, Faden decisively accepted the situation, though his expression remained unchanged. In contrast to Faden's stoicism, the meticulous Yakushi Nanoyu found herself somewhat flustered, unsure of how to assist him. Observing her anxiety, Hanzo gently placed a hand on her shoulder and knelt before Faden, saying, Little Nanoyu, like you, Faden is an orphan who has endured considerable suffering since childhood. He greatly needs your care. Will you do this? Understood, Lord Hanzo. I will do my best, she replied eagerly. Very well, Nanoyu. Please take Faden to find a room to settle in. The trio of Yahiko, who had been silent until now, looked on in astonishment at Hanzo's actions, feeling a mix of shock and relief. Particularly for Konan, who had been saved by Faden, seeing him acknowledge Nanoyu as an older sister brought her immense joy, as Nanoyu's kindness captivated her. Yet, a hint of jealousy lingered within her. After all, she had encountered him first. Why did the teacher not allow him to recognize her as his sister? Lord Hanzo, Kakuzu has arrived. Are you available? Back in his room, having taken a bath and indulged in a brief slumber, Hanzo was gently roused by Nanoyu's soft call. Yes, let him in. Hanzo merely placed a pillow behind his back. Not yet rising. Hanzo-sama, Kakuzu called, somewhat awkwardly. Hanzo shuddered at the title. Oh, Kakuzu, please don't. Just call me Hanzo, it feels more natural. When Nanoyu addresses me as Sama, it is a pleasure, but when you do so, it feels peculiar. See, even Nanoyu is startled. Kakuzu, visibly flustered, was frustrated that Hanzo had rejected his attempt at formality, having mentally prepared himself for such an address during his journey. Not wishing to tease Kakuzu further, Hanzo shifted to more serious matters. Kakuzu, starting tomorrow, you will have 3 days. Nanoyu, you need not venture out. You will attend all meetings concerning the land of rain to acclimate yourself. Upon hearing this, Nanoyu prepared to bow and exit, but Hanzo's words ignited her excitement, and she fervently affirmed her commitment. Hanzo, puzzled by her enthusiasm, had merely intended for her to assist him in future endeavors, believing it would ease his own burdens. Disregarding Nanoyu's fervor, Hanzo continued, From tomorrow, you will have 3 days to discreetly select ninja of Chunin rank or higher. After 3 days, we will journey to the land of birds, where Shinda has been waiting for quite some time. Understood. I will make arrangements immediately. Will I be accompanying you? Yes. Both of us will go. You will lead the team ahead, and I will follow the next day. Upon hearing this, Kakuzu nodded and glanced at Nanoyu, asking, Who will remain behind? Nanoyu, after we depart, you will oversee the land of rain alongside Yahiko. You will take the lead. Can you manage this? Oh no, I cannot do it. Let Yahiko handle it. Did you not announce that he would succeed you? Nanoyu anxiously protested, fearful of her capabilities. This is decided. Inform Yahiko. He will understand. After Nanoyu left, Hanzo continued, Kakuzu, I brought back a child from the land of hot water, a boy who seems to possess an immortal essence. No matter the method, he is nearly impossible to kill, transcending the boundaries of life and death. However, he is not without desires. He still requires sustenance to maintain his existence. Oh, an intriguing young lad. During the upcoming days, you need not interact with him. When we reach the land of birds, I will have him take the lead. At that time, if possible, share some of your combat experiences with him. I can only impart my knowledge of sword techniques. I am not skilled in other areas. Chapter 53. The beginning in the dead of night. Yahiko said, We're late again. If Sister Nanoyu finds out, she will surely scold us. Be quiet. She should be asleep by now. It will be fine, Nagato replied. The two, having lost track of time during training, tiptoed through the corridor towards their room. However, Nagato sensed something amiss and peered into the courtyard under the moonlight. He was startled and quickly grabbed Yahiko. Pointing towards the yard, Yahiko, nearly toppled over, looked at Nagato in confusion before following his gaze into the courtyard. The sight before them elicited a gasp. A group of figures clad in black, masks obscuring their faces, knelt with an aura of readiness, poised for battle. Each held an array of weapons, sharp short blades, gleaming shuriken, and concealed projectiles, all essential for their survival and mission execution. What was even more astonishing was the discipline and vigilance maintained by the numerous ninjas, who remained utterly silent and motionless, resembling a well-trained army prepared for action. The atmosphere was charged with tension. Just as the two stood bewildered, the door facing the courtyard swung open, revealing a figure seated in an armchair, feigning sleep. Yahiko recognized it instantly as his teacher. Hanzo's expression was grave, devoid of his usual warm smile, and in that moment, Yahiko felt he was witnessing the true essence of his mentor. Hanzo slowly opened his eyes, first surveying the two standing in the corridor before turning to address the kneeling assembly. You are all elite ninjas from the Land of Rain, unwaveringly loyal to me and sworn to serve. I have summoned you here today, and I trust you all know the reason why. As Hanzo's words echoed, the group responded in unison. We pledge our lives to the leader and to the Land of Rain. Hanzo rose from his chair, his demeanor serious as he commanded. I hereby appoint Kakuzu as the commander of this operation. You must all unconditionally obey his orders. Furthermore, the escort team will temporarily be renamed the Vanguard, with Faden assuming the role of Vanguard captain. I hope you all will work closely together, united in effort to complete this arduous yet crucial task. Let us strive hand in hand to face the challenges ahead and work towards our goals. Yes. Hanzo raised his weapon, the Kubikurabocho, and declared, upon entering the Land of Birds, should we encounter resistance or non-compliance, eliminate them without hesitation. Yes, this battle will determine the destiny of our Land of Rain, shaping our nation's future and its standing among global powers. We cannot allow history to repeat itself, leaving our descendants to live in perpetual anxiety over their basic needs. For the sake of our leader, for the Land of Rain. With a decisive gesture, Kakuzu understood the gravity of the situation and rose to lead the group towards the Land of Birds. The departure was swift, as if they had never been present in the courtyard. Hanzo waved his hand toward the corner of the courtyard before turning back to his room to wait. Yahiko and Nagato approached Hanzo with a sense of trepidation. Master, we did not intend to eavesdrop. We lost track of time during training, and that is why we found ourselves here at this hour. Please forgive us. Typically exuberant, Yahiko now found it difficult to meet Hanzo's gaze. The atmosphere he exuded was overwhelmingly oppressive. After a brief silence, Hanzo finally spoke, return and rest. I shall depart tomorrow as well. Keep a close watch on the Land of Rain, and heed the words of Yakushi Nono. Yahiko opened his mouth, filled with confusion and concern. He longed to understand Hanzo's plans for the future of the Land of Birds, yet the stifling tension in the room left him in a state of unease. The invasion from the Land of Rain had come without warning, and the Land of Birds lacked a hidden village. Having only a few wandering ninjas from noble families, hardly a formidable force. The following day, after the main forces had departed, Hanzo set out directly to the military camp. His first order upon arrival was clear. Nobles could be slain, but the safety of civilians must be ensured, and harm to their interests must be avoided. This directive was easily achievable, as civilians' interests were already meager, and as Hanzo noted, they did not care who governed them, as long as they had food. They would support their ruler. Simultaneously, Hanzo issued another decree. Any civilian willing to join the Land of Rain would be granted land, and all cultivated land would belong to them, with an annual tax of 40% owed to the Land of Rain. Though this tax was burdensome, nearly all the civilians in the areas they reached chose to join the Land of Rain. Thus, with the resistance of the Land of Birds already scant, coupled with civilian defection, the army of the Land of Rain faced little opposition as they advanced straight to the capital of the Land of Birds. Hanzo could only lament. The world has long suffered under this shinobi realm. In the capital of the Land of Birds, the daimyo, Isekai'd, asked in a state of panic, "Have no other nations come to our aid?" His subordinates remained silent. "Speak. Is there any hope of assistance? If you do not devise a plan soon, the land of birds will truly perish. Red Ming, kneeling beside the daimyo, interjected, My lord, we have already lost our nation. According to intelligence from our men, wherever the troops of the land of rain arrive, everyone surrenders. They are now at our capital's gates and will likely attack shortly. In response to his strategist's words, Isekai'd hurled his teacup at Red Ming. I asked you to devise a solution, not to inform me that the land of rain is about to attack. Am I a fool? Must you remind me of such a simple matter? In a moment of madness, Isekai'd leapt from his seat and began to strike his ministers. Just then, a samurai entered with a letter. My lord, a message from the enemy outside the city. Isekai'd rushed over, snatched the letter, and upon reading its contents, became even more frenzied. They dare ask me to open the city gates and kneel to welcome their leader. What audacity! They are but mere ninjas, lowly beings. How outrageous! Tell them if they wish to seize our dilapidated capital, they must attack. The land of birds will not surrender. In a fit of rage, Isekai'd tore the letter to shreds and bellowed at the messenger. Red Ming, who had narrowly avoided being struck by the teacup, observed the daimyo's descent into madness with a flicker of malice in his eyes, though he quickly suppressed it. Oh, is that truly their stance? Hanzo, enjoying his lunch while listening to Kaku's report, found himself amused. Does this man truly not discern priorities? I certainly do not desire a shattered capital of the land of birds, yet this does not seem to pose a threat. Watching the gluttonous Haydn, Hanzo spoke sternly. Haydn, lead the vanguard to assault the city. If the daimyo of the land of birds refuses to maintain his dignity, then you shall grant him the semblance of it. Tonight, I shall dine in the daimyo's palace. Upon hearing Hanzo's command, Haydn set down his utensils, seized his weapon, and departed without delay. Chapter 54. The fall of the land of birds. As Haydn and his men commenced their assault on the city, it was akin to wolves among sheep. Even Hanzo, observing from a distance, noted that his guards had taken on a more bloodthirsty demeanor under Haydn's influence. Kaku, it appears my guard has deviated from its purpose. Kaku did not respond. His thoughts were solely focused on ensuring a proper reception for the daimyo of the land of birds, who dared to resist surrender. Will I be the one to govern the capital? And what of Haydn and his men? Must they not exercise caution? Damaging it now will merely necessitate repairs later. It all costs money. These fools are reckless. Witnessing yet another section of the city wall being breached, Kaku could no longer contain himself. He cast aside the commander's cloak, revealing his battle attire, and joined the fray. While Hanzo pondered the unexpected transformation of his guard, he was taken aback by Kaku's swift actions. With Kaku's entrance, the defenders of the land of birds found themselves in an even more dire predicament. At that moment, the gates of the capital began to creak open, and a group of individuals rushed out. Hanzo distinctly noticed what seemed to be a bound figure among them. With the formal assault of the land of rain underway, it was evident that resistance would not last much longer, yet the daimyo steadfastly refused to surrender. After conferring with his advisors, Red Ming and his faction made the decision to bind the daimyo and open the gates to capitulate. With the gates now ajar, the fall of the land of birds was unequivocally proclaimed. Upon entering the daimyo's palace, Hanzo was taken aback. To describe it as resplendent would be an understatement. This was merely a small nation. One could only imagine the opulence of the daimyos of the 5 great nations. It was no wonder civilians surrendered so readily, while they starved. The elite reveled in splendor, enjoying music and dance. Hanzo glanced around nonchalantly before proceeding to take a seat in the place of honor. What is your name? My lord. I am called Red Ming, formerly the strategist of the land of birds. A strategist? Subordinate to one yet above many. Why betray your master? My master is the land of birds, not the daimyo. I have surrendered to you for the future of the land of birds. Thus, I have not betrayed it. Oh, you are quite intriguing. Red Ming responded with remarkable composure to Hanzo's inquiry. Since you cherish your land of birds so dearly, know that upon surrendering it to me, there will no longer be a land of birds. Do you not regret this? My lord, the land of birds shall not perish. It will continue in another form and grow stronger. Hanzo had to concede that this strategist named Red Ming was indeed articulate. What is it that you desire? My lord, I seek nothing. No, no, no. Those who desire nothing are the hardest to control. I shall ask you once more, what do you want? Think carefully. Though outwardly composed, Red Ming felt a trickle of sweat forming on his back. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. My lord, you are a ninja, and your governing methods suit ninjas, but not civilians. Allow me to assist you in governing the common people." Such ambition was indeed notable. Hanzo slowly rose and approached Red Ming, raising his right hand to indicate that he should stand. "Come, let us visit your former master, whom you swore to resist to the death." Following Hanzo, Hongming felt an immense sense of relief, his life preserved for the time being. As Hanzo exited the palace, he beheld the daimyo of the Bird Kingdom kneeling before him. Before Hanzo could utter a word, the daimyo began to berate Hongming, calling him a traitor and expressing his disillusionment with the trust he had placed in him. Observing the daimyo's frenzied demeanor, Hanzo subtly gestured, and Haiden's punch swiftly restored his composure. "You are a leader of a nation. Had you surrendered gracefully, I might have granted you the privilege of living as a wealthy man. Yet, you have chosen this path." After addressing the daimyo, Hanzo turned to Haiden. "Go find the family of this daimyo and relocate them to the capital of the Rain Country for their protection." At Hanzo's words, the daimyo trembled, then shakily performed a deep bow. Hanzo reciprocated with a slight bow of his own. "I assure you, as long as your family does not harm the interests of the Rain Country, I will ensure they live comfortably. However, your stubbornness at the gates has cost my subordinates their lives, and you must apologize for that." With those words, Hanzo swiftly severed the daimyo's head. "Long live!" cheered the Rain Country ninjas, their voices rising spontaneously. Hongming, standing beside Hanzo, was left in awe. Was this the dominion of a ninja? Until now, none had dared to slay a noble. Yet, in the wake of this act, future daimyos across various nations would have to reconsider how they treated their ninja. Hanzo's actions were not impulsive. He understood the implications of personally executing a daimyo and how this could stir trouble among the higher echelons of other nations. Nevertheless, his boldness might draw those who believed in the autonomy of ninjas away from the inept rule of daimyos. Every situation possesses duality. If the benefits outweigh the drawbacks and serve one's interests, then one must proceed. After all, having once been a ruler, Hanzo permitted the daimyo's family to reclaim the body for a proper burial, funded by the Rain Country. Having arranged these matters, Hanzo turned back to Hongming. A small flame ignited in his hand. "With this, you shall become my subordinate, and I shall entrust the management of the common people to you." As Hongming gazed at the feeble flicker of the flame, he gritted his teeth and grasped it. In an instant, a searing sensation coursed through his being, a feeling he hoped never to encounter again. "Now, go and reassure the citizens of the capital." Hongming, burdened as if carrying a great weight, rose and respectfully bowed to Hanzo's retreating figure. Although he did not fully comprehend Hanzo's actions, he was certain that the flame he had just touched was a precautionary measure against betrayal. Ironically, Hanzo had merely intended to intimidate him without leaving any true contingency. Sometimes, clarity is not necessary. The fears conjured from one's imagination can be the most palpable and terrifying. As news of the Bird Kingdom's annexation spread, the Rain Country erupted in jubilation. Apart from the Fire and Wind countries, others began to condemn the actions of the Rain Country. Hanzo remained unfazed, aware that their condemnation stemmed from their inability to conquer the Bird Kingdom themselves. In the Frost Country's Konoha camp, Danzo clutched a letter tightly, his eyes glimmering with envy. He pondered whether, should he ascend to the position of Hokage, he too could conquer other nations as described in the letter. Could he, like Hanzo, have the audacity to eradicate daimyos and reign supreme? In time, all would witness his grand achievements. These thoughts surged in his mind, overwhelming him like a tidal wave. Chapter 55. Continuation. After a night in the opulent palace of the nobility, Hanzo awoke invigorated. He glanced at the bed where he had slept, marveling at the comforts afforded to the aristocracy. Hearing a gentle and somewhat timid voice from outside, he was reminded of the first meal brought to him by Yakushi Nanoyu when he first arrived in this world. "No need, take it to the main hall. I shall eat there." Does the Bird Kingdom now possess 3 billion ryo? Kakuzu gasped in disbelief, excitement causing him to tremble slightly, as if wealth itself beckoned to him. Unable to contain his joy, Kakuzu leaped from his seat, rubbing his hands together with a somewhat deranged grin. This is a windfall indeed. Kakuzu then turned his fervent gaze towards Hanzo. Leaning closer, he whispered, "If the Bird Kingdom is so affluent, why not take the opportunity to conquer the neighboring grass country as well? It is larger and richer than the Bird Kingdom. If we seize it, our fortunes will multiply. I am willing to lead the charge." Hanzo, somewhat exasperated, knew that while Kakuzu had many commendable traits, his obsession with wealth was often troublesome. "Kakuzu, we must maintain composure. Capturing the bird kingdom has already raised concerns among some in the ninja world. If we were to attack the grass country, regardless of our capacity to digest this prize, the fire and earth countries would not remain passive. Hanzo explained patiently. Kakuzu understood these principles, but continued to murmur, if not attacking is an option. What about the ambush you faced on your return? We could demand reparations from the grass country. That is feasible. You may decide, Hanzo replied, prompting a blissful smile from Kakuzu, now aware of the wealth the nobles possessed. Now, let us set aside such matters. How have the residents of the capital fared under your reassurance? Seated at the edge, Hongming, upon hearing Hanzo's call, stood promptly and respectfully responded, My lord. I have done my utmost to calm them, but as you know, there remain some nobles within the capital who, it seems, some still harbor unrealistic notions. Haydn, handle this matter today. I require results. Understood. Haydn affirmed as he departed. Hanzo shrugged. See, Hongming, the issue resolves itself if the problems cannot be addressed. We simply deal with those causing the problems. Hongming wiped the sweat from his brow, a consequence of his tension. Indeed, I had restricted my thoughts too narrowly. According to the previously established rules, all civilians willing to join our reign country will be allocated land, provided they cultivate it themselves, with a tax rate set at 40%. Furthermore, it is crucial to note that all civilians who join our nation, regardless of their noble or humble origins, will have the opportunity to be sent to the capital's ninja academy for education, should they possess the interest and willingness. This policy ensures that everyone has the chance to develop their potential and contribute to the nation. Such measures will attract more people to join and enhance the overall strength of the country. I am confident that through our collective efforts, the reign country will flourish and prosper. Hanzo understood that with this series of arrangements, the already unpopular bird country would inevitably face demise from every angle. Moreover, from Hanzo's perspective, although social distinctions had diminished, the status of ninjas would significantly elevate through these arrangements. Deidara, you are still here? Haydn has gone to seek out those nobles. They are quite wealthy, which is unlike you, Hanzo remarked, noting Deidara's inactivity. This was uncharacteristic of him. One would expect him to be more proactive when it came to looting. Deidara, nearly choking on his drink upon hearing Hanzo's words, responded in frustration. I wish to transform this into the commercial city you spoke of last time, attracting various merchants to conduct business here, allowing shops from different nations to establish themselves. The scenery is beautiful, and the climate is agreeable, making it more appealing. Hanzo's initial instinct was to refuse. Although the land was indeed suitable, establishing it here would further strain the already limited military resources of the reign country. After pondering for a moment and observing Deidara's eager expression, Hanzo eventually nodded in agreement. Very well, you shall oversee this personally. I will allocate half of the ninjas who accompanied us to you, and I will also ensure that Shinda remains here. Graduating students from the academy will be prioritized for deployment to this location. Speaking of Shinda, during the siege, he had made considerable efforts to cause destruction within the city. After the siege concluded, Hanzo met with Shinda to discuss merits and rewards upon returning home. When Hanzo had instructed Haydn to seek out the nobles, Shinda accompanied him. As he was well aware of who the nobles were and which families held wealth after spending a year in this land. Deidara, this matter is now concluded. The rest hinges on time. Our primary objectives for the next 2 to 3 years in the reign country are to develop commerce and the Ninja Academy. You will be responsible for commerce, and I will oversee the academy. Furthermore, aside from acquiring land, the other 5 great nations did not achieve their desired outcomes from this war, so I anticipate that conflict will reignite within 6 or 7 years, or at least within 3 or 4. Therefore, during this hard-won period of peace, we must strive to put all matters on the right track. Deidara had no objections to Hanzo's arrangements and nodded in agreement, then inquired, "What are your plans for that fellow, Akatsuki?" Hanzo replied with a slight nod. Even the most approachable ninja cannot place themselves on the same level as commoners. This disparity arises from the changes brought about by strength. Therefore, we need ordinary citizens to manage other ordinary citizens. Presently, we do not have more suitable candidates for this task, so we must temporarily entrust it to him. However, there is no need for concern. He is a wise individual and will certainly discern what is appropriate and what is not. At this moment, Deidara increasingly regarded himself as a part of the reign country. He had no desire to see any risks that could jeopardize the interests and safety of the reign country. Nevertheless, since Hanzo was willing to place his trust in that individual, Deidara would not undermine Hanzo's authority, but he would keep a close watch on him, just in case. Chapter 56. Reactions from all sides. Sunagake, your scorpion. Open the door. Your grandmother has come to see you. Chiyo knocked on the tightly closed door of Scorpion's room. After waiting for a while with no response, she sighed and added, Hanzo has conquered the bird country. Not long after, with a click, the door creaked open. Seeing this, Chiyo sighed again. Ever since Scorpion's parents passed away, he had become increasingly reclusive, prompting her to take the considerable risk of sending him to the Rain Country to learn ninjutsu under Hanzo and experience other nations. Although he returned from the Rain Country slightly more open and willing to communicate, he still often locked himself in his room for days on end, obsessively modifying his puppets. At this moment, only news of Hanzo could compel him to open the door. Upon entering Scorpion's room, Chiyo was greeted by the sight of a half-finished puppet. Even as a fellow puppet master, Chiyo felt overshadowed by Scorpion's talent. Scorpion paused his work slightly upon seeing his grandmother enter and respectfully bowed. Each time Chiyo witnessed such a gesture from him, she felt a mix of amusement and gratitude. She knew well that this behavior would have been unimaginable before Scorpion went to the Rain Country. However, now, under Hanzo's influence, Scorpion had undergone a tremendous transformation. Chiyo reminisced about the past, recalling the cold, withdrawn boy who was filled with hatred for the world. He had always kept to himself, isolating himself in a lonely corner, indifferent to everything outside. Chiyo felt a deep sense of relief for having sent Scorpion to spend time with Hanzo. Grandmother, how is Hanzo doing? Scorpion inquired midway through his sentence. Chiyo rolled her eyes. You could call him teacher without issue. He has indeed changed you for the better. As for your teacher, he is doing exceedingly well. In just a few days, he has laid waste to the bird country and nearly wiped out the remaining noble families. In this global conflict, I doubt anyone has benefited more than your teacher. The corners of Scorpion's mouth curled into a slight smile, indicating his satisfaction. Witnessing this, Chiyo couldn't help but feel a twinge of displeasure. That despicable Hanzo has so thoroughly enchanted my beloved grandson. Iwagakure, is this true? Oyuki stared incredulously at his son, Kori. It should be true. The news has spread throughout the ninja world, Kori replied, scratching his head in a somewhat naive manner. This fellow is truly formidable. He has actually achieved this. Why can't such talent be born in our Earth country? Kori lamented. Since returning from the grass country, his father often expressed frustration over why geniuses always belong to other nations. Father, I've also heard that Hanzo's methods are rather ruthless. Having nearly exterminated the resistance forces and the nobles of the bird country, even the daimyo, fool. Oyuki scolded his son, feeling a pang of heartache. He was even older than that monkey from Konoha, who already had several successors lined up. As for himself, not a single candidate was in sight, none at all. His son was well suited in every aspect, yet he was simply too naive and inflexible, like Hanzo's brutal conquest of the land of birds, marked by rampant slaughter, which, though detrimental to his reputation, proved remarkably effective in asserting control over new territories. Were I in his position, I would act similarly, perhaps with even greater ruthlessness. Why can't such a person be from my own homeland? Contemplating this, Daimyo raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to Huang Tu, who, taken aback, could only silently grumble about the elder's advancing age. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, listened to the reports with a stoic expression, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. Sunda, emerging from the gambling den after losing everything, squinted against the harsh sunlight, took a moment to adjust, stretched languidly, and headed towards a nearby tavern. Upon entering, she spotted a figure in the crowd, who, displaying impatience, rolled his eyes and prepared to leave. At that moment, as if sensing her presence, the figure looked up, his eyes brightening as he hurried towards her. Lady Sunda, are you here for a drink? Would you care to join us? Though somewhat irritated, Sunda maintained a calm demeanor as she replied, Kato, I seem to have taken a wrong turn. I was just about to head home. Ah, very well. Please take care. With that, Sunda turned to leave. As described in the original story, following the conclusion of the Sand Village War and the loss of her brother, Sunda proposed during a Jonin meeting the idea of assigning a medical ninja to each team. Kato expressed his support, yet for reasons unknown, Orochimaru also concurred. Ultimately, the proposal did not pass, but out of courtesy, Sunda invited Kato to dinner as a gesture of gratitude, and of course, Orochimaru covered the expenses. Yet, after that meal, Kato's frequent appearances began to irk Sunda. Watching Kato as he remained in place, a comrade patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "Forget it. Lady Tsunda is not from our world." Kato could only smile ruefully and shake his head in silence. Meanwhile, Tsunda, frustrated from not having a drink, returned home. Upon entering, she saw someone waiting at her door. "Young miss, the lady wishes to see you." Instantly deflated, Tsunda felt like a defeated rooster. Upon seeing Uzumaki Mito, Tsunda immediately adopted a charming demeanor. "Stop. Don't come any closer. You reek of sweat and smoke. Have you been gambling again? Well, Tsunda, you are not getting any younger. Who would dare marry you with such behavior?" The mention of marriage caused Tsunda's face to flush crimson. Mito, noticing this, extended her hand, and a nearby maid quickly handed her a slender wooden board. Mito gently tapped Tsunda on the head with it. Snapping back to reality, Tsunda rubbed the spot where she was struck, protesting, "Grandma, if you hit me again, I won't be clever anymore." Mito, looking at her granddaughter with a mix of exasperation and affection, said, "Hanzo has swallowed the land of birds. That's all I have to say. You may go bathe now." "Huh. Oh yes. Decisive, but not ruthless enough. Still, it's commendable. Could he pose a threat to our plans? Do not concern yourself with him. How are the arrangements on the mist side? You may go anytime. Then let us commence." Chapter 57. Green Pheasant. As Hanzo slowly opened his eyes once more, awakening in the resplendent and majestic palace, he inwardly lamented, "It is far easier to transition from frugality to extravagance than the reverse." In just a few days, he had seamlessly adapted to this lifestyle. Just as Hanzo was lost in thought, a timid voice called from outside, "My lord, are you awake? May I enter to serve you? Come in." Following his command, a young maid entered, delicately carrying a basin of water. She kept her gaze lowered, fearful of displeasing Hanzo. Upon reaching the bedside, she gently set the basin down and knelt to tidy the bed, her movements soft and practiced, as if she had performed this task countless times. Next, the maid raised her hands, preparing to wash Hanzo's face, but he quickly interrupted, "I can do that myself." Startled by his words, the maid knelt down, trembling as she asked, "My lord, did I do something wrong? Please punish me." Hanzo was taken aback, wondering if all noble-trained maids were like this. "Please rise. I did not mean to upset you. You have been attending to me for several days. What is your name?" "My lord, I have no name. I have grown up in the palace, and a name will be given to me once chosen by a lord." Understanding dawned on Hanzo. The aristocrats certainly knew how to train their servants from a young age. "Who did you serve before?" "My lord, I was never chosen because I am still too young." "Then how did you come to me?" "Lord Akihira sent me. Please do not send me away. I am very obedient." Seeing the anxious expression on the young maid's face, Hanzo felt a surge of compassion. He realized that sending her away would be tantamount to condemning her to death. After all, she had been taught to serve her future master unconditionally since childhood, and without a protector, her survival would be in jeopardy. The maid's eyes reflected helplessness and fear, resembling a lost lamb. She bit her lip tightly, her hands unconsciously clenching, as if striving to suppress her inner turmoil. "Then you shall accompany me from now on. I will speak to Akihira." Upon hearing Hanzo's words, the maid's heart, which had been suspended in anxiety, finally felt like a stone had been lifted. Without hesitation, she knelt deeply, offering a sincere and respectful bow. "Thank you, my lord," she said softly, her voice imbued with earnestness, as if the name he would grant her would mark a new beginning in her life, bestowing upon her a new identity and significance. As for the name, there is no rush. I will step outside for a moment." Hanzo left in a somewhat flustered manner, silently cursing himself for almost losing his resolve. Upon exiting the palace, he pondered briefly before heading straight to where Kakuzu was located. Upon arrival, the sight that greeted him brought a smile to his face. Kakuzu was intently counting a pile of coins, utterly absorbed, seemingly oblivious to everything else. With no choice, Hanzo turned to leave, deciding to pay a visit to another companion, Haydn. However, before he could reach the training grounds, a deafening clamor erupted from afar, prompting Hanzo to quicken his pace, eager to discover the source. As he drew closer, he finally discerned that the ruckus was indeed emanating from Haydn himself. At that moment, he stood with exuberance, directing the members of the advanced team in a vigorous series of duels. Seeing this, Hanzo sighed inwardly. Alas, it seems my guard team may never return. As he pondered, he couldn't help but shake his head, yet he felt a flicker of satisfaction at the leadership qualities and fervor for battle exhibited by Fade One. After all, A competent leader must possess formidable strength and exceptional leadership skills to guide others towards the path of victory. As he observed his surroundings, he noticed that everyone was preoccupied with their own tasks, leaving him wandering aimlessly like a lost soul. Suddenly, he encountered Hongming, who was approaching with an armful of documents. "Lord Hanzo, greetings," Hongming said, but as he was about to leave, Hanzo felt a surge of urgency and swiftly reached out to stop him. Speaking up, "Hongming, is there anything I can assist you with?" Hongming paused for a moment, then replied softly, "My lord, now that the country of birds has fallen, this land has become part of the rain country. However, it lacks an official name. Perhaps you could bestow one upon it. Regarding the name, I shall ponder it further. So there is no need to rush. I will inform you once I have settled on something," Hanzo replied. "Oh, and that young girl who attends to my daily needs is quite charming. I intend to keep her by my side. However, remember this. Do not send anyone else to serve me in the future, understood?" "Understood, my lord," Hongming said, bowing respectfully before turning to leave with efficient grace. Watching Hongming's retreating figure, Hanzo found himself momentarily dazed. Was he being dismissed? With that thought in mind, Hanzo returned to the palace, sought out the young girl, and instructed her to fetch a bucket of water. Following her lead, they made their way to a small river. 2 hours slipped away, but Hanzo had yet to catch a single fish. Bewildered, he thought to himself, "How is it possible that I remain empty-handed despite this journey?" At that moment, he spotted a bird with splendid plumage, resembling neither fowl nor hen. "Is that a bird or a chicken? What is its name?" he inquired. "Master, that is indeed a bird, the national bird of the country of birds," the young girl replied, only to realize she had misspoken. After spending 2 hours with Hanzo, she discerned that he was not particularly harsh, and his infrequent outings from the palace revealed a childish nature, allowing her to relax somewhat. Hanzo regarded the girl, who frequently knelt before him, with a bemused expression. "Rise, it's all right. You haven't told me its name yet." "Master, it is called a green pheasant," she responded. "Oh, green pheasant. Ha ha ha. Rise, and let us continue fishing. There are no stringent rules here. Please refrain from kneeling at every turn." Thus, the two engaged in light conversation, primarily consisting of Hanzo's inquiries and the young girl's responses, continuing until noon. Though their fishing efforts yielded little, they were reluctant to depart. "Let us return for lunch," Hanzo declared. The main hall, which had originally been a meeting space, had gradually transformed into a dining area since Hanzo's arrival. Once the food was served, everyone chatted while eating. "Hongming, let us rename this place Green Pheasant City," Hanzo suggested. Hongming looked up at him and nodded in agreement, promising to arrange it after lunch. No one objected, for it was merely a name, and as long as it was acceptable, they were content. "And you, young girl, shall also be named Green Pheasant." The girl, who had been serving Hanzo, was taken aback by this proclamation and hastily knelt. "Thank you for the name, my lord. If you wish, you may take my surname, Sanjoyo," he added. Chapter 58. Chores. It had been 2 months since the annexation of the country of birds, during which Hanzo had not frequently appeared before the public eye, with only Shinda, Kyoto, Fadewan, and Hongming having the privilege of seeing him. After concluding another day of fishing, Hanzo gazed into the bucket, which contained only a few fish. "Green Pheasant, are you certain this river has fish? Why can't I seem to catch any?" he queried. Hearing his question, Green Pheasant stifled a giggle, covering her mouth. "Master, when I was in the palace, I often heard the elders say this river was the easiest place to catch fish. It must be my bait that is lacking." Just as Hanzo felt a twinge of irritation at his lack of success, Shinda approached from behind. "Lord Hanzo, the new year is approaching. What are your plans? Furthermore, the school has been in session for half a year now. Have you had the chance to visit?" Realizing he had been somewhat neglectful in his duties, Hanzo acknowledged that it was time to return to the capital. He had indeed indulged himself a bit too much during this period. He contemplated a visit to Konoha and Sunagakure around the new year. "Very well, arrange for those children with ninja potential to return to the capital with us tomorrow," Hanzo instructed, his voice low yet firm, exuding an undeniable authority. "Understood, my lord," Shinda replied respectfully before turning to carry out his orders with swift, deliberate steps. At that moment, a soft voice reached Hanzo's ears. "Master, may Green Pheasant accompany you?" It was Green Pheasant, her tone tinged with uncertainty and fragility. Turning to her, Hanzo smiled and replied, "Of course, as long as you wish to." Her heart soared with relief, and she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Her voice was imbued with joy and excitement. In the main hall, Hanzo first addressed Kyoto. Kyoto, I will be returning to the capital tomorrow. Everything else can proceed as we discussed. There is no need to rush. Kyoto nodded in agreement, acknowledging Hanzo's directive. Understood, I will take care of it. Humming. You will remain here to assist Kyoto for the time being, Hanzo added. Humming promptly stood, affirming, yes, I will support Lord Kyoto diligently. Shinda, how are the arrangements for the children returning to the capital? Hanzo inquired. All has been arranged. The children will gather at the city gate tomorrow morning. For those unable to attend, they can use their identification tags to travel to the capital at a later time. Our patrol teams will ensure their safety along the way. Shinda reported. Hanzo nodded, reassured by Shinda's competence. Just then, Hongming rose from his seat, resolutely gazing forward as he spoke with a strong voice. My lord, may I request permission for my family to relocate to the capital? Additionally, I have a son who, while possessing some talent in ninjutsu, has not undergone formal training. Therefore, I humbly beseech you to allow him to enroll in the Ninja Academy for further education. This would not only fulfill my aspiration for my son to thrive, but also position him as a pillar for our nation, serving your interests. I earnestly hope for your benevolence, my lord. Listening to Hongming's earnest plea, Hanzo couldn't help but admire his wisdom. He recognized the depth of Hongming's character. Aware that he had not yet fully earned Hanzo's trust, yet he was willing to send his own flesh and blood to the capital as a gesture of faith. Such actions not only foster a sense of trust in oneself, but also afford one's offspring access to quality educational resources, an admirable strategy that serves dual purposes. Those present are not fools. Apart from Haydn, who remained oblivious, the others displayed expressions of understanding upon hearing Hongming's words. Even Kakuzu, who had often looked down upon Hongming, cast a few more glances in his direction. I am truly grateful, my lord. I shall return home to relay this news. I beseech your forgiveness, he stated. Go ahead. After Hongming expressed his gratitude and turned to leave, Hanzo lowered his voice, speaking to Kakuzu as if whispering to a fly. Kaku, we must maintain vigilant oversight without a hint of negligence. Do you comprehend? Understood. Leave it to me. I shall keep a watchful eye on his every move. Kakuzu replied quietly. Meanwhile, Haydn, who had been voraciously consuming food, approached Hanzo after the conversation had concluded. Hanzo glanced at Kakuzu and Shinda, both of whom shook their heads, indicating they were unaware of Haydn's intentions. If you have something to say, speak up. What is this charade about? Hanzo inquired directly. Teacher, I have contributed to the conquest of the land of birds. Haven Ti? Of course, you were pivotal. Do you seek a reward? Hanzo mused, contemplating Haydn's request for a reward. Given Haydn's character, it was unlikely he had considered that someone might have coached him from behind the scenes. This thought caused Hanzo's gaze to grow increasingly cold. Simultaneously, Kakuzu and Shinda exchanged knowing glances, prompting Shinda to speak up. Lord Hanzo. Kakuzu and I shall take our leave now. Hold on. Shinda and Kakuzu, who had already risen, felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them as their request was denied. And they sat back down. Haydn, perplexed, wondered why the atmosphere had shifted so dramatically from the previous harmony, simply because he had spoken. Hanzo, regaining his genial demeanor, encouraged. Haydn, please continue. Teacher, the Vanguard should not simply be a temporary name for the Guard. I wish to inquire if it can be officially renamed as the Vanguard. Additionally, I prefer the thrill of frontline combat over being the leader of your Guard. Hanzo silently lamented the emotional investment he had made, having assumed Haydn was being exploited. Instead, he found Haydn requesting to lead a team. Furthermore, it was astonishing that Haydn had not even mentioned the Guard since the conquest of the land of birds 2 or 3 months prior. Sighing in resignation, he turned to Kakuzu and Shinda, who mirrored his expression of disbelief. All right, take the lead. All yours. Now go eat. Observing Haydn's exuberance as he resumed his hearty feast was both amusing and exasperating. Your disciple possesses a truly innocent heart, Hanzo remarked. Begone. Chapter 59. The school. The following day, Hanzo led a large group from the city of Konoha towards the capital. Due to the presence of numerous children and civilians, their pace was leisurely. Haydn's vanguard was responsible for safeguarding the group throughout the journey. An amusing incident occurred, as many of the young children heading to the capital for ninja school idolized Haydn, who was himself relatively young. This inflated Haydn's vanity, transforming him from a carefree individual into one attempting to adopt a more aloof demeanor. The journey took a week before they finally arrived in the capital, where Yaoshi no Nai, along with Yahiko, awaited them. In the schoolyard, Hanzo addressed the gathering. Greetings, I am Hanzo of the Salamander, the leader of the Land of Rain. We will now conduct a series of assessments. Those who pass will be allowed to enroll in school. As for those who do not succeed, do not lose heart. You may return in 6 months to try again. Following Hanzo's address, the teachers organized the children into groups for testing their potential as ninjas. Hanzo observed from the elevated platform, knowing that inevitably, some would be dismissed. Though harsh, rules were rules. As time passed, those who succeeded in the tests wore expressions of joy, while those who did not were visibly disheartened. In the ninja world, nearly everyone has the potential to cultivate chakra, with only a select few unable to do so. The unsuccessful candidates could improve their skills and likely pass upon their next attempt. However, the disparity between ninjas becomes apparent from the moment they begin their formal training. Some swiftly ascend to the rank of genin, while many others remain at the lowest tier throughout their lives. A ninja's aptitude is often predetermined at birth, and few possess the ability to alter their fate. After 2 hours of testing, over 50 children had successfully passed, much to Hanzo's satisfaction. Congratulations, young ones. You have passed the tests and are officially ninja students. I hope you dedicate yourselves to your studies during your time at school. Following a few encouraging words, Hanzo dismissed them. Having once been a child himself, he understood their eagerness to conclude his speech, driven by a desire to boast to family and friends. Observing the lively children, Hanzo's smile was genuine, unlike his typical demeanor. At that moment, a serious-looking Yaoshi no Nai and Yahiko approached Hanzo and whispered something. Hanzo maintained his expression, instructing, "No Nai, find Haiden and have him lead the group. Act decisively to avoid unnecessary panic." After no Nai departed, Hanzo was about to leave when the school's teacher approached with several students. "Lord Hanzo, these are the top performers from this assessment." Hanzo regarded the nervous and shy children with a smile, offering some encouraging words before allowing the teacher to escort them away. Though passing the test was commendable, Hanzo knew that true talent would only reveal itself once formal studies commenced. Once affairs at the school were settled, Hanzo proceeded to his office to await further developments. He did not have to wait long, as a knock on the door interrupted him. Setting aside his paperwork, he called, "Enter." Upon opening the door, Yaoshi no Nai entered first, followed by Haiden and Nagato, who were supporting a bloodied figure barely recognizable. "Fujishir?" Hanzo exclaimed in disbelief as he beheld the kneeling figure. "My lord, it is I? Why did you betray me?" Hanzo questioned, his tone laced with incredulity. As he patiently awaited Fujishi's response, "My lord, have you forgotten me? I was among your earliest followers, alongside Shinda and Heiji. Why do you favor them and not me? Even those young ones have risen above me, and I cannot accept it. Is that truly your sole reason?" "Yes, that is it. Simply because I did not utilize you to your full potential. You felt justified in selling the Rain country's intelligence to other nations while I was engaged in the conquest of the Land of Birds? Do you comprehend the number of lives lost in our patrols due to your treachery?" Listening to Hanzo's words, Faji, with a face twisted in fury, shouted, "Hanzo, do not forget how you ascended to power. You, like me, have climbed to this position atop the corpses of others. We are the same. My authority was obtained through armed rebellion, a fact I have never denied. However, I have never betrayed my own country by selling out my people to another nation. What you are doing is blatant treason. If you truly organized a rebellion like I did, then I would respect you as a hero. But selling out your own country and comrades, what kind of act is that? You constantly claim that I do not value you. Yet I entrusted you with the task of guarding the land of Earth. Is that not enough recognition? Even now, isn't Pei-Ji focused on guarding Konoha? Faji, I no longer wish to explain myself to you. Go and apologize to those comrades who died because of you." Upon hearing that Hanzo intended to kill him, Faji cried out, "Hanzo, you cannot do this. I was one of your followers during the coup. Spare me this once." Witnessing Faji's disgraceful demeanor only fueled Hanzo's rage, and he threw the recent list of deceased patrol members in Faji's face. "Haiden, take this man away. Remember to deal with him and his family. Since they have benefited from this traitor, they must now face the consequences." Faji, terrified at the thought of his family perishing, pleaded, "Hanzo, you cannot do this. For the sake of my past contributions, spare my family, I beg you." Before he could finish, Haiden had already silenced him with a dagger, leaving Faji to emit only muffled sounds. As he was dragged away, Hanzo turned to Yakushi Nono and inquired, "How did you discover this?" His wife has been spending recklessly lately, which is quite unusual. Moreover, as a commander at the border, he frequently requested to return after you left to attack the land of birds. I had someone monitor him, and coupled with the frequent ambushes on the patrol team, initially, Yahiko and I suspected mere coincidence. However, as the ambushes increased, we deliberately changed the patrol route a few days ago, and that night, strangers entered his home. Thus, we could almost ascertain his treachery. I see. You all should rest for now. I will stay here a while longer. All right, I will go prepare dinner for you. Yahiko, lagging a step behind, asked once the others had exited the office, Sensei, could you spare his family? If not, what about his young child? Hanzo interrupted Yahiko with a wave of his hand. Yahiko, you must understand that his actions are treasonous. Because of his betrayal, countless innocent lives have been lost. Therefore, both he and his family should stand and apologize to all the victims. Just as I stated earlier, since they have enjoyed the benefits derived from the suffering of others, they should not fear retribution. Chapter 60. Divergence. Faji's incident did not stir much commotion. Only a few were privy to the details. As for which nation had bribed Faji, a general direction was discerned. The village hidden in the mist. This perplexed Hanzo. For the village hidden in the mist had little to do with the village hidden in the ring. Why would they expend such effort and resources? Hanzo's mind was in turmoil as he pondered this. Days passed, and one day after finishing a moral education class, Hanzo encountered Yahiko and the others waiting for him. Upon seeing Hanzo, Yahiko and his companions hurriedly approached. Sensei, may we invite you to dinner at our home tonight? Since returning from the front lines of the land of grass, Yahiko and his companions had found an excuse to move out of Hanzo's house. And now they had a place of their own. Perplexed, Hanzo nodded. Very well, I shall experience your culinary skills. Should I call Hayden and Nono? Yahiko quickly shook his head. We already invited them a few days ago. All right, I will arrive on time. Hanzo felt a vague awareness of the underlying reason for their invitation, and thus he readily agreed. Seeing Hanzo's acceptance, the trio's faces lit up with joy, though it quickly faded into a hint of melancholy. Yahiko, do we truly have to leave? Sensei has treated us so well. I am uncertain if my thoughts are correct or if Sensei's are, but I wish to venture out and see. Upon hearing Yahiko's words, Conan sighed. She understood that after today, she would have to confront their teacher, who would surely be disappointed. As night fell, Hanzo arrived at the trio's home as promised. Since they had moved out, he had not visited. The house was modest, consisting of a living room and 2 bedrooms. The three expressed uncontainable joy upon seeing Hanzo, exchanging knowing glances that seemed to convey a silent agreement. They refrained from mentioning past events, interacting as naturally as before. Gathered around the table, they relished a sumptuous meal, sharing laughter and creating a warm atmosphere. Time flew by, and before long, the night had deepened. Hanzo glanced at the clock on the wall and realized it was nearly midnight. The surroundings were silent, with only the occasional chirping of insects accentuating the tranquility of the night. I shall take my leave now. Hanzo rose slowly, his movements heavy. After a brief, silent exchange of glances, they bid each other soft farewells. However, just as Hanzo turned to depart, he suddenly halted, as if recalling something. He turned back, his gaze earnest as he spoke in a low, sincere tone. Since you have made your decision, follow your heart. Remember to say goodbye before you leave. After all, we have shared a bond as teacher and students. Late at night, what brings you here? Has something happened? Yakushi Nono, awoken from sleep, emerged from her room to find Yahiko and the others, assuming something was amiss. Hayden, hearing the commotion, also peeked out to ascertain the situation. Sister Nono, is Sensei asleep? Let them in, please. In truth, Hanzo had already sensed their presence outside before they entered. Sensei, is it decided? Where are you planning to go? Yahiko and his companions struggled to meet his gaze, with Conan already shedding tears. Hanzo had treated them with great kindness, teaching them ninjutsu, providing meals, shelter, and status. Now, their desire to leave felt like a betrayal. Sensei, we plan to explore the land of grass. Sai, is it absolutely necessary to go? If you stay, the entire land of rain will be yours to command. Hanzo had believed he had come to terms with Yahiko and his friends leaving. But now that the moment had arrived, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After all, he had genuinely cared for them for 2 years. Even animals form attachments, let alone 3 living beings. Go ahead, but if you encounter anything you cannot handle, remember that my name, Hanzo, still holds some sway in this ninja world. After you leave, you must rely on yourselves. Hanzo picked up a drawing from the bedside and handed it to Conan. The drawing depicted Yahiko's stubborn expression in front of Nagato and Conan. The moment the three individuals beheld the painting, they were instantly reminded of their first encounter with Hanzo. This time, it was not only Conan who shed tears. Even the typically reserved Nagato found it difficult to contain his emotions. As Hanzo gestured for them to depart, the trio exchanged glances and respectfully bowed to him before exiting the room. Upon leaving, Yahiko and his companions found themselves momentarily at a loss for words before the figure of Yakushi Nono, who stood at the doorway alongside Haiden. "Please, call me Yakushi Nono," she urged, directing her words toward the three. "Haiden, hurry back to your room. We have plans for tomorrow." With that, she turned away and slammed the door shut behind her without sparing them another glance. The trio felt a wave of awkwardness wash over them at this scene. Even Haiden, with his limited intellect, understood at that moment that their only intention was to leave. "Haiden, we shall take our leave now. Please take good care of our master," Yahiko said as they prepared to close the door. Haiden flashed them a grin, revealing his teeth. "Seniors, allow me to show you something special." He produced 3 small vials from his pocket, each labeled with their names. "You are aware of my unique ability, I trust. Thus, I have a habit of collecting a bit of blood from those around me, just in case. Aside from my master and my sister, I have gathered your blood as well. Should you dare to do anything that might hurt my master or dishearten my sister, I would not hesitate to send you to serve the malevolent deity." His smile, obscured by shadows, was unsettling enough to send a chill down even Yahiko's spine. "Haiden, return to your room." "I know, sister," he replied, somewhat reluctantly, before ignoring the trio and heading back inside. Yahiko and his companions exchanged glances and quietly closed the door behind them, leaving Hanzo's residence and the land of Rain. In the Mizuki's office within the Hidden Mist village, the Mizuki was engrossed in administrative duties when a half-black, half-white humanoid emerged from the floor. "The thorn in the side of the land of Rain has been removed." As you can see, though slow to respond, he was somewhat satisfied, claiming it was merely a source of entertainment, not worth further concern. Nagato had departed the land of Rain, entering the land of Grass. "Oh, so soon? Go and make contact with the leader of the land of Grass, and simultaneously reveal Nagato's eyes. But what if, just do as I say?" "Understood, I shall go at once." As the humanoid figure departed, a flash of crimson light flickered in the eyes of the third Mizuki. Chapter 61. Warning. Time flew by swiftly. A year had passed in the blink of an eye. During the recent New Year's celebrations, Hanzo upheld the tradition established the previous year by paying homage at the hero's monument. The departure of Yahiko and his companions did not stir significant commotion, likely relegated to hushed discussions, as none dared to mention it in Hanzo's presence. Ring, ring, ring. "All right, little ones, today's lesson concludes here." As Hanzo exited the classroom, he immediately spotted Yakushi Nono surrounded by a throng of students. Her face radiated a gentle smile, reminiscent of flowers blooming in spring. This innate charm seemed to possess an invisible magic, drawing the children irresistibly closer to her. Observing this scene, Hanzo chose not to intrude and instead turned towards the leader's office. Since the departure of Yahiko and his friends, little had changed in the village. However, the lack of capable individuals to handle administrative matters was a constant source of frustration. Now, only Yakushi Nono could provide assistance. Under the tutelage of Chiyo for an entire year, combined with her inherent medical talent, Yakushi Nono had ascended to become the foremost medical expert in the land of Rain. Consequently, her role at the school was a natural progression. Upon entering his exclusive office, Hanzo was greeted by an overwhelming pile of administrative documents and materials on his desk. Prompting a deep sigh, these were matters he had to personally address, yet their sheer volume was daunting. Nevertheless, Hanzo refrained from complaining or procrastinating. As a responsible and capable leader, he was accustomed to such intense workloads. He swiftly seated himself, picked up a document, and began to read diligently, immersing himself in the necessary affairs. Although Hanzo processed the paperwork with relative speed, the sheer quantity demanded considerable time and effort. In this focused atmosphere of busyness, time passed quietly, and when he finally lifted his gaze, he realized night had fallen outside. "Lord Hanzo, may I enter?" A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he noted it was indeed evening, surmising it must be Kirigakure bringing him dinner. "Come in," he called. As anticipated, Kirigakure entered with a meticulously prepared bento box, which she gently placed on the adjacent table. As she cautiously opened the lid, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Although he had not felt hungry moments before, Hanzo's stomach betrayed him with a growl of protest, urging him to indulge in the meal. "Ah, Kirigakure, your culinary skills are truly commendable," he complimented, savoring the food while speaking with his mouth full. His gaze inadvertently drifted to the doorway, and he froze. "Oh, Yakushi Nono?" It turned out Yakushi Nono stood outside, holding a bento box of her own, evidently there to deliver a meal to Hanzo. Since Kirigakure had not closed the door upon entering, she had witnessed the entire scene. Yakushi Nono appeared somewhat embarrassed, glancing at the bento in her hands before quickly attempting to hide it behind her back. Her eyes flickered, as if hesitating on whether to step inside. Hanzo noticed her actions, but chose not to confront her. Instead, he smiled and beckoned her forward. Reluctantly, Yakushi Nono steeled herself and walked into the room. Upon reaching Hanzo's side, he gently took the hidden bento box from her grasp. Despite her attempts to resist, she could not match Hanzo's strength. "Lord Hanzo, I think it would be better to take it back. Kirigakure's cooking should suffice," she murmured, her voice growing softer, as if fearful of displeasing him. However, Hanzo paid no heed to her objections and promptly opened the box, relishing the contents within. In truth, Hanzo understood Yakushi Nono's predicament well. Trained as a spy from a young age, she lacked the culinary expertise possessed by Kirigakure, who had been specifically trained as a maid. Thus, it was plausible that her cooking might not measure up. Yet, Hanzo was unbothered by this. He consumed every morsel from the bento box, leaving nothing behind. "Master, why haven't you finished your meal?" Kirigakure pouted, her voice tinged with a hint of grievance and expectation. Hearing her words, Hanzo slowly raised his head and cast a faint glance in her direction. Over time, he had begun to perceive that this seemingly innocent girl was far from simple. In such a harsh environment, a young girl's survival in a palace that consumed lives was evidence of her extraordinary nature. Moreover, her rise above countless others to catch the eye of Akame and be brought to his side was no trivial feat. Kirigakure could not possibly be the naive, simple-minded girl she appeared to be. Thus, the indifference exhibited by Hanzo at this moment serves as a tacit warning. Everything must have its limits, and one should not overreach. This implication is sufficiently clear, and I believe that someone as astute as the green pheasant should grasp its deeper significance. Indeed, the expression on Green Pheasant's face shifted slightly as she involuntarily trembled. She instantly realized that her earlier cleverness had been discerned. "Sir, have you had enough to eat?" The medic, Yao Shirinayu, gazed at the man before her with pure delight, for he had consumed every morsel of the meal she had prepared with her own hands. Noticing Hanzo setting down his chopsticks, she prepared to rise and clear away the now empty containers. However, just as she was about to act, Hanzo suddenly extended his arm, blocking her path. "Let Green Pheasant handle the cleanup. You go deliver messages to Sunagakure and Kanahigakure. I intend to pay a visit in the coming days," Hanzo spoke in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, Yao Shirinayu was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze to the somewhat tense Green Pheasant beside her. In that instant, she comprehended Hanzo's intent. It was a warning to Green Pheasant to suppress any inappropriate thoughts. Yao Shirinayu held little suspicion towards those who sincerely cared for Hanzo, yet she was far from foolish. She quickly understood the situation. Consequently, she leaned closer to the tidying Green Pheasant and whispered, "There is no need for you to compete with me over these matters. Simply focus on taking good care of Lord Hanzo." After speaking, she cast a sidelong glance at Hanzo, who was silently observing the entire exchange without any reaction. In this tumultuous world of ninjas, a maid like Green Pheasant, adept at caring for others and possessing beauty, ultimately remained a replaceable presence of little consequence. Chapter 62. Kanahigakure Hanzo led Haiden swiftly through the dense forest, their figures flitting like phantoms amidst the lush foliage. Hanzo mused inwardly. This vast and verdant forest seems not to have formed naturally, but rather to have been crafted by the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama. Using his unique wood-release techniques, he could not help but recall the legends surrounding Hashirama, and this forest served as the finest testament, bearing witness to his glorious achievements. Hanzo gazed in awe at the towering trees and interwoven vines, feeling as if he could sense the powerful chakra emanating from Hashirama. Each tree harbored Hashirama's will and strength, silently guarding this land, standing resolute despite the passage of time. As Hanzo and Haiden delved deeper into the forest, The trees grew ever more imposing. Suddenly, a flash of cold light surged forth. A shuriken hurtled like lightning, embedding itself firmly in the ground a short distance ahead of Hanzo. "Who are you?" A deep voice emerged from behind a tree, and soon a figure materialized. Hanzo immediately halted, eyeing the roadblock with vigilance. His gaze swept the surroundings, detecting other hidden positions where ninjas seemed to lie in wait. In light of this development, Hanzo contemplated. It appears they have encountered a patrol team from Konoha. Recognizing that their presence had been compromised, the roadblock made no further remarks, merely standing quietly, fixated on Hanzo, seemingly awaiting his response. "I am Hanzo of the Salamander, leader of the Land of Rain, here at the invitation of the third Hokage to discuss certain matters." He produced a letter from his cloak and tossed it to the roadblock. The figure caught the envelope deftly, unhesitatingly tearing it open, and the previously furrowed brow gradually relaxed. Following this, he gestured, and the concealed ninjas emerged like specters, silently gathering around him. "Lord Hanzo, I sincerely apologize, but I must admit I do not understand why you are lingering here," he began, but before Hanzo could respond, Haiden, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. "Ha! Why else? He must be lost. Ha! I beg your pardon, sensei," he added. Before the laughter subsided, Hanzo swiftly retaliated, delivering a sharp blow to Haiden's head. Once Haiden quieted, Hanzo, maintaining his composure, explained, "I merely wish to appreciate the beauty of your Konoha. May I inquire your name?" The roadblock glanced around, internally questioning what beauty lay in a place filled solely with trees. Nevertheless, he politely replied, "I am Uchiha Inaho. If you do not mind, I shall guide you from here." "That would be splendid. I am most grateful." Hanzo nodded in appreciation. Following Uchiha Inaho, they soon arrived at the gates of Konoha. As Hanzo's gaze swept over the guards, he noted that they were not the same two individuals from the later narrative. Naturally, given the timeline, those two were likely still attending school. After Hanzo dutifully completed the registration process, Uchiha Inaho excused himself, citing a need to continue patrolling, and bid farewell to Hanzo. Just then, Hanzo stepped forward swiftly and extended his hand. Faced with Hanzo's gesture, Inaho hesitated briefly before placing his hand atop Hanzo's. He then adopted a haughty demeanor and turned to leave, though the slight upward curve of his lips belied his inner delight. Witnessing this, Hanzo couldn't help but marvel at the Uchiha clan's pride. Their level of arrogance was truly remarkable. Just as Hanzo was still immersed in thoughts of visiting the Uchiha clan during his time in Konoha, the hearty laughter of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, echoed from afar. Hanzo turned to see Sarutobi approaching, flanked by a group of villagers. This was indeed the first time Hanzo had encountered the longest-serving third Hokage. As the saying goes, too much courtesy is never a burden. With Sarutobi extending such warm hospitality, it was imperative that Hanzo uphold proper etiquette. Thus, he returned the smile and stepped forward to greet Sarutobi. Upon their meeting, the two shared a robust and enthusiastic embrace, likely leading any onlookers to mistakenly believe they were long-lost friends. "Your presence, Lord Hanzo, truly brings splendor to our Konoha. Since the onset of war, we have not experienced such liveliness in quite some time. Please, do stay for an extended period," Sarutobi exclaimed. "I dare not impose. I merely hope that the third Hokage will not find my presence bothersome," Hanzo replied, and the two exchanged knowing smiles before bursting into hearty laughter. "Come. You must try our Konoha's distinctive cuisine for lunch today," Sarutobi said with enthusiasm, seizing Hanzo's arm and leading him into the village. The villagers along the way cast curious glances at the unfamiliar figure from a foreign land. As they walked, Sarutobi introduced Hanzo to the customs and amusing anecdotes of Konoha, simultaneously presenting him to the surrounding villagers. Before long, they arrived in front of a barbecue restaurant run by the Akimichi clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen paused, turning to Hanzo, and said, "Hanzo-kun, why not dine here at noon today? Although the hot pot restaurant next door is renowned for its delicious offerings from your Land of Rain, I believe it would be delightful for you to first experience the unique flavor of our Konoha barbecue." Hanzo smiled and nodded in agreement, responding, as the guest, "I shall defer to the arrangements of the third Hokage." Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively, chuckling, "Oh, Hanzo-kun, there is no need for such formality. Though I am your senior by a few years, feel free to simply call me Sarutobi Hiruzen if you wish." Hanzo pondered for a moment before replying, "I think it more appropriate to address you as Lord Hiruzen." That will suffice. Sarutobi nodded with satisfaction. Now, please, let us enter. With that, he led Hanzo into the barbecue restaurant. Chapter 63. Future collaborations. As they stepped into the restaurant, the third Hokage discreetly signaled to the group behind him while Hanzo was momentarily distracted. Understanding the cue, they promptly excused themselves, and in the blink of an eye, only a handful remained inside. Once everyone had settled, the third Hokage spoke. Mito Gate Inn, Torian Koharu, Kakashi Hitaki, and Orochimaru. I trust that aside from Koharu, the others are familiar to you, Hanzo-kun. As he introduced each name, those mentioned nodded respectfully towards Hanzo, who reciprocated the courtesy. Indeed, I have heard of Lady Koharu. Her medical ninjutsu is quite esteemed. I hope she can offer assistance to our land of rain in the future, Hanzo remarked, clearly wishing to honor Torian Koharu, who smiled warmly at his praise. This is my apprentice, Haiden. I hope you all will share your wisdom with him when the opportunity arises. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of interest flickered in the third Hokage's eyes. He regarded Hanzo and slowly said, Hanzo-kun, a new organization called Akatsuki has recently emerged in the Land of Grass, purportedly founded by your disciple Yahiko. Are you aware of this matter? Hanzo's brow furrowed slightly. As he suspected, Yahiko had indeed founded Akatsuki. Up until now, he had been uncertain of Yahiko's movements, yet Konoha seemed remarkably well informed. After pondering briefly, Hanzo's expression turned somewhat pained as he explained, Lord Hiruzen, you may not be aware that not long ago, Yahiko and his companions diverged from my ideals and departed from the Land of Rain. I am entirely ignorant of their current situation. Sarutobi listened intently to Hanzo's explanation, quietly observing his demeanor and tone. After careful consideration, he surmised that Hanzo did not appear to be lying. Perhaps he truly was unaware of his disciple's circumstances. However, Sarutobi resolved that this matter would not simply be brushed aside. With a sigh, he remarked, I had believed Hanzo-kun would be privy to the details. I have heard that they have caused quite a stir in the Land of Grass. One of the members, a red-haired boy, is indeed Nagato, correct? Is he truly the last descendant of the Uzumaki clan? Hanzo nodded slightly, not denying the claim. After all, a bit of investigation would reveal the truth. There was no need for concealment. Seeing Hanzo's demeanor, Sarutobi continued to probe. Furthermore, I must ask you to clarify one more matter for me. Oh, what troubles you, Lord Hiruzen? Speak freely. I shall divulge all that I know. Sarutobi fixed his sharp gaze on Hanzo, his tone grave as he inquired, I have heard this individual possesses the Rinnegan? This news has spread like wildfire throughout the Land of Grass. At this, Hanzo paused mid-motion, deep in thought. According to his knowledge, Nagato's eyes should not yet have garnered such attention. To be frank, Lord Hiruzen, I cannot ascertain whether those eyes are indeed the true Rinnegan. However, the boy's eyes are certainly extraordinary. I have personally tested him in the past, yet detected no anomalies, Hanzo replied, spreading his hands in a gesture of honesty. Hearing this, Sarutobi erupted into hearty laughter, his voice ringing out as if to shatter the very roof above them. At that moment, a server entered, bearing a platter of mouth-watering barbecue that filled the air with an enticing aroma. The weighty conversation was swiftly forgotten, replaced by light-hearted banter and laughter that filled the room with a warm atmosphere. After the meal, Hanzo accompanied the third Hokage to the Hokage's office. Upon entering, the third Hokage addressed the others, saying, You may return for now. Orochimaru will attend to Hanzo's apprentice. I wish to speak privately with Hanzo. The others departed, leaving only Sarutobi and Hanzo behind. Once they were alone, the third Hokage quietly lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before speaking in a voice tinged with gravity. Hanzo-kun, currently only the villages of Mist and Stone remain at war, but the scale of their conflict has gradually diminished. I suspect that soon, peace will return to the entire ninja world. What is your perspective on this? In contrast to the third Hokage's serious demeanor, Hanzo appeared remarkably relaxed and content. He smiled slightly and replied, Peace is indeed a welcome development. Observing Hanzo's feigned ignorance, the third Hokage did not express anger but instead maintained eye contact, as though time itself had come to a standstill. Very well, Hanzo-kun, let us speak candidly. How long do you believe this peace in the ninja world can endure? Hanzo pursed his lips slightly, reflecting on the somewhat salty barbecue from earlier. At most, it shall last no more than 10 years. The third Hokage inhaled deeply, exhaling a plume of smoke as his gaze turned distant and contemplative. In my estimation, war will likely erupt again within 5 years. Will you be amenable to re-establishing an alliance with Konoha at that time? Hanzo chuckled. How utterly absurd. The next world war will be initiated against Konoha. It would be a miracle if I do not stab you in the back then, let alone ally with you. Despite his inner sarcasm, Hanzo maintained a polite facade, responding, that would indeed be an unparalleled honor for my land of rain. The third Hokage, pleased with Hanzo's words, smiled broadly and extended his hand. Hanzo mirrored the gesture. And in that moment, two individuals with ulterior motives grasped each other's hands, symbolizing the rekindling of their nation's alliance. Once their discussions concluded, Hanzo expressed a desire to visit Uzumaki Mito. The third Hokage, beaming with joy, summoned someone to lead Hanzo there. After Hanzo departed, the third Hokage's expression darkened slightly. Summon Kato Danzo, he commanded. Shortly thereafter, Danzo arrived at the Hokage's office door. With permission granted, he gently pushed open the door and entered. Recently, I have heard that you are pursuing Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Kato Danzo's face turned slightly awkward, and just as he was about to explain, he heard the third Hokage utter a surprisingly encouraging remark. Young people must bravely pursue their true feelings. If you like her, then boldly chase after her. I think you are quite admirable, and I will fully support you. Chapter 64. Farewell to Uzumaki Mito. Upon arriving at the Senju clan's territory, Hanzo walked and observed the surroundings. Not long after he ventured a short distance inward, Tsunade suddenly appeared from an unknown direction. Grandma wishes to see you, she said softly. Upon seeing this, Hanzo's lips curled into a slight smile, and he replied, Princess Tsunade, it has indeed been a long time. Ah, it has been quite a while. Quickly, follow me, Tsunade said, appearing a bit shy as she turned to lead the way. Hanzo followed closely behind, winding through various paths until they finally arrived at a tranquil and elegant courtyard. The courtyard was shaded by lush trees and adorned with flourishing flowers, creating a pleasant environment. At the center of the courtyard stood a two-story wooden structure, exuding an antique charm and unique character. Tsunade seemed very familiar with the place. She effortlessly pushed open the door and led Hanzo upstairs. At that moment, Hanzo felt an unusual tension akin to that of meeting a potential in-law. The two soon arrived outside the door of Uzumaki Mito's resting place. Tsunade paused, turning to Hanzo, and instructed, Grandma wishes to speak with you privately. I will wait outside. With that, she pointed to the closed door, signaling for him to enter. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Hanzo nervously pushed open the door. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a frail, elderly woman lying on a sick bed. Mito Dano? Hanzo called out uncertainly. Mito, who had been dozing, slowly opened her eyes, revealing a hint of fatigue and frailty. However, she mustered her strength, speaking in a soft, gentle voice. You have arrived. Come closer. Hanzo approached the bedside, and just as he hesitated about what to do, a maid had already placed a small stool beside him. After performing this task, the maid quietly exited the room, leaving Hanzo alone with Mito. Your chakra has grown increasingly potent and intense. I cannot discern your true strength. When we last met, you seemed somewhat lost. It appears you have made your decision this time, Mito remarked softly, recalling their last encounter. When he had used the Nine-Tails chakra to create a clone as a medium to meet her, Hanzo reflected on how he had just arrived in this world, still bewildered. Now, however, he had fully adapted to his identity. Faced with Mito's keen perception, Hanzo did not attempt to argue or deny. Instead, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. A simple gesture that affirmed his own thoughts and responded to Mito's sharp intuition. Mito Dano. The primary purpose of my visit today is to meet you and discuss my relationship with Tsunade. Upon hearing this, Mito clearly understood Hanzo's intentions, and her smile brightened. Oh, how thoughtful of you. Tsunade has been indulged since childhood. If she encounters any shortcomings in the future, I hope you will be patient with her. As for your relationship, I personally approve, but you are aware of the complex situation in Konoha, Mito said, a hint of resignation crossing her face. Hanzo quickly responded, I understand, Mito Dano. Mito nodded gently, expressing her satisfaction, and continued, very well. Since you grasp the circumstances, you may call me Grandma just as Tsunade does. However, I am quite fatigued now. Let Tsunade show you around. If you wish, you may stay at the Senju clan's residence for the next few days. It has been a long time since we had a guest. It seemed that the few words exchanged with Hanzo had exhausted all of Mito's energy, and as he remained, she appeared increasingly drowsy. Then, Grandma, I shall take my leave for now." Receiving no reply, Hanzo slowly stood, bowed deeply, and turned to exit. The moment he stepped out of Mito's room, the tension in his heart finally dissipated, and he let out a long sigh. At that moment, Tsunade, who had been waiting outside, suddenly appeared, her eyes filled with curiosity as she fixed her gaze on Hanzo, asking, "What did Grandma say to you?" Her voice carried a tone of urgency and intrigue. Hanzo's lips curved into a gentle smile, and without hesitation, he wrapped his arms around Tsunade, leaning close to her ear and whispering, "Our matter has received Grandma's approval. She said that in a few days, you will marry me." Initially blushing from Hanzo's embrace, Tsunade became even more flustered upon hearing his words, momentarily forgetting to resist. However, this tranquil moment did not last long. Just as they were lost in their exchange, a faint sound nearby drew their attention. A maid had accidentally made a noise. This small mishap acted like a thunderclap, abruptly pulling Tsunade from her reverie, and she snapped back to reality. "Ah, you really should be more careful. There are still so many people around." Tsunade's cheeks flushed a deep red, resembling a little cat that had stepped on its tail, as she shot Hanzo a playful glare. At this moment, she appeared utterly charming, captivating Hanzo's heart. "Princess Tsunade, shall we go find Orochimaru? My disciple is still with him." Tsunade rolled her eyes and turned to leave. At that moment, the maid interjected, "Miss, the lady has instructed not to let Hanzo Dano wander around. Please return early tonight." Tsunade, somewhat incredulous, questioned, "Grandma wants this guy to stay at home?" "Indeed, not just today. Hanzo Dano will be residing within the clan during his time in Konoha." Seeing Hanzo's lips curve into a slight smile, Tsunade felt a wave of shyness wash over her. "Humph. What are you staring at? Hurry up and keep up, or you won't get dinner tonight." Thus, the two, who had initially walked one after the other, gradually fell into step side by side. Under Tsunade's guidance, they soon arrived at Orochimaru's residence. It was the midst of winter, yet upon entering Orochimaru's home, they were greeted by a chilling draft. "What kind of design is this? It must be incredibly refreshing in the summer," Hanzo mused to himself. Just then, a snake slithered out from the shadows. It first scrutinized Tsunade, then turned its attention to Hanzo, before leisurely retreating back into the darkness. That was merely Orochimaru's pet snake. "There's no need to be alarmed. He has a penchant for peculiar creatures," Tsunade remarked, evidently well acquainted with the layout of Orochimaru's home. As the two were about to enter the room, Orochimaru appeared from the courtyard, accompanied by Haiden. Seeing this, Hanzo leaned in to look behind Orochimaru, puzzled as to where he had emerged from. "Hanzo Dano, welcome to my humble abode," Orochimaru greeted with a smile. Hanzo replied, "Orochimaru-kun, please do not take offense. I did not inform you of my visit in advance, and hope it has not caused you any inconvenience. I wonder if my disciple has been a bother to you?" "Not at all. I quite enjoy this child, and he possesses a unique talent," Orochimaru responded. In Orochimaru's eyes, a glimmer of curiosity flickered as he discerned the unique qualities within Haiden. This was indeed a promising development, as there was no need to fret over his inquiries. The greater concern would have been his utter lack of interest. At that moment, Tsunade could no longer suppress her voice, exclaiming, "Hey, Orochimaru, am I invisible? You seem to overlook my presence." Orochimaru, momentarily disrupted in his thoughts, exhibited a hint of frustration, yet responded with a resigned expression, "Welcome, Tsunade. I wonder when you will repay the money you owe me." "Hey, Orochimaru," Tsunade interrupted hastily, casting a discreet glance at Hanzo. "Kid, are you Haiden?" She abruptly shifted the conversation. Standing to the side, Haiden nodded in acknowledgement, having gleaned who she was from the prior exchanges. His mind briefly wandered back to the Rain Country, recalling his sister's admonitions. "Good day. I am Haiden. I look forward to your guidance." "Ah," Tsunade exclaimed, retreating like a startled bird, prompting a shared smile between Hanzo and Orochimaru. "Lord Hanzo, please come in. I have some matters to discuss with you." Orochimaru broke the silence, inviting Hanzo into his chamber. Hanzo nodded and followed Orochimaru inside. Chapter 65. Orochimaru. The room was suffused with a faint herbal aroma, adorned with an array of peculiar experimental apparatuses and specimens. Hanzo surveyed the surroundings, dim, tidy, and impeccably aligned with Orochimaru's persona. "Lord Hanzo, please take a seat," Orochimaru said, positioning himself before a wooden table. Eagerly, he inquired, "What has transpired with your disciple?" "My recent experiments revealed that his cells seem to have halted at a specific temporal juncture, reverting to that point regardless of external occurrences." Observing Orochimaru's eagerness, Hanzo surmised that he was beginning to delve into the realm of immortality experiments. He was altered by an organization known as the Evil God Cult during his youth. I am unaware of the specifics of what befell him. I merely intervened by chance. Disappointment flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, yet he pressed on. Could you inform me of the organization's location? In the land of soup, though I have since damaged their base, and I truly do not know where it stands now. After receiving this information, Orochimaru fell into contemplation. Some time later, he tentatively asked, "Do you believe immortality is attainable?" Immortality? As far as I know, human cells have a finite division capacity. Once they reach a certain threshold, they cease to divide. Thus, the human body is not designed for eternal life. Orochimaru's interest piqued at this response, his elongated, sharp eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a trace of curiosity and inquiry. "Oh? Could you elaborate?" Hanzo nodded, speaking with calm assurance. "You must understand that medical ninjutsu operates by accelerating the rapid division of a patient's cells for healing. While this method can mend injuries, it imposes a burden on the body and may even affect a ninja's lifespan. Yet, for ninjas, their profession is inherently fraught with peril and challenge, and thus few genuinely concern themselves with such matters." Orochimaru smiled slightly, acknowledging with a nod, "Indeed, that is correct. Moreover, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, I believe he infused his formidable vitality into his ninjutsu, which is why it is so formidable. I refer to his techniques rather than wood release. Even his water release or earth release surpasses those of others." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes. "Are you implying that the first's untimely demise is related to his reckless use of his life force?" With the conclusion of their dialogue, an inexplicable silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged moment, Orochimaru regained his focus, apologizing. "My apologies, Lord Hanzo. I became distracted. No matter. If you have no further matters, I shall take Haiden and depart. I will be with the Senju clan for the next few days. Feel free to seek me out if necessary." Orochimaru's expression revealed an understanding of the situation. As he mused to himself, it seems Jiraiya's chances are bleak. As Hanzo prepared to leave, Orochimaru, disregarding formalities, interjected, "Lord Hanzo, may I request Haiden's cooperation for a few experiments over the next few days? I assure you he will come to no harm." Unsurprisingly, Orochimaru was reluctant to relinquish such an ideal subject for research. Allowing him to study Haiden was not entirely out of the question, as the latter could no longer be explained through science, but rather through theology. Hanzo turned to Haiden, asking, "Haiden, what is your opinion?" Witnessing the unfolding scene, Orochimaru felt a surge of anxiety, fearing Haiden's refusal, and hastily interjected, "Haiden, considering your current weapon and fighting style, they are quite mismatched. If you agree to cooperate with me for a few days, I will certainly find you a more suitable weapon. What do you think?" Haiden cast a disdainful glance at Orochimaru, responding nonchalantly, "Uncle, don't forget, the leader of the Rain Country is my teacher." Hanzo could hardly suppress a laugh at Orochimaru's considerable embarrassment. No matter how many resources he possessed, he could never compare to a nation's leader. Noticing Orochimaru's discomfort, Hanzo offered a way out. "Orochimaru, if possible, could you design a training regimen for Haiden over the next few days?" Orochimaru's smile broadened, sensing the agreement was secured. "It would be my honor. In the realm of ninjas, the ability to mentor disciples is perhaps most profound among the Hokage lineage. Each ninja they cultivate is renowned for their exceptional prowess." After concluding his discussion with Orochimaru, Hanzo turned to Haiden, giving him a knowing glance. Haiden, somewhat disheartened, found little fondness for the somewhat ominous figure before him. Ever since his unique abilities had been discovered, Orochimaru had sought various excuses to test and draw blood from him. "Then it is settled. Tomorrow morning, I will send Haiden to see you. Until we meet again." With that, Hanzo led Haiden out of Orochimaru's abode. As the mentor and student strolled through the bustling streets, they felt a sense of aimlessness amidst the throngs of people and the cacophony of sounds. The night had not yet fully descended. It was still early. What shall we do next? Should we return to the Senju clan? As Hanzo pondered their next move, a voice suddenly called from behind. "Lord Hanzo, are you out sightseeing again?" The unexpected voice resonated like a melodious chime, akin to a drowsy bug finding a soft pillow. Perfectly satisfying for Hanzo. "Oh, it's Lord Inazuma. Are you not on patrol today?" "Today is my day off." Upon hearing this, Hanzo eagerly stepped forward, grasping Inazuma's arm. "Perfect. I haven't had the chance to thank you for guiding me. Come, let me treat you to hot pot. It's It's a specialty from our rain country. At this moment, Uchiha Inahibe wore a perplexed expression. Had he not heard that Hanzo was a rather aloof individual? Why was he exhibiting such enthusiasm? At this instant, Inahibe felt an overwhelming urge to activate his Sharingan to scrutinize Hanzo closely, pondering whether this man was merely an impostor. Although he internally scoffed at the situation, he knew that as a member of the Uchiha clan, he must uphold their dignity and should never bring shame upon his lineage. Actually, our Uchiha clan has its own unique characteristics. How about I take you, Lord Hanzo, to sample some? Very well. This way, please. Chapter 66. Dramatic developments following behind Inahibe, Hanzo and Haiden strolled along the path of the Uchiha clan. In stark contrast to the desolate and sparsely populated Senju clan, the Uchiha family bustled with activity, radiating an aura of prosperity. This lively atmosphere would likely persist until the grand birth celebration hosted by Obito for Naruto, which would bring about a transformation. After the incident, the higher-ups of Konoha, through several rounds of probing, ultimately concluded that the Uchiha did not possess the power to control the Nine Tails, thus beginning the unabashed suppression of the Uchiha's living space. Therefore, when others claim you wield large-scale weaponry, it is prudent to possess it indeed. Furthermore, since the era of the second Hokage, the leadership of Konoha has regarded the Uchiha as an unstable ticking time bomb. Unlike the second Hokage, whose actions aimed to keep the Uchiha compliant, his successors sought their outright disappearance. Consequently, various measures were employed to suppress the Uchiha comprehensively, restricting the freedom of its members while attempting to manipulate their thoughts through indoctrination. A prime example of this is Uchiha Kagami and his descendant Uchiha Shisui, who epitomized the extreme prioritization of the village above all else. However, it is rather absurd that while Uchiha Kagami, as a disciple of the second Hokage, could be excused for such teachings, Uchiha Shisui's compliance is utterly incomprehensible. Konoha is a conglomerate of numerous ninja clans, each nurturing their offspring from a young age, especially those with evident talent. Uchiha Shisui, having received family support and attended only a few years of ninja school, was astonishingly susceptible to such brainwashing. It is truly unimaginable how these clans' education of their children could be so inadequate. They seem entirely oblivious to the fact that a person's growth hinges not solely on physical prowess and combat skills, but crucially on their mindset. Hanzo harbored no animosity towards the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, and even held a certain admiration for him. Although this man was indeed ruthless, showing no mercy to outsiders or himself, and maintained a consistent standard, he always led the Senju into battle, even against his most revered brother, willing to make sacrifices for research. It is no exaggeration to say that it was through his efforts that Konoha thrived. Lamentably, his successors lacked such selflessness. Lord Hanzo, is everything satisfactory here? Just as Hanzo's thoughts were in turmoil, Inahibe guided him and Haiden into a quaint little tavern. Although the tavern was not grand in scale, its ambience was quite pleasant, exuding a serene and tranquil atmosphere. At this moment, the tavern was already populated with numerous patrons, all casting curious glances as Hanzo and the others entered. After all, the Uchiha clan's distinctiveness was well known throughout Konoha, making it rare for outsiders to tread upon Uchiha territory. Oh, Inahibe, you may take the lead. As soon as they were seated, a man approached them. Inahibe furrowed his brow, displaying a hint of impatience, and spoke sternly. This is Lord Hanzo, the leader of the land of rain. I implore you, Akataka, do not create any disturbances. The ninja named Akataka, upon hearing Inahibe's words, seemed unfazed and grew even more intrigued. I have heard that your flames can instantaneously melt sand into glass. Is that true? Wait, Akataka, Hanzo interjected, wishing to halt Inahibe's intervention, instead offering a gentle smile. It's merely a trivial skill. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, Akataka laughed heartily. Well, we Uchiha are indeed the ancestors of fire. How about we head to the training ground for a friendly spar, leader of the land of rain? At this moment, Hanzo felt a wave of silent exasperation. The first provocation he encountered was from a member of the Uchiha clan. No wonder they were said to be unpopular. He had not even uttered a word, yet they were already seeking to assert dominance. Observing the reactions of the other patrons in the tavern, it appeared they found nothing amiss, leaving Hanzo rather perplexed. Did these individuals not consider the repercussions of provoking someone representing the land of rain? While Hanzo remained in contemplation, Haiden could no longer contain himself, and threw a shuriken towards Akitaka. Akitaka sidestepped to evade it, his formerly jovial demeanor now replaced with seriousness. Very well. It seems we must engage in combat. I intended to merely observe the Uchiha, yet it has escalated to this point. Such is the unpredictability of life. Akitaka, is it? Since you wish to challenge, lead the way. Now that the situation had escalated, it would be more prudent to face it head-on. For the fervent Uchiha, accepting the challenge openly could potentially enhance their regard for him. As anticipated, upon hearing Hanzo's words, Akitaka's serious expression morphed back into a smile. All right, follow me. And you, young one, I commend your courage in challenging the Uchiha. I acknowledge you. Indeed, this fellow was undoubtedly a pure-blooded Uchiha. Hanzo and Akitaka stood opposite each other in the training ground, surrounded by spectators. Akitaka's boldness in provoking Hanzo stemmed largely from his belief that Hanzo's strength was exaggerated, coupled with his recent awakening of the three-tomo Sharingan, which had inflated his confidence. With a thunderous shout, Akitaka launched an attack against Hanzo, who effortlessly deflected it. Realizing his physical techniques posed no challenge, Akitaka retreated to form hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. As their fire techniques collided, Akitaka's great fireball was swiftly overpowered. Barely managing to evade the ensuing flames, Akitaka was astounded by the sheer potency of Hanzo's attack. He had anticipated Hanzo's strength, yet he never expected it to be to such a degree that he found himself entirely incapable of countering. In light of this, Akitaka activated his three-tomo Sharingan and renewed his assault against Hanzo. Meanwhile, Hanzo observed the newly awakened Sharingan, noting that Akitaka's perceptive and reflexive abilities had indeed improved significantly. However, this exchange would ultimately reach its conclusion. After a brief evaluation, Hanzo discerned the limitations of the three-tomo Sharingan. Growing somewhat bored, he unleashed a swift kick that sent Akitaka sprawling backward. Akitaka, how about we conclude this spar here? Having been unable to compel Hanzo to draw his weapon throughout the entire encounter, Akitaka was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of humiliation at Hanzo's words. Are you insulting me, Hanzo? He bellowed in fury. Confronted by the relentless advance of Aoyan, Hanzo initially harbored no intention of inflicting harm, for this was the territory of the Uchiha clan, and a certain level of respect was expected. However, to his dismay, Aoyan grew increasingly reckless. In response, Hanzo began to gather chakra within his palm, gradually forming a Rasengan. Just as the two were about to collide, a sudden cry rang out from the side. Lord Hanzo, please show mercy. Chapter 67. Uchiha before the battle could commence. Inaho stealthily created a shadow clone and hurried towards the clan leader's residence. Upon arrival, he swiftly conveyed the urgent situation to Uchiha Fugaku. Without hesitation, they raced towards the training ground. When they finally arrived, breathless and panting, the scene before them was shocking. Hanzo had already amassed a formidable amount of chakra. Although as clan leader he was unfamiliar with this mysterious ninjutsu, an instinct deep within him warned that it was exceedingly perilous. Time was of the essence, leaving no room for hesitation, and he immediately called out to interrupt the fierce confrontation. At that moment, Hanzo, upon hearing the plea for mercy, contemplated, very well. I cannot truly resort to lethal force. If I were to unleash this Rasengan upon him, even if he were to survive by some stroke of luck, he would likely be bedridden for a fortnight. With this thought, he decisively dissipated the impending Rasengan and instead struck with sheer force, sending Aoyan staggering back several paces. Uchiha Fugaku approached to assess Aoyan's condition, and upon sensing that he was uninjured, he breathed a sigh of relief. Aoyan, you will serve 5 days of confinement for your reckless provocations. Having spoken this, Fugaku turned to face Hanzo. I am Uchiha Fugaku, the newly appointed clan leader, and I sincerely apologize for this incident. Hanzo had been quietly observing Fugaku, and upon hearing his introduction, realized that he was the father of the renowned, dutiful son in the ninja world. Not at all, we were merely engaged in a friendly spar. There is truly no need for confinement, wouldn't you agree, Aoyan? Hearing Hanzo's words, Aoyan, now calming down, felt an overwhelming sense of shame and simply nodded his head in gratitude towards Hanzo, refraining from offering any excuses. Witnessing this unfold, Hanzo's fondness for Aoyan surged considerably. While the Uchiha clan might exhibit some stubbornness, they possessed a commendable quality, the courage to admit their wrongs and accept the consequences without seeking excuses. Moreover, Although the people of Konoha generally held a disdain for the Uchiha, during times of war, the Uchiha were undoubtedly the most sought-after allies. For in battle, even the proud Uchiha, despite their disdain for their comrades, would never betray or sell out their teammates. Lord Hanzo, I truly apologize for this incident. It seems my Uchiha clan has displayed a lack of decorum. Please, follow me. After Hanzo responded, Fugaku turned to lead the way. Hanzo sighed inwardly. Although events had veered slightly off course, the outcome was still favorable. At this moment, Inaho, wishing to take Haiden to see the crows, received Hanzo's approval and hurriedly departed with him. Upon reaching Fugaku's home, the two sat across from one another. As they entered, Hanzo caught sight of Fugaku's devoted wife. And in that instant, he resolved to forge a lasting friendship with Fugaku, convinced that even the Sage of Six Paths could not deter him. Lord Hanzo, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit to the Uchiha clan? Fugaku asked directly. Indeed, a person capable of leading a clan is no fool. He immediately perceived that Hanzo had intentionally come to the Uchiha. Hanzo raised his chin slightly and, clearing his throat, stated, I was merely curious about the Uchiha, who are renowned alongside the Senju. And what is your impression of my Uchiha clan? Fugaku pressed further. Quite impressive, Hanzo replied. Upon hearing this, Fugaku merely shook his head. Hanzo silently criticized, am I to speak of mere skeletons in a tomb? Fugaku did not delve deeper into this topic, but shifted the conversation. I have heard that you share a close relationship with the princess of the Senju clan. At this, Hanzo furrowed his brows, contemplating Fugaku's intent behind this remark. Noticing Hanzo's expression, Fugaku understood that Hanzo had misinterpreted his words. There is no need for concern, Lord Hanzo. The Uchiha and Senju are now both part of Konoha. The grievances between our clans have dissipated with time. Please, speak candidly about your matters, clan leader Fugaku. With a deep sigh, Fugaku resolved to be forthright. Lord Hanzo, do you believe my Uchiha clan has a future? Hanzo was taken aback by this direct inquiry. The bluntness of the question caught him off guard. He had not anticipated such a proactive approach from Fugaku. How am I to respond? Please examine this, and you shall understand. With that, Fugaku produced a sealed scroll from his robes. Hanzo's expression shifted to one of surprise as he gazed at the open scroll. Indeed, it was delivered to me by Lord Mito a few days ago, Fugaku elaborated. Hanzo took the scroll and scrutinized it carefully, confirming its authenticity. It was indeed the same as the one Mito had entrusted to him. Observing Hanzo deep in thought, Fugaku chose to remain silent and wait patiently. Is this Mito attempting to pave a path for Tsunade amidst the current Konoha leadership? Who could have imagined that two clans, historically at odds for centuries, might now show signs of collaboration? Hanzo felt a sense of bewilderment. After all, the original narrative did not include such developments. Indeed, Kishimoto has misunderstood the essence of the Hokage. After pondering for a moment, Hanzo bluntly stated, in my view, the future of the Uchiha does not appear promising. Could you elaborate? It is rather simple. Your Uchiha possess immense power, and there is no guarantee that another Uchiha Madara will not emerge. If such a figure arises, there will be no second Hashirama to counterbalance him. While the Hokage faction may trust you, if they lose that trust, your Uchiha clan may find itself in a situation akin to the Senju, where preserving even a single heir becomes a challenge. Upon hearing Hanzo's assessment, the young Uchiha Fugaku felt as if his very backbone had been stripped away, his previously upright posture now slightly hunched. With a sigh, Fugaku spoke again. Indeed, Lord Hanzo. Do you possess any solutions to break this impasse? The Uchiha would be immensely grateful. As a matter of fact, I do have a few strategies. Fugaku's eyes brightened at this response. One option is to play the role of a subordinate, do as others say, though it may cost lives. It could ensure survival until a new Hokage rises to power. The other option is to resist, to overthrow the current rulers and establish a new regime. Of these two choices, the original Fugaku had opted for the former. Meanwhile, as Fugaku listened to Hanzo's somewhat crude suggestions, he harbored no discontent. He had considered these two options long before, setting aside whether playing the role of a subordinate would guarantee survival. The notion of resistance was something the current Uchiha could not even contemplate. At that moment, Hanzo took a sip of tea and casually remarked, why must the Uchiha remain solely as the Uchiha of Konoha? Chapter 68. A single word of moisture after departing from the Uchiha clan with Haiden, Hanzo pondered silently within. He felt quite satisfied with the recent engagement with the Uchiha family, despite the process being fraught with testing. Hanzo could not help but shake his head at Fugaku Uchiha. On one hand, Fugaku was an extraordinarily capable clan leader. After all, he managed to maintain internal stability and balance under the immense pressures depicted in the original narrative. On the other hand, Fugaku displayed a notable lack of resolve, allowing the annihilation of the Uchiha clan, the most formidable in the ninja world, merely for the sake of his son. However, it would be incorrect to assert that the Uchiha were still the foremost clan at that time. The Sarutobi clan, which thrived off the blood of Konoha, was likely far superior. Had Hanzo found himself in Fugaku's position, facing the imminent threat of clan extinction, he would have boldly severed ties with Konoha altogether. This course of action would have provided an opportunity to expose the vile nature of Konoha's higher-ups to the entire ninja world, revealing the hidden truths and forcing them into the light. While the outcome might have been equally devastating, it would at least allow the world to witness the truth, which could be regarded as a form of tragic heroism. Furthermore, such a stance might have even compelled Konoha's leaders to offer the Uchiha some concessions for the sake of appearances. With these thoughts in mind, Hanzo ceased to feign indifference. He was indeed coveting the Uchiha. This clan possessed both remarkable potential and grave shortcomings, and the mere thought of them joining the Land of Rain made Hanzo salivate. Nonetheless, he needed to engage Fugaku in further dialogue, lest the day come when Fugaku resolutely decided to leave Konoha and instead allied himself with another nation, leaving Hanzo as nothing but a facilitator for someone else's gain. As for Haydn, he inquired about the crows. They're rather ordinary, just a dark mass, nothing remarkable. You are mistaken. The feathers of a crow are resplendent in colors, though our eyes may not perceive them. Perhaps the Uchiha Sharingan could unveil their true beauty. Moreover, crows are considered auspicious, Hanzo asserted. This was not a mere whim. In ancient times, a saying went, crows herald joy, marking the rise of the Zhou dynasty. Do not corrupt the young, Hanzo chided. At that moment, Tsunade appeared unexpectedly, leaving Hanzo puzzled, having previously seen no one in that spot. Good day, master. Bah. This is what comes of your improper teaching. Here. Tsunade, with a touch of pride, tossed a scroll to Haydn. Haydn caught the scroll and observed the ninjutsu inscribed within. Perfectly suited for him. Thank you, master. Tsunade, upon hearing his words, wore a dismissive expression, her lack of blushing lending her an air of credibility. Tsunade, what is this? Hanzo gestured towards the scroll in Haydn's hands. Ahem, I just said I feared you would teach him poorly. This child is rather charming, quite to my taste. Now, do you wish to dine? We must hurry. Without waiting for Hanzo's reply, she turned and strode away. Hanzo, observing Haydn engrossed in the scroll, could not help but smile. This was the first time someone had deemed Haydn adorable. The trio followed Tsunade through a winding path back to the Senju clan. You two shall stay here tonight. It has already been tidied up this afternoon. Hanzo surveyed the quaint little courtyard, noting its pleasant environment and the presence of a small training ground. As they engaged in idle chatter, a maid approached, saying, Miss, the meal is prepared. Shall I bring it here? Tsunade signaled to Hanzo, who squinted slightly. Please bring it here. Once the maid departed, Hanzo watched Haydn hacking at wooden stumps with a katana. The blade was ill-suited for Haydn. He had been too busy to procure an appropriate weapon for him until now. Tsunade, do you have any paper and ink? What do you need that for? Tsunade queried. Her curiosity piqued as she began rummaging through her belongings. After a lengthy search, she finally produced some, and Hanzo immediately began to sketch. Tsunade stood watching, captivated by Hanzo's artistry as the setting sun cast a warm glow upon his face. After a while, just as Hanzo finished and lifted his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight of two small hills before him. Due to her home attire, Tsunade appeared quite relaxed, reclining against the table in a manner that was undeniably alluring. Is it beautiful? Stunning beyond compare. Tsunade rolled her eyes dramatically and straightened, obscuring the view. Hanzo clicked his tongue in mild disappointment. He called out to Haydn in the training ground. Haydn, come here. Upon hearing his teacher's voice, Haydn hurried over, a look of eagerness on his face. Hanzo presented the drawing to Haydn, asking, do you like it? At a glance, Haydn was immediately drawn to the two weapons depicted, a crescent moon scythe and a spear. I love them. How could you not? In the original narrative, Haydn wielded these very weapons. To ensure clarity, Hanzo had written alongside the drawing. The scythe possesses a retractable function, with a rope connecting its base to the user's waist for easy throwing and retrieval. The spear also features a retractable function, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in its normal state, but extending to around 120 centimeters, easily concealed within the user's sleeve. Glad you like it. You can choose the color yourself. Haydn nodded vigorously, expressing his enthusiasm for the two weapons. Haydn, didn't Orochimaru say he would provide you with weapons? You should deliver this to him. He will understand. As Haydn joyfully clutched the drawing and departed, Tsunade shot Hanzo an exasperated glance, but chose not to speak. You mean this was sent by Lord Hanzo? Orochimaru asked, bewildered by the turn of events. What is your teacher up to? Dining with Master. Just the two of them? What's going on? Understood. Then hurry and have someone forge those weapons. I must return. I haven't had dinner yet. As Haydn prepared to leave, Orochimaru's eye twitched slightly as he grasped Haydn's arm, saying, the experiment begins tonight. But, do you still want the weapon? Fine. I will listen to you. After a night of tumultuous storms, Hanzo extricated himself from the embrace of a fair maiden, glancing down at her with a faint smile, realizing that one must not merely gaze upon a plump lamb, but must also partake in the feast. So rich. Chapter 69. Hataki awakened by a disturbance. Tsunade groggily opened her eyes, irked by the interruption of her peaceful slumber. As her eyes slowly adjusted to the light, her mind seemed to plunge into a void, her thoughts momentarily stalling. After a brief pause, she instinctively pulled the blanket over her head, curling up like an ostrich. Observing this spectacle, Hanzo couldn't help but smile. He had never seen Tsunade in such a disheveled state. Stop hiding. Everything that needed to be seen last night has been seen. Come out and eat. I've brought food, he gently coaxed. Upon hearing this, Tsunade feigned calm, cautiously peeking out from under the covers. She attempted to sit up, but the pain radiating throughout her body forced her to abandon the effort, inwardly cursing, beast. Hanzo observed Tsunade's furrowed brow, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face, knowing that he had indeed overstepped the boundaries the previous night. Therefore, he gently assisted her into a more comfortable position and proceeded to serve her a bowl of warm kanji, feeding her spoonful by spoonful with great care. Originally, Hanzo intended to convey his imminent departure during their meal, yet witnessing Tsunade's current state softened his heart, prompting him to remain silent and spend one more day in her company. As the kanji was soon consumed, Hanzo set the bowl aside and suggested, "Shall we take a moment to rest?" Tsunade nodded, still somewhat dazed, contemplating silently whether she had truly surrendered herself so readily. However, gazing at Hanzo's attentive care, she found that it didn't seem so daunting after all. Perhaps it was merely a matter of time. What are you doing? Tsunade chided playfully as she noticed Hanzo attempting to burrow under the covers. Did we not agree to rest a while longer? I shall keep you company. Hanzo replied with an innocent look. Hearing his words, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle softly, her cheeks flushing as she murmured, "Who asked for your company?" Noticing her silence, Hanzo teased, "Shall I take my leave then?" He pretended to rise from his seat. In response, Tsunade quickly grasped his clothing, lowering her head shyly and whispering, "Don't." Seizing the opportunity, Hanzo swiftly dove into the bed, and just as they were about to embark on an intimate moment, Haydn's voice suddenly broke the tension. "Sensei, are you in there? I need to tell you. Early this morning, Orochimaru took me to." Before Haydn could finish, a bull flew out of the room, striking him squarely on the head. Clutching his head, he gazed at the shattered pieces on the floor, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Truly, only a teacher could wield a bowl as a hidden weapon, Haydn muttered. Hearing Haydn's incessant chatter outside, Hanzo sighed in exasperation. He turned to Tsunade, who was suppressing a smile. "Go check on that rascal. I shall rest a little longer," she suggested softly. Hanzo nodded, donned his clothes, and leaned down to plant a gentle kiss on her cheek before turning to leave. Upon seeing Hanzo emerge, Haydn rushed forward, exclaiming, "Sensei, I want to learn that technique." Hanzo regarded the now chatty Haydn with an impassive expression before delivering a swift kick that sent him flying. "Get lost." The scream echoed as Haydn was propelled several meters away. Glancing back at the closed door, Hanzo shook his head lightly. Since he was already out and Haydn was present, there was no point in returning just yet. He resolved to continue visiting the various clans of Konoha. After all, Tsunade was not going anywhere. As night approached, a mischievous grin crept across Hanzo's face at the thought. Leading the recently risen Haydn outside, Hanzo suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, "Haydn, what did you say Orochimaru took you to do early this morning?" Haydn blinked and replied, "Orochimaru took me to Konoha's famous forge this morning, but they said it would take 3 months to complete." "Teacher, Can we stay here for 3 months? Looking at Hayden's innocent face, Hanzo felt a pang of envy. Sometimes, ignorance was indeed bliss. Clearly, Orochimaru had sent Hayden to relay this information to him. The matter of whether Hayden could remain in Konoha for 3 months was out of the question. Even leaving Hayden here for 3 days would be too much. He couldn't trust the third Hokage, whose persuasive abilities were alarmingly potent. It was possible that Hayden would become a permanent resident of Konoha before long. When will you go back to Orochimaru? Hanzo inquired. Orochimaru told me to return tomorrow morning. Then tell him we will be leaving the day after tomorrow and invite him to visit the land of rain. By the way, don't call him Orochimaru. Just refer to him as Snake Uncle. It has a much friendlier ring to it. Hayden mumbled to himself, Snake Uncle, Snake Uncle. Why does that sound a bit odd? He quickly shook his head, dismissing the errant thoughts. That was close. He almost overthought it. The two spent the entire day visiting various families in Konoha. Standing before the final house, Hanzo signaled for Hayden to knock. Creaking open, a figure appeared. Lord Hanzo, my apologies for the intrusion, Shikaku said politely. At that moment, Shikaku was taken aback. He had not anticipated Hanzo's visit. Please, come in, Lord Hanzo, he responded, swiftly stepping aside to welcome him. Once inside, they were served tea by Shikaku's wife. After she departed, Hanzo tentatively broached the subject. Shikaku, I must inquire about your wife's health, as she appears rather pale and unsteady. With a heavy sigh, Shikaku replied, she had a difficult labor. Although she was saved in the end, her vitality was severely diminished, and her time may be short. I have been urging her to rest more, yet she cannot help but worry about the household. Then why not invite Princess Tsunade to examine her? She may have a solution, Hanzo suggested. She has already come, Shikaku said with a faint smile. There is little that can be done, only to prolong her time as much as possible. Upon hearing this, Hanzo understood that further inquiry was futile. It appeared there was no hope left. Feeling somewhat awkward, he was relieved when Shikaku, displaying remarkable fortitude, remarked, Lord Hanzo, do not concern yourself. The love she has given me is sufficient to sustain me through the rest of my days. Hanzo, touched by Shikaku's words, regarded him thoughtfully, silently lamenting that Shikaku was indeed a paragon of true love. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage had been visiting each clan, while his disciple was currently training under Orochimaru, who seemed to have taken quite a liking to the young lad. And where is he now? In the Nara household, came the response. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's face, emerging from the haze of smoke, bore a serious expression. A palpable aura of authority spread through the office, but it dissipated quickly. Very well, carry on with the observation, but be cautious not to provoke him. He is not a man of gentle temperament. Once the Umbu departed, the third Hokage rose and gazed out the window at Hokage Rock, murmuring, first Orochimaru, then Tsunade, followed by the Uchiha, and now the Nara. What is it that you intend, Hanzo? After contemplating for a moment, the third Hokage rapped his pipe against the table. Summon Danzo back. Chapter 70. Tender moments at the Nara household. The two engaged in a lengthy conversation, exchanging insights on swordsmanship. They both felt enriched by the exchange, fostering a profound camaraderie. Shikaku even had his wife bring over his toddler son, Kakashi, who had just learned to walk. Lord Hanzo, this is my son Kakashi, who has just recently mastered walking. I hope you will offer him guidance should the opportunity arise, Shikaku said. Hanzo gazed at the adorable child, gently lifting Kakashi into his arms and tenderly caressing him, his expression growing serious. Kakashi Hitaki felt a wave of anxiety wash over him, for he had heard tales from the elder generation about individuals possessing the art of bone reading, who could predict a child's future achievements merely by touching their bones. Could it be that Hanzo had mastered such an extraordinary skill? Lord Hanzo, is there anything amiss with Kakashi's body? Kakashi's father, Tsukumo, inquired anxiously. However, Hanzo shook his head and replied with a smile, there is nothing wrong. On the contrary, Kakashi's physical condition is exceptional. He is exceptionally suited for practicing swordsmanship. And if he stays on the right path, his mastery of the art will surely surpass yours in the future. As for Hanzo's seemingly mystical touch, it was merely an act. He was simply aware of Kakashi's innate talent. Upon hearing Hanzo's assessment, Tsukumo's heart brimmed with joy, and he found himself filled with boundless expectations for his son's future. Is that true? Thank you so much. Tsukumo's voice trembled with excitement. Were it not for their respective statuses, he would have eagerly requested Hanzo to take Kakashi as his apprentice. Soon after, Hanzo produced a triangular piece of glass from his pocket, gently handing it to Tsukumo as a token of introduction for Kakashi. However, he offered little explanation regarding its specific purpose. Tsukumo gazed at the enigmatic glass, lost in fleeting contemplation. After a moment, he refrained from further inquiries, simply expressing gratitude on behalf of Kakashi before accepting the gift. In the following period, the two engaged in profound discourse, sharing their insights and experiences. After a considerable time, despite Tsukumo's repeated attempts to persuade him to stay, Hanzo ultimately insisted on taking his leave. Tsukumo cradled Kakashi and personally escorted Hanzo to the door. As they walked further apart, Hanzo could not help but let out a quiet sigh, reflecting on the irony that such a razor-sharp sword might one day be broken in the hands of its own kin. The longer he stayed in Konoha, the more he admired the third Hokage. The talents emerging from this place were truly remarkable. After some light-hearted banter regarding the third Hokage, Hanzo glanced at Haiden, immersed in contemplation, pondering whether he was somewhat of a hindrance this evening. Haiden, go find your uncle Orochimaru. Otherwise, you'll have to rise early tomorrow, and it would be a hassle to travel back and forth. Remember to inform your uncle of the instructions I gave you this morning. Once he arranged for the troublesome Haiden to depart, Hanzo proceeded with a light-hearted stride towards the Senju clan's territory. As Hanzo returned to his temporary residence at sunset, he pushed open the courtyard door to find Tsunade clad in loose home attire, busily engaged in some task with her back turned to the entrance. Upon hearing the noise, Tsunade turned around, and upon seeing Hanzo, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks as she softly inquired, "Where have you been?" With a smile, Hanzo responded, "I merely visited the neighboring ninja clans." Tsunade, teasingly, asked, "What? Are you planning to recruit some of them?" Surprised by her perceptiveness, Hanzo thought to himself, "When did she become so astute? Not at all. Perhaps they will come to me on their own, just as you, Princess Tsunade, have come to me." Bah! I was tricked into it. After their playful exchange, the room fell into a brief silence before Tsunade again broke the quiet, asking, "You have been in Konoha for several days. When do you plan to return?" Her gaze held a hint of reluctance, yet more concern, as she understood the peculiarity of Hanzo's identity. "Princess Tsunade, are you trying to send me away? Let me tell you, after my visits these past few days, I find that every person in Konoha is truly remarkable and eloquent. I genuinely love it here. Speak properly. Tomorrow." Despite being prepared for his response, Tsunade still fell into a somber mood. Hanzo, observing her quiet demeanor, recognized the underlying sentiment. After all, their connection was still in its infancy. With his departure, uncertainty loomed over when they might meet again. "Princess Tsunade, I want to insist you come with me, especially considering your grandmother's health is not optimal. But rest assured, I will always await your arrival in the Land of Rain." Upon hearing Hanzo's words, Tsunade nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation. "By the way, where's Haiden?" Tsunade asked, puzzled. "Oh, Haiden. He expressed a desire to stay with Orochimaru," Hanzo replied. "Stay with Orochimaru?" Tsunade frowned, casting a suspicious glance at Hanzo, as if questioning his intentions. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Hanzo chuckled awkwardly and stepped forward, gently embracing Tsunade. He leaned closer, whispering in her ear, "Regardless, this trip to Konoha has truly been fruitful." Tsunade's body trembled slightly. She was somewhat ticklish, and Hanzo's warm breath against her ear sent shivers down her spine. Coupled with his suggestive words, her face flushed crimson, and she felt an overwhelming shyness. Attempting to escape his embrace, Hanzo held her tightly, leaving her unable to break free. Tsunade's heartbeat quickened, her breath grew shallow. Uncertain of how to handle the situation, she closed her eyes, surrendering to his hold. That night, the skies outside were clear, while inside, a tempest raged. "Lord Hanzo, we shall take our leave now. Please remain." Hanzo regarded the third Hokage with a touch of well-placed reluctance, which might lead an observer to believe they shared a deep bond. Sarutobi Hiruzen gently remarked, "Now that the war has concluded, why not linger for a couple more days?" Hanzo smiled faintly, shaking his head slowly. "No, it has already been some time. It is indeed time for me to return." "Very well." Sarutobi sighed lightly. "In that case, I wish you a safe journey." As their words faded, a brief silence enveloped the scene. Hanzo surveyed his surroundings, nodding to the individuals he had met over the past 2 days. The moment he stepped beyond the gates of Konoha, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. He turned to gaze back at the towering Hokage rock. Bathed in sunlight, it appeared particularly solemn and sacred. However, what truly captivated Hanzo's attention was not the rock itself, but the enchanting figure standing atop it. Her graceful form was captivating, reminiscent of a celestial being descended to earth. That warm smile was like a gentle spring breeze, evoking a deep sense of longing. Chapter 71. Farewell, Danzo. After departing from Konoha, Hanzo and Hayden hastened towards the land of rain without pause. Suddenly, a group of masked individuals appeared ahead, prompting Hanzo and Hayden to halt immediately. Hayden even drew his sword, ready for combat. Lord Hanzo, long time no see. How have you been lately? Upon hearing this voice, Hanzo, who had initially been tense, instantly recognized the speaker. He exchanged a glance with Hayden and said, I was wondering who had such grand designs. It turns out to be you, Danzo. It has indeed been a long time, and I have missed you greatly. Through Hanzo's relentless efforts over the past 2 years, he had transformed his relationship with Danzo from mere collaborators to pen pals, then to friends, and ultimately to confidants, culminating in Hanzo brazenly referring to him as brother. Hearing Hanzo's words, Danzo laughed heartily as he stepped forward from the group. Seeing him, Hanzo quickened his pace, weaving through the crowd and rushing toward Danzo. The two guards standing before Danzo instantly heightened their vigilance, preparing to intervene. However, as Danzo cleared his throat softly, Hanzo approached him without obstruction. Without a moment's hesitation, Hanzo enveloped Danzo in a firm embrace. This unexpected display not only startled the guards, but also left Danzo momentarily bemused. Nonetheless, this bewilderment was fleeting, and Danzo, slightly taken aback, gently patted Hanzo's back. After they parted, Hanzo inquired, While I was in Konoha, I sought various tidings about you, brother Danzo, but alas, I uncovered nothing. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, it was evident that Danzo's demeanor momentarily faltered, yet he quickly regained his composure. Ah, dear brother Hanzo, you are well aware that I operate in the shadows, Danzo replied, allowing an air of understanding to pass between them as Hanzo's right fist thudded against his chest in silent support. Observing Danzo's emotional response, akin to a turtle caught in the rain, Hanzo continued, Brother, what is this? Gesturing to the surrounding guards. Oh, they are merely some subordinates I have cultivated, unworthy of the limelight, Danzo replied with a tone of understated arrogance. If it weren't for the knowledge of Danzo's cunning ways, Hanzo might have drawn his blade in a moment of indignation. Indeed, you are as shrewd as ever, brother Danzo, Hanzo complimented, reveling in the exchange. However, Danzo swiftly shifted the conversation. Yet, brother Hanzo, are you not being forthright? What do you mean? Hanzo asked, perplexed. I have heard you have taken on a disciple with the eye of God. Why did you not inform me? Do you not regard me as a brother? It was apparent that Danzo's insatiable curiosity about eyes was unparalleled in the ninja world. Certainly not. The child possesses unique eyes, yet after several assessments, I found no extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, our philosophies diverged, leading us to part ways. His current situation remains unchanged from what the third Hokage informed me, Hanzo replied, truthfully. He was well aware of the origins of Nagato's eyes, and after Nagato departed the land of rain with Yahiko, Hanzo had refrained from investigating their circumstances. After all, their destinies were scripted by Madara, merely awaiting the opportune moment for their roles to unfold. One might say that the supporting roles in the original narrative seemed to have a mind of their own, Danzo mused, scrutinizing Hanzo's sincerity, uncertain of his true intentions. Logically, if the eyes were indeed special, Hanzo should have prevented the child from leaving. Yet, the boy was now in the land of grass, and Hanzo's demeanor suggested he had no ulterior motives regarding those eyes. Brother, are you truly unaware of his circumstances? I assure you, I am genuinely uninformed. Their exchange was rapid and fluid. At that moment, Danzo, revealing his true intentions, proclaimed, Since they have chosen not to repay your teachings and have departed, may I assist in clearing your path? Hanzo, taken aback by Danzo's unveiled motives, found himself at a loss for words. Did Danzo truly consider him a confidant or brother? Under normal circumstances, wouldn't one act decisively? Or had he already dispatched others to act and was merely testing Hanzo's resolve? After 2 years of mentorship, genuine feelings had undoubtedly developed. I wish not to meddle in their affairs. Since they left the land of rain, they are no longer under my protection. Thus, brother, do as you see fit, Hanzo concluded, reflecting for a moment before allowing Danzo's intentions to unfold. Even if he attempted to hinder Danzo, would it truly deter him? After all, this was a man who dared to assassinate the Hokage. Even if he managed to stop Danzo, others would inevitably intervene, particularly Madara, who orchestrated everything from the shadows. As long as Madara remained, events would inevitably transpire, such as Yahiko's demise. Once he set his sights on you, even the Sage of Six Paths would be powerless. Hearing Hanzo's words, Danzo's smile widened, clearly pleased with the response. Then I shall proceed as planned. Hanzo offered no reply, merely nodding in agreement. Brother, are you planning to return to the Land of Rain? Indeed, I have been away for several days. Would you care to visit the Land of Rain? I could show you around the vibrant city of Isekai'd. The environment is quite pleasant. Danzo, fully aware of Isekai'd's significance, suppressed his envy and greed. Alas, that may not be possible. I have been summoned back by Sarutobi, and I must return to the village. Perhaps another time. Upon hearing this, Hanzo expressed his reluctance, repeatedly urging Danzo to stay, but Danzo feigned a sense of obligation. Then, farewell. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises. Take care, brother Danzo. I do hope you visit the Land of Rain and assist in guiding my subordinates, Hanzo said, standing still as he watched Danzo and his entourage depart into the distance. His expression suggested he was bidding farewell to a cherished friend. Just as Hanzo pondered whether his performance had been overly dramatic, he suddenly sensed an unusual presence. Drawing upon years of combat experience and keen intuition, he swiftly realized someone was observing him from the shadows. Without hesitation, he unsheathed his blade and executed a technique to teleport to the tree concealing the observer. Just as Hanzo prepared to strike at the enemy concealed behind the tree, a familiar voice rang out. Hanzo-sama. It is I. Startled, Hanzo halted, his blade poised midair. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Orochimaru standing behind the tree. Frowning, he queried, Orochimaru? What brings you here? My apologies for intruding, Hanzo-sama, Orochimaru responded, stepping into view. Uncertain of Orochimaru's intentions, Hanzo furrowed his brow and asked, What is your purpose in coming here, Orochimaru? Orochimaru smiled slightly, but did not answer directly, instead teasing. It seems you share quite a close relationship with the Hokage's advisor from Konoha. At that moment, although Orochimaru felt a tinge of disappointment towards Konoha, his concern for the village remained. This internal conflict would persist until Sarutobi announced Minato Namikaze as the fourth Hokage, prompting Orochimaru to embark on a darker path. Following the Third Great Ninja War, Orochimaru delved into the study of Hashirama's cells, exploring the secrets of immortality, leading to a gradual waning of his interest in the Hokage position. However, deep within, he clung to a belief. I may forgo it, but you cannot deny me. As Hanzo regarded Orochimaru, who unabashedly revealed his ties to Danzo, he had to concede that the current Orochimaru indeed embodied the qualities befitting a Hokage. Should he ascend to that role, he could very well become a second Hashirama Senju, though this assessment pertained solely to the present Orochimaru. What lay ahead after the Third Great Ninja War remained uncertain. As time progressed, Orochimaru's lifespan continued to extend, and his moral boundaries became increasingly malleable. Just as a stalemate ensued between the two, Haiden expressed his delight upon seeing Orochimaru. Uncle Snake, have you come to deliver weapons to me? Upon hearing Haiden's words, the tense atmosphere dissipated significantly, especially for the typically taciturn Orochimaru, who found himself exasperated by Haiden's incessant chatter. Torn between the allure of unknown research and the irritation of Haiden's incessant talking, Orochimaru experienced a blend of joy and frustration over the past few days. Haiden's mere utterance invoked within Orochimaru the dread of being at Haiden's mercy during this time. Your weapons will take some time. I am here on a mission, he replied, ostensibly addressing Haiden but clearly informing Hanzo that his presence was not a deliberate act of surveillance, but rather a serendipitous encounter. Oh, I see. Well then, Haiden replied, losing interest in conversing with Orochimaru upon learning that his weapons were not yet ready. Lord Hanzo, I have a keen interest in your disciples' eyes. Might I have the opportunity to study them in the future? Upon hearing Orochimaru's request, Hanzo smiled faintly and replied, Whether it was just now or when I first visited Konoha, you should know that the child has already departed. If you wish to conduct your research, you should seek him out rather than come to me. Yet, upon hearing Hanzo's words, Orochimaru hesitated to respond immediately. He did not believe that Hanzo would so easily permit the child to leave. Given his understanding of Hanzo, there must be some unforeseen contingency in play. Were Hanzo privy to Orochimaru's thoughts, he would undoubtedly retort, You do not know me well enough. After a brief pause, Orochimaru continued, I shall provide you with my research findings. Observing Hanzo's expression of feigned ignorance, Orochimaru was about to say more when Hanzo interjected, "Let us make a deal. If one day you leave Konoha, then my land of rain will be your first choice." How does that sound? Orochimaru's eyes widened in disbelief at Hanzo's words. Leave Konoha? How could that be possible? If I were to leave, what could possibly compel such a decision? At that moment, he found himself bewildered. As a man with a keen political instinct, Orochimaru recognized that after Tsunade explicitly declared her disinterest in the position of Hokage, he was one of the most formidable contenders for the role, if not the foremost. The rumors surrounding Shikamaru were nothing more than a ploy by his teacher to win the hearts of the people. Yet, now Hanzo chose to utter such words. Just then, Hanzo continued, striking a nerve, "Do not be so astonished. Shall we place a bet? I wager that you will never become Hokage, and that your teacher will be the one to abandon you." He added, "Remember, if you lose, you must report to my land of rain, where I shall construct a grand research facility for you. Now, Haiden, let us depart. Uncle Snake, once my weapons are ready, be sure to contact me promptly." Haiden called out as Hanzo, and he made their exit. Orochimaru remained rooted in place, the echoes of Hanzo's words reverberating in his mind, that he would not become Hokage, and that it would be his teacher who forsook him. After an indeterminate time, he regained his senses, gazing at the now desolate forest, and managed a self-deprecating smile before turning to leave. The two swiftly arrived at the border between the land of rain and the land of fire, where Hanzo halted, turned to Haiden, and instructed, "Haiden, let us part ways here. I intend to visit Tsunade, while you must return to the land of rain and find a way to contact Yahiko and the others. It is imperative that they receive the news of Danzo's impending actions against them." Haiden, recalling the cold demeanor of his sister during the days leading up to Yahiko's departure, felt somewhat skeptical of his teacher's directive. Observing Haiden's expression, Hanzo playfully slapped him, causing Haiden to stumble. Cradling his head, Haiden reluctantly said, "I understand. I will inform my sister. That is more like it. Now be cautious." Hanzo, due to his solitary journey, moved with remarkable speed. Before long, a patrol from Tsunade spotted him. Following a brief exchange, one of the patrol members graciously offered to guide Hanzo, for he had once again lost his way in the maze of life. Upon reaching Tsunade, he was met by the third Kazekage, Chiyo, and Sasori, who had been awaiting his arrival. "Lord Kazekage, Elder Chiyo, it has been far too long. Oh, and Sasori, it has been ages as well. Have you been keeping up with your training? You seem rather slight." The usually aloof Sasori could hardly maintain his composure. Hanzo's jests about his physique were relentless. In a moment of vulnerability, he had even consulted his grandmother, who assured him that he was developing just fine. "I am merely young. My health is excellent. I have been checked," Sasori retorted, his composure faltering. The onlookers, taken aback by Sasori's outburst, exchanged astonished glances. Elder Chiyo, observing this exchange, felt a mix of delight and concern, her gaze fixed intently on Hanzo, who had apparently captivated her beloved grandson. Hanzo, noticing Chiyo's intensity, wondered what had transpired to incite such animosity, concluding that without his guidance, her grandson might have delved into forbidden jutsu research, resulting in a most alarming transformation. In a moment of introspection, Hanzo quietly lamented, "It appears maturity has arrived." The third Kazekage, equally perplexed, pondered how the atmosphere had shifted so gravely. "Lord Hanzo, I have prepared a feast in your honor. Please follow me." Upon reaching the banquet, Hanzo curiously inquired, "Where are Rashi and Yashiro?" The Kazekage and Chiyo exchanged glances, and Chiyo replied, "It seems, Lord Hanzo, that the rumors about your disinterest in your country's affairs are indeed accurate." Hanzo, bewildered, could not fathom how this related to his governance. "Rashi has been stationed at the water source since last year, and Yashiro replaced him a few days ago, hence, neither is present in the village." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Hanzo realized he had neglected not only this aspect of governance, but also financial matters, delegating them entirely to Kaku, stationed in Takigakure. "It seems your leadership is rather lacking. Be wary of your subordinates," Chiyo warned, her tone ambiguous, as she had been somewhat confrontational since Hanzo's arrival. "Elder Chiyo, there may be a misunderstanding regarding Kakuzu. Given the opportunity, I will have him visit personally. He is one of my most trusted subordinates and would never betray me. Moreover, his capabilities in financial management are unparalleled." Chiyo, though long in years, regarded the matter with indifference, letting out a cold laugh as she remarked, "Humph, the most trusted subordinate? It appears that Chiyo has taken a turn for the absurd today, first targeting herself and now her own subordinates. Very well, Chiyo. There is no need for us to quarrel over this, the third Kazekage interjected, sensing the unusual tension emanating from Chiyo. Lord Hanzo has traveled a long way. Let us first enjoy our meal. Very well, Chiyo replied, casting a resentful glare at Hanzo before lapsing into silence. As the meal commenced, the previously heavy atmosphere gradually lightened, becoming amiable and dispelling the earlier awkwardness. Lord Hanzo, I hear you hail from the Hidden Leaf Village? The Kazekage inquired, his tone laced with subtle probing. Hanzo nodded, responding, indeed. My visit is primarily due to the imminent conclusion of the war, and the alliance between our Rain country and the Leaf has reached a resolution. Oh, how I was deceived by that old fool of the third. He suddenly slammed his thigh, displaying a pained expression as he continued. I completely forgot to demand the promised assistance payment from them. Truly, that man, with his bushy eyebrows and wide eyes, has a heart as dark as night. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, Chiyo couldn't help but revel in his misfortune. So, it seems your journey has been quite enjoyable, my lord. No sooner had Chiyo spoken than Hanzo was struck by the thought. Here I am, the distinguished leader of the Rain country, utterly blinded by wine and women. I must abstain. Yet, he dismissed the notion, considering it inconsequential. He could always send someone again. It was hardly a grave matter. Regaining his composure, Hanzo waved his hand nonchalantly, stating, since your alliance with the Leaf has concluded, what are your next steps? The Kazekage cautiously pressed, I assume, with your insight. You foresee that war will arise once more in the not-so-distant future. Upon hearing this, an indescribable sensation stirred within Hanzo. He was acutely aware that conflict would indeed reignite. And even more so, that the spark for this renewal lay with the very Kazekage speaking to him now. This realization compelled Hanzo to scrutinize the Kazekage more closely, though his countenance remained inscrutable. What do you imply? Hanzo countered with a half-smile. Is there some counsel you wish to impart, Kazekage? Seeing that Hanzo had sidestepped his inquiry, the Kazekage persevered. Surely, with your perspective, you can see that our two nations are now tightly bound together. Might it not be prudent for us to form an alliance? Hanzo mused. To call it an alliance sounds pleasant, but one might argue it is merely a pretext to benefit from future conflicts. It appeared that the water source had indeed yielded sweet fruits for the Wind Country. It was a novel experience for Hanzo to be the one on the receiving end of such arrangements. An alliance is not out of the question. But I wonder what your Wind Country is prepared to offer? Hanzo observed the flustered Chiyo and the amiable Kazekage, quickly grasping their dynamic of playing good cop and bad cop. In truth, while the Wind Country may not rival the Fire Country, we are still one of the 5 great nations. If we are to ally with your Rain Country, should it not be you who provides something of value? Hanzo then directed his gaze at Scorpion, saying, Scorpion, would you be so kind as to procure some of your Wind Country's specialties for me? I wish to present them to Lady Chiyo. Scorpion, who had been sitting quietly as an observer, glanced at the other diners before promptly departing. Once Scorpion had left, Hanzo let out a cold snort, his eyes flashing with disdain and contempt. He raised his head slightly, locking eyes with Elder Chiyo, unabashedly displaying his arrogance and confidence. Elder Chiyo, my journey to your Sunagakure is not born of faith in your village's restraint. Rather, I am fully aware that you cannot detain me. Therefore, I hope you understand this point. As Hanzo's words hung in the air, the atmosphere in the room shifted dramatically, thickening with tension. Even the air felt heated, laden with an oppressive intensity. Chiyo's expression turned grave, yet she refrained from immediately responding to Hanzo's provocation. Instead, she took a deep breath to maintain her composure. Meanwhile, the Kazekage could only shake his head internally, feeling exasperated with Hanzo's obstinate demeanor. Negotiations typically involved a give and take. However, facing a man like Hanzo, who eschewed all conventions, left him at a loss. How could one continue a discussion when the table had been flipped? As Scorpion stepped outside, a wave of heat rushed from behind him, prompting him to reconsider and return to ascertain the unfolding situation. He was reluctant to witness a conflict between his grandmother and his teacher. Grandmother, I didn't bring any money. Could you spare me some? Upon returning, Hanzo instantly quelled his outward chakra presence and smiled as he retrieved some currency from his pocket to hand to Scorpion. Ah, look at me, I nearly forgot. Here you go. Scorpion accepted the money and turned to Chiyo, who nodded slightly in acknowledgement. indicating her intention to cease any further hostilities towards Hanzo. She understood her grandson's purpose in re-entering the room. I find that Scorpion is quite an admirable young man. He possesses remarkable talent in the art of puppetry, and excels in other areas as well. Elder Chiyo, do keep a close eye on his thoughts and ensure ample communication, for as children grow, they inevitably develop their own perspectives. Listening to Hanzo, Chiyo could not deny that he was indeed a responsible teacher. Furthermore, allowing Scorpion to leave served to underscore his assertive stance, preserving her dignity in the process. At that moment, as Chiyo processed Hanzo's remarks, a flicker of guilt arose within her. I sincerely apologize, Lord Hanzo. I was somewhat impulsive earlier, and I feel quite ashamed. I have matters to attend to, so I will take my leave now. Chiyo expressed, somewhat abashed as she sought to exit the awkward environment. For Chiyo, apart from her grandson and brother, few could elicit any emotional response from her. Yet Hanzo had deftly exploited this vulnerability, successfully swaying her mood. As someone familiar with the original narrative, Hanzo dared not claim he could manipulate every figure in the Shinobi world, but he felt confident in his ability to handle someone of Chiyo's stature. As Chiyo rose to depart, Hanzo interjected, Elder Chiyo, please, do not rush away. We have yet to finish our meal. Moreover, your earlier points were quite valid. The Wind Country is indeed one of the 5 great nations, and an alliance with your country would yield significant benefits for us. Therefore, I am in agreement regarding the alliance. Upon hearing Hanzo's declaration, both Chiyo and the Kazekage were taken aback. Just moments ago, he had appeared ready to overturn the table. Yet in an instant, he had consented to an alliance, a shift in attitude as stark as the contrast between fire and ice, leaving them utterly bewildered. However, let it be clear, while we are forming an alliance, the previously agreed upon terms cannot be altered. I trust you both understand my meaning, Hanzo continued. The Kazekage and Chiyo exchanged glances, sighed in resignation, and nodded, acknowledging the underlying implications. Although they had not achieved their initial aim of gaining a free ride, at least the alliance was now firmly established. Thus, should war erupt in the future, there would be no need to worry about Hanzo suddenly severing their water supply. Once the serious matters were discussed, the conversation naturally transitioned to daily life. Chiyo displayed an astonishing talent for matchmaking, enthusiastically introducing the female ninjas of Sunagakure to Fuga, as if she were intent on extolling each one to the skies. Fuga listened in awe, secretly marveling at how extraordinary these female ninjas of the village seemed to be. Although the meal was punctuated by minor interruptions, it remained a delightful affair. Everyone enjoyed their food, engaged in lively conversation, and the atmosphere was amicable. Hanzo had no intention of staying the night in Sunagakure, so he proactively announced his departure. Fuga made several attempts to persuade him to stay, but upon realizing Hanzo's resolute decision, he ceased his urging and merely arranged for Scorpion to accompany Hanzo back to the border between their 2 nations. Hanzo did not decline this arrangement. Indeed, he wished to take the opportunity to converse with this disciple whom he had never formally accepted. After all, this was a troubled youth who bore psychological scars. It was imperative not to relax his psychological guidance. The 2 walked side by side, with Scorpion slightly ahead, primarily guiding Hanzo. Scorpion, what have you been busy with lately? Still working on your puppets? Hanzo inquired, observing the composed and silent Scorpion leading the way. Scorpion, upon hearing his question, offered no verbal response but merely nodded. Have you been diligently training as I instructed? Scorpion nodded again. Their conversation continued in a fragmented manner. Just as they sensed the air becoming less arid, indicating their approach to the border, Scorpion suddenly halted, fixing his gaze on Hanzo, and asked, Last time you mentioned a method to achieve peace in the ninja world. May I inquire about the specifics now? After a brief silence, Hanzo replied with unwavering conviction, unification. His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable strength. Hanzo noticed that when Scorpion heard this response, a look of anticipation crossed his face, as though he had already surmised the answer. You guessed it? Scorpion slightly nodded in affirmation and softly replied, Well, sort of. In fact, when I left the Land of Rain, Sister Yakushi mentioned it to me. She told me your ambitions are grand, and if successful, countless wars could be averted in the future. So, during this time, I had somewhat deduced the outcome. Upon hearing Scorpion refer to Yakushi Nono's sister, Hanzo felt a surge of emotion. Although he had always admired Nono's extraordinary charisma, it was astonishing that even a troubled youth like Scorpion, who typically displayed emotional detachment, could be so profoundly moved and develop such deep feelings. This innate charm was truly a remarkable gift. Are you willing to join me? Hanzo asked, his gaze filled with anticipation. I will consider it. But I still have matters left unfinished, Scorpion responded, his eyes brightening momentarily before dimming. Very well, there will always be a place for you. You need not see me off any further. I can walk the remaining distance alone. Hurry back, or your grandmother will worry. And do not forget to train. One's body is a ninja's greatest asset and must never be neglected. After listening to Hanzo's words, Scorpion remained silent, merely nodding to indicate his understanding. He then bowed respectfully before turning to head back to the village. As Scorpion made his way towards the village, he pondered the words Hanzo had just spoken. At that moment, however, he suddenly halted and glanced back towards Hanzo's location, only to find that Hanzo had vanished from sight. Narrowing his eyes, Scorpion recalled a thought that had just struck him. Whenever they met, Hanzo always subtly reminded him to take care of his health. Initially, he had assumed it was due to some hidden ailment, but after a thorough examination by his grandmother, it was found that he was perfectly fine. Thus, ruling out all possibilities, only one remained: the existence of a human puppet. But how could his teacher know of this? After all, he had only discovered the existence of such forbidden techniques through extensive research in various texts. Unable to fathom the reasoning behind it, Scorpion shook his head lightly. Teacher, it seems you possess quite a few secrets. With that, he murmured softly before vanishing from the spot, leaving only a whirlwind of swirling sand in his wake. Chapter 75. Thus, after visiting Konoha and Sunagakure, Hanzo settled into a leisurely routine. Each morning, he taught ideological lessons to his students, while the afternoons were devoted to handling village affairs, leading a simple yet fulfilling life. One day, after completing his lesson as usual, Hanzo prepared to head to the leader's office to address administrative matters. However, Haiden approached him, stating that an envoy from Iwagakure had arrived, leaving Hanzo perplexed and bewildered. Iwagakure should still be entangled with Kirigakure. What could this visit possibly entail? Were they seeking to settle old scores or to hold him accountable for aiding Konoha? That seemed unlikely, as he had not incurred the ire of Inoki. Nevertheless, it was of little consequence. If he could not comprehend it, he would not dwell on it, as he was bound to meet them regardless. After instructing Haiden to escort the envoy to the reception room, Hanzo proceeded to wait. Before long, Haiden returned, leading the envoy from Iwagakure into the reception room. Hanzo scrutinized the individual before him, noting his honest and unassuming demeanor that exuded trustworthiness. Upon seeing Hanzo, the envoy promptly introduced himself. Lord Hanzo, I am Inoki's shinobi, Kori. I have come to pay my respects to you. Upon hearing his self-introduction, Hanzo felt a jolt of surprise. He was acutely aware of the significance of the name Kori. He was the biological son of the third Tsuchikage, Inoki. Moreover, the future fourth Tsuchikage, Karatsuchi, would be Kori's daughter, who at this moment had yet to be born. Not only that, but the eccentric Deidara, who would later abandon the position of Tsuchikage for the sake of his art, had likely not yet entered the world either. He was certainly a talented individual worth considering for future recruitment. What brings you here today, Kori? Hanzo asked directly. Without hesitation, Kori retrieved a letter from his robe and handed it to Haiden, who stood beside Hanzo, saying, This is a letter from our Tsuchikage addressed to you, Lord Hanzo. You will understand its contents upon reading. After receiving the letter, which Haiden had inspected, Hanzo first glanced at Kori and then focused on the envelope in his hands, lowering his gaze to read its contents. Once he finished reading the letter, he raised it, giving it a slight shake, and inquired of Kori, Are you aware of the letter's contents? Kori nodded slightly, affirming, and replied, Before my departure, the Tsuchikage briefed me on the letter's contents. Then, are you not concerned that I might turn around and deliver this letter to Konoha? Hanzo pressed further. This matter is beyond my consideration. I am merely a messenger following orders, Kori responded with a calm demeanor. As expected, the old adage rings true. Experience is indeed the best teacher. The cunning Inoki has already seen through my ambitions and would never divulge the contents of this letter to Konoha. The message itself was succinct and clear, containing but a single line. When war once again stirs, we invite the land of rain to join us in the campaign against Konoha. Hanzo fixed his gaze intently on Kori, his eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. He remained silent, seemingly pondering something of great significance. After a brief moment, the letter in his hand was suddenly ignited, and in the blink of an eye, it was reduced to ashes. Hanzo incinerated the letter, conveying to Adu that even if he did not consent to the matter at hand, he would not betray Konoha. Moreover, regardless of the reasons that sparked the Third Great Ninja War, it would ultimately culminate in an assault on Konoha. May I inquire as to which nation, including my own land of Rain, was informed of this first? Observing as Hanzo burned the letter, Adu could only sigh. Acknowledging that his father had indeed discerned Hanzo's character through their previous encounters, as Hanzo's reactions had largely confirmed his father's insights. You are the first we have invited, but certainly not the last. Adu, the war is not yet over. Are you already eager to discuss the next battle, or has your conflict with Kirigakure concluded? Merely using the pretext of war to converse? I am unsure of what you are insinuating. Noticing Adu's unease, Hanzo grasped the situation. Perplexed as to how Kirigakure could forge an alliance with Iwagakure, considering the two countries were supposed to be mortal enemies. May I have some time to reflect? Once I have reached a decision, I will send someone to Iwagakure. Understood. I shall take my leave for now. Haiden, please escort Adu. Once the guests departed, the reception room fell into a profound silence, as if time itself had come to a standstill. Hanzo sat there, motionless, resembling a statue. His gaze was vacant and bewildered, as though he were lost in thought, yet contemplating nothing at all. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting dappled shadows upon him. As time passed, these shadows shifted gradually, whispering tales of time's passage. However, Hanzo remained oblivious, fully engrossed in his own world. Eventually, the sun began to set, painting the horizon with a splendid twilight glow. At last, Hanzo rose slowly. When he stepped out of the reception room, the outside world had been bathed in a golden hue by the setting sun. Hanzo, enveloped in this golden radiance akin to the sunset, ventured forth. Inside the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, was basking in his prime, while Danzo, with a solemn expression, admonished, "Are you not concerned that bestowing him with the title of Hokage may lead to arrogance and presumptuousness? Such an act could inspire unrealistic ambitions in him, perhaps even provoke him to act out of line. You are playing with fire." Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly set down his pipe. Placing it gently on the table, he raised his head, smiling at his longtime friend, and calmly replied, "I have faith in Shikamaru. He will not alter his mindset due to a mere title. Besides, what do you mean by thoughts that should not arise? Everyone has their own aspirations and ideals. We must respect their choices." Hearing Hiruzen's disingenuous rhetoric, Danzo felt as though he had struck a blow against cotton, while others might be oblivious. He was well aware of Hiruzen's hypocrisy. It was always this way. Although he could not yet decipher Hiruzen's true intentions, he was certain there was a scheme at play. Good fortune was always for Hiruzen, while the burdens were forever his own. At that moment, Danzo's simmering fury ignited further. He glared at Hiruzen, seemingly attempting to glean his true thoughts from his gaze. Yet, Hiruzen maintained his serene demeanor. "You will come to regret this. I am the Hokage." On that fateful morning, Hanzo did not proceed to the academy to teach. Instead, he took Haiden and departed the capital, heading towards a secluded valley. As they approached the valley, Haiden curiously surveyed his surroundings and asked, "Teacher, did you not mention you would introduce me to a summoning beast? Why are we here?" Just then, a ninja appeared, kneeling upon recognizing Hanzo. "Lord Leader, thank you for your hard work. I have come to visit Iwabutsu. You may resume your vigilance," Hanzo instructed. With a slight smile, he turned to Haiden and explained, "Do you know why I bear the surname Jiraiya?" Haiden nodded, replying, "I know, my sister told me." Hanzo continued, "This valley serves as their habitat. Due to their venomous nature, they cannot thrive elsewhere and must reside here. The ninja you just saw is tasked with their protection. Soon, you may choose one to bond with. While the Jiraiya may not possess the acclaim of the three great summoning beasts, they are formidable on the battlefield, perhaps even surpassing them." The three great summoning grounds, Haiden queried. Mount Myaboku, the Dragon Cave, and the Whetbone Forest are collectively known as the three great summoning grounds, each with a rich legacy and their own unique ninjutsu. Your aunt is a descendant of the Whetbone Forest, your uncle is from the Dragon Cave, and Jiraiya, whom you have met, is from Mount Myaboku. Hanzo continued, regardless of whether Haiden comprehended his words. For Hanzo, the three great summoning grounds were somewhat of a double-edged sword. While Iwabutsu might be slightly weaker in one-on-one combat, Hanzo truly doubted that the beasts from the three great summoning grounds could rival Iwabutsu's threat to enemies on the battlefield. As for the so-called sage arts, Hanzo found them uninteresting. He preferred the tangible power of his blade. As they ventured deeper into the valley, the vista widened. Haydn observed the surroundings, quietly marveling at the exquisite locale. The valley was adorned with lush trees, melodious birds, and a river that flowed ceaselessly, presenting a tranquil and beautiful scene. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting intricate shadows and imparting a mysterious allure to the valley. A gentle breeze wafted through, carrying refreshing air that invigorated the spirit. Upon reaching a waterfall, Hanzo called out. Suddenly, bubbles began to rise from the depths of the river. With a splash, a massive Jiraiya emerged before them, startling Haydn, who promptly fell to the ground, exclaiming, "It's so huge." Iwabutsu glanced at the astonished Haydn and let out a dismissive sound, akin to a pet expressing disdain for Haydn's astonishment. Then, like a loving companion, it affectionately rested its large head against Hanzo, who reached out to stroke its somewhat oversized head. "Old friend, it has indeed been a while since I last summoned you. I apologize for neglecting you during my time in the ninja world. After all, it was not my battle, and I had no need to expend resources for allies. If I were to summon you, the resulting toxins would be indiscriminate." Upon hearing Hanzo's words, Iwabutsu nudged him with its large head, conveying its displeasure at being overlooked for so long. "It won't be much longer. Please be patient, and we will fight side by side," Hanzo reassured. As Haydn regained his senses, his gaze became clear. He stared at the colossal Iwabutsu before him, filled with curiosity. Slowly, he approached, wishing to gently touch its body, just as Hanzo had done. However, just as he was about to touch Jingfu's tail suddenly lashed out with immense force, striking Fadewan and sending him flying. Witnessing this scene, Hanzo felt a sense of helplessness.